And then we look, he knows, 38 years old, is one of 13 people charged with running this scheme. They grabbed it for $2 million. And then it's on employment. This guy is sitting what? On a cement bed? Behind bars? In some concrete cells? And she's able to participate in a multi-million-dollar scheme to steal millions of dollars? How does this happen? He is originally from Korea. As a teenager, he was boyfriend and an acquaintance who tried to kill her mother. He killed her mother in April of 2001. She killed her mother, and now she's still a teenager, so far she's not out. I thought we saw the laws for underage people. She wasn't under 18. Well, back in those days, they prosecuted people as adults. Oh, in fact, she's 38. Probably was that age. Yeah. Well, how come none of this was plain? Okay, so she did it. Okay, and she's using all the security numbers. This got the birth and the name. Great. Okay, and who else was involved in this thing? So she had people on the outside because she's in prison. She couldn't use the debit card. So wait, okay, when we had friends, she went and went to the cash and gave her some of the money. But she orchestrated this. This didn't happen by magic. You have to have. So I said one of 13 people. Right, okay. But how did she contact all these people? You have to take care of a lot of details. Oh, these are probably friends of hers that she can help with her most of the I mean, she may be a murderer, but she still has friends and family. She said, you know what, I just came up with a great idea. If you guys will go and take the debit cards and go to the bank with them, I can figure out how to get on point money on their card. I probably had it. I see. Person told her you could do this. Or you suggested you could help out somebody. Look the other way. If you're having multiple conversations on how to get the state off $1 million, somebody would have overheard it. Right? They have guards in the room while you have your visitor meeting. They tape record the phone calls. She can put an application for herself. Okay. Now, if they take money to a murderer, again, we learned, and that's why we're back to two, which may be the next kind of reason. Right, in the fight, it was very easy at the time. Right, well, people died. We also learned that Newsom did not want them to access the records of prisoners to do a check on these applications for employment because the death row murderers had a right to privacy. That's right, privacy. Yeah. So between Newsom and the June series, it was her name, right? Right. You had a woman who was in prison for the rest of her life. The rest of her life. All right? It's not a minimum security prison. It's not like she had a lot of privileges. It's not like she had solos on the weekend. She was locked up for the rest of her life for killing her own mother. And she was able to help pull this off. That is just challenging. What a corrupt, inept, incompetent administration. They're saying that it was more than $880 billion. Includes an unemployment benefits nationwide, minimal protections against fraud, $60 billion lost to fraud, or it went away. They didn't even get $30 billion because they don't care. This is just a small fraction that's been recovered. People went right out and spent the money. This is where the industry stretches. This is what John and Tommy was talking about with the social services people who let the kids die instead of getting them out of the house. Because you have all these employees don't care. Hey, imagine you're a government employee who's third. Who's going to help you? Nobody. They're all going to isolate you and mock you. You're going to lose your mind. You're going to run away and quit. So what's left behind is what? All they do is remember. It didn't matter if you cared because the who was in charge of the employment development department. They said just open the floodgate. People need the money. We're not going to put any barriers on it. These people, hours now, that's without words about outsourcing. They just system. I'll find the woman's analysis. Great idea. Yeah, it was desperate. They made Russia, they made Nigeria, they made Eastern Europe, they made wherever you have scam artist collectors. And the fact that it's got history to apply, when you take the policy, the public policy is, we don't care. This is what happens. We don't care. It's not their money. We got more coming up. Johnny 10, KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I keep calling you your vote. Turning out very well. Mark Live before nomination of former LA Mayor Garcetti to the ambassador to India has taken a step forward. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee has approved Garcetti's nomination, so it sends the committee to the Senate. People who need some extra help with taxes can take advantage of something rare. The IRS California Taxpayers Assistance Center in downtown LA will be offering hours this Saturday. This is part of an effort by the agency to help with tax-related issues for those who cannot come in during the week. President Biden's upcoming budget proposal aims to cut deficits by nearly $3 trillion over the next decade. The goal is higher than the $2 trillion that Biden promised in the State of the Union address last month. From the Southern California Toyota dealer traffic center, this bill places from the 405 and refine. It's a national time regulations going in away from the 152 freeway, long bridge ahead, all the way to Jeffrey Road. It's going to have opening and coming during the Costa Mesa area on the bridge away from Bristol all the way to Kansas Boulevard. We've got Michael Bryan, KFI on the time.
That's Philadelphia Dodger Stadium, Lincoln Park. There's flying northbound. Looks like right at the 110. There's a vehicle fire there. I'm not quite overseeing yet, but I can tell you this. I do believe the lane is 2 o'clock because it is right at and southbound. This is what it is. Right through several miles. It looks like it's going to be going ahead. So like interchange, rolling through down and down to the 605. Now, the 10 eastbound out of Santa Monica on the bridge there from 20th most of the way to downtown Los Angeles. So there. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Let's get to go faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
That's just for the broadcast man, Alfred Williams. Here's what's trending on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The Clippers on a half day out of the West playoff spot heading into their clash with the Raptors. The Ducks kick the ice twisted the Canucks in the nightcap of the Light 3-game NHL Wednesday schedule. Former Cowboys wide receiver Michael Irvin maintained his innocence regarding allegations of inappropriate behavior towards a Phoenix hotel staff member during Super Bowl week. Irvin filed a defamation lawsuit against the hotel and the accuser.
Intelligence runs in the family. Innovation runs in the family. Extraordinary runs in the family. The Mercedes-Benz range of SUVs, every member is ready to impress. Learn more at MDUSA.com.
This was sponsored by Moxie RV. Get ready to spring into warmer weather with our Moxie RV Spring Special. For their next open road event on March 31st and take 10% off of your next race and receive $200 for travel between now and May 15th. The promo code SPRING23. For more information, visit MoxieRV.com or call 800-337-2149. This fact says if you're tired of the censorship of conservative views, here's the way. David Horowitz, the state author and conservative thinker, just posted a YouTube video talking about voting irregularities in the 2020 election. Not surprisingly, and his video was banned, of course, from music. In his bestseller, Final Battle, David Horowitz is warning Americans that big steps in their social media platforms are damaging American institutions and threatening our freedom. But David Horowitz explains how companies like Facebook, Twitter, Google, and YouTube control information flows with the power to collectively censor YouTube. In Final Battle, Horowitz also warns that a group of secret players are working to change America, weakening the social fabric and working to undermine the possibility of bipartisan solutions to common problems. Mike Huckabee strongly recommends this book, this called Final Battle, the book of the year. This Final Battle in bookstores. Check out the free offer and save $20. Call 1-800-NEWSBACK, 1-800-NEWSBACK, or go to FinalBattle611.com, FinalBattle611.com, and get your free copy today. I never chose to become a gambling addict. Or what I did choose was to get help from professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches. We fit together. One of our teams Producing, where we help present breakdowns for critical justice for the $129. Another one is more for our new branches will pay you hours to the 30-foot drain thing. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice at that price. Get repairs and get them in plumbing. CLECTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. The International Awesomeness Day is this week. For what control. Every day in the marketplace. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morocco. Number 5.
When on Dime, you can get up to $100 in diamond credit with the marketplace when playing slots with your rewards card.
Number 4.
When Diamond Plus giveaway. You got Andrew Hatmaker who you earn 500 points on your rewards card. The 13th to 14th. Toronto now. And I'm a number one reason. It's Madness at Side Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall of history is going bananas with college people all month. Morongo Casino Resort is Bar. Morongo, good time. For everybody, get ready to celebrate your favorite podcast in our iHeart Podcast Awards. Created the best podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9. Considering a new for yourself or your business? Consider the benefits of subscription. I'm Scott Singer, CEO of Autonomy, where an easy subscription is like a lease, but way more flexible. It's a jet-free way to get month-to-month access to a UEV. You can even pay with your credit card. Learn more at autonomy.com. And now, a few words from your dog. Wake up call the place. That's what I can happen in that Sunday info second. So capture the name, ViralRabbi, straight fun downstairs with 100 animals being taken each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle. Supporting live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. One of the things you should listen to if you missed it on the podcast is the line on the iHeartRadio app. I want to know what. Well, on 1 o'clock hour, we talked with John McKinney. He did a good job building it up to the lost his name. I lost his name. John McKinney, who's running against George Gaston in next year's election. He announced this yesterday. So Joe, we thought we had him on the show before, and he says we never did. So yeah, did you figure it out? I thought we did. I'll explain what I thought. I thought there was a day when I was not in attendance when you did it, but I must have had that thought. Because there was a point where Randy was recall was changed, yeah, and I was off for a few days. Randy was still on, Tom Lillian, John Tommy, and I thought John maybe I got that wrong. Yeah, I got all the John mixed up, and you thought maybe you talked to him. I thought I talked to him too. So I went to McKinney 4, the number 4 DA of the year. Yes, McKinney, the number 4, McKinney 4 LA. Yeah. So anyway, John's a really good guy who has been deputy CA for 25 years and 10 years in the major crime unit until he got transferred in. Demoted because the thing was telling the truth publicly about what he find out if he has a lawsuit too. You know that John Lewis has a lawsuit that was our guest yesterday. No, I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to find that out. He's got a lawsuit about being demoted too. But anyway, you should listen to that in the first half hour of the show on the top. Look. So. I miss a black guy thing. There you go. A lot of business. You have a lot of business. I do. Oh, let me tell you, speaking of scams, I must have gotten 10 invoices last week. And they look really official from Squad and that is Squad. Oh, yeah, that's fine. You know, they just kept coming. And I did stop for a moment because did I have them come do something? I don't know. So you do not download whatever was attached there and come right to the invoice. I'm not looking at the invoice. Did you get emails on that? Yeah, there were a bunch of emails claiming this invoice. Yeah, you know. And either they wanted you to pay a false invoice or they wanted to just date my computer. I didn't know. I just stared at them, but they kept coming every day, all week. If you check every incoming email line where it says Best Buy, just click on it and give the actual email address. Often it is not, bestbuy.com. It's usually XLZY65C-L. So it's a fake email address that is coming from. So, yeah, that's a good way to check the veracity. All right. You want to play this audio from this place at Southwest Airlines? Oh, yes. Wait, another fight. You bumped my wife. Well, there's been one guy who's got a lot of tattoos, and he bumped the second guy's wife, and the second guy just went nuts. Just beating on him, wailing away, pummeling him with one punch after another. And, of course, people immediately whipped out their phones. Anyway, so yeah, I want to go viral. This is what it sounded like. everybody will have it. With my family, I don't play with my family. Tell them what happened. Tell them what you did. I will sit down and tell you what goes to my family. I will tell for my family. But that's all I need to no other reason. I sometimes wonder if I would put that on my phone or what I would do. I haven't been in a situation like this yet, but I don't detect it like that. I'm telling you, armed officers on every flight. I don't know, loaded gun walks up, they'll stop this nonsense. Alcohol involved, I don't know, but the guy doing the polling was wearing a nice sports cap. Yeah, the guy is coming to tattoos. Why? So yeah, oh yeah, oh no, the guy getting beaten with heavily tattoos. It's like perfect. Conway's here. Hey, we're talking about this last night. Do you think that you would be one of the guys to jump up and try to tackle the guy with the gun? No, not first. I always said that someone goes first. If a mob does before me, you'll have stuff on the bottom of the pile, the top of the pile. Yeah. I don't want to be first. Yeah, I don't want to be first, and I don't want to be killed. But Broker is the only one in the building that I think he'd be first. He'd jump up and let's fly with him. Yeah, I'm going to connect the Broker. You were talking about the $2 million the woman got out of the unemployment. Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah. It's 300. They owe $30 billion. So $300 million, 1%. And they haven't back any of that money. Very little. Very little. They're getting promoted. Julie Steele may be Secretary of Labor. That's right. Yeah. You know, Ram, you can see that this money was going out the door. It cost the state $30 billion. If I cost this station $3,000, I'm gone. He's gone. He's Secretary of Labor. That's right. You take one thing and get it. You're gone. That's right. There's a camera there. Like they can see you taking the show there, and I know. But I don't buy it and looking at the video because every month I buy something each snack store almost every night. So every month I take something as a buy back. You're on the buy back program. So I can't get one free. This one's on there. Alex Stone is coming on tonight. Also, Selena Estrinos, a new anchor / news / circus at 6 o'clock. So, man, there's something for everybody. What's probably more Lakers. We got March Madness coming up. You know, are you guys doing like March Madness thing? You got brackets going over. No. Oh, I don't know. I don't do it so much anymore now. Yeah, you're going to Super Bowl. This is like a Super Bowl guy at Vegas. So I was at the Super Bowl last year in the ring. I know. Have you ever been to Vegas for one? No, it's not. It's crazy. It's great. It really is. I should go to March Madness and Vegas too. That got because you know what they do out there? They charge you a lot to get a good seat at these sports. Oh, I know. They cost hundreds of dollars now. I know they were taking those helmets and Caesar's Palace for nothing. But you know they also charge for Vegas, and sure you know you go there all the time. Parking. They also start parking at the casino. Parking. You go in and drop $1,200 in 20 minutes, and you got to pay $9 to park there. It's unbelievable. In LA. Yes, that's exactly right. Big dog. Big rising dogs tonight than motel. Come on. Yeah. Live the 24-hour on YouTube. Don't press your smart together. Just tell them what to play. Okay, so quickly by AM 640. Los Angeles and China. Live everywhere on the radio app. Look at the video alert. They got it. I'm Michael Berger, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. He is in custody now. A man believed to have been fatally stabbed a 17-year-old boy in El Sereno and stabbed has been arrested at a home in Alhambra. Police and SWAT officers surrounded the home this morning. LAPD Commander Jimmy Rosado says negotiators were able to talk the guy out of phone to phone because he was actually on his phone. And they were able to play him for a couple of hours that he wasn't going to be harmed, that he was going to be taken peacefully, and he did come out. The man is known to be a problem in the neighborhood. The attack happened Friday. Police said they were unprovoked. He picked the alleged attack on that's ViralRabbi.com. A school district in Northern California has heard from parents, teachers, and community members of a fatal stabbing in a high school. Prosecutors say a teen stabbed a classmate in Tibet. mauled to death by 4 dogs at a business in Arupa Valley. Riverside County Animal Services spokesman John Wells said the man was at the business to do some work yesterday. He had the understanding that the man was been there before and had done some work previously once or twice. But for some reason unknown, the dog turned on him and started to attack him. Property owner who was not on site at the time of the attack, so ordered the dog to sit down if he happened to say it hasn't already. Three Belgian Malinois and 1 Swede Corso attacked the worker. This is unacceptable. There's heartbreaking. The DOJ says the Louisville Metro Police Department engaged in a pattern of violating constitutional rights. TRILLIONAIRE Garland spoke about the DOJ's findings following an investigation prompted by the fatal 2020 shooting of a black woman in her home. The report finds that Ellen uses excessive force, including unjustified neck restraints and unreasonable use of clubs and tasers. Allen says the Louisville Police Department unlawfully discriminates against black people during enforcement activities. He also says it violates the rights of people engaged in protected speech. Alex Jones' company has proposed a plan for him to get a $520,000 salary in his bankruptcy case. The CRC theorists will still set aside $7 to $10 million annually to pay relatives to people who were killed in the same school shooting. Those families won nearly $1.5 billion in lawsuits against him for the host and his company last year for holiday shooting that killed 26 children and adults. The host, Jones and Free Speech Systems, filed bankruptcy last year and is pursuing the involved verdict. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has defended his decision to turn over more than 41,000 hours of raw video from the January 6th attack in the Capitol. Fox News, he says people can use the law. Carlson played edited portions of the video and described the rioters as truthful. He called them sightseers. Capitol Police Chief Tom Mangers called them an attempt to downplay what he called the insurrection offensive. He says Carlson cherry-picked from the calmer moments of the day, ignoring the chaos and violence that happened before or during. Dozens of flights across the UK have been disrupted due to snow that blanketed much of the country. Britain's National Weather Agency says the temperatures in the Scottish Highlands dropped to 4 degrees Fahrenheit overnight. The oldest recorded temperature in March 2010. The agency said freezing after stairs, sleet, and snows and continue to blast the UK for the rest of the week. And you don't want to sit in the theater for 3 hours to watch Avatar. You'll be able to watch it at home starting March 28th. It will be available to purchase digitally. And if 3 hours isn't enough, it comes with another 3 hours of bonus content. It's the third highest grossing movie globally of all time. Southside Legends KFI partly face skies tonight and cold, lows above 40. Some clouds are going to hang around tomorrow, and it'll be the warmest day of the week. 50 at Tuesday, highs around 70, Metro LA, Orange County, mid to upper 70s, inland and Pine Valley, close to 70 in the Antelope Valley. Here's the rain 70s in LA tomorrow and kind of lingers through the day on Friday. Right now in Anaheim, 58, Newport Beach, 57, Toledo, 59, Long Beach, 61 degrees. The KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby and Myers. Country attorney. Dallas finished down 68. Up 40. S&P was up 6. The average price of regular gas in California, $4.92 a gallon. Wait, maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972. The press in Redondo Beach. On that southbound side, it's coming right up on Inglewood Avenue. You can run it in the middle lane, and without getting to the drive, it's slowing everything down overall. Out of West LA, getting away from just about Sunset Boulevard. It's a huge mess. We've got Michael O'Brien checking out Hollywood, KFI Sky. Dribbled out of the one to the pass. Looks like the 101 car approaching Iowa. It's under the right shoulder. That's kind of an unusual practice going here. That's 134, 170 split. Off the head, it's just some other stuff there. It's about Sunset Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. North outside the fence, roading up now from South Melrose, most of the way up to the Boulevard. Now, it looks like we got some trouble clearing on the 5. 5 northbound at the 110. Vehicle fire on the right shoulder. Real problem on that stretch. Back through the East LA interchange, back to the 710 out of Commerce. And better move headed to Glendale. The 134 eastbound and just a little past the 2. We finally looked at the right shoulder there, but thanks to the memories of Bob Road Drive. Michael O'Brien. County on that 5 northbound in Irvine, it's a 4-lane, moving the 133 freeway all the way to Harbor in Anaheim. KFI in the sky, helps up to their Astros. I'm Lisa Martinez. This hour of KFI is brought to you by Sunlight Solar. Go solar today at Sunlight. Spring's going to be here before you know it. So start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology. Also, SolarMax, get a 12-panel system for $0 down, $50
$39.99 a month for the most powerful solar panels on the market. Plus, you are locking with NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Save even more with a 30% federal tax credit in California solar rebate.
All solar masters are saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Now, pound 250 from yourself. Say that keyword Solar Max, pound 250 Solar Max to SolarMaxTech.com. Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? These are real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Justin Powell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, is the largest timeshare company in federal court, and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get the timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-857-5656. That's 800-857-5656. Always fed up with being stuck in endless lines and accidents. Try simplifying your travel with Surfair. As a Surfair member, you'll save an average of 2 hours on every flight and can quickly avoid busy airports. You can choose from thousands of aircraft and arrive at smaller airports closer to your home. All while flying on your own ticket. Surfair.com. The best alternative to commercial air travel. There's a better way to fly. Surfair.com. Health Service Champion for an $88 per ticket eater more stimulating car.
And I want to do a quick
At 6:40 is the Conway Show. Ding dong. All right, there's the first ding dong of the afternoon. New stories going on. It seems like every single day you come in, there's new stories, new things are happening. Nearly 1 million tons of snow fell on Big Bear. 970,000 tons. Nearly 1 million tons. That is unbelievable. And so the Big Bear community reopened today. They're trying to get back up on their feet. SoFi Bank files a lawsuit to stop Biden's student loan payment cause. And states are forced to call off launch of the world's first 3D printed rocket. So I'd stand back from that sucker when I go down. All right, one of our favorite reporters, well, it's 3D printed, so it can go. It'll just fall apart like a bunch of Legos. It can be a sideways on you, There's a reason why we're not printing them in 3D, It's supposed to make them out of steel and it's massive. All right, Alex Jonas was one of our favorite reporters. Has a couple of cool kids. He's got a great wife, and he's got a great life going on, and he lives right here in Southern California. Alex Stone, how you, bud? Hey, you hear me? Hey, boy, how you doing, dude? I'm doing excellent. So we're here to talk about the FAA, the FAA chief on the hot seat. Yeah, and that he was today. Yeah, this all went back to, there were a number of things going on over the last couple of weeks. It's going on maybe 2 months or so where there have been 6 near misses that we know about. One JFK, one Austin, one Hollywood Burbank, where planes were too close to one another, and then they had to take evasive action, or they just got real close on the runway. There was also a United Boeing 777 a number of weeks ago that took off out of Honolulu, and then mysteriously took a pretty big drop shortly after takeoff within only a couple hundred feet above the Pacific Ocean. Doesn't look like it was mechanical, doesn't look like it was weather. What was going on, the FAA and the NTSB are looking into that. It's just a lot going on. There was a case on the United flight of a guy who broke a spoon and then stabbed a flight attendant, tried to open up a door inside as well. He was taken down by people on board. So lawmakers on the Senate Committee on Transportation said today, we want to know, and since the Boeing 737 MAX crashes, that they wanted up to today, and that's what they got today. And Senator Cruz, he was kind of leading a lot of it today, and he could have just been said many times. Aviation safety regulations have been written in blood. So they're saying there are alarm bells going off, but still, 45,000 departures in the U.S. every day. This country is still seen as well. But the lawmakers are saying, what's going on over these last couple of weeks where, and then the NOTAM system, where that went down, the air emissions were then all flights around it. And so today, the acting administrator, Billy Nolan of the FAA, said they get it. They understand. There's a lot going on today. And this guy this week who stabbed the flight attendant to and opened up the door. They're not going to take any stuff from anybody on board. They get it. They got great technology. They need money from Congress to do that. Whether it be the air traffic control system or warning systems on runways to prevent runway intrusions and protocols there. So basically, he said, we understand what you're saying, which worries you, that they're worried about safety, that they're working on it, but that we still have a pretty darn safe system in the U.S., and that they feel like they're still doing pretty well.
Well, and again, Alex, Tony's with it. I know that you probably know this, but for people, I've got all day to read articles, and I've read some articles about what happened in Hawaii, and what I can gather, the pilots, while they were on the ground, they set the altitude for the autopilot. Then when they engaged the autopilot, they flew out in a storm, so it's pretty normal to put the automatic pilot on. They turned the automatic pilot on, and instead of it being set at 37,000 feet, which was their cruising altitude, it was set at sea level. And so the plane, they wanted to sea level, and it was going to sea level. If they didn't flip it off, seconds before they hit, all those people were down. Yeah, and that's the problem. That's the lack of training now. Yeah, every setting on that autopilot will be reviewed by the other. Yeah, whether it's the first officer, the pilot, or the captain, whatever. And look at it. Yeah, so they double check it and something in that cockpit, if that's what did go down, and then we don't get it. That would be a major issue. And United will only say that they have retrained those pilots. So they have sent them through retraining. About a week and a half ago, they were still going through that retraining. How do you retrain other than that they don't set it to sea level and double check the other guys? But that is the leading theory of what it was, because I was really wondering. But it's a very simple thing. Almost like if I've been working here for 13 years, and somebody said, hey, before you go on the air, you got to turn your microphone on. I'm like, oh, okay, I forgot about that. It's almost like that simple. So you would never ever adjust an autopilot at sea level or for zero. Yeah, because you would assume somebody flying a 777 has been around for a while. Right. And they just they skipped over that step, they overlooked it. I believe it was nighttime, they were fast. Who knows? But I guarantee you one thing, though. Yeah, very few people slept for the next 5 minutes. But I guarantee you one thing, though. Yeah, very few people slept for the next 5.5 hours. Can you imagine? And they continued on. That's part of the debate as well. So they didn't. If we had a problem, they never reported it to air traffic control. That's where some of the questions come into it. And they didn't say, we got to turn around and figure this out. They went on to, I believe, San Francisco, and then that aircraft went on to Chicago, I think, before it was inspected there. But a lot of questions ago, why nobody said, that didn't seem quite right. Well, so we should start that out. I think they got within 600 feet of hitting the ocean. That's crazy. Yeah. One of the reasons they didn't want, to in is they would have had to dump, $50,000-$60,000 worth of fuel on the Hawaiian Islands. So the environmental pilots will tell you they don't care how much it costs, but it may also be more career-oriented. Yeah. Keep it around, we got a problem. All right, we'll appreciate you coming on. Say hey to the family, and we'll speak to you next time. You got it. All right, thanks, man. All right, Alex Stone, everybody. That guy's great. Knows everything about everything, man. He's a great part of KFI. All right, we're just getting started here. Conway Show. We're live on KFI 40. One up pro. KFI 40. 35 County Sheriff Department was a 78-year-old man found dead in his home in Winchester was murdered. Deputies were sent to do a welfare check Monday and found signs of forced entry. The elderly man had signs of trauma. The White House has brought together state lawmakers, federal officials, and others to work on how to fight junk fees for everything from hospital visits and airline tickets to student loans and concert tickets. And ESPN's using an all-female production group for tonight's NBA game between the Dallas Mavericks and the New Orleans Pelicans for International Wednesday, including announcers, directors, statisticians, and social media operators. Head out to the freeway.
Southbound. Watch for stay dry, getting away from Lost Hills Road, breaks ahead all the way to the run before Split, traveling into Hollywood. The driver is still moving ahead in the pass as we roll into downtown LA. We're heading out to industry with Michael Ryan. Hey, Eye in the Sky.
The very next with the 605 Angel. 605 southbound, loading up this past Maxwell. That'll take up through the 5. Northbound 605, loading up to the 105. It's pretty typical going up through that same neck of the woods there up to the 6. Now 5 on the breakdown. Pretty much the Glendale. Got to a vehicle fire working around the Legion Park there at the 110. Get a gap up a bit, and then back on the brake police going in between Dixie County and that northbound side of the 5 of the 110. That's where that fire is off to the right. Solar vehicle fire. 6 days worth of it. Still is pretty put on there. That's 2 to 7 10. Mike O'Brien, TFI in the sky.
Hey, Eye in the Sky. I'm in commercial mode.
It's what's under. Here's what's trending for the road. The Hoopers are getting the Raptors. UCLA faces Colorado the Pac-12 men's basketball tournament quarterfinals tomorrow. And to the Buffalo Chiefs today. Recently reinstated NFL wide receiver Calvin Ridley took ownership of his gambling on football that led to a year-long suspension, calling it stupid and the worst decision of his life. I'm strikeout. Hey, it's Paul Sutton. If you'd like to make games a little more interesting, download, listen to the newest episode of the Even Money Podcast with DraftKings, releasing every Tuesday, available wherever you listen to podcasts. Football and betting, the Even Money Podcast. This report is sponsored by blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at blindster.com. Shopping for new blinds? At Blindster, we offer over 50 different blinds, shades, and shutters at low prices, custom-made for your windows, and shipping is free. Shop at home and order 10 free samples of any product before you buy. Blindster.com. Have you heard there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that doesn't require drugs or surgery or downtime?
PC Kinetics has arrived. It's real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine.
They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way.
PC Kinetics is the nation's leader in these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body and put them in your aching joints. The goal is to restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way.
Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available to anyone.
Kinetics is pain-free by this summer. Living life the way you used to. Walking, running, playing sports.
If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only option.
Call and learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics now in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN.
Non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213-997-PAIN.
Wendy, come South French toast are so good. Some are saying they're better than their mom's French toast. Perfectly crispy on the outside, perfectly fluffy on the inside, perfectly perfect in every way. Try Wendy's home South French toast today to see if they're better than your mom. Planning at Spring Down, this month get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages, from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real conversations and will have you copies from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone. How language is learned.
Hey, all is being sharp. For emergency backup power, there is only one name you need to know. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for powering the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUCHIP Power.com.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations. Hi, Joe, check it out. All of the one school I trained. After you go, are you ready? All the best free food, tournaments, my favorite music, and everything. All the great podcasts for every income. Stuff made built for what you to know. All of the mind-blowing content. $20,000 off. All your favorite supercrafts. drove the food center and sent them off the download the app to the iHeartRadio app now. They're going to monitor the music trends and time. They'll restrict electricity flow to your house. Don't even care. They're going to come to a point where natural gas, gasoline, electricity is so expensive that we're just going to have to live in a reduced state because they say so. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on data and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Nearly 1,900,000,000 pounds of snow fell during the storm up in the mountains. 1,940,000,000 pounds. They ballpark it, but that sounds pretty close. Another atmospheric river takes aim at California, so we're going to get more rain. I know that you guys are tired of it, but we're going to get some more. And a new report finds out that cancer is rising among U.S. adults under 55. So I think I'm older than 55. I guess I'm scot-free. I don't know how it works. I don't know roll it. I don't know. But man, oh man, this rain is coming in, and I'm going to give you a quick weather report here because it is going to snow, it is going to rain. Mostly rain, but we do have weather coming in. For instance, Friday, the day after tomorrow, in the San Fernando Valley, Los Angeles, parts of Ventura, Orange County, 90% chance of rain Friday. The low is 49 in the San Fernando Valley, the high 56. On 56 degrees. Saturday, 60% chance of rain. And then Sunday and Monday, relatively dry. And how about this? Next week, Tuesday, 50% chance of rain. Wednesday, 60% chance of rain. Thursday, nothing. Friday, 50%. It is going to be wet for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the next 8 days. 5 of the next 8 days, we're going to see rain here in Southern California. Tuesday is going to be too warm to get snow. So thank you, lucky stars. I don't know whether that's good or not. I don't know whether they need they certainly don't need any precipitation right now. But would they rather have rain than snow? Probably. But they're going to get rain Friday, 50% chance of rain day after tomorrow. And then next week, Tuesday and Wednesday, they're going to get rain up in Big Bear and Lake Arrowhead. And the lows are pretty warm. 41 degrees on Friday for low, 40 on Saturday, high at 51, high at 52, high at 54 for Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 51, 52, 54. So a lot of that snow will start to melt. And that's going to cause its own problems. Because you're going to get a lot of mud and a lot of people slipping and sliding around. So it's going to be very difficult still for the people who live up in the mountains. Very, very difficult. And even a place like Parker, Arizona, when you go to the river, you hang on the Colorado River, and then you got a buddy who's got a boat, or a guy's got a motorhome there, or maybe you rent a place. Anyway, a lot of people go to the river. Well, right now it's supposed to be like 90 degrees in Parker, Arizona. Today's high was 73 degrees, low is 41. But how about this? Starting Saturday with the Colorado River, 81. Monday, 83. Tuesday, 81. We're getting into the 80s at the Colorado River. A lot of people listen, they love getting out there. But the Colorado River, it's mostly a young person's game. You see a lot of late teens, early 20s, drinking and jumping off cliffs and having a great old time. But there are some older people there. Some Canadian snowbirds. People come down from Canada to spend the winter on the river, on the Colorado River, and they spend they're home for Christmas and New Year's, but then they come down in January, either January, February, and they leave mid-March. So they're here for another couple weeks, or at least a week or so. So anyway, so the weather is going to be not changing. We're not going to get into the 80s here in Southern California, or even the 70s. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at the highs for the next 10 days in Southern California, and I don't see one temperature over 65 degrees over the next 10 days. It's not going to get warmer than 65, 62, 65, 56, 63, 60, 60, 60, all 60, not even close to 70 degrees. That's unbelievable for this time of year. Not even to approach 70 degrees. That's crazy. We're going through an ice age. That's possible. All right, everybody else, if we go into an ice age, does that mean that people with electric cars will be looked down upon? Like people right now with gas-powered cars look down on? If we go to an ice day, the people will be like, dude, you got to sell your electric car. We're going to an ice day. Yeah, you sell an SUV, a truck, and they still live there. Come on, what are you doing? All right, the $2 billion Powerball, the $2 billion. The guy who won it is moving fast. He just spent $25 million on a house in 2.5% of his winning. So he took the $997 million cash payout, which drives Frozen crazy. He took the $997 million, and this Edwin Castro just dropped $25 million on a house in Hollywood. The SoCal winner of that recent $2 billion Powerball jackpot looks like he just got himself a pretty posh Beverly Hills hideout. Hollywood Hills hideout, I should say. The other time before. Wait, what do you said it right first? Posh Beverly Hills hideout. Oh, it's at Beverly Hills. Hollywood. The Hollywood Hills hideout, I should say. The other time before. Winner Edwin Castro got more than $25 million of his winnings on a modern mansion with several celebrity neighbors. The two-story home has 5 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, as well as a game room, wine cellar, and movie theater. So if you spend $25 million at 5 bathrooms, do the quick math, you spend $5 million per bedroom. For one bedroom, $5 million. That's incredible. You can do the quick at home if you have a 3-bedroom house, up in Valencia. I don't know, maybe you live in the San Fernando Valley, maybe you live in LA, West Side, I don't know. But if your house was appraised at $5 million per bedroom, first you'd be looking at $20 million, $25 million. Imagine if I didn't take that payout. That really sticks with you, huh? The guy spent $25 million on a house in Hollywood. He has celebrity neighbors. He one of them famous schools. And the guy on the radio called him down. Hey, look, you can be dumb and lucky. Six numbers isn't intelligence. You think what befriend us? Just we say we have a friend who's a billionaire. Hey, look, I wouldn't get to do that reading practice. All right, okay, that's cool. Man, 970, you imagine. Can you imagine? These things. Oh, my God. They'll fill up those rooms in that mansion. Ladies, let's go, ladies. Let's see Hollywood Hills. Time to buzz up to Hollywood Hills and get your game on. On your day, like you're real live on KFI KLX 640. We're not pros. KFI 24 on Newton LA County has 1.2 million fewer voters. That's because county election officials say they're either ineligible or inactive. A settlement agreement between the government watchdog group Needed to Watch and the county instructed the registrar and recorder to verify 1.5 million voters as part of a voter roll movement. From the 1.2 million voters that have been removed, about half hadn't voted for 5 or more consecutive federal elections. About another 465,000 voters haven't been active for at least 2 federal elections. The National Voter Registration Act requires the removal of voters from rolls if they're inactive for 2 general federal elections, but some states ignore that requirement. Gregory testifying there. A memorial crime's been unveiled at a West LA intersection where a woman was killed by a teenager driving a Lamborghini SUV at nearly 100 miles per hour. The woman's family attended the unveiling Monday at the intersection of Olympic and Overland Avenue. Her uncle said she believes in love and that he decided to honor her. The other 2021 high guy's a fourth choice. Is the son of a multi-millionaire and owner of several real estate firms. The health insurance network in D.C. has exposed personal information of hundreds of House and Senate lawmakers and staff. The FBI says people will be notified directly if their info is released. Notice from the company says data taken includes full name, date of enrollment, relationship status, and email address. With the greatest superpower nation in history. Senate's expected to vote on a Republican-led resolution to block the crime bill in D.C. that opponents say is weak on crime. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says carjackings and car thefts have become a daily routine in South Capitol City. The local politicians have let the streets become a danger and an embarrassment. Conley also says homicides are racking up at a rate of 4 per week. The resolution to block the bill has already passed the House. If the Senate passes the measure, it will be sent to President Biden that way. It is expected to be signed. And scientists say they've identified the oldest known inscription referencing the Norse god Odin. Part of a gold dip unearthed in Western Denmark. Runologists with the National Museum in Copenhagen say The inscription is the first solid evidence of Odin being worshipped as early as the 5th century. This was part of the trove containing more than 2 pounds of gold discovered in the transport on boat. We're checking 57 freeway. Yeah.
I'm going to go on this into my car.
You know, a lot of people get in accidents. They're stuck. You don't know what to do. You know, it's wild to get into an accident. You don't know what to do. You're sorry. You're dropping. You feel your arm. You feel your work. You feel your body. Your hands. Your head. The whole swamp. Well, you got to take 3 days later. And they've been doing it for over 18 years. And they've recovered over $1 billion for their clients. That is a lot of money. $188 million in settlements just last year alone. That's sensational. They're awarded best attorneys in America. Yeah, they don't want that to do with anybody. Just being one of the best attorneys, the best attorney in America. So you're getting in. I'm very comfortable giving out this phone number and having you call in. I feel 100% confident that I'm going to take care of it. 800 550 200 800 550 200 TRUMAN.com. Partly cloudy skies tonight and cold, overnight lows above 40 degrees. Partly cloudy tomorrow and warmer. Chance of showers beginning late tomorrow and through Friday evening. Right now in Mission Viejo, those 57 degrees and 65 degrees. It's low and orange.
57 freeway, making the northbound to Lakewood from Orangewood. You remain on the bridge, the way to the 60 and Diamond Bar. Let's check out Glendale with Michael Bryan, KFIA.
Yeah, but that's the trouble here. 60 years since they worked for Ford and South. They had some road work in downtown Glendale on Grand Central. Another typical problem is the right shoulder. The latest to west just happened too. So it's still suffering. Not much of a prayer here out of the Burbank area. Now it looks like the Kenny south out of Santa Monica. It's going to be jammed pretty much for 20th and downtown there. And that's tough because getting into the East LA interchange just the split there. Now, if you continue south of the 5, you'll be on the brakes for East LA interchange. Much of the way through down into the 605 before it reaches out. Michael Bryan, KFIA in the sky.
The drive out of Ontario is pretty tough on the 15 southbound, backing up off the 10 in stretches all the way to Commercial Canyon Road. KFI in the sky, help get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything. You guys! I love this song! I love these love. I love our people league. Oh! I love this guy. What's his name? You know what I love? Arrival timing out. If you see a bus warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Bus driving is drunk driving. A message from Mika and the Ad Council. I love your car. Is this real, brother? Attention Southern California. Semper Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for any and do. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. Any solar company in California, 5,000 applications and counting. Any solar company in California, no one works than Semper does. It's free to call and honor. Go Solar American. Where your attendance with Solaris, your local and federal-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payment until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, just under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the CPP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the federal loan payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses in my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. On the podcast Really No Real, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, and search for answers to life's most baffling, easy, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? That features a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate to the deeper. Really? Really? That's new to me. That's really no really right there. Really no real. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Watch Top Guard Battle on Phoenix Channel at one of the sports division events. The VHC Marathon Open in Indian Wells, California. Exclusive daily live coverage at 8 a.m. Now through R19 on Phoenix. This is Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music radio podcast. Oh, yes. Nearly 1 million tons of snow has fallen on San Bernardino. That's a lot. That is a lot, man. That is billions or billion pounds. That's kind of crazy. And then we have, this is interesting here. There was another atmospheric river that's coming towards California. The mayor's first was talking about that. That's going to bring a lot more rain and possibly snow. Maybe not snow down here in Southern California, but certainly up in the Sierra. So it's going to be, Mammoth, Tahoe, whole run of things. So, yeah, they're also tired of snow. And a new report finds out that cancer is rising, colorectal cancer is rising amongst adults under 55. So you gotta be careful with that. It'll wipe you out, man. All right, San Bernardino is digging out, still digging out, and they want us to put some information out there because they don't mind, residents coming up, but they're not quite ready for tourists yet. And those people who own, restaurants up there and hotels, they love tourists to come up where they could make some money, but we're not quite there yet.
Just look at all of this snow.
All right. Wow.
And with rain on top of it, that's not good. That's why San Bernardino County Public Works crews are up here right now trying to prevent any problems like flooding. And take a look, you can see these firefighters.
Yeah, there's going to be flooding up there for sure, 100%. You're going to see the next thing is going to be flooding and a lot of mud.
Up there on the roof right now, shoveling snow off of it. On the structure, and residents are worried. Coffee, Kathleen Anderson can finally use her home and pick up free groceries after days of being trapped inside after they hit short snowfall in pressure line.
Some of these people are just getting out today. After 13 days, this is their first.
But as she said, their problems here are far from over. Rains are coming. There is nowhere for the rain to go. All I know is the culverts are completely blocked with ice and snow.
Oh, you know what? She's got a great point. And that water is going to stagnate there. It's going to get trapped in all those, with the burns on the side. They pushed all that snow to the side, and now those are going to fill up like swimming pools when the rain comes down.
Piled high, more than 100 inches of snow fell on these San Bernardino mountains over the last few weeks. Mounds of snow still line the highway.
They're going to talk about this storm, the 2023, the winter of 2023. They're going to talk about this storm forever. In Big Bear, Lake Arrowhead, and the Blue Jay, the whole run. Everyone will always remember, we're worried during the storm of 2023. I will say this, though. The National Weather Service, I hate to say they told you, but they told you. It was the first winter storm blizzard warning that they've given out since 1989. So they told you there's going to be a lot of snow. But like me, born and raised in Southern California, to ignore those warnings because we've never gotten this much snow. I would have ignored it as well. If I picked up in Big Bear or Arrowhead or Blue Jay or Arrow Bear, all these things up there, I would have stayed as well. Now, how often do we get warnings of this is going to be the worst thing, and it never comes never. Right? And I was tired of doing that. It's a danger of human nature, man. They don't like with the, sky phone. Yeah, I would rather err on the side of caution, tell everybody it's going to be worth it. And that also is true, yes, because people eventually don't believe it. Yeah, well, but like you said, and we're seeing here, when you live in areas that are definitely have a higher chance of bad things happening weather-wise, you can't afford to let those storms go by. This will be the benchmark of people getting out of that area when there's a blizzard warning next time. They'll be like, no, we're not staying, we're getting out. Or at least losing their minds and prepping for it. Yeah, I'm going to empty the show. So you know what might be, the second disaster that's coming, 3, 4, 5, 10 years from now, when there's a blizzard warning and everybody gets out at the same time, you're going to get hundreds of cars trapped on Highway 18. People are going to freeze to death. So it's, man, oh man, you don't know what to do. What people? Many of the counties, there's public works crews and equipment being pre-staged in burn areas and ensuring that the channels and basins are clear. Our team is ready to handle any kind of increase in potential for flooding. Brendan Day, Director of Public Works in San Bernardino County, says they have a flood area safety task force meeting daily. Fire burns, and then after the fires get flooded. So there's always this afterburn. So then you have snow, now we have extra flooding too. They're keeping their eye on the mountains, though, after they were tested like never before with the blizzard. There is no flood control facilities, all natural drainage courses running to private property, cool storm culverts, the roads, so those things plug up and overtop. Our TikTok news meteorologist, Paul Giano, explains what it would take to get any serious flooding. If a storm were to come along and drop, let's say, half a foot of rain in the mountains and have a snow level of like 9,000 feet, that's kind of the worst case scenario here. Because not only would you have half a foot of rain falling, but all that snow, or even half of that snow melted at once, that's adding another 2, 3, or 4 inches of liquid equivalent. So now a 6-inch rainstorm becomes a 10-inch rainstorm, because you got to add the snow melt in. Oh, yeah, you think about that. And that would be a widespread problem. Thankfully, that is not the case Friday at all. I didn't know this, but there are no drains. There's no drainage, like, in the city of Los Angeles, we have all the drainage underneath the highways and boulevards and streets and sidewalks. But in Baker, they don't. They don't have any drainage pipes up there. It all just flows off the mountain. And so when water has nowhere to go, it stagnates like that. Man, oh man, you're going to see some more problems. You might see Big Bear Lake or Lake Arrowhead crash and overflow. Now, Big Bear has a dam on the southwest side. So that water would just go over the dam, and there's very little risk of Big Bear flooding, because that water will just drop over that dam and come down into San Bernardino. But Arrowhead, I don't know. There might be a dam on the north side. I think there is a dam on the north side of Arrowhead now. So they might both be in pretty good shape. But it is going to be a very tough couple of weeks here, because every single prediction of rain is going to have people panicking. So we'll keep an eye on that, but that story is not over in the mountains. I know you hear a lot about it on the radio. You watch it on TV a lot. It's not over up there, man. All right, we're live on KFI AM 640. More now exposure in KFI's 24-hour newsroom. A committee in the Senate has moved forward the nomination of former LA Mayor Eric Garcetti to be ambassador to India. The full Senate will now vote. President Biden first nominated Garcetti in July 2021. The feds are investigating Tesla over reports of the steering wheel coming off the next disease and Tesla's autopilot crashing into parked emergency vehicles that are helping with other crashes. And a senator in Kenya is proposing a law to provide sanitary pads to schoolgirls and women in prison who wore a white pantsuit stained with menstrual blood to Parliament last month to fight the stigma over women's period. Hot and cloudy and cold tonight, hot and cloudy tomorrow in warmer, chance of showers Friday. This report brought to you by Discover from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. Where we going?
Let's go out to, let's head out to the drive along the drive in Nova. That is a crash. So what's happening here on the northbound side before Florence, everything's out of lane and traffic remains slow from the 105. We've got Michael O'Brien checking out Church City, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, what David Dean says, there's 2 girls for every boy, which that hasn't been the case for me. Now, it looks like you got triple here on the 405. 405 on the Boulevard, and it's running out of the middle lane. That's having a real tough trip here now from Fairview up into Field to the hookup with the West 22. The 55 northbound, that's now pretty heavy for the 405, both of the way to the 91. And around the corner in Irvine, the 5 northbound, loading up the South St. Canyon just off the
133. Next cup is up through Disney Way. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earn doubles. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all double. Seriously, though, see country, check it out for yourself at discover.com/mint. This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Lowe's always has more ways for you to save. On top of their everyday low prices, Lowe's can save big when buying in bulk. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. While supplies last, minimum purchase required, selection varies by location. Lowe's reduces the right to limit quantity.
There are 10 million job openings in the U.S., but less than 6 million unemployed workers. So no wonder it's hard to find qualified hourly employees. So let me tell you about JobGet.com. Now, there are other hiring sites, but when you use them, it costs a pile of money. You get inundated with resumes of people who don't fit the bill. They don't have the right qualifications. They're too far away from your workplace, or they ghost you on the interview. JobGet is different. With JobGet, your top candidates already have the skills you need. If you're only talking to candidates in your area, your candidates get immediate notifications right to their phones, letting them know you're ready to talk, and reminding them the interview is coming up. Best yet, JobGet is always the most affordable hiring source on the market. Posts with one click, hire the right people for the job. Try it for free. JobGet.com/handle. JobGet.com/handle. That's JobGet.com/handle.
On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? The feature was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a secret.
Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there.
Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, our mission has been to deliver more for our clients. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Visit motorpeople.com for an office near you.
Seriously, my excuse is just the best again.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission expert at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fix. AAMCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
Director Charles is linked to blood clotting, stroke, heart attack, and death.
Now, the bottom line here is you drink diet strawberry soda, you should die.
It's less than
They'll handle alcohol live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI, AM at 6:40. Family jump. Nearly 500,000 tons of snow has fallen up in the mountains. That's still a big story. Another atmospheric rivers coming towards California. And the winner of the Powerball jackpot, he bought it.
Really fun. I almost said the B word. I guess. The house. I guess you can't say it.
No, what? I don't know if you can or not. I don't know what to say.
But anyway, he spent $25 million on a house.
Imagine though, so this guy went from being a nobody to now everybody's talking about it every day on radio and TV. That's kind of a big move. You must like it. You know? The only way, why would you buy a $25 million house in the Hollywood Hills right around a bunch of other celebrities or other celebrities? You got a sweet deal. It was a $29 million property.
Yeah, for a little over $25 million. They knocked almost $4 million off that price.
Big cash. They rolled up a little wheelbarrow of money.
That's classic, man. Yeah.
I'd like to have seen that. That's right. All right, so keep an eye on that. Plus, listen to this. The celebration of a lifetime is waiting for you. KFI AM 640 wants to send you to celebrate 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. Just listen to KFI AM 640 for details on your chance to win a 4-pack of 1-day, 1-park tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park. There's also an extra chance
Rita went on KFI's Instagram page, so check that out. Both ticket and park reservations are required. Visit Disneyland.com for more important details. So, look, yesterday we gave out 2 packets, and probably giving away some more. So, stay tuned to KFI, and you can get some cool tickets. All right, this is interesting. Everyone always says laughter is the best medicine. Well, there's more proof of that. It reduces stress levels. And everyone could use that. Let's find out more.
All right, well, kind of in the realm of mental health, the benefits of humor, we've heard before, laughter is the best medicine. There's some physiology behind this too, you guys.
Wow.
What happens with humor and laughter? Well, it reduces levels of stress hormones like cortisol, which can be damaging. It can boost our immune system.
Hey, did you hear that, COVID? I'm going to take this, COVID.
Boost our immune system.
Laughter can boost your immune system.
It can boost our immune system, and it can definitely have a positive effect on our blood pressure and our heart rate. So humor, laughter, I like to start by laughing at myself.
You know how nobody disagrees with us? Like nobody said, because you obviously said that people go, no, come on, you're beautiful, you're smart, you're great, you got nice shoes, you dress well, you got nice friends, you got a great relationship with your kids. Some guys say, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, nobody jumped in. Everyone just piled on and laughed at her.
I like to start by laughing at myself.
Aisle session, not that fun. All right, the EV charging, it's going to be a challenge here in the United States. Let's find out how Los Angeles fares.
But when it comes to how the cities are ranked for chargers, LA placed third behind San Francisco and San Diego.
Okay, that's cool. Third's not bad.
And when it comes to level 3 chargers, LA dropped to 4.
All right, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Who cares, right? You got a big, huge electric-powered car. I was at Walmart the other day, and Walmart has delivery vans, and there's huge white vans that say Walmart on the side, and they're all electric. I can't imagine how much electricity that takes, and how much lithium and just material it takes to put together an entire battery pack for essentially a moving van. They're moving products all day long in these Walmart trucks and vans, and they were pressured into doing it electric. They didn't want to do electric. It's got to be very expensive to run. Very expensive. All right, so the EV infrastructure, we're not doing that great. Across the country, certainly in Los Angeles, San Francisco, and San Diego, is much better than the rest of the country. But the rest of the country, man, you go into some small towns in Ohio, they say, hey, where's the nearest electric charger? And you're like, what? Well, that hasn't come here yet. Not quite, everybody, not quite. All right, we talked about we didn't get into it, we just sort of mentioned it yesterday, because there's so much to do. But Target's curbside service. Customers can now make returns, and you can get Starbucks. So if you missed this story, you want to talk about it again, because I know a lot of people that listen to KFI, they love Target. They love Target. They're in love with Target. They love going in. And so, do you have a Target you go to? Do you have a specific Target you always go to?
I have 2.
Wow!
Yes.
Somebody's a chef woman, huh?
Well, you know.
Let me ask you a question, okay? You go to Target the Empire Center.
Yeah, that used to be my old Target.
Okay. Now, I'm a snob when it comes to which entrance I use. I think the west entrance to Target is my entrance.
Is that the far right one?
Yes, I think that's the high-end entrance, and I think the east entrance is the low-end, sort of white trash entrance.
Why do you say that?
I don't know.
What?
The one near the Lowe's, the entrance to your Lowe's. But I think if you go to Target, you have your entrance, and you think of the other one as poor people and people down the downtrodden. I think it's true.
I don't think it's just me.
One of my targets only has one entrance.
What?
Yes.
Oh my God, was it me? A mini target?
It is one of the small ones.
Yeah, the pop-up one.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Okay.
And the other one, yeah, I have an entrance I always use. You're right. And it goes right into where the Starbucks is.
Okay, see, that's the opposite of me. I go into reading, Christmas cards and party materials, and also the browser bin. Things that are marked out. I like visiting that area a lot. That's a
So
cool.
that's the high-end entrance.
I hate to say that. It's based on nothing. It's based on absolutely nothing. But Angel, do you have a target you go to? Are you loyal to one target?
I am, because of the location.
Are you loyal to one target?
I am, because of the location. I mean, it's like a mile away from me.
Wow! What a joint!
But that one also only has one entrance.
Get out of here.
How do you get out of here?
Well, you get out of here.
Get out of here.
You all get out of here. How do you avoid the Girl Scout cookies then?
Well, they've got a couple of big doors. So, but it's at the same location, and I usually wait until they're talking to somebody, and then I pull out.
Well, you move. It's embarrassing, but I purchased a full Girl Scout outfit, and during cookie season, I throw that on the Girl Scout, and I walk by and be like, hey, do you want cookies someday? Sweetheart, I'm all for selling. I walk by and
How was the Hey Gal response? That was the best. I think it's the most effective.
what was that? I don't know.
Hey Gal.
Oh, with the outfit on?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just well, look, I'm a sucker for those for the Girl Scouts. I always either have to buy something, or sometimes I even donate like $2 or $3. I can't walk by them. I mean, these innocent little girls are saying, hey, you want to buy cookies? How do you walk by them? You gotta be on the phone, I guess. I watch some people and the movie being on the phone.
Yeah, that is a strong move.
Yeah. And the embarrassing part is you're walking by them on the phone, and then your phone rings. That's embarrassing. And I guarantee you that's happening. Absolutely. We got to take right here. We're live on KFI AM at 6:40. More stimulating talk without even lifting a finger. Thanks, wrong finger. Tell your smart device to play KFI AM 640.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Lake County.
Live everywhere on the Radio app.
And this is
I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The trial for a suspended LA City Council member accused of federal corruption has started.
former LA City Supervisor Mark Thomas was indicted after he allegedly took bribes to funnel money to USC. Prosecutors say he asked the former dean from the school to wire thousands from his campaign fund into his son's nonprofit in 2018. In exchange, the former dean was granted a contract between the school and the county. The trial is expected to last about 4 weeks. In downtown LA, that is KFI News.
The cab driver who was in the car when 3 inmates escaped from Orange County Jail testified he wanted no part of the escapade. The man said yesterday he had to take pictures of 2 of the inmates at a beach in NorCal after being forced at gunpoint into the backseat of his car. The inmates on trial was charged with escaping custody, car theft, and kidnapping for that carjacking in 2016. Testimony is being up today. A veteran has made it home to a hospital in Orange County after getting hit with a Russian rocket while volunteering as a combat medic.
We were told about the Ukrainian people Trump was a blockade.
Giovanni Roman was an infantry sergeant in the Marines turned emergency room technician in Orange County. A person riding in the Humvee with Roman captured dark footage of the nighttime attack last Valentine's Day.
The Russian people rocket had a vehicle which resulted in TRUMAN. I'm very sorry. I got multiple goes back to
It was the second time Roman took off from work, bought a plane ticket and a few $1,000s worth of battlefield medical supplies and flew back to the war in Ukraine.
Why? Because the Russians were bombing the same city, going to their homes, torturing civilians. I can't sit here, I good hospital job, good life and stuff that I live here. I can't sit and watch it on TV. I decided to go help.
Roman says he's still coming to terms with losing his eye. He's had 2 surgeries with more on the way. To help out, head to GoFundMe and search Help Geo Recover at an undisclosed hospital in Orange County. Corbin Carson, KFID Cougars, trying to make airport travel less painful with upgrades. They've added step-by-step instructions and photos to guide users from their gate to the nearest Uber pickup area. The service is available for more than 30 airports around the world, including LAX, San Francisco International, and JFK. Travelers can also accurately request a ride while waiting to get off their plane. People can also reserve rides up to 90 days in advance. The judge is giving final instructions to a jury that will decide whether the man drove a truck into a crowd and killed 8 people in New York is sentenced to death. The same jury convicted a fatal site on January after 7 hours of delivery. The defense said it is not necessary to kill Saifoff and said meeting death with more death is not the answer. And because prosecutors called Saifoff a committed act would show no remorse for the worst terror attack in New York since 9/11. Saifoff drove a truck onto a bike path in 2017, killing 8 people and hurting many others. The Federal Aviation Administration's Billy Nolan testified in front of the U.S. Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation for a hearing on the safety of the aviation industry. Nolan addressed the concerns from lawmakers about an increase in passenger crime.
We have set up a real policy around unruly passengers, misconduct in the air.
Nolan said the FAA is using every tool at its disposal to ensure action takes place against any perpetrator. Comment from after a man flying from LA to Boston stabbed the flight attendant and tried to open an emergency door mid-flight Sunday. And Universal Studios is getting a new, longer name. Officials say Universal destinations and experiences will better reflect the many parks and experiences offered at its locations in Orlando, LA, Japan, and China. The company says it's also working on a new park in Texas and an immersive tour experience in Vegas. Well, that's a horror to me. Partly cloudy skies tonight and cold, lows about 40 degrees. Some clouds will hang around during the day tomorrow. It is the usual warmest day of the week. Looks like highs around 60 at the distance, around 70 Metro LA, Orange County, mid to upper 70s, Inland Empire in the Valley, close to 70 in high desert, Antelope Valley. Chance of rain begins late tomorrow. Chance of rain pretty much all day Friday into the evening. Right now in Fountain Valley, 57, Lake Forest, 58, Marina Del Rey, 55, Manhattan Beach, 56 degrees. The KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow finished down 58. NASDAQ was up 46. S&P was up 6. The average price of regular gas in California, $4.92 a gallon.
That's right. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Get your crash and pass to the nose.
Sometimes you left downside of the keep carrying right Sierra Madre. Everyone's now off to the shoulder at Rockford's Ways, getting away from Baldwin Avenue. And that east downside of the 210, things jammed up all the way from Lincoln. You remain on the brakes ahead all the way to Azusa. Check out Anaheim Hills, Michael Ryan, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, we got a whopper here on the 91. 91 east side approaches Weird School in Kirksville. Looks like the right lane of the fast track. They've closed both lanes of the fast track now. The 2 left of the main line are blocked. It is close to the buffer back to Imperial Highway. And oddly enough, it only loses up for like a half a mile. You'll be back on the brakes, pretty much a Weird Canyon on into Corona. Michael Ryan, KFI the sky.
The drive itself at Catherine, Ontario goes down to the 15, coming down between the 60 and the 10. That southbound side remains slowly into north out to about 2nd Street, more slowing in Corona, probably run all the way to Damasco Canyon Road. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. Into Martinez.
It's the perfect time for that new green kitchen because the kitchen store is having a big fall sale. Find the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of the South in the big fall sale by dialing 310 Kitchen, and on the web at 310kitchen.com. When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything. You guys! I love this store! I love these nuts. I love our kickball league. Oh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I love? A ride when it's time to head out. If you see a buzz warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NISA, the ad council. I love your car. Is this real, brother? John here. You've heard me talk for years about Cutting Dental, Southern California's premier dental practice. They're pioneers of the all-on-4 teeth-in-a-day procedure. Plus, they can handle all your dental needs, from bridges to braces. filling, cleaning, root canals, cosmetic dentistry, and more. If you're scared of the dentist like I was, don't worry. Cunning Dental can put you in a gentle twilight sleep of full anesthesia. I've been going for over 20 years. Call now for free extended x-rays, 888-640-5 prescription supplies. Your solar local and veteran-owned Super Solar. Super Solar.com.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find your we your target area from anywhere else, and we can give you access to those particular customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to say you have iHeartMedia to work for you. You can start today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
More stimulating thoughts.
I have to do it.
This morning is the Conway Show. Still dealing with the mountains, still trying to dig out. Now they're expecting rain, so flooding going to happen up at Big Bear and Lake Arrow Bear, over on up there, Blue Jay. And I know a lot of people might be like $20 every day. Well, I'll tell you what. This is a catastrophe happening in our own backyard. If it were happening in Orange County or Ventura, talk about it as well. These are our brothers and sisters in Southern California if they're suffering. Can't ignore them. So please, have some sympathy or empathy or both. So we're working on that. Another atmospheric river is coming through California. And it's going to be a lot more rain. Stay going with the rain. And then also our report finds that colorectal cancer rising in adults under 55. Somebody who we were friends with, since she moved to Bakersfield and Las Vegas to try to get her career going. She did that, kicked ass, and now she's back here at Steakhouse in the morning. We're going to stay out with us. Like, Lena, how are you?
Oh my God!
Hey, what's going with you? Man, oh man! It seems like forever that you, me, Stu, Gregory, Belly, and everybody were sitting around Bill Handel's house, and then you split. You went to Bakersfield and Las Vegas, huh?
Oh my God, those are the good ideas. I spent some time in San Diego too, by the way. I also really made my rounds before coming back here.
Right, but you paid your dues, and now you're on one of the biggest stations in the second biggest market in the United States. It's great.
Oh, it is so crazy. Life is insane.
And since you left, you also got married. Is that correct?
I did. We're celebrating our 1 year this weekend.
Wow! Where are you going to? A Kings game, or how are you going to celebrate?
I have absolutely no idea. I think we're still trying to figure that out. The whole move and settling in. When I left Las Vegas, I think it was on a Thursday or Friday, and then I started here on a Monday. So I had 2 days. I don't think we're fully unpacked yet, even though I should not have an excuse because it's been like 2 months now.
Okay.
But, we're moving and shaking, but I'm so happy to be back. It's so great. Takeout's so great. Everyone's so wonderful. Hearing you on the radio.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I'm at home. It's nice to be back. It's familiar. It's home. It's great.
Yeah, and it's not 130 degrees in the summer like. Hey, so when you were auditioning or you got the call for Takeout, what was that process like? Did they fly you in and audition you, or are you an offer only? Audition you, or are you an offer only?
Well, they were planning for the morning show, so they had a couple spots open. And for my particular position, because it was a special hybrid role, I think because of the fact that I was here and I had the experience in doing practice and all that, it was a little bit of an easier process, I would say. But yeah, I came in, I toured the place, I met with everyone, and yeah, it's been great. Have you come on our show before? I think you should, if you have it.
awfully early, baby. Way early.
No, hold on. Wait a second. You're wrong. Because we start at 4 o'clock in the morning, if you have it.
I haven't. Awfully early, baby. Way early.
No, hold on. Wait a second. You're wrong. Because we start at 4 o'clock in the morning, so we go all the way through 11 o'clock in the morning. And we have all the way through 11 o'clock in the morning. I know you have a weird show, but you should be up by 8, 9, or 10.
Okay, here's my lifestyle. 11 a.m. is still way too early.
No, don't say that. Come on.
Hey, is everyone getting along on the set? I'm starting a new project like this. There's usually one or two idiots that don't get along with everybody.
Oh my gosh, no, everyone is so great. It's the best I've worked. And no one told me to say that at all. It is literally the place to work. Everyone is so kind. They're so well-rounded. They have so much experience. Just behind the scenes and in front of the camera, it's really great.
You know Tim, Kalina's first time on the air and training? No way, is that right? Worked the overnight doing traffic for me. Wait a minute,
Yeah.
yeah, I didn't know that. Wow. You remember what name you used when you couldn't use Kalina's
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Wow. You remember what name you used when you couldn't use Kalina's
Oh, yeah. You know, so, I don't know, Chris Little hated my name. And he would go, he called me one day and he was like, what are you saying right now? Tina? What is that? I don't understand. And I said, it's my name, Kalina Estrada. I don't like it. Come up with something different. So for a very long time, I went that name Dallas. And I don't even know how I came up with that. I have no clue. On KFI, but on the other stations, I was Kalina. But yeah, he hated my name and it stuck around though. So I'm still Kalina, guys.
So, what was that like 1948 where this guy is telling us, to change your name? Nick Cognition used to be more Sylvia for the same reason.
We did, yeah, we did. Honestly, Chris Little was so funny. That much I was beyond in one of the like interesting conversations I've had in this business, just because I never had anyone call me so upset hearing my real name.
I worked with a guy at KLSX. His name was Jerry Witkowski, program director that said, hey, Witkowski doesn't print in LA. You're going with Lopez. And it was just, so he told this Jewish kid, this white Jewish kid, hey, you're now, Jerry Lopez. Jerry's like, I'm not changing my name. All right, so how do you get a hold? What are your social media? I know a lot of people have wanted to follow you when you were at ABC, and now that you're back, they want to make sure they follow you again. How do people find you?
So it's super easy. It's just my name. It's not Queen Trino. It's Trino. So it's really great. So into the forward TikTok show, I know it's really every month, but if you stay up late and you decide to watch, from 4 o'clock in the morning until 4:30. Thursday all the way up until 11, we have different anchors that come in, we have different content, and it's so great. So please watch. It's the best morning show in LA. And then I just got a new show too. It's called at 11:30. So if you want to come on there, maybe we can do it. I'm just trying to recruit you to be one of our guests.
Okay, is your 11:30 show, is it on TV or internet?
So right now it's kind of both. Okay. We were on air today. Tomorrow I think we're on air again. Yeah, I remember tuning and vice versa.
Okay. I'm not to the 11:30 show, but that's the earliest.
Oh, yeah.
All right, great. I'm glad you're in LA. I know that you're good friends with Steve Gregory and a lot of people here at KFI. And this is where you started. Always be home, always be family. It's great to see personally you really kick ass. Put in all the drive around and pay your dues and work in these crap markets. But to come back to LA and be anchoring in LA in the morning is a huge deal. And I think you're very proud of yourself.
You're so sweet. Thank you so much. It's been a ride. It's been a blast. It was all worth it. And I'm really glad to be back.
Dude, they're like some fucking robots on that fucking island.
Started here at KFI. I didn't know that. She did before school route. Like, she got back here where she is now. Like, the way journalists and anchors start to do it way
now she's anchoring at KFI. That's a good, great story. All right, you're live on KFI 8640. One hour show on KFI 24 News. 4 dogs, including 3 Belgian Malinois and Corso. King Corso have been put down after mauling a man to death who was working on the owner's property Tuesday. The feds are dropping investigations of the deaths and illnesses of animals at Puerto Rico's only zoo. The zoo is closed, and losing the investigation allows the animals to be transferred to other states where it is wet. And a girlfriend or ex-girlfriend of Tiger Woods wants to nullify a non-disclosure agreement he signed when she worked for the golfer. The NDA should be nullified because of sexual assault or sexual harassment conditions. Partly cloudy, cold tonight, partly cloudy tomorrow, and a little warmer than if you showers Friday. This before brought by Catalina Island Company. There's a crash on the storm.
This is 405, and it's a warm southbound side coming up at Rosecrans. Middle lane is blocked, the road loading up leaving the 105. Out to Anaheim Hills, we've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Got him. That's here for the 91. 91 east side, just a little before we're seeing the chart scale. That is the 2 fast and the 2 weather blocks. So bus for back on the main line. There's 2 about Imperial Highway. The fast traffic, they're back up to the beginning of the freeway, way back there at the 55. Now, it also looks like similar problems coming up. It looks like an overturned vehicle now into the Irvine area, I should say. It looks like the south outside of the 405, just approaching Jamboree. Maybe a little closer to Culver. They're talking about an overturned vehicle there, and a couple of lanes is already sitting back in towards John Lane Airport. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Hope they can go faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. It's the mainland. Let's get there and stay out to Catalina Island where adventure awaits you. Whether it's an exhilarating flight on the zipline eco tour, the chance to spot a bison on the bison expedition, or talk to us at the Santo Beach Club. There's something for everyone. Plan today at visitCatalinaIsland.com.
This report is sponsored by GiveMeTheVin.com. So I'm bullish on these cars right now. Go to my website, GiveMeTheVin.com, and you will get a great experience. They'll call it America's Best Car Buyers for next day. Hey, it's Team Sharp. If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. On the state, and not in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current. The time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? It starts by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Go to sunlux.com, sunlux.com. CSL 2100 on IDQ's Daily Game Podcast. The cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IDQ's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or the iHeartRadio podcast. Like, welcome to Ray.com is a Relentless Hope podcast. Because it's a show that will help you love your life, lead with purpose, and lay in a legacy of hope and optimism.
God can do anything. We put the girl to speak into the true joy and true joy.
Listen to Pray.com's Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. And now, a few words from your dog. Please join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Woodside Podcast on Sunday, April 2nd. For possibly next minute, ViralRabbi walks to a fun after for the hundreds of animals who take it to donate or join our team and walk with us. Go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle. KFIAM640 or stimulating talk. KFIAM 640 Conway Show. The Dawn. Al Stone came on at 4 o'clock, talking about the FAA. There, that FAA chief is on the hot seat. A lot of near misses in the skies. That's not good. Another atmospheric river is taking aim at California. You know what? This is another rain river. Another rain river. There you go. We're going to use that term from now on. And the winner of the $2.2 billion Powerball jackpot She bought himself a sweet-ass house in Hollywood Hills. A little over $25 million. Woo! You know, when Alex Stone was on talking about a lot of near misses, it reminded me of George Carlin. George Carlin had a great run, a great career, but a great run on flying. And he had a great point. If they're not near misses, when two planes almost collide, they're near hits. Here's one they just made up. Near miss. When two planes almost collide, they call it a near miss. It's a near hit. A collision is a near miss. No, they nearly missed. That's great. That guy is the best, man. He's absolutely the best. Nobody is even. I did watch that Chris Rock special last night. Oh, how was it? Yeah. Didn't really enjoyed it. Oh, okay, all right. It's kind of either way on Chris Rock, but really enjoyed this special by him. I thought it was decent. Yeah. I love some of the points you made, absolutely. But for comedy's sake, I don't know that I laughed like out loud. Well, okay, I get that. But I mean, it was good. It was interesting to watch. I watched it twice. I found it better and funnier the second time. Okay. Yeah, it wasn't bad. It wasn't like, woo! Let me ask you a question, okay? He got $40 million for that special. If he did not get hit by Will Smith, how much do you think Netflix would have laid on it? $4 million? Yo, yeah, $5 million maybe. I bet. Maybe $5. It might have been like a package, like he did with Chappelle. He did 3 specials and like $20 million over the 3 or something like that. Right. Yeah, but for one special, it would have been around $4 or $5 million. So, yeah. So him getting hit in the face made him an extra $35 million. Man. I would do. Somebody come hit me. Yeah. I don't think I'm wait. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Then they just fire me, you get nothing. You just absolutely jackass. But, so that punch made him an extra $35 million. You know what? I'll bet you it made him more than that. Because when he goes out to sell his concerts here now, it's standing room only. And everybody loves the guy again. So, I'll bet it's closer to $50 or $60 million from that one punch. Man, oh man, that is wild. And he was smart. Remember when he first went out to Boston to do a show after last year's Oscars, and he didn't talk about it. He says, I'm not talking about it until I get paid to talk about it. And man, he's smart. After watching the whole thing, at one point I looked to see how much time was left on the session, and Jim was like, oh, you're bored? I go, no. I'm curious to how much time is left before he actually gets into it, because he didn't until the last 10 minutes. Man, you and I are exactly the same. I'm constantly putting it on pause to find out how much time is left. Yeah, hitting the down button. And he did, too. You could tell when he hit that moment where it was like, all right, here it comes. Yeah, that's what everybody's waiting for. Everybody is waiting for it. Even Valio. You said you saw it and you didn't. You did?
I watched it last night.
How was it? Like it?
I thought it was very fun. I'm kind of in between the two of you because I thought some parts of it were hilarious and funny, and then some parts I was like, ooh.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. I like the part where he said, when men date 25-year-olds, not because they're more attractive, but because they're cheaper. Yeah, and not because they're younger. Yeah, right. Because they're just cheaper. Yeah, they'll be walking around at 25 going, I need shoes. There's shoes. Can you Venmo me? That's a little app I put on your phone 3 weeks ago. Can you Venmo me shoes? I need shoes. Somebody's shoes. I need shoes. I just want shoes. And he says, and then maybe she'll, model them for you, perhaps with nothing on and everybody wins. Everybody's happy. Yeah. But for the price of a pair of shoes. That's right. But you date a 50-year-old woman and she's like, hey, can you come over and take a look at my ring? I gotta get a contract now. It really is great. It was fantastic. That whole run there was great. And almost as good as Bellio's favorite song. Yeah! This can tell you a phrase that in a while. Nothing on the way to look. I make you. I'll make you double take. Yes! Bring that all I feel. I'll call up the title. I can put you up in that break.
make it clean. Never let that storm clean. I'm not the kind that beat up, gonna make you glad to see. Ooh, tell me what you want. I see what I'm doing, devil. Cause they know I don't want
All right, here we go.
I can have my feet on. I can wear my reason song. There is nothing wrong that made you know I do.
That's a great song. Hey, man, you know, that has 111 million views over the last 4 months. What percentage, Sally, do you think is attributed to us on
like 75?
Like 75 million. Wow.
Yeah,
I didn't think it that high, but okay. I get it. And I think she lives locally in the San Fernando Valley.
Yeah, I heard that as well.
Yeah, she'll come in. We'll keep playing on music. That's how it happens, right?
I would love that.
Yeah, you're a big fan.
I am a big fan.
You'll be starstruck.
Yes, I would.
Although you were starstruck when we had those kids in from Star Kids, the fire bringers.
I have to get back to the yes. I was very excited. We got work to do. It's just not time for cleaning and dancing right now. We got work. I don't really want to do the work today. I don't really want to do the work today. I don't really want to do the work today. I don't want to do the work today. What? Okay. Uh-oh. I don't really want to do the work today. I don't really want to do the work today. I don't really want to do the work today. I don't want to do the work today. I'm not going to understand. Just figure out how to move, how to do that through the night of Kevin. I got work to do. How about you know the feeling brain to try to sing the
Song as well. All right, we got to take a break. We're live on KFI AM at 640. And more now groceries. Community helpers in LA County have organized a drive to stock a food pantry at the Marine Corps base in 29 homes. President of the Rotary Club, San Venus, Raymond Foster, says the troops know their families are eating, they can focus on their job.
They know the families have getting food. Young D knows that we did a food drive and the pantry 500 food the families will be fed. Who's the more effective defender of our freedom?
Foster says 22,000 military families are getting supplemental nutrition assistance program benefits because of inflation and lower military pay for service members with lower ranks. Drive will be held March 11th. Those interested in helping can contact the Rotary Club in San Dimas for more information. This report brought to you by James Accident Attorney. California's cutting off Walgreens over at San Francisco Hills. Governor Newsom says the state is not renewing its $54 million contract with the company because Walgreens won't spend mifepristone, I should say, in 20 states. The state leveraged its market power to defend the right to sue. The renewal will take effect May 1st. The state says it's exploring other options. The new board of Walt Disney World's government in Florida for the first time, and 5 board members appointed by Governor Ron DeSantis think that they could stay in COVID-19 restrictions at Disney World and recommend getting rid of 2 cities that were created after the state approved the theme park resort's self-governance in the 1950s. District firefighters urged the board to Biden fire trucks to improve pay and increase staff. The DOJ says police in Louisville have engaged in a pattern of violating constitutional rights. The announcement comes after an investigation prompted by the fatal police shooting of a black woman in her home in 2020. DOJ's report says the police department discriminates against black people in its enforcement activities, uses excessive force, and conducts searches based on invalid warrants. Attorney General Merrick Garland says the conduct is unacceptable and heartbreaking. And safety regulators in the U.S. have opened an investigation into Tesla's Model Y SUV. The complaints the steering wheel can come off while being driven. Some people say that's exactly what happened to them while driving their car.
The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is together looking into the fact that both those cars were delivered to customers with a missing bolt that holds the wheel to the steering column.
Yeah. ABC says the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration wants to know if the same thing happened with any other cars. It says the investigation is covering an estimated 120,000 cars in the 2023 model year. Well, Section 10 freeway. Well, if you've taken the journey to the final days or weeks of life with a loved one, you know how difficult it can be on everybody. But it doesn't have to be. I'm inviting you to join me in supporting our amazing project with my friends over at Roundtree Gardens. Roundtree Gardens, the beautiful senior living community in Orange County, needs your help to open up a Compassion House. That's their faith-based hospice center. And Compassion House
who offer end-of-life care, comfort, and dignity. Your donation means patients will pay nothing, and their families can stay close right next door for free. So join me and our KFI family in supporting Compassion House at Roundtree Gardens, the charity that supports community families during a very difficult time. Make your tax-free donation by visiting RoundtreeGardens.com and then clicking on Compassion House banner right there. Again, it's the Compassion House banner at RoundtreeGardens.com. That's RoundtreeGardens.com. Hit the clouds tonight. It's cold. Overnight lows above 40 degrees. Partly cloudy tomorrow. A little warmer. The showers beginning late tomorrow and into and during Friday into Friday evening. 56 in Costa Mesa, 58 in La Palma. This breakdown dead ahead in Santa Monica.
Down coming up on Cloverfield, where the middle lane, well, a stall car runs in middle lane. Looks like it's in the center divider now. But the lanes are backing up all the way from Lincoln, South Drive. Beyond stall, the drive remains slow across the city all the way to Boyle. And so Brian, hey, I'm in the sky.
The update that's into the Irvine area. This is the south outside of the 405 with the great culvert. This return vehicle blocking the car full of two. Right on his roof, the wheels are up, and it's wheels up right back to the 65. Once outside, they're looking to move down Irvine, moving to 133. Just gap up a bit, and then back on to Fairview, most of the way to COB. Now, heading back to Anaheim Hill, you got a big drop over there. That's the 91 eastbound. This is where the cut scale. Overturned vehicle there in the fast track lanes, and the left check has 3 left lanes at the main line. As static is going for the 57, and I gotta say it's painful most of the way up to Green River. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Santa Clarita, the 14 northbound is loading up at the I-freeway all the way to Florida Canyon Road. Hey, FI in the sky, help take you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Imagine air travel that's simple and hassle-free. That's Surf Air. Save hours on every trip. Fly on your own schedule. Avoid crowded terminals. And never stand in another line again. As a Surf Air member, you're in control of your travel day. SurfAir.com. Stress-free, easy air travel. Get a free quote on your next flight at SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly. SurfAir.com. I realize the complexities of the human body and its ability to heal itself. That's orthopedic surgeon Dr. John Herzog talking about regenerative medicine at QC Connect. It's a very well thought out process, and they use it in all the professional fields around the world. Regenerative medicine uses healing agents from your own body, like your blood or bone marrow, highly concentrated and delivered right to the aching joint. Putting it in the spot where it can't normally get to, you can facilitate healing. At QC Connect, they are the nation's leader in this exciting field of medicine. Lasting pain relief with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery. People are very happy to have an opportunity to get better without going through the entirety of a medical procedure. The old ways of dealing with joint pain are no longer the only way. Learn more about regenerative options that can help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-8. That's 213-997-8. 213-997-8. Activity. I'm living cause it's good and wrong. Cause it's up. Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations. Keep Ryan, keep Craig. What guys, you still doing radio? It's over to access to all of the once-in-a-lifetime events. The iHeartRadio Music Festival. iHeartRadio Music Awards. You go on. Make some noise right now. iHeart makes some noise. Access to all of the best free curated playlists. My favorite music. And that's on. A little bit of everything. Access to all the great podcasts for every interest.
I'm right now in my podcast. Hey, it's Becca and Tanya, and you may know us from our podcast, Rabbi.
Access to all of the mind-blowing content. $20,000.
That's big. The whole weekend, incredible.
Access to all of your favorite superstars.
Miley Cyrus, Lizzo,
Harry Styles.
iHeartRadio, how I get to you.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to and check them all. It doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
and stop the illness from getting serious, and help you catch negative symptoms as soon as you feel symptoms. Just go like it. Let your nose get cold. Looks like you're serious about the virus in your body. Just have a TRUMAN. You're just negative symptoms before you feel you visit youcandothis.org or call 833-422-4255 to ask for medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health.
Is it getting harder to find a new customer? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising, with experts ready to craft your message fast. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
Alright, ding dong. Here we go. There are a lot of big important stories that are happening. We said almost 1,900,000,000 pounds of snow blanket San Bernardino. There's another rain river coming in to California. There's a lot more rain over the next 10 days. And the winner of the $2 billion Powerball jackpot is caught himself a sweet parrot in the Hollywood Hills. So I don't know if he's single or not, but baby, he is. The guy to hook up with. Yeah, bingo. I know who it was. Yeah, let me
think the fact that he bought a $25 million house is an indicator that he's going to go through that money pretty quick?
I hope not, but it certainly is a big red flag.
Yeah.
That, guys get that money, go through it in 3 years, and then they're busted out. There's one guy that won $200 million in South Carolina. $200 million. And 5 or 6 years into it, he was broke. We're just on Channel 4 real quick here. You guys have Channel 4 on there? There's an explosion, an underground explosion in Encino. Pop that up and see what's going on here. Looks like it blew off a manhole cover. NBC Channel 4. I can't read, what's that read? Alright, well, you're pulling it up. Okay. They have a helicopter over, and I can't tell where in Encino this is. It looks like it's in the hills. Looks like some pretty wealthy joints.
The hero is now off the way.
Yeah. We're good, man. We're sharp. Thank you. The interesting thing was that the manhole itself, the cover, isn't what looked like what blew off. Yeah, you're right. It was like the square frame that holds the manhole cover. Yeah, which is a lot. That's a big all that concrete and that heavy manhole cover. Yeah, that's wild. We'll find out where that was and bring that news to you. But anyway, so getting back to this guy, he won $200 million in South Carolina. And 5 or 6 years later, he was completely broke. His marriage is broken up. His kids don't talk to him. And he said if he had to do it all over again, on the way to the lottery office, he would have ripped up the ticket and thrown it out the window. Isn't that wild? $200 million destroyed that man's life. So it can happen. I bet most people who win the lottery, their lives get worse in the long term. In the short term, it's right. You got a $25 million new pad up in Hollywood Hills. It's wild. Sounds like most people took that payout. Yeah, that's right. When your actions dictate the now, that's exactly what you just said. Everything's great right now. Right. Then 4 or 5 years down the road, it's tough because that's not steady money. You're going to have $20 million, $200 million coming in every year. Unless you gamble, maybe you can pull it off. I don't know. Maybe someone will go to gambling. I was watching the other day, and this animation commercial or PSA comes on for smoking. And there's this animation guy who's trying to quit smoking and climbing up a mountain. He always falls back. He tries to quit smoking. He stopped buying cigarettes. And so he said if he bummed a cigarette off a friend, it's not like smoking because he didn't buy the pack. And then he said, I stopped bumming cigarettes off people and I would just take hits.
15 friends are smoking, I take 15 different hits at a party off their cigarettes. And my question is, wait a minute, you seem to be a young man in 2023, and you have 15 friends who are smoking? Wow, that is some move. 15 friends who smoke? That's crazy. But I think smoking is making a little bit of a comeback, with these electronic cigarettes. And I see young people smoking now more than I did before. It's wild. It's crazy. Kids go to the club and they smoke their cigarettes. Oh boy, a lot of information out there that's not good for you. But I don't think kids care. Most kids don't believe they're going to live till they're 30 anyway. And so they start smoking, and then they get addicted, they can't quit. I understand. Been there myself, I'm not going to judge it. I'm just saying, I see a lot more of it than I used to. And it's kind of odd. And I don't want to judge people. I used to say that back with it. I don't want to judge anybody. Tim, you do that 4 hours a day. That's all you do. That's all talk radio is judging other people. That's what you do. That's part of the job. Yeah, it is the job. It's a judge. I'm like, okay, I know that. But again, I'm not judging people. I'm just saying I'm seeing a lot more of it. I'm seeing a lot more kids that are in their early 20s smoking cigarettes. And it's odd to me when you look at a kid who's walking down the street and he's like 19 or 20 smoking a cigarette. I'm like, oh, okay, all right. Guy's going for it. I get it. I've been there before. I'm not judging him. I'm just seeing a lot more of it. I'm seeing a lot of it. All right, let's, how about this? A celebration of a lifetime is waiting for you. KFI AM 640 wants to send you to celebrate 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. Yeah, keep listening to KFI AM 640 for details on your chance to win a 4-pack of one-day, one-park tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park. There's also an extra chance for you to win on KFI's Instagram page, so buzz over there. Both ticket and park reservation required. Visit Disneyland.com for important details. Disneyland.com. All right, let's go. This is a story we touched on. We didn't get to the meat and potatoes of it. Or maybe we'll come back. It's the EV, the infrastructure isn't in place. We have more information on that. So if you do have an electric car, this is important for you. Very important for you. You know what I also heard? I also heard that this feeling of electric cars is almost impossible. Because you have to have the fob with you to run the car. And I don't know if that's true or not, but it's much easier to feel a combustion engine gas-powered car than an electric car. So you got that on your side. You can't charge it anywhere because there's no, organized charging facilities outside of big cities. If you're, traveling across country, good luck when you hit, Oklahoma and ask the local guy out on Highway 15 or 14, whatever it is. Hey, isn't your charging station? I'm like, what? Charging what? We're not there yet. Love, we're not there. All right, come back. We'll talk about that. And also the Oscars are this weekend. Oscars this Sunday, and our own Steve Gregory is going to be there. So Steve will be on with Bill Handel on Monday, with Gary and Shannon on Monday, and then John and Ken, I imagine. That's a 50-50. And then you'll be on with us for sure on Monday. So behind the scenes at the Oscars, Steve Gregory's with you. We're live on KFI AM 640. Morning Now Exposure in KFI's 24-hour newsroom. An 18-year-old couple has been charged with selling pot, vape pens, and magic mushrooms using a mobile delivery service to students at schools throughout the Temecula Valley. The White House has brought together state lawmakers, federal officials, and others to work on how to fight junk fees for everything from hospital visits to airline tickets, student loans, and concert tickets. ESPN's using an all-female production crew for today or tonight's NBA game between the Dallas Mavericks and New Orleans Pelicans for International Wednesday. It includes all the announcers, directors, and 15 social media operators. Public party cold out there tonight. Public party a little warmer out there tomorrow. Showers on Friday. This report brought to you by Amtrak from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. Something on.
This is on the 57 freeway, making the way northbound at Orange Boy, faster correct in the carpool lane. Going to backing up away from Chapman. Beyond the crash, the driver's phone stretches all the way to the 60 in Diamond Bar. It's out to Anaheim Hills with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Still troubles up to 91 here, Angel. 91 eastbound, just Percy Bridge and Union Truck Scale. That's an overturned vehicle that was out of the two fast track lanes and the two left lanes of the main line. Off the bumper, back towards the Imperial Highway. It's not quite done yet. You're back on the brakes here, just leaving the 241. Now, approaching the 241, I should say, and fairly heavy from there out towards Green River. Still problem into the Irvine area. The 4-5 southbound at Culver. That's an overturned vehicle there in the carpool, or should say the carpool with two left lanes. Off of the bumper, back to the 55. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
In Corona, the 16 southbound slowing down at Magnolia Avenue to better past Maxwell Canyon Road. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Spring break travel can't plan itself, so get going with your next adventure aboard Amtrak. You can save up to 20% when you book in advance at Amtrak.com. 7-day advance purchase required. Restrictions and exclusions apply. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com. Hi, this is John. And Conway here. This Saddleback Eye Center offer has never been done before. This offer is for KFI friends and family. It's you. You can get this offer only if you're listening to KFI now. Would you like $1,800 off LASIK? Of course you would. Saddleback Eye Center is offering KFI listeners. Saddleback Eye Center is offering KFI listeners the certificate for up to $1,800 off LASIK with the friends and family certificate. I walked into Dr. Manger's office. My eyesight was 21,000. I left there better than 2020. You know, John came in my office one day. He said, "Why do you have 9 pair of glasses on your desk?" I said, "I don't know." He said, "Call Dr. Manger, my doctor." And I did. I see beautifully. Anyway, call right now and get your friends and family certificate up to $1,800 off LASIK. We can give away only 10 discount certificates to KFI listeners who schedule a free LASIK exam. We can get out 10 $1,800 LASIK friends and family discount certificates. You must call now. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. Hey, go on. Contractor license 104778. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is our team rejuvenation, where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is one for our little drains to your baby belly with a 30-foot drain thing. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice at that price. Get upstairs and get in and plumbing. CLECTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Live from the Hayes bedroom, it's another eventful night for us. Experienced Ron has been struggling with his feedback. His wife Michelle is trying to raise the ratings. Michelle throws an elbow. He's leaving for the couch. He should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires the sleep apnea treatment. Give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. John. Learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
The Marketers Report. This week, Patricia Stangaletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and maintaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for show, audio was part of that. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
At Ralph, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. One small fix for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Ralph.com. Ralph, fresh for everyone. It's the cheaper price you'd like to be doing.
Fresh fruit makes for a delicious sweet treat. 18-ounce containers of Simple Truth organic blueberries are $4.99. $4.99 with your car. Now, fresh to everyone. Watch Top Stars Battle on Tennis Channel at one of the sport's biggest events, the BXC Parabot Open in Indian Wells, California. Exclusive daily live coverage at 10 a.m. now through March 19th on Tennis Channel. Ready to celebrate your favorite podcast at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in to the best podcast, take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page, and listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9.
Are you looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat Oat Milk. It's delicious in coffee, smoothies, cereal, or by the glass. Planet Oat Oat Milk tastes every bit as marvelous as the delicious moments it inspires. Pick it up in your local grocery store today.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. Charging my phone in my electric vehicle. Range my bag. Charging phone. CD player. Who would have CD player?
Anybody has cassette tapes?
If I only could. Oh, Kelly, do you want to tell me about driverless technology? You can't even tell me about seamless technology. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Big ass stories here in Las Vegas. We got them all covered. We had over 1 billion pounds, almost 2 billion pounds of snow falling in the San Bernardino Mountains. That is outrageous. And then another rain river is taking aim at California as the state grapples with snow shutdowns, freezing rain, more rain coming. And that winner of the Powerball, $2 billion, just bought himself a sweet-ass house up in the Hollywood Hills. So good for him. And Paul Gasol got emotional last night when his jersey was retired. There you go. All right, Steve Gregory joins us. And Steve, welcome to KFI. How you, buddy? Thank you for having me. Yeah, appreciate you sliding by us. And Polina, Alice Stone. I think Polina's looking at
He was a late addition.
We're breaking news, Casey. So we're breaking news. Oh, not breaking news, but it's something right up your alley. And I'll go easy interested in it. I'll try to work for it. No, second best thing. I just went through cartridge training with the County Sheriff's Department. Oh, is that right? Yeah. Where's that? It's a track that's up in Cascade. Okay. It's a detention center. It's a huge. Wow, I'm supposed to do that. You know what? Bill, I think we can break that. Oh, good. Okay. I tell you something. It is not what you think it is. That's that was kind of the whole purpose. So we're doing two angles on this. It's sort of the controversy about when do a deputy, when does a deputy or an officer engage in the card change or pursuit, and when do they disengage? When do they know when to say no, and let them go, and track them by the air. So we went through a lot of that today. And then the other angle was, what you see on TV looks fun and kind of exciting, but when you get down and you're all of a sudden, you're thrown into the position of chasing somebody and you're in that car, and you've got to do a bunch of things at once because there's a lot of policy and procedure that's a little bit more out there. It's like the LA County Sheriff's Department, technically in their policy manual, has to follow the speed limit during a pursuit. No way. And the threshold for exceeding the speed limit for extreme circumstances is about 20 miles per hour over the speed limit. And that's it? That's it. Wow. And why would they tell everybody that, then? Well, because, it's really about safety. Everything in the policy procedure, it has to do with safety. Sure. Officer safety, deputy safety, bystander safety. And it's not a secret. I mean, it's a state law. But isn't it illegal for the perpetrator to also speed? Absolutely. So what they have to do is, and they can't pass on the right side. No way. So if some dumbass in the left side is just like to pull over for red sign or lights and sirens, they can't pass them on the right. That's all. Oh my God. Pass them on the right. Wow. Yeah. So when you're watching a car change, especially LA County Sheriff, now every department has its own policy. I'm glad I know that because now I'll watch cases differently. Yeah, but the State Department of Motor Vehicles still has rules established for these kinds of things. So it was pretty easy. And then they put us behind the wheel. A simulator or behind the wheel? No. We're driving the police interceptor with Ford Explorer. Is it the ones that also have the wheels on the side to stabilize it in case it flips? There are those cars out there, and they exist. The one thing that the LA County Sheriff's Department doesn't do that the LAPD is trained to is kidnapping. Wait. They say it again. So
county, they're just now starting to train in kittens, but LAPD has always trained kittens. Is every LAPD officer on the street trained to this? Wow, okay. They've all gone through what they call EVOP, emergency vehicle operations. Wow. All right. So how long was it? A full day up there? Yeah, full day. I just came back. You started up this morning and went through everything. And a lot of my colleagues from other media outlets were there today, a lot of TV, and so they were all there doing this stuff. So we took our view to pretend like you like them. I do like them. That's the thing. I do like them. I think we're on the air, right? Yeah. Like Carlos and Jamie over at ABC 7, they were up there. Carlos Ronda? Yeah. I like that. Carlos was great, Jamie's great, and they were actually big help to me today, and because we took a lot of video. Oh, okay. I actually took drones for this today. And then on one of our video guys upstairs, Vincent, who runs our video unit here at iHeart, he went with us today. Wow! Jacob was in the car doing the boom lights. And we made we're making a little bit for it. Oh, I like to see it. Yeah, so we're going to work on it. It'll probably be out early next week. Okay, so I'll do some radio versions for the next 2 days, so the package will be out next week. All right, Steve's regulars with us. He went through training today on pursuit and how to pursue criminals. And let me ask you something. When you go through that training, is it just one day? Well, no, it's like a 2-day intensive course for deputies. So they pack 2 days worth of training off the 4 hours. Do the deputies do it on their own time, or they getting paid for it? Oh, no, they're all getting paid. No, they're all on the clock. Were you getting paid for it? I was on the clock as well. Wow, they're making money up there. But the county and taxpayers were not paying for my appearance. iHeart did. iHeart did. All right, that's kind of cool. Yeah, so let's just put it this way. I didn't do so hot the first time. You crashed? I didn't crash, but what happened was I was being pursued. If they don't tell you what the scenarios are going to be, they kind of give you some basics, and then they want to see how you react. All of a sudden, I'm chasing somebody, and another cop car comes up out of nowhere behind me, trying to pass me. I don't know what to do, but the car in front of me, this old Crown Vic with the suspect, the bank robber, and I'm trying to chase them, and I couldn't care less about the cop car behind me. So I floored it, and this guy just tailgated on me. Wow. So I started blowing through cones. I'm going across the grass. It's like, and this MF ain't not going to get on me at all. And so and then come to find out I failed that. Oh, you did? I failed that scenario. All right. Well, it doesn't matter if you failed. I mean, my important part was to get to the instruction. That was it. You handcuffed? I got so close that the instructor sitting next to me and said, okay, disengage. You got him. Disengage. He had the driver's head brake over on his side. Oh, I see. Remember the driver's head brake? Yeah. And the driver's head steering wheel. No, they don't have those in these cars. But I do remember them back in the day. You know what? I always thought that would be the perfect car if you're driving home buzzed, because the cop pulls you over and goes, hey, you're driving drunk. Oh, I wasn't driving that guy. That guy's driving over there. That guy over there was over there. The DUI dummy car. That's right. Buddy, I'm glad you made it. Congratulations. Yeah, we'll catch you again. When we're ready, we'll come in. Yeah, please. That'd be great. And we'll catch you Monday after the Oscars. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oscars Sunday. Yeah, big weekend in front of you. Be great, everybody. Hey, fine. What? That's how you do it. Don't flip me off again, dude. That hurts my feelings. All right, we're live on KFI AM 640. We're not Trojan. KFI 24 minutes. Seriously, that's really cool. You're the smart speaker that go, what's very smart? Hey, wait, KFI AM 640. Oh, it is AM 640. Oh, it is smart.
KFI.
KOST,
Los Angeles, Orange County.
live everywhere on the Iron Radio app. A lot of money for a big project. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. San Juan Capistrano has broken ground on an almost $50 million project. It includes a new city hall close and quick.
Oftentimes, cities will say, oh, we're built out, we have no land.
Denver Housing CEO Laura Archuleta says, but San Juan Capistrano decided,
We're tight on land here, but what if we redid the city hall and we made a little space for housing?
Mayor Howard Hart says the 49 units of permanent supportive housing plus wraparound services reject NIMBYism by putting housing literally in the backyard of city government.
I thought a couple of things. One, as a veteran, is it's providing 10 permanent supportive housing units for veterans.
He said, too, the 50-year-old temporary city hall will finally be replaced. In San Juan Capistrano, Corbin Carson, KFI News. Health officials in LA are warning people about increased overdose risks associated with the sedative Xylazine, or Xylazine. It's been found in illegal drugs in San Francisco and San Diego. The Department of Public Health says it's likely to be LA too. Xylazine, it comes in a clear liquid that's cooked into a powder then mixed with opioids like heroin or fentanyl or pressed into counterfeit versions of Percocet, Vicodin, or Xanax to increase their effect. There's certainly no test to determine if the drug has Xylazine. Officials are asking people to prepare for torrential rain as the state continues to recover from mountain snow that fell earlier this week. About 16 million people across central and northern California were under flood watches this morning ahead of a storm set to drench the region tomorrow. Here in Tahoe, there's an incident of roof collapsing under the weight of all of the snow. Motor lane beaches crews have been working to clear the snow off the roofs of businesses and homes. The centers, streets, and streams on the western foothills of Nevada were most vulnerable to flooding from rain and snow. Daily Network supervisors has fired the county's probation chief. The board chair Janet Hahn said yesterday firing Adolfo Gonzalez is only the first step of a long road to fixing juvenile halls. State Oversight Board has repeatedly found county juvenile halls as unsuitable and voted the county to take corrective action, as well as the probation department since 2021. The judge in Memphis has delayed the release of nearly 20 hours of additional footage and internal documents related to the city's investigation into the death of a black man. The judge says the material can't be released until the 5 former police officers charged for the murder of Eileen Nichols have watched the videos. The unreleased footage will include audio of what was said after Nichols was beaten during his traffic stop in January, died 2 days later. A major albuterol manufacturer has filed for bankruptcy and is closing all its locations. Albuterol is used to treat asthma and has been on the FDA's drug shortage list since October. The impact could break with 25 million Americans or 1 in 12 currently with asthma and 4,100 deaths in the U.S. per year. Lionel Moisey says the manufacturer based in Illinois announced its closing last month. The American College of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology is advising patients with asthma not to overuse their inhalers and check a doctor for alternative medication.
Everything I learned about sexual practice, I learned to do.
A documentary about author Steve Williams is coming to Amazon Prime Video. It shares how he changed the way millions of teenagers understood themselves, sexuality, and what it meant to grow up, and also chronicles what led to her book banned and censored. The author of the Fudge series, Are You There, God? Queen Margaret, Forever, Freckle Juice, and Bangor, including Forever premieres April 21st. Stop playing with us in day 5 part body out there through the night. Cold was 40 and clouds will hang around tomorrow. And it's warm to stay the week looks like tomorrow. Highs around 60 in Tuesdays, around 70 in Metro Orange County, mid to upper 70s in Long Pine Valley. Close to 70 in the high desert. Chance of rain begins late tomorrow in the afternoon, and that's going to hang all through Friday during the day through Friday. Right now in Irvine, 55, Fullerton, 56, Burbank, 54, Orange, 55 degrees. If a minute report sponsored by Kobe Myers injury attorney. Jackson is down 58. NASDAQ was down, was up 46. S&P was up 6. The price of regular gas in California, $4.92 a gallon.
That's why your compensation after an accident. Call to Kobe Myers now. It's been used since 1972.
This is the Hawthorne.
This is the 105 heading eastbound away from the 405 freeway, taking red all the way to the 605. Even the westbound side of the 105. Camping up leaving the 605, got past 647 10 to 31 Eastern. Drive is you don't have to be beyond that traffic and a lot better. Well, into the way half. That's into the Linwood area. We've got Michael Bryan, KFI side.
Just a triple to Irvine. This is the 405 southbound at Culver. Overturned vehicle in the car full of the 2 left lanes. So there we have unusual flooding really on that stretch. It's bumper to bumper off 65. Northbound 405. Looking at Cruises back up to 133. Giving the Irvine center. And you'll be back on the brakes up like that. From Fairview, most of the way to the COT. Going outside of the 55 on the brakes now from the 405. Much of the way up to the 91. Michael Bryan, fly in the sky.
The drive in the hometown really loaded up on that 15 northbound away from 6 years to way to head to the 138. KFI in the sky. Helps us get there faster. I'm into Martinez.
It's how the Conway Show's being brought to you by Trillion Water. Get a complete whole house water filtration system for $0 down, $49 a month. Go to TRILLIONwater.com. If you own a small business, you got a COVID, and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer a few questions, take under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those
program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a six-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Attorney Joe Cordell. Business owners and professionals face special challenges in divorce court. In addition to everything else going on, they have to contend with allegations that they are earning more than they are, coupled with claims on their business or the practice itself. Clutch with assets depend on their divorce lawyer's skills in these matters. And that's why it's so important to hire someone that has those skills. 1455 Tracy Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108, CordellCordell.com. Hey, it's Jesse Kelly. Are you paying attention to Southern Russia and Ukraine? Any reminders of the Cold War days? If you've been on the fence about buying gold and silver, now is the time to make the call. Securing your IRA or 401k with real gold and silver is a portfolio protection plan, and Oxford Gold has made it as easy as 1, 2, 3. Call Oxford Gold right now and ask about bonus opportunities you may be eligible for. 833-404-GOLD. That's 833-404-GOLD.
Superwoman, 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 Superwoman,
More stimulating talk.
and I like the station.
KY80640. Time my show. Ding dong. Ding dong. All right, lots of snow. Almost 2 million pounds of it fell in San Bernardino Mountain. That seems to be a lot. Another rain event coming in this week. On Thursday and Friday this week. Next week, 2 or 3 days is sun. That's a lot. There'll be a lot of water up in the mountains. It's going to melt a lot of snow, and there's going to be flooding. The next pictures we see next week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, will be massive floods coming down off the mountains and up in the mountain community. So be prepared for that. And this flowery winter, he's still in the news. He got a payout of $997 million and just plopped $25.5 million down on it. Where? Oh, up in the Hollywood Hills. Now you got one of those infinity pools. He's overlooking Sunset Strip. Guys made it. He went from nothing, struggling maybe, in life, to now he's got it all. Life changed overnight. Yes. Man, I think I'd like to win that lottery. Wouldn't it be hilarious if all of a sudden, because we also got that story about somebody that's saying that their ticket was the got stolen. What if that ends up coming to be passed? So what happens? Does that person get the house? Let's find out. What do you think, Brett? Does that person get the house? Oh no. Let's get into that story. That's a great idea, exposure, because if that lawsuit does come up, yeah, this guy might have to, return everything. That's possible. Oh man, how about that? But George's referencing there's a guy making a claim that he is the actual winner of that ticket of the lottery, not the guy who bought his home. There is a new court filing in dispute over that $2 billion Powerball ticket.
The lawyers for the man who claims that he bought the ticket have identified a man who they claim stole it. The ticket was sold in Altadena in November, and state lottery officials have denied the claim that the ticket was stolen and declared another man the winner last month. They say they are confident in their process for betting winners.
Yeah, the lottery is that when there's when a guy comes in dispute 2-1 and there's a discrepancy there, a lot of people said you want to keep everything on the up and up. So we'll find out. A good news on the stabbing. There's a man arrested. Horrible story where this young kid, 17 years old, waiting for his mom to pick him up outside a restaurant. Grade A student is stabbed to death by this lunatic. 17 years old, grade A student, is waiting for his mom, and gets stabbed to death. That's the kind of city we live in now.
The suspect, according to the LAPD, had knives inside his house, but he managed to, after several hours of going back and forth, turn himself into LAPD peacefully. Now take a look at this video. Sci-Fi was overhead this morning when it all happened outside of the suspect's home here in Alhambra. This is the 2200 block of West Mount Drive. LAPD Central Homicide Bureau were led to this home based on surveillance video from the scene of the stabbing from last Friday. LAPD has not yet released the name of the suspect, but he appears to be a young adult dressed in all black in this video. According to neighbors, he would often walk around the neighborhood talking to himself. The LAPD also confirming to us this man has had run-ins with law enforcement in the past in relation to mental health issues. This morning, we saw him walk out of his home peacefully out the door down the driveway to reach by the curb. He was caught, escorted across the street, then placed in the back of a police unit. The suspect's mother, a crisis response team, all pleading with the suspect for several hours this morning to get him to surrender. And as all this was happening, the mother, 17-year-old Xavier Daniel Tagarin, he was here to see all of this. We have video of Xavier's mother walk towards the suspect's home. She is overcome with grief, yet relief that the person suspected of killing her son is now in police custody. I spoke with Xavier's stepmother off camera this morning. She said to me the hardest part in all this is knowing that this could have been prevented, given the fact that law enforcement knew about the suspect's mental health issues.
Yep, this all could have been prevented. That kid could have been at home tonight, eating dinner with his mom and dad. And instead, they're planning his funeral. 17-year-old, grade A student, and now they're planning his funeral. And the parents will never, ever get over that. Ever. With a lot of therapy, they can make progress, but they're never going to be the same. Not for a second for the rest of their life. And it could have been prevented. Could have been prevented.
From what I understand, working with the Alhambra Police Department, we have been a problem in this neighborhood. Hopefully we be brought to justice and it's no longer going to harm anybody in Los Angeles or in the city of Alhambra and this neighborhood is speed and
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is a further 17-year-old kid.
And what families go through. I don't know if this kid has brothers or sisters, but grief they have to go through. It's the worst. And over what? He wasn't robbing anybody. He was just trying to kill him. Because he was nuts. He was mentally crazy. And he should never been on the street. Never been on the street. And this poor kid was in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's it. It's unbelievable. But we keep tolerating this crap. We keep tolerating it every single day. You hear stuff like that. It's the worst. Yeah, it's the worst. I don't know what the turning point is, but it's gotta stop. Gotta stop. Or else people will be moved to smaller communities, even the big cities, because the big cities are the big. We're live on KFI AM 640. More now is Grocery, KFI 24 News. The committee in the Senate has moved forward the nomination of former TRILLIONAIRE Eric Garcetti to be ambassador to India. The full Senate is expected to vote. President Biden first nominated Garcetti in July of 2021. President Biden's upcoming budget proposal aims to cut deficits by nearly $3 trillion over the next decade. He promised $2 trillion in the State of the Union address last month. He's expected to talk about a little more tomorrow in Philadelphia. And Senator A. Pena is proposing a law to provide a standard that has the schoolgirls and women in prisons who are stained with menstrual blood tolerant last month to fight the stigma over women's periods. What's Section 405 freeway? Next. Well, it's not the wrong go. Everybody could use a couple of days to get away and recharge the batteries, enjoy yourself. And there's no better place than Morongo. There's always got something cool for all the people that stay there, all the people that stop by. It's madness on Sideline Sports Bar. Yep, the entire 30-foot wall of big screens going bananas with college basketball all month long. Plus, Plastic Guts with Dion Cole live on June 10th. What do you think now before that sells out? Ray Gun gift giveaway. You get a handy hand mixer when you're in 500 points on your rewards card on March 13th or the 14th. Your choice. Lucky you, a room with a view. Yeah, you get $20 in free slot play and a t-shirt. For only $99. Wow, that's a huge deal. On select days through the 23rd, call 888 Morongo. 888 Morongo. Play and dine, you can actually get up to $100 in dining credits for the marketplace when you play slots with your rewards card. Morongo.
time for everybody. Get to a crash in Irvine.
Contains 405, and it's making the rain along that southbound side, coming up on Culver Drive, closer into that lane to Ben Block, with overall slowing, getting away from just about the 55 freeway. Just a mess out there. Northbound slowing down the Silverwood as well. Now, in Anaheim Hills, the wreck on the 91 eastbound just before we were turning, taking out both fast track lanes and the two left mainline lanes. And that is making the direct away from the 57 freeway. Now, traffic is pretty tough out of Pasadena, 210 eastbound, leaving the 134 freeway all the way to 6, and ahead in upland from baseline to the 15. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm into Martinez.
There's a football with Sean Lane. People Cricket from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Stable Shores.
Tonight, Capital 7-game NBA Wednesday schedule as the Clippers hosting the Raptors. The Ducks are visiting the Canucks. Surgeons reported Dodgers infielder Gavin Lux's injury was a lot worse than the initial reported sprain, but treated the surgery was a success. Longtime Syracuse men's basketball coach Jim Boeheim will not return to helm the program after a 47-year tenure. I'm Frank Garrett. During Staples Teacher Palooza, teachers say big or you save. It's the perfect time to help your favorite teachers stock their classroom. Save 25% on classroom decor. Plus 12 bottles of Pure Out hand sanitizer for just 49 cents. In-store offers free office. Hurry to Staples today.
This report is sponsored by Memorial Care. Whether it's Sunday afternoon or 3 a.m., whenever, wherever, they're with you at Memorial Care. Get high-quality care virtually or in person. Day or visits, day or night, 24/7 telephone support, and more. Visit choose.memorialcare.org for more information.
Hi, I'm Tyler at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer over 50 different custom window treatments, including forward blinds and shutters, all at prices less than retail. Plus, we'll send you free samples before you buy. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys! I love this song!
I love not.
I love our kickball league! Oh! I love this guy! What's your name?
You know what I love? A ride when it's time to head out. If you see a buzz warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NISA and the Ad Council. I love your car. Is this real leather?
Hey y'all, U-Shark, it's 2023 and you're excited about making some changes in your home. Bravo you! But when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard-to-find appliances, along with sinks, faucets, tubs, toilets, etc., you know the drill, you're going to need my secret weapon. Here it is. WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WDC. Like the much-sought-after Thermador 36 Pro Harmony gas range, or Thermador French door fridge, or the Wolf built-in double oven. Sure, you can order them, but WDC has them. And the same is true with just about everything else you're looking for. To get your kitchen and bath done right, you need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts I have trusted for years, WDC. Find the WDC nearest you at WDCappliances.com, WDCappliances.com.
Oh, iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations. The Daily Show.
Hey, Joe, check it in.
All of the once-in-a-lifetime events.
There you go. Are you ready?
All the best in-tune playlists, my favorite music, all the podcasts for every interest. Stuff they go to what you feel. All of the mind-blowing content. $20,000 awesome. All your favorite superstars from the Foo Fighters. And check them off the Devil House absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
In this race called life in America, one particular runner has never been allowed to even get a lap in. Where everyone else was at the finish line, everyone was like, man, I gotta go back to the dartboard and see if I can get there sooner or later. And that's what we did here, trying to address here.
So follow us sharp Saturday evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
We're following some major stories here. There's a travel advisory for 6 states in Mexico at level 4. It means, please, there we go. It can wipe you out. So that's important. The Oscars, few changes this year. We'll get to that. And More rain is on the way. A lot more rain. Let's find out when and how much. Like we need it. Right? We don't need any more of this rain. No, we've had it. 100 inches or so. You look outside today, what a beautiful, sunny, partly cloudy day, but there is more rain on the way to Southern California. We talked about atmospheric rivers maybe about a month ago. Yeah. Well, that's been playing out again. But this time, atmospheric river brings a lot of rain, and we took the snow melt from the local mountains. So you put those two things together, there's an increased concern for flooding. For today, about that flooding concern. More atmospheric rivers are ready to roll into Southern California over the next few weeks, continuing what's already been a very wet winter. However, these storms are associated with a subtropical atmospheric river, which is different than the blast of cold air from a few weeks ago. All right, that means a lot more rain, a lot less snow, a lot more flooding. That is warm, and that's why the lower elevations are very critical right now, where they have snowpack. You get the melting and the rain combined. Now, the last couple of ones, you have a lot more cold air involved, so we wouldn't see as much flooding. But this one, these next two are big problems, of course. These atmospheric rivers will bring more rain, and it combined with the existing snow melt in the mountains. In low elevation, it's going to create an increased risk of flooding. Yes, you got to be careful up there when you're on Highway 18 or 138 or whatever that you're on. If you get a lot of mud and debris coming off those hills pretty quickly. Because these low elevation areas that got a lot of snow because of the cold weather, now it's warming up. You're melting and then you're adding rain on top of that, and it's still not going to hold that water at low elevation. Maybe high elevation now low, and that's going to increase those collectors. They're capturing all that snow melt and rainfall at the same time. They're going to be seeing some of the highest flows we've seen in some time. Recent storms have made a significant impact on California's drought, and AccuWeather predicts that drought could be over too. Yes! We're out of the drought. That's the great news. The silver lining. No more drought. It's a pattern that's very favorable to end this drought, and that's what we've been looking for years right now. And it's amazing. Already been an incredible amount of rain so far for this winter season for Southern California. That's only going to continue with some more atmospheric rivers in the month of May. I'm not the only problem. I'm not the only guy with a problem with this. With some more atmospheric. You guys say atmospheric right into atmospheric. Atmospheric. It's tough. Tough with it. Atmospheric. It's not on that. Atmospheric. You guys say atmospheric. Go right into mine. Atmospheric. It's tough. I actually say it backwards. I don't know. Our Oscars, you new changes this year for Sunday's program. Let's find out. The carpet is popping right now. Popping because it's mad. It is no longer here. You heard that right. There will be no red carpet at the Oscars this year. Red is so 2022 apparently, so get ready for this color. The Oscars are still days away, but the Academy today rolled out an early upset. The iconic red carpet now replaced by beige? That crew? Off-white? Yeah, it's going to be very dirty, very muddy. Oscar host Jimmy Kimmel with a much more glamorous color name. This year we're going to see Hollywood's biggest stars parade down the champagne carpet. But just hope they check their shoes at the gate, though. The new rug already littered with footprints just minutes after it was rolled out. Oh, boy. Nobody thought of that? Nobody at the Oscars thought? Nobody at the Oscars has ever been into a house that has white carpeting? Nobody? Nobody?
Where's the red carpet? I don't know, 94 years and now it's time for cake.
Yeah, I'm with you. With this lady. Bring back the red carpet.
Joanna Pincourt is covering the Oscars for Polish public television. He's not the only one caught off guard by the parting of the red sea. Oscar officials saying Academy producers want to shake things up. It is definitely not red this year, right? And with bold new leadership comes bold decisions. And I think that's what they did this year. We haven't had this significant of a...
All right, we get it. The carpet's a different color. Let's move on.
Things in over 15, 20 years, and this is a pretty bold one. But the show will go on.
Really? This bold move to change the color of the carpet, that's the problem the Oscars have?
Crews hard at work getting the Golden Theater set for Sunday's big show. All right, they're going to have white carpet, and on Friday and Saturday there's going to be rain. I guess nobody thought about that. Nobody thought of the footprints and to fill hard and the same on white carpeting. The sound of bubbleware popping as they move equipment over the delicate champagne carpet. Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. They got to move equipment over this. Big black tires on the cameras and the sound equipment, the lights, the thinking, guys. Yeah. You know, when I was, we were living in Tarzana and we were picking out carpet. And I picked out a carpet. My wife said, "Oh, that's too light. It'll be filthy." And it wasn't even white. It was just like a tan color. And she was right. And she doesn't have, I mean, she has an interior design degree, but, she doesn't work in the office. Nobody thought about that, but the office shows up white carpeting and it's the way to go. You know what? It's almost worth now watching just to see how filthy that carpet's going to be. Now, guys are in-here tourists are checking out the Oscar preparations, but also focused on Big Red's unceremonious Bigfoot. To paint the picture, wait, what? Big Red's unceremonious Bigfoot. God, that reminds me. There was a stripper up in Wisconsin, Milwaukee, and a friend of mine was going to school at Northwestern, and everybody in the dorm was talking about Big Red is retiring. And Big Red was a 45-year-old overweight woman who was a stripper in Milwaukee. And they were all taking a bus to go see that. And they said, "You want to go?" I'm like, "You're not really selling it to me yet." Wait a minute. A 45-year-old overweight redhead stripper is retiring. Let's go! And you guys are going up to look at that? Yeah, this place can be packed. Everyone's talking about it. I don't know. I'm not going, but they'll have a blast. They'll get done. Big Red, unceremonious, Bigfoot. Get done. Big Red, unceremonious, Bigfoot. You know what we did? We went to a restaurant. I did in Milwaukee. I didn't go to the bar. It was too crowded. There's too there for me. We went to a Mexican restaurant in Milwaukee, and this is something that we wouldn't see in 2023. So we went to a Mexican restaurant, and there was a little person walking around with a sombrero, and he had chips in the sombrero, and in the middle of the sombrero was a bowl of salsa. And he would come by the table, and you'd take a chip and dip it in his hat for the salsa. Would you do that? Everyone did. It was 1982. It wasn't 2023. I don't know if you could do that in 2023. I don't think that would be, people would be thrilled with that, actually. On a couple of levels. First of all, the cleanliness of it. Everybody's dipping into the same bowl, the same hat, the same. Well, how do you have to diabetes? You're an awesome. All right, we're live on KFI AM at 640. We're not pros on KFI 24 News. A man believes was fatally stabbed a 17-year-old boy in El Torino has been arrested at a home in Alhambra. LAPD Commander German Hurtado says the home was surrounded this morning and negotiators worked to get the guy out. He resolved the escalation tactics that are very professional, and he came out and surrendered to the officers without incident. His man's family helped with the surrender. The team was stabbed Friday. Hours later, a man about a half a mile away was stabbed several times without warning. The images are spectacular on our website, KFIAM640.com. A woman's been found dead in her snow green home in Big Bear. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office says the woman was discovered Monday, but the cause of death has not been determined. The family says she needed medical attention during the storm that hit the area, but couldn't get to her because of the weather. The woman's sister says she has no doubt the woman would have gotten the care she needed if she had not shot the entire home. Former president and CEO of anti-poverty nonprofit in Hollywood, pleads guilty to embezzling money and intentionally misapplying more than $600,000 in grant money. Howard Slingerland was accused of using the money to pay for unauthorized expenses and lying on his tax returns. The judge set sentencing for July 26th. Slingerland facing up to 13 years in federal prison.
They literally can't believe the facts Tucker Carlson tells you. So say Fox's lawyers.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the Biden administration agrees with Fox Nation's own attorneys who have repeatedly stressed its host that Tucker Carlson has no credibility on certain issues. Carlson released additional security footage Monday from the January 6th attack on the Capitol. He said the scene showed mostly peaceful chaos, and that most of the rioters were orderly and used. Jean-Pierre says the White House stands for Capitol Police Chief telling of the 2021 insurrection. 5 Capitol Police officers died as a result of the riots, and about 140 officers were hurt. And Arkansas Republican Governor Sarah Governor Sanders has signed a bill rolling back child labor laws, including a measure in it that required employers to get work certificates for workers younger than 16. For officers protecting kids is important, but this permit was a burden on parents, because all child labor laws that actually protect children apply. Partly cloudy tonight and cold. Overnight lows above 40 degrees. Partly cloudy tomorrow and a little warmer. Here's the showers beginning late tomorrow through Friday evening. It's 54 until sunset, 51 in the beginning of the gale. There's a crash in Sherman Oaks.
Sometime in 101, this is a westbound coming up on Sepulveda Boulevard. A car flipped over and Highway Patrol counter said, in fact, some crosswalk here. Let's see which one's exactly. Middle lane is where it landed, and a big backup. We have third guys overall out of Hollywood, getting away from Melrose, so it's a mess. Southbound slowing down away from Topanga Canyon, passing the crash, going ahead all the way into downtown LA. And in Santa Clarita, the 14 North Lane, that's a mess of a drive into the 5. There's a crash ahead just before Grand Canyon. They're turning it off to the shoulder. But the drive remains slow all the way to Solar Lab Canyon Road. Hey, Rabbi in the sky, help get to there faster. How much you know?
Imagine air travel that's simple and hassle-free. That's Surf Air. Save hours on every trip. Fly on your own schedule. Avoid crowded terminals. And never stand in another line again. As a Surf Air member, you're in control of your travel day. SurfAir.com. Stress-free, easy air travel. Get a free quote on your next flight at SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly. SurfAir.com. Hey, it's Team Sharp. Now is the perfect time for that new green kitchen, because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the Kitchen Store, is having a fall sale. The Kitchen Store is right off the 405 in Culver City. 12-month famous cash financing, pricing that keeps the big boxes, a totally free in-showroom consult with an expert kitchen designer, and happening right now, the big fall sale. To start your new kitchen right by dialing 310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen. Find them on the web at 310kitchen.com. Crypto.com Arena will be rocking this March as the LA Kings make their push for the playoffs. Don't miss out on an exciting month of hockey on the ice and a full slate of team nights and promotions. Visit LAKings.com/tickets to get yours today. What I would tell people is that you don't have to be the team anymore. Meet Dr. Justin Garzo, Medical Director at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using advanced regenerative medicine to get people lasting relief from chronic joint pain. What's exciting is that I get to see patients with our treatment actually get better. Have you discovered regenerative medicine? It's an all-natural way to use the power of your own body to restore and repair damaged tissue. We're using things that are already in your body, and we're simply concentrating them and then putting it in an area of you're having the pain, so that your body can start the repair process, the healing process. For pain in your knees, hips, back, shoulders, don't assume the old treatments are the only treatment. Avoid drugs and surgery and get lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-8. That's 213-997-8. 213-997-8. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. Those things that make you go, really? Not really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a duplex. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, it's important to work with an experienced team. At Jacoby & Myers, we've been fighting for California accident victims for over 50 years and have helped clients get 10, 20, even 100 times more than the initial offer. Call Jacoby & Myers. Justice for you since 1972. Is your tax preparer California approved? Thousands are not. Only attorneys, CPAs, enrolled agents, or tax preparers registered with the California Tax Education Council are legally qualified. Don't assume this tax season. Verify. Licenses and registrations can be suspended or revoked without notice to you. To verify your tax preparer status, visit ctec.org. That's ctec.org. This message is brought to you by the California Tax Education Council. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. What if a mouse could change elephants can fly. What if the whole world could celebrate together? KFI wants to send you to the celebration of 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. Enter for your chance to win one day, one park tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park from KFI. And join the celebration. Offering subject to acting restrictions and change of notes. Visit KFI on Instagram and enter to win a chance to celebrate 100 years of Disney. Good luck from KFI, AM64.
More stimulating talk.
Big stories happening. We have a rain and snow total. Almost 2 billion pounds of snow fell on San Bernardino. 2 billion pounds. Another rain river. Actually, there's rivers coming in Thursday and Friday this week. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe the Thursday of next week. A lot more rain. And a new report finds that colorectal cancer rising among U.S. adults under the age of 55. Might have something to do with our diet. Maybe. I don't know. All right, the electric vehicles, the infrastructure, not quite there yet. If you have an EV, you'll want to know this. Or if you're planning on buying one, you'll want to know this. You know, where can you charge?
We did it because we want to be less dependent on the fuel itself. So she's home and her partner has 2 electric vehicles.
Wow.
She wants to plug and replug her Porsche into this Electrify America charging station numerous times. It's a big hit, but this is kind of like a hassle. It's become a hassle because now more and more drivers are starting to use electric cars. So.
Yeah, look at she's got 2 electric cars. One of them's a Porsche. And a Porsche electric car, man, this couple's got some dough.
And you can't find a place to charge. You can't find a place to charge. And that is the consensus, according to a new study by ICCars.com.
We ought to get from 5-6% new car percentage of EV market to 30%, 40%, some say 50% by 2030.
Good luck. Not without charging stations, you know.
You can't have that kind of explosive growth in EV market share if you don't have an infrastructure that's right.
Paul Brower is an executive analyst for the site, which helps shoppers pick the best vehicle.
There's 150,000 chargers in the country, which is about how many gas stations are, and they're calling us electric vehicles. So we should be beautiful, right? But most of those are level 2. And you can't use a level 2 charger on any kind of realistic basis. If you get like 10 to 20 miles in an hour,
Oh my God. I didn't know that.
if you get like 10 to 20 miles in an hour of charging.
According to their study, there are only
I get 10 to 20 miles in about 10 seconds when I put gas in the car.
If you get like 10 to 20 miles in an hour of charging.
According to their study, there are only 27,000 level 3 chargers nationwide, and only 40% of them are for non-Tesla vehicles.
So if you don't have a Tesla, there are only 11,000 level 3 chargers in the whole country.
Wow. The entire country. 330 million people, and there are 11,000 chargers. All right, time to do the quick math on that. Let's see here. There's 335 million people. They're about 335 million people. And divide that by, what did you say, 11,000? I think you said 11,000.
The study
Hold on a second. 11,000. Yeah, 11,000. All right, divide that by 11,000, and you have one charger for every 304,000 people. One charger for every 304,000 people. Yes, you're right. You tried it, Ken. All right, 335 million people. There you go. Divided by 11,000. And, yeah, oh no, 30,000. Okay, I ended up wrong. So you have one charger for every 30,500 people. 30,454. 30,500 people are sharing one charger. How is that possible?
Level 3 chargers in the whole country.
The study compares the number of chargers per resident, and although California came in second, Vermont was the most EV-friendly state.
Well, there you go. Into Vermont.
With 700 residents per charger. The worst-ranked state was Mississippi.
Uh-oh. Mississippi. How many chargers per citizen?
With only one charger for every 9,200 people.
Oh! truck in Mississippi.
If you are a non-Tesla driver, the best state for a fast charge
California.
is Oklahoma.
I was driving in my Lexus, so I got 5 hours. It gets only 10%. So, it's not okay.
Karuk here is just renting his Nissan Leaf. So he says right now it's just too hard to get it started.
The thing I don't like it, because it's, the institution is busy. I have to wait.
Proving although many may be ready to try an EV, they just aren't ready to buy.
That's right.
For finding a charge may still be too much of a hassle.
It's a pain in the ass. All right, Paul Gasol retires last night at Crypto.com.
The Soul's number 16 jersey for the Lakers is now only in the rafters.
You have a Lakers Hall of Ceremony at last night's game against the Grizzlies, and it was an emotional night for Gasol. His jersey is now hanging next to the late Kobe Bryant. Kobe's widow, Vanessa, was in attendance last night. It was their first time at the arena since Kobe's memorial back in 2020. Man, that's got to be weird, huh? Sorry to go back to that arena after all these championships, all the great vibes, the great games we saw. Now to have to go back in there, not knowing that Kobe and her daughter are not around anymore. Oh my God, I don't know if she does that. Gasol was a close friend of Kobe's and has stood by Vanessa and her family since his passing. I never in a million years could think that a day like this could have come. Such a huge honor being among those great individuals in this amazing franchise. But I can't go on without talking about the person in the face that I don't see. The brother that elevated me, inspired me, and challenged me to be a better player, just to be a better man overall. I'm missing so much, like many of us do. Hey, tell me, what was the chance that they were saying? Was it saying Kobe?
Say it again.
Yeah, it's been on. I'm missing so much, like many of us do. I don't know. I can't figure it out. I mean, I'm sure it's not this, but it sounds like they're saying leaf flow. Yeah. I don't understand why they say that. I don't understand what they're saying. I mean, I'm sure they're yelling Kobe. Why did it sound like Kobe, though? Why would it sound more like leaf blower? I'm missing so much, like many of us do. Yeah, I think they were using his nickname. Wasn't he the Black Mamba? Wasn't that his nickname? Yeah. I don't know. Can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Take that home tonight.
No, you gotta leave that here and move on. No, don't do that. Move on. Yeah. No.
All right, 1 hour closing. Take by 20. The Big Bear Valley in the 8th grade by Jackie the Bald Eagle have been eaten by a raven. Jackie and Shadow were keeping the oaks warm since the first day was late in January. On Monday, the organization said most of the eggs were lost. Thousands of people have been watching those eagles from a camera 100 feet up the tree. But there's dropping investigations of the deaths and illnesses of animals at Puerto Rico's only zoo. The zoo is closed, and leaving the investigations allows the animals to be transferred to other sanctuaries in the U.S. And the girlfriend or ex-girlfriend of Tiger Woods, in that little stage, wants to nullify a non-disclosure agreement that she signed when she worked for the golfer. She says the NBA should be nullified because of sexual assault and sexual harassment. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, let's go places. Where we going, Angel?
I'm up in Monrovia. This is the 210 westbound coming up on Huntington Drive. That's the Brass Parkway left lane cross the right off of the 605. That eastbound side of the 210 is going to be a slow drive as well out of Pasadena, leaving the 134 all the way back into Glendora. Now, to drive out of Santa Monica, loading up on those 10 eastbound from Cloverfield, across Mid City all the way to the 5 in Boyle Heights, and in Irvine, the 5 northbound. That's still moving away from Culver Drive, Seven Pass Harbor in Anaheim. KFI in the sky. Hope to get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
This is football with Sean Murray. It was credit from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Choice.
Tonight's Capital 7-game NBA Wednesday schedule as the Clippers hosting the Raptors, the Ducks are visiting the Canucks. Surgeons reported John Fitzgerald with Gavin Luster's knee injury with a lot more to the Staples Printed Marketing Services help small business print big. Now for $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $55 or more. Offer ends 4/15. Visit staples.com/print big for details. This is your sign to try Staples, where your print's the perfect guarantee. This report is sponsored by GiveMeTheVin.com. The tech is good, the experience is smooth, and the reviews online are wonderful at GiveMeTheVin.com. They don't call us America's Best Car Buyers from us. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com, and with Bambi, you get an HR person starting with just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. It's real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. Unless it's spelled Bam, B-E, that's Bam, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Live from the Hayes bedroom, it's another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. His wife Al is trying to save the ratings with tail throws and elbows. He's swinging for the count. Steve could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires with sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no hose. John. Learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
And now, a few words from your dog.
Please join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena Humane's Wiggle Whack, the lobster fun chapter here for the hundreds of animals visiting each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
KFIAM640 or stimulating.
Almost 2 billion pounds of snow has fallen in the mountains. That's a lot. More rain coming Friday and Saturday this week, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. And we have Paul Gasol, who's the third and emotional as the Lakers retired summer number 16, along with Kobe Bryant. That is pretty crazy. And more than 300 people got sick on Ruby Princess fruit for the CDC. 300 people. 300 folks got sick. Man, oh man. But people still have those cruises. Man, cruise people will go through anything. They will jump through any hoops to get on that cruise. People love cruises. All right, Drew Barrymore is opening up about drinking and divorcing. What's going on with her? Let's find out. All right.
This morning, Drew Barrymore opening up about her struggle with alcohol abuse and how she clawed her way out of what she calls a dark place. The now 48-year-old, who became a bona fide star after her lead role in E.T. at just 7 years old, has been very public about battling addiction, drinking by age 9, doing drugs at 12, and rehab at 13.
Wow. 13. Oh.
Now, Barrymore telling the LA Times that after her divorce from art consultant Will Kopelman in 2016, she spiraled. She says her dependence on alcohol got so bad that her friends, including her Charlie's Angels co-star Cameron Diaz, sat her down for a mini intervention, reminding her about her kids, friends, and career. Diaz telling the paper, "I knew that if we all stuck with her and gave her the support she needed, she would find her way. I have absolute faith in her. You can't even talk."
You think there's ever been somebody at an intervention and they said to them, hey, you got kids, you got a great career, you got a great wife, you got great friends, you got a great family. Do you think the guy at the center of the intervention said, man, you got to give me more? I need a little more than that. How about that? Probably. Yeah. Your been to an intervention? You ever been asked to sit in on one?
I have not.
I haven't either. Is that weird?
I consider that a good thing, right?
Yeah, I think so, right? I mind my own business. Or maybe a bunch of other people are lining up to do an intervention. Ooh, that's possible. Yeah, it's possible. I have a standing policy of my friends, though, that if there's ever an intervention, that I'll get emotional, I'll cry, I'll go to rehab. But as soon as I get friends, though, that if there's ever an intervention, that I'll get emotional, I'll cry, I'll go to rehab. But as soon as I get out of rehab, I'm going to try to kill everybody who's in that room. And they don't know whether I was choking or not, so I've done an intervention. But I did have a friend who went to an intervention, and when he couldn't stop laughing, and they kicked him out. When he gets nervous, he laughs. And he couldn't stop laughing at our friend who was in the intervention.
Yeah, probably not a good thing.
Yeah, he was like, he was laughing so much. Yeah, oh yeah. That's all it is, right? He's not an a-hole, you just laugh at him, but, it's just, nerves. All right, let's get into the Clippers have a brand new arena. That's a cool deal, with lots of toilets, from what I understand. Lots of Clippers' new arena in Inglewood is beginning to take shape. Yesterday, the final steel beam was placed into the ceiling of the team's soon-to-be-new home, the Intuit Dome. The milestone not only completes the stadium's frame, but also represents the work of thousands of people. Clippers players, coaches, city officials, and others were at the event, and they even signed the beam to celebrate. Toilets! 160 toilets in Europe! 3 times the NBA average number of toilets in Europe! We do not want people waiting in line. We want to make a dent to the damn field. Let me ask you guys something.
Yeah.
Now, is that natural energy?
Yeah.
That is.
Two bombers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that is TVA.
I totally get it. I'll give him that. Yeah, okay, all right, but I mean, I could hear Petros saying exactly those words with exactly that energy. Yeah, Petros is that kind of type A personality too. But there's no way I could get this excited about toilets without being on something.
That many toilets, though? That's kind of exciting.
I don't care if it's double that. Let's say we're there, instead of 1,100, there were 60,000. I still couldn't get this. No.
Yeah, they have problems with the bathrooms at the arenas and stuff. It's the women that are in line.
I just think it's talk. No, I was at not Staples, what is it? I was at Crypto over the weekend, and when the game was over, everyone stayed in their seats because the game ended on an empty netter, so nobody got up to go to the bathroom. So I went up to, decided to go to the bathroom, and the line was out the door. There's like 30 guys in line waiting for the toilet. And so I went outside, like they're homeless.
The players that you know are waiting in line.
Yeah, they were already in line. So a bunch of guys, I wasn't the only guy, went out to the parking lot, and before you got in your car, you just, had yourself a big old thing.
So you're doing what Petros does now.
I was doing the West Dog Ridge. Toilets! 160 toilets in Europe! 3 times the NBA average number of toilets in Europe! We do not want people waiting in line. We want to make a dent to the damn field. All right, I'll give it to him. That might be natural energy. I don't have it. The arena and all those toilets should be ready for the start of the 2024-2025 season.
Did you know they had a lot of toilets?
People like toilets. They have a weird thing. They have a year and a half before they get that thing done. Yeah, until the 2024-25 season. Then we'll finish that sucker. But it does look like it's moving along very quickly. I passed it by, I don't know, maybe 2 months ago, and I couldn't believe it. I mean, that thing went up, like overnight. Great. Oh, yeah, that always gives you a lot of confidence. Yeah, that's right, when they put it up overnight. They bring it all in on trucks, and 8 days later it's up. All right, California, the car theft capital of the country.
Yeah. 1 million vehicles were stolen across the U.S. last year, according to data from the National Insurance Crime Bureau. Across the nation, auto theft is at record or near record highs, including here in California. These numbers are staggering. They are. I have a little bit of good news. Yeah, I mean, it's a huge problem, and it's not just here in California, it's a solution. Now, California and Texas lead the nation for auto theft. If there is a silver lining, though, the rate of auto theft in the Golden State only increased 1% from 2021 to 2022, while many states saw double-digit increases. According to the data from the NICD, California saw auto theft numbers go up by about 201,000 in 2021 to nearly 203,000 in 2022.
203,000 cars stolen in California. 203,000. That is unbelievable. All right, later with Mo Kelly comes up next on KFI AM 640. How you, Bob? I'm good. Good to see you, Sam. Always see you, man. Always nice to see you, folks. Working your ass off. You work harder on your show than anybody else. Any two people on this in the state. I don't know about all that. It's always good. I like to keep up with that. Okay. What's on the big program? Well, we got to talk about this new trend among young workers. They're complaining about having to go back to work on Monday. So they are, let's say, policy for bare minimum Monday. Okay, so they do a bare minimum on a Monday. They have it so hard. And also, you know about that new Nick Cannon TV show with the folks who talking about, Be My Next Baby Mom or whatever. Well, I guess it's a hoax. Well, that's what all the entertainment is trying to allege now. So, no. You were just kidding. Oh, I know you weren't. No, you weren't gay. Because they got caught talking about it. Yeah. And if you heard the trailer, it's branded, Okay, yeah, right. It signed off on that. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. All right, excellent. All right, I'll be listening, and we'll catch you tomorrow. We'll be on tomorrow right after the John and Ken program with Denver at 4 p.m. John Rachel, live on KFI AM 640. Your smart device was made for more than just shows, jokes, and weather reports. So get a smart device to play KFI AM 640.
KFI.
KOST 82.
Los Angeles and County.
Live everywhere on the Echo Radio app.
To get people off the streets, signing news, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, an almost $50 million project in San Juan Capistrano will make room for more than just a new city hall. Mayor Howard Hart says the city is proving the power of permanent supportive housing by putting 49 units right in its own backyard.
It is for people who want to get off the street and stay off the street. It's not a solution to our public mental health crisis, but what it is a solution for is those people who need a helping hand.
Hart says that the veteran really appreciates that 10 units will go to veteran families. Crews have broken ground on the new City Hall supportive housing combo project, which is expected to be completed late next year. A man has been mauled to death by 4 dogs at a business in River Valley. Riverside County Animal Services spokesman John Wells says the man was at the business to do some work yesterday.
He has the understanding that the man has been there before and had done some work previously once or twice. But for some reason unknown, the dogs turned on him and started to attack him.
The property owner, who was not on site at the time of the attack, he surrendered the dogs to be put down. 3 Belgian Malinois and 1 King Portion attacked the worker. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee voted to advance former LA Mayor Garcetti's nomination to be the ambassador to India. Garcetti's nomination will now go to the full Senate for a floor vote. Only 2 Republicans on the Foreign Relations panel voted in favor of Garcetti's nomination. Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio has accused Garcetti of ignoring sexual assault while he was mayor. He called Garcetti's other nominations before the committee absurd. A veteran has made it home to a hospital in Orange County after being hit with a Russian rocket while volunteering as a combat medic.
He was told to go check out the Ukrainian occupied front for the attack.
Giovanni Roman was an infantry sergeant in the Marines turned emergency room technician in Orange County. A person riding in the Humvee with Roman captured sharp footage of the nighttime attack last Valentine's Day.
The Russian rocket vehicle which resulted in shot on the hand, on the face, lost an eye, multiple fractures.
It was the second time Roman took off from work, bought a plane ticket and a few $1,000s worth of battlefield medical supplies and flew back to the war in Ukraine.
Why? Because the Russians were bombing Ukraine City, going to the torturing civilians. I can't sit here, I good hospital job with good life because I live here. I can't sit and watch on TV, so I decided to go help.
Roman says he's still coming to terms with losing his eye. He's had 2 surgeries with more on the way. To help out, head to GoFundMe and search Help Heal Recover at an undisclosed hospital in Orange County. County Court in Carson, KFID.
An attorney in Virginia says the 6-year-old boy accused of shooting his teacher in school will not be criminally charged. The attorney says he doesn't believe the law supports charging and convicting a 6-year-old. The student allegedly took a gun bought by his mom to school on January 6th and kept it in his backpack. The teacher was hit in his chest with a bullet and was in the hospital for more than a week. Uber is trying to make airport travel a little less painful with some upgrades. It's added step-by-step instructions with pictures to guide users from their gate to the nearest Uber pickup area. The service will be available for more than 30 airports around the world, including LAX, San Francisco, and JFK. Travelers can also request a ride while waiting to get off their plane, and people can reserve rides up to 90 days in advance. Southside weather from KFI, partly cloudy with lows in the 30s to upper 40s. Mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the mid-60s at the beaches. Upper 60s for Metro LA and Inland Sea, 60s in the valleys and out east, right around 60 for the Antelope Valley. 20% chance of rain after midnight, then rain on Friday, highs around 50 to 60. The rain should end by Saturday morning. Will be mostly cloudy with highs in the 50s and 60s for the weekend. It's 51 in Los Alamitos, 52 Santa Clarita, 54 in Seal Beach, 55 in Gardena. KFI Peninsula case sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow closed today down 58 points, the NASDAQ up 46, the S&P 500 at 86. The average price for regular unleaded in California, $4.92 a gallon. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Texas premium since 1972. 8% section flowing in Burbank on 134. Listen down the eastbound side away from Bob Hook Drive. The drive remains full over into Glendale. Finding looking better once you make your way past Grand. A problem in Sherman Oaks on the 101 northbound. This is coming up on Sepulveda Boulevard. Overturned cars. And at last crash, it was blocking the 3-light lanes, and delays are backing up all the way out of Hollywood, moving Santa Monica Boulevard. Also, get out to Bristol Park on the 5 southbound before Colorado. That's a crash. It's out of lanes, but traffic is still a mess out of Glendale, moving western. Beyond the crash, the driver lanes go ahead all the way to the 605. And if you roll into Anaheim 91 eastbound, that drive is loading up at the 57 freeway all the way to Green River. KF on your side helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. So just want to give you a quick update. We're just getting word that 3 LAPD officers have been shot at Lincoln Heights. The suspect is barricaded inside a building. 3 people have been taken to the hospital with unknown condition. We're just getting a few in, and we will bring you updates as we get more information.
This hour is sponsored by Advanced Hair Restoration. Do you have coins, jewelry, or precious metals and are looking to sell for top dollar? Bill DeGenova, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by beating his so-called competitors' offers on these items by as much as 500%.
I had a diamond ring that's been an heirloom in my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took it down to Tangible Investments and they offered me over $6,000. That store is absolutely awesome.
Stories like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals, jewelry, and collectibles, and why Phil has been featured on CNBC and quoted on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Over the past 30 years, Tangible Investments has bought billions in collectibles. That's billions with a B. Right now, demand is through the roof. Phil encourages all his clients to stop the competition and then call him live. You'll be amazed at the difference. Guaranteed. Call now for an absolutely free professional, no obligation appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Easy Peter presents. He's got your back.
So I ordered Mexican Commission at work. And I'm in a meeting and I remember Jerry vegan. So I text the cater and they reply, no problem, we got that. Sometimes I get vegetarian and vegan confused. Kind of like Austria, Australia.
Very, very easy. Easy Cater has your back with over 11,000 restaurants. Order 24/7 on easycater.com and on IC's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like worlding, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Invest in accidents? Visit the Performance Super Bowl
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations. He's right. He's right. What do you guys say on the radio? It's Elvis Duran. Access to all of the once-in-a-lifetime events. The iHeartRadio Music Festival. iHeartRadio Music Awards. Make some noise right now. Make some noise. Access to all of the best free curated playlists. My favorite music. Best songs. A little bit of everything. Access to all the great podcasts for every interest. And it's always now in my podcast. Hey, it's Becca and Tanya, and you may know us from our podcast. They'll be access to all of the mind-blowing content. $20,000. With the weekend, incredible access to all of your favorite superstars. Miley Cyrus, Lizzo, iHeartRadio, how I get to you. Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all. And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now. More stimulating fun. It's related with most Kelly. KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app, and some breaking news you may have heard in the team that reports on. 3 officers have reportedly been shot LAPD as they are dealing with a barricaded suspect in Lincoln Heights. We're going to go to KCAL 9 right now for the latest. At that location, and shots were fired. Then the call for 3 officers down. Again, 3 of those officers taken to a hospital. We do not know the extent of their injuries. And Desmond Shaw had mentioned from Sky Car, he thought at one point in time one was trapped. This has happened at Mission and North Broadway. It appears to be some sort of a garage or storage facility. It's one of those places that's being recorded as to where the shooting may have occurred. Let's go back up to Skytown Desmond Shaw. Des, we're seeing quite a bit of response here from LAPD. And I wonder if you could just kind of give us an idea of just the response here. We know right now we are under a citywide patrol alert, LAPD is. And we know that will bring a big, big response. But this has got to be what about, oh my gosh, it's affecting like 3 or 4 city blocks in this like today. This is KCAL 9. Yeah, that's correct. The intersection here at Broadway and Mission. This is where it looks like they're going to be setting up their command center right here in the parking lot for their public storage area. So we may end up seeing one of those really large trailers coming in here. It will give them some interior space where they can go and formulate a plan. There you see their helicopter obviously overhead with their spotlight, their night sun on the suspect's dwelling or wherever that is that the suspect is holed up on. You see all of the police coming and going on this one. So lots of different units coming from all of the various areas with this one. And as I was mentioning, there's definitely going to be a lot of talk with SWAT on this. And it looks like, they've set up a perimeter here as well. They have the yellow tape now across this alleyway that is just down the way from where all the activity was happening right in here. And I also noticed that there was, if we can, I can't quite see it from this angle right here, but there was a lot of medical waste right out front of the door of this home right here. I can magnify right in front of there. There's a lot of medical waste right there, which is where you would have had paramedics to the fire department attending to the injured officers there on scene before rushing them off to the hospital. You're going to see a lot of that laying around much later for evidence purposes. So this is, if the suspect is this violent and is hold up, this is likely to turn into an hours-long situation. We rarely ever see the police, rush into something like this. They've already encountered a ton of danger on this, so they're probably going to formulate a very detailed plan to eventually go in and get that suspect unless they abruptly surrender. And, anything could happen, but not much reason to believe at this point.
And from the air to the ground now, we want to bring in just how Leslie Marie, who has now arrived just on scene right now. Leslie, what can you tell us? Have you been able to speak with any residents about evacuation orders or shelter-in-place orders? I can tell you, Susie, that we have not seen any residents out here. This is an area where there weren't any people when we arrived. There were like cars driving through here, and I can tell you, traffic completely blocked off the cars. But I want to show you the massive scene that we rolled up to here at Mission and Broadway. Take a look. You can see just how many LAPD vehicles are in this area, how many officers are here. On our way over here, we did encounter several ambulances as well as fire trucks coming down here as well. In the last few moments, we have seen some LAPD officers gearing up in it looks like tactical gear. You can see them just off to the side. We are not sure how far we are away from the exact scene right now. We can see a few ambulances ahead of us. You can see what I believe might be a fire truck or one of the fire officers driving in our direction here. A lot of undercover vehicles as well. We were just about a mile away covering a different story when we got the call about this situation. And I can tell you on our way over here, in that 5-minute drive, there was just cop car after cop car after cop car, lights and sirens. It's heading in this direction. So it is a very serious situation right now. The officers around us seem to be just holding this line here, keeping us away, keeping really us safe from the situation at hand. But right now, we have not gotten information here on the ground. Of course, this really paints the picture just how many LAPD vehicles are out here. The response, the massive response. So far, TV, we haven't heard much commotion. Nothing what sounds like any shots. You can hear the helicopters and you can see them. They are overhead right now. They have their spotlights flashing down. And at this point, we are working to just get more information on what is happening. Of course, we will keep you updated, but so far, we're just seeing, the response massive, and we're seeing several officers gearing up now in tactical gear.
Okay, that's what's another email on the ground.
We're going to give you some information that we have at this point. 3 officers have been taken to the hospital in the shooting you've been hearing about in Lincoln Heights. A person continued to shoot a police before barricading themselves in a home. This is in the Lincoln Heights area. From what we understand, there has been a perimeter set up between a 5 and 6 block radius around this home. And obviously, if you are watching any of the coverage, the police response is extensive in nature, but this is a just now breaking news story, and as more information comes in, we will report to you immediately. In fact, I'm going to go to the KFI 24-hour newsroom and anything right now.
As Mo just told you, we have officers down. 3 LAPD officers have been shot in a home in Lincoln Heights, and a person has barricaded him or herself inside what appears to be a home. It's near Mission and Broadway. Police have set up a perimeter in the area. If you get more information, we will pass this on to you. Again, the person has barricaded him or herself inside the house, and police are standing by as the Team Rubicon is hand out across the mountain communities of San Bernardino County to help clear buried properties in Lake Arrowhead. A lot of roads were filed yesterday for the first time in 10 days. Active service members and veterans have provided first-hand testimony and House of Representatives about the chaotic U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Witnesses say they saw mothers carrying babies and the Taliban shooting and brutally beating people. Partly cloudy with lows tonight in the 30s and 40s. Clouds tomorrow with highs in the 60s. This report brought to you by blindsters.com. We've got, we're going to check in with Angel and tell you about the Surface Street closures in Lincoln Heights because of activity. The Broadway is out pretty much between Coral Street and Midcat Prince and Mission Road. Now, as a result of all of the police activity and the presence in the area, traffic is just absolutely jam-packed, especially along Mission Road. This is standing up, getting away from Commodore Street all the way down to Main Street and Valley. So it's just an absolute mess. It did also make permission visit to use Soto Street instead. Now, also Broadway to the left of the closure, pretty heavy as well between the 5 and Prince, and also about people that using Lincoln Park Avenue to work their way through. Let's head out to the 5 on the northbound side. It's going down in Lincoln Heights from the 10, looking pretty heavy ahead all the way to Los Feliz Boulevard, and southbound flowing using the 134 in Business Park, looking a lot better by the time you make your way back towards the 10. Hey, FRU Stein, help get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourself. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com. This report is sponsored by Audible. Find everything you love listening to on Audible. His celebrity memoirs, mystery, true crime, sci-fi, and more. Audible is the home of storytelling, audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com. Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to get off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25.
Diabetes, lower back pain, how does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those senior-related symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. It may add up to transthyretinous amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. Hiring Gina? Indeed, hiring platform makes it easy to attract, screen, and interview candidates all in one place. Sponsor a post and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates on Indeed. Choose resumes, match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Exclusively at Honey Dental is Infinity. It's the latest technology, the new teeth in a day. That's procedure. Infinities are individually milled custom zirconia crowns. They're more durable, lighter, and stronger than their competitors. Infinities will give you the natural look and feel of real teeth. Call now, get a free exam, CT scan, and X-ray. A $1,500 value, you get it free. And bring in any written offer from a competitor, and Honey Dental will beat that deal. Easy financing options available. Call 888-640-SMILE, 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 HoneyDental.com. Restrictions apply. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. This Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, Navage is the best thing I've bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing. For this one, I use Navage every night. Could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I do so much better. Unquote. Those are true of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, who knows, be right. Welcome to Pray.com's Relentless Hope Podcast, a show that will help you love your life, lead with purpose, and leave a legacy of hope and hope.
God can do anything. And He put this strong, complete peace to true joy and true peace.
Listen to Pray.com's Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. And now, a few words from your dog. Join me in my team of wake-up call wiggles at Brookside Park in Pasadena Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena's Wiggle Waggle Walk, story fun sounds and here for the hundreds of animals who take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle. KFIAM640 or stimulating talk. KFIAM 640 is later with Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And breaking news we have, we're following right now the 3 officers LAPD who have been shot. A suspect has barricaded him or herself into a house, what we think is a house, in Lincoln Heights. Now, information is very sketchy at this point, and nothing is definitive as to the reason why officers were originally on scene, and also what precipitated the shootout, whether the officers were unaware or who opened fire first. We do not have that information at this point. As it comes in, we will give it to you, but we know that the 3 officers have been taken to the hospital, and we're not sure of their status. Now, we know that Shanghai's own Steve Gregory is on his way to the scene, and we'll have someone on the ground there in just a moment.
Additional information that I do have is police were apparently called to the area around 4 this afternoon. They were looking for a person who was wanted on a felony. The shooting appears to have happened somewhere around 6 p.m. And again, that's in Lincoln Heights at Broadway and what was this? At Mistress on Broadway. And heavy police presence. There, you can see there are several police cars, there are ambulances, paramedic units, and fire trucks. 3 officers who were shot currently have been taken to the hospital. We do not have what their conditions are. A citywide tactical alert has been issued, which will free up other divisions to come in and assist LAPD. And again, it's near Mission and Broadway, and about 3 to 4 blocks have been cordoned off to stay within that area for the hospital.
We can see if we can get a little bit more information as we go back to PayPal 9 right now and follow some of their coverage. Over there, we know that these are officers that came for backup, but it just goes to show you the dangerous job is every single LAPD officer, sheriff's deputy, law enforcement across the country has to endure every single day.
True, and you got to really feel for their families tonight. You know, we have no idea what's going on in terms of, how this happens, but, all they get is that one phone call. And obviously, every morning that, these officers leave their homes and, go to the workplace and, do their job. And this is all a part of their job, but certainly, that's the phone call you definitely don't want to get before your officer returns home. So definitely want to feel for these families tonight. We're probably being called to the hospital right now because of these officers that were taken to County USC, we believe, and we don't know their condition.
That's right, and that's scary in and of itself because we know the 3 officers were shot. They were taken via ambulance to local hospital. We do not know their conditions, but obviously the response here shows just how serious the police department is taking this. There's a citywide tactical alert going on right now, which means all the officers are in this area. You see the large response by police as a result of 3 officers shot. The suspect, we understand, is barricaded in a garage. It appears a storage facility, a garage of some sort, in Lincoln Heights at Mission and North Broadway. Let's go back up to Scott now and Dustin Shaw with pretty much just the lay of the land. Right?
Yeah, that's right. Here, I'll put the backtrack up where you see the streets that we're talking about, Broadway and Prince. It's a couple of calls south on Prince Street where the shots we believe took place at this building right here. Now we come to the other side, you see the officers who have been checking it out for quite some time. Obviously, extremely tense, knowing that somewhere right in this area is an armed suspect that's already shot 3 of their colleagues. Obviously, emotions very high as well. And this is, what's going to make this situation so tough for officers is having to keep all of that in check and almost waiting until the SWAT team comes here. And, I got to tell you, it's not like in the movies where the SWAT team arrives and then they just get out, guns blazing, and go flying into a home. It's nothing like that at all. These days, that's turning into a multi-hour situation where they form a very intricate plan. Sometimes they want to actually even acquire the blueprint of a dwelling that they're looking about, and they want to know about egresses and egresses, if there's any kind of air conditioning vents, down to every single detail before they go inside. Obviously, it's going to take some time for them to get over here with whatever supplemental equipment that they want to bring on those as well. So I'm sure the call went out quite some time, but you would think that they expect them to get here very quickly, but it can still take quite some time for us to see those Bearcats make it to the scene, regardless of the severity of the situation. But they seem to be pretty confident that this is where the suspect is, somewhere in this building. It looks to be the garage on the bottom level, maybe a carport, and a couple of dwellings on the second floor there. They actually have 2 helicopters overhead. One that's really just focused on this, and then another one that's kind of been on the perimeter with a separate spotlight looking at different areas. Not sure why that is. Obviously, LAPD is very focused on this. We haven't been able to get a hold of them and ask them any questions on the radio.
If you're listening in, you're listening to Channel 9 coverage of the shooting of 3 LAPD officers. And just to bring you up to date with the information we have at this time, 3 LAPD officers have been wounded after the shooting in Lincoln Heights. All the officers have been taken to nearby hospitals for treatment. We do not know their status or condition at this point. It is believed to be one suspect, we don't know male or female, but one suspect, and this suspect was wanted for some unknown felony. So this was a known individual, 2 LAPD officers, and who remains barricaded inside of, as you heard, a garage at the residence, not the actual residence, but a garage or some sort of shed on the property, and it's located in the area of Mission Avenue and North Broadway. Officers are said to have arrived in the area at around 4:30 p.m. and shots being fired about 2 hours later. So it's not clear what may have happened in that intervening time, but it does seem that the suspect in question was aware then of the presence of officers for quite some time prior to the first gunshot.
Yeah, and there was word too that a canine unit was involved at some point. So we don't know if they were going to try to go and get the guy out or what happened, but we don't know if that sparked it, but the canine was involved.
And also, traffic in the surrounding area has been blocked off in multiple directions. Of course, this may impact your Phoenix home. We'll have Angel Martinez will give you the latest on that as far as how it may affect you. And also the larger issues as far as the status of the officers. KFI Zone 2 Gregory is on his way to the location. When we have information as to a press conference or any dissemination of more information, we will have that for you. So no reason to go anywhere else. Just put it right here. We're going to stay right with this story. It's most important. KFI AM240, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now let's go back to the KFI 24-hour news on the main screen.
Okay, this will be the latest information of what we do have at this time. 3 officers have been shot in Lincoln Heights. A citywide tactical alert has been issued that'll free up other divisions to come and assist LAPD in responding. A person is barricaded inside what appears to be a garage or shed in the neighborhood. Police were called to the area around 4 this afternoon. They tell us reporting the person who may be barricaded inside was wanted on a felony warrant. The shooting appears to have happened around 6 p.m. It's around Mission and North Broadway. 3 to 4 blocks have been cordoned off by police. There is a heavy police presence plus police helicopters, paramedics, and fire units. We are expecting to see the SWAT team arrive at any time. And again, we will bring you more information as more comes in to KFI.
We're in custody now.
A man believed to have fatally stabbed a 17-year-old boy in El Sereno, then stabbed another man, has been arrested at a home in Alhambra. Police and SWAT officers surrounded the home this morning. LAPD Commander Truman said negotiators were able to talk the guy out.
It was phone to phone because he was answering his phone, and they were able to convince him after a couple hours that he wasn't going to be harmed, that he was going to be taken into custody peacefully if he surrendered peacefully, and he did come out.
The man is known to be a problem in the neighborhood. The attack happened on Friday. Police say they were unprovoked. News brought to you by Mike Diamond, the Smell Good Plumber. A group in LA County set up a food drive to support military families in 29 homes who can't afford to buy groceries.
22,000 active duty service members are experiencing food insecurity and receiving SNAP benefits. President of the Rotary Club San Diego's Raymond Foster says the need for food stamps among service members is caused by inflation and lower pay among lower rates.
Now, they do have basic allowance for quarters. They do have some things with a supplement income based on having a family, but it's not enough.
Foster said food and monetary donations can be made to the Masonic Lodge in San Diego on March 11th. He said people can reach out to the Rotary Club if they'd like to help their families on the Marine Corps base. Chris Adler, KFI News.
Friends of Big Bear Valley say the eggs laid by Jackie the bald eagle have been eaten by ravens. Parents Jackie and cattle were keeping the eggs warm since the first egg was laid in January. On Monday, the organization said hopes that the eggs was lost as their time for hatching had passed. Thousands of people have been watching the eagles from a camera 100 feet up a tree above, overlooking Big Bear Lake. Friends executive director says He always hopes for the best, but when Bert stopped sitting on the eggs, as Jackie and Shadow did, he needs something with us. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy tonight, lows in the 30s and 40s. Clouds tomorrow, highs in the low to upper 60s. Chance of rain after midnight and rain mostly Friday and Friday night. Highs will be in the 50s to low 60s. Mostly cloudy for the weekend with highs in the 50s and 60s. Age 54 in Orange, 53 in Manhattan Beach. Let's check in and see what the situation is in Lincoln Heights where the circus district closed off around our students. Because letters are on completely off limits Broadway between just west of Snake Street and Mission Road, and as a result, we've really seen a lot of traffic on the surrounding Circuit Street, including Mission Road. It's just jam-packed between Commodore and Main and Valley Boulevard. So as an alternate to that, you can always head to the east and Soto Street instead. A lot of people also using Lincoln Park Avenue. So the surrounding area is just jam-packed. I'm also looking at the 5 right now. Northbound delays in Lincoln Heights, leaving to 10. But the driver may pull ahead all the way to Felix Boulevard. In fact, I'm pulling out of Griffith Park. So I'm just off of the 134 freeway, heading back towards the 10. Now, Alex to Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound. That's right, loading up. Right away, Kramer goes south. If you continue ahead towards Green River, hey, Eye in the sky, helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Hey, y'all, it's Steve Shark. It's 2023, time for some changes at home. But when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard-to-find appliances, you're going to need my secret weapon, WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in stock and hard-to-find appliances than WDC. So to get that kitchen and bath done right, you're going to need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts I have trusted for years, WDC. Find the one nearest you at WDCappliances.com, WDCappliances.com. Diet keeps looking for it.
Seriously? Yours is just the break.
We all know how it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. Margarita, that engine light is working. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at Camco. AA, MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See Camco.com for complete details. Imagine air travel that's simple and hassle-free. That's Surf Air. Save hours on every trip. Fly on your own schedule. Avoid crowded terminals. And never abandon another line of damage. As a Surf Air member, you're in control of your travel day. SurfAir.com. Stress-free, easy air travel. Get a free quote on your next flight at SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly. SurfAir.com. Before I started Rooter Hero Plumbing, I was an angry young man. Hello, I'm John Aquilian, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. I was angry because my dad died when I was 17 and he left me alone. I was angry because I couldn't go to college with my friends and because I had to drop out of high school. It's not a pleasant story. But as I grew older, I also grew up. I realized that my dad didn't leave me alone. He left me with values and principles that continue to shape my life. Dad said, be on time. He didn't like it when people were late. He taught me to be polite. It was something I lost, but we captured along the way. And he taught me to keep my promises, because broken promises lead to broken relationships. We keep these values at Rooter Hero Plumbing. I think we have a pretty good company. I know we have great people. And if one of our heroes fails to live up to these values, please call me. My private number is on the back of every Rooter Hero business card. You can also reach us at RooterHero.com. Thank you. Looking to sell your valuable toys, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art? Use Cindy. You've been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been going to Canada for about 6-7 years.
Tangibles just save more.
Here's a great example of the tangible difference. I bought a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around. They offered me 50. They offered me 100. I bought it for tangible. So it gave me $475 for it.
More cash, more respect.
Tangible, fishing as well. If they do the person coming in with, $10,000 worth of gold.
Tangible investment owner Phil DeGenova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Phil guarantees you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal. 800-7
711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Watch Top Star Battle on Hittix Channel at one of the sports biggest events, the BNC Paramount Open in Greenwood Wells, California. Exclusive daily live coverage at 10 a.m. now through March 19th on Hittix Channel. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For official rules and more information about contents on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. KFI. Motel in. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and we are continuing to follow the developing situation in Lincoln Heights, in which 3 LAPD officers have been shot. Suspect is barricaded. I do want to highlight something in this, that LAPD has not officially acknowledged that the officers have been shot. This is coming from different news reports. Now, we don't know specific. Amy, do you have something contrary to that?
Yeah, PTOA was just saying that they have had that confirmed.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
3 officers were shot, one of them was a K-9 unit, and that they were all taken to a hospital, and we do not know their future.
We do know that police arrived on scene at this location at the intersection of Mission Road and North Broadway around 4:30 p.m. For the shooting, the first shots were fired sometime after 6 p.m. And we know that there has been a large perimeter, about 4 to 5 block radius, been set up around this house. And the suspect is thought to be in not the house itself, but in the garage or like a tool shed, an anti-house, if you will, something next to the house. And we have not seen at this point any movement. We know that SWAT is on scene. There hasn't been any aggression since the initial shooting, from what we know. In other words, after the first shots were fired, there has not been any subsequent gunshots on either side at this point. We're going to go back to KCAL 9's ongoing coverage and see if we can show you some of those things. On the home in question here, while the second helicopter is able to coordinate officer movements and stuff like that. So let's go back to that just to make sure that we can clarify. 3 officers shot. You have a source and new information related to the 3 police officers victims in this shooting. Correct. Yeah. So 3 officers in total shot. One of them, at least one of them, and it could be that all 3 of them end up being from K-9 Division, but at least one of them from LAPD K-9 Division during this operation. Okay, and let's talk a little bit more about how they were able to find the suspect, see the suspect, to understand he ran once police noticed him. Tell us a bit more about that. Right, yeah, so Hollenbeck, this is LAPD Hollenbeck Division. Hollenbeck patrol officers were in the area. I'm not entirely clear if they were called to the area, a few more units responding here. If they were called to the area or if they were observant on patrol and noticed what they call a code 6 car suspect, which is a person wanted for some type of felony. So they tried to make contact with that person ran. Officers set up this perimeter. They requested a K-9 to locate this person. And then about 2 hours went by before the shots were fired. Now, it is still unclear if the K-9 officers actually found the suspect and there was a confrontation, or if the suspect just shot at them while they were searching. All of that is still to be determined, but we do know that patrol officers spotted this person that they likely are aware of or know, and then set up a perimeter, requested K-9, and then we are where we're at now.
And what we do have to certain tonight is this person's armed and dangerous. 3 officers shot. One a K-9 officer, as we're confirming now, they're all 3 at the hospital tonight at County USC. Their conditions unknown. Our hearts certainly go out to their families tonight as they're waiting for word and uncertain of how their loved ones are doing. The good news tonight, the hospital is less than a mile away, as Desmond was referring to. And we're waiting for SWAT to arrive here on scene. Looks like we do have some responding officers. They grow by the minute, actually, as we've been watching. But we know that the LAPD is on a citywide tactical alert tonight, so no one is end of watch as far as this alert is out. And I'm sure as soon as the situation wraps up, that will come to an end.
If you take a look at the resources, there's the fire trucks, you see ambulances, you see obviously police cars. This is all a response to the citywide tactical alert after 3 officers were shot. So the suspect is barricaded
Let's go to Desmond Shaw. Des, we're looking for those more resources. I know you're really got a good eye out for those Bearcats. That would show that they might be ready to do something. Any side of any of the SWAT resources?
Now I just noticed this large truck coming in right here, though. I haven't seen just like this maybe with the squad department. Haven't seen one of these kind of more normal looking pickup trucks. Usually we see the large armored vehicles coming in.
We're going to drop out of that audio for just a moment. If you are just tuning in, this is KFI AM 640. We're continuing our coverage of the breaking news in Lincoln Heights, in which 3 LAPD officers have been stopped. We don't know the specifics of their injuries, but we do know that they've been taken to County USC Hospital, which is not far away from that location. There is a suspect. It is thought to be one person at this point. We don't know male or female, but we know that it's one person who was barricaded in either a garage or shed at this residence in question. Police were first on the scene at around 4:30 p.m. And at that point, they were, I guess, preparing to serve a warrant of some sort. This was a known person to police. And then sometime after 6 o'clock, the suspect in question allegedly opened fire on the officers. Now, it's unclear whether SWAT is on scene. I've heard conflicting reports. Anything, have you heard anything definitive?
I've heard that they've been called out, but we haven't seen them on scene at this point. There's a huge police presence, though, so this guy is not going anywhere. But you're just seeing a lot of police vehicles. You see some police officers in tactical gear taking up positions. We saw some officers, it looks like they were in the backyard of that residence or near there. So we don't see them going in, though. At this point, they just appear to be staying back, but making sure that nobody is.
LAPD is on a citywide tactical alert, so this is of the highest importance, and they're ready clearly to wait this suspect out, and they have all the resources available in which to do that. We don't necessarily know what their timetable is in terms of LAPD. They don't seem to be in any hurry. They seem to be very methodical and slow moving. Doesn't seem like it's frenetic at this point, so if anything, they are comfortable in being able to wait and see what the suspects will do. Obviously, they are clearing out the surrounding neighborhood to make sure that there's no danger to nearby residents. And as we know more, we will continue to give you that information. KFI's own Steve Gregory is on his way to the location, and I'm quite sure there will be a press conference at some time this evening. From what I'm told, there is going to be one. We would have a whole lot more information, but Steve Gregory at some point this evening will join us on the ground and let us know the lay of the land as far as what LAPD seems to be doing and what they will be doing as the night progresses. So just keep it right here, and we'll keep you informed. This is KFI AM 640. I'm okay. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. Let's go to anything in KFI 24-hour news.
And so we're just telling you, 3 LAPD officers have been shot in a home in Lincoln Heights. Person had barricaded him or herself into either the house or the garage of the house home near Prince Street and Broadway. The officers have all been taken to the hospital. Their conditions are not known. We're making traffic a real issue in the area as the 3 to 4 block radius has been cordoned off. We will get you around that in just a minute. LA Fire is investigating a massive fire at a 6-story building that houses LA County administrative offices in downtown LA. The fire started on the top floor of the building early this morning. Took about an hour to explain that. Dairy Queen will celebrate birthday of spring with free ice cream. On March 20th, participating locations are having a free cone day. It's been a tradition for Dairy Queen since 2014. Partly cloudy tonight, mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the 60s, rain likely on Friday. This report brought to you by Catalina Island Company. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. First, let's go to Lincoln High School. We're going to take the freeway side. It's slow. Morning has to leave some of its time. That drive remains, and that's all the way to just before Colorado Street, where currently stay to the Upper Lane to southbound side, also slowing down from the South Colorado as you roll back towards the 10 freeway. Now, with the police activity in Lincoln Heights, surface streets in the area are a huge mess. First of all, Broadway is off limits between Prince and Mission Road. Huge volume of traffic along Mission Road between Commodore and Main and Valley Boulevard. You can always use not DeSoto, but Soto Street to the east as an alternate, and people taking Lincoln Park Avenue to the west to work their way through as well. If you're getting problems, townspeople see keywords AFI traffic out through and Miss Brea, 57 northbound, the right away from Lambert as you continue to the 60 and Diamond Bar. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. Escape to Catalina Island this winter for adventure, wellness, and everything in between. Relax on the beach, explore the hiking trails, or spend the day on the water. When you arrive midweek and book 2 nights, your third night is complimentary. Plan today at visitCatalinaIsland.com.
This report is sponsored by BlindShirt.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at BlindShirt.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourselfers. Unlike stock blinds offered at big box retailers, BlindShirt blinds are custom made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at BlindShirt.com. Yeah, visit YouCanBeatIt.org or call 833-422-4255. Ask about a case of pre-COVID-19. Brought by the California Department of Public Health.
On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really?
They're featuring the 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deepfake. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's really no really right there. Really no really.
Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
If you own a small business, you got through COVID, and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest GetRefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the CCP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to GetRefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com, GetRefunds.com. Social supports are a vital part of child development, and they help mitigate the negative impacts of stress. Keep your kids connected to their loved ones, friends, teachers, grandparents, and coaches. This Health Hopeful Moment is brought to you by CalHope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health service. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at CalHope.org.
Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late-night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby and Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972.
Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcast at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in as the best podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page, and listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9.
Considering an ED for yourself or your business? Consider the benefits of subscriptions. I'm Scott Peter, CEO of Autonomy, where an ED subscription is like a lease but way more flexible. It's a debt-free way to get month-to-month access to a new ED. You can even pay with your credit card. Learn more at Autonomy.com.
We don't do things as simple as banning phones from a school campus. Why is it different now compared to what it was 30 years ago?
Excellent idea.
Oh, because you need to be in touch with your parents. What need is there for you to
Did we ever need that? Did we ever need that?
Very standard.
If you needed to be in touch with your parents, you would go to the office and you would say, I don't feel good, call my mom.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640. It's Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, and we're continuing to follow the story in Lincoln Heights, in which 3 LAPD officers have been shot and injured in this confrontation outside an apartment building in Lincoln Heights. I've just been informed by the newsroom that SWAT has now arrived on scene. There is a citywide tactical alert. This is still an evolving situation. We know that if there is one suspect, and according to NBC Los Angeles, it is a male suspect. They're going with information that it is a male suspect, possibly armed, but definitely barricaded in a garage-like structure at this apartment. It's a house which is near an apartment located at North Mission Road and North Broadway. There were two of the 3 officers who were injured were patrol officers, and the third was with the K-9 division. And at this point, it does not seem as though SWAT is aggressive in nature. They are on scene, but not immediately moving in unless anything else comes to the conflict.
So they're just going on to the scene. They've just arrived. So they'll start positioning themselves, and then there's a staging area that's been set up at a public storage facility, not like a block away. With that, lots and lots of officers were seen putting on tactical gear earlier. So they are at this point probably trying to figure out what they're going to do. The SWAT team will try to negotiate with the guy and try to get him to surrender. We're seeing right now we're seeing police officers with their guns drawn. It looks like they're making an aggressive move. No, they're backing off again. They had approached the building and now they're backing off from the building. It's like their flashlights trained on it and it's making guns drawn. That's around the corner from where the SWAT team is.
NBC Los Angeles is also reporting that officers were believed to have been shot as they were searching for a suspect who had foot bailed from a vehicle after a traffic stop. So it does not necessarily seem that this is the suspect's residence, but more like a location where they ended up after this confrontation.
Right, and we don't know if they had been responding to a call for him or if they just recognized him when they saw him.
Right, so we know that this person is known to LAPD. They were looking specifically for him.
Yes, and apparently he's wanted on a felony warrant.
Okay, let's go back to SoCal now and see some of their continuing coverage, which may fill in some of the blanks.
Area, officers were over the loudspeaker saying for residents to lock their doors and stay inside their homes, as obviously they're dealing with a dangerous suspect right now who is armed and willing to shoot at officers.
We understand that that suspect has been isolated in a garage or some sort of storage unit of some sort in that area. So we don't think that they were telling people necessarily. Obviously, there's a lot of safety concerns here. But Leslie, on the ground, was saying that people were starting to come out of their homes to see what was going on. And that's kind of human nature, of course, to do that. But it is a very dangerous situation. And I would like to think that maybe that's why they were telling them to get inside, lock the door, stay inside, because of what has happened and has happened with 3 officers being shot. I'd like to get some response from Des, if you don't mind, up in SkyCal. Des, you've followed these over the years. You notice the posture of these officers. Obviously, the suspect has a gun. He shot 3 officers, so there is a weapon with them. Oftentimes, you talk about, they go into break into that scene and that suspect is taking his own life. Is there a situation where it appears that that's not the case? Are they calm? Are they collected? Is there a little bit of frantic activity going on? Tell us a little bit about that.
I would say they're still in a pretty tense mode right now. Definitely still on high alert. I'm thinking of a situation where exactly what you're mentioning, where they had responded to a barricade situation and then they heard a shot fired, and it continued to be a standout for
6 hours, and it had turned out at the end of that standoff after they went in that the suspect did indeed take their own life. So that is certainly a possibility in this. That's totally conjecture at this point. We do know that after the officers had gotten out, after all three had been extricated and taken to the hospital, that there were still shots apparently being fired from that suspect. So it's unclear where those shots were directed. I mean, I do see that now that they have the big armored vehicle back here that that they can take cover behind, they should be a bit more relaxed at this point. And you see it also like it has this big platform on top, which I'm guessing will probably be used to get some of these SWAT officers into a second story if need be. I've never seen one of those vehicles with that sort of equipment respond before. And then the other one here, we'll have to go find where the other one disappeared to. Might be behind these trees, but had what all looks like a huge battering ram on the front, which could just, probably goes right into a garage. So obviously bringing out all of the heavy machinery for the situation, but just because they're here now doesn't mean that this is going to be resolved anytime soon.
And as we're talking about, all the AM640 were following the continuing coverage of the three officers, LAPD officers, who've been shot and been taken to the hospital, specifically County USC Hospital. We don't know their status. Hopefully we will get more information in the coming hours. We know that KFI's own Chief Gregory should be almost on scene at this point, and there should be, from what we know, a press conference later this evening which will give us some information. Now, we don't know if there is a line of communication or whether officers are presently trying to communicate with the suspect who has barricaded himself in this garage or shed-like structure on this property. We do know that the shooting today began after a vehicle stop, and then there was a short foot chase, and then shots rang out sometime after 6 p.m. And there were other shots which were fired shortly thereafter, and then there was a pause, and then the officers, they were able to extricate the wounded officers and get them to safety. But at this point, we don't know whether there is any line of communication or whether they're trying to use a megaphone and reach out to him in the shed or in that structure, and whether, or even the status of the suspect. You might have heard in that news report, there may be speculation as to whether the suspect may have taken his own life, as we've seen in other instances, but we don't have any evidence to that fact. So we're going to keep it right here. We're going to go to a news break, of course, with ABC, and maybe he has some information to help fill in some of these blanks. But what I recommend is you just keep it right here at KFI AM 640, and then you won't miss anything. When there's a press conference, we will go directly to it straight away. So you need not worry about not knowing what is going on when it's happening. This is KFI AM 640 on Hotel. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
You can find us on your smart speaker or on your dumb speaker if you plug it into something smart. I'm not plugging it into you.
Hey, smart speaker thing. Play KFI AM 640.
KSI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles and Time.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
SWAT on scene. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. SWAT teams have arrived on scene and are taking up positions outside a building in Lincoln Heights where a man is believed to be barricaded inside. The situation started this afternoon around 4 when police spotted a guy wanted on a felony warrant. He ran from them. About 6 o'clock, sometime around then, a shooting happened. 3 officers were shot. All 3 have been taken to the hospital. Their conditions not yet known. Police have told people who live in the area to stay in their homes and lock their doors. The LA City has issued a citywide tactical alert. Officers are all on duty, and other agencies are now free to assist in responding to the shooting. News brought to you by Steve James, accident attorney. The LA County Board of Supervisors has ousted the county's probation chief.
The State Oversight Board has repeatedly found county juvenile halls unsuitable and ordered the county to take corrective action. Supervisors voted unanimously yesterday to oust Adolfo Gonzalez. Board Chair Janet Hahn says the juvenile halls are in crisis. She pointed to staffing attack and said many staff members are not showing up for work. Supervisor Catherine Barber said she wants to send in a team to overhaul the department. Gonzalez led the probation department since 2021. He was fired yesterday. Blake Scully, KFI News.
County has removed 1.2 million people from the voter rolls because they were either ineligible or inactive. The move, part of a settlement agreement between the county and government watchdog group Judicial Watch. The National Voter Registration Act requires the removal of voters from rolls if they're not active for 2 general federal elections, but some states ignore the requirement. From the 1.2 million voters that have been removed, about half haven't voted for 5 or more consecutive federal elections. President Biden will travel to California Monday for a multi-day visit. Biden's plans include meeting in San Diego with leaders of Australia and the UK to highlight the security alliance known as AUKUS, which helps Australia acquire nuclear-powered submarines in an effort to counter China. They'll also stop in Monterey Park, where a shooter killed 11 people at a dance studio during a Lunar New Year celebration in January. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has defended his decision to turn over more than 41,000 hours of raw video from the January 6th attack on the Capitol to Fox News. He said people can choose to watch.
Each person comes up with their own conclusion, but I just want to make sure that I have transparency.
Host Tucker Carlson played edited portions of the video and described the rioters as peaceful, called them sightseers. Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger called it an attempt to downplay what he calls the insurrection offensive. He says Carlson cherry-picked from calmer moments of the day, ignoring the chaos and violence that happened before or during the attack. Adidas is trying to figure out what to do with $1.3 billion worth of Yeezy shoes. Sportswear company ended its partnership with rapper Ye and his brand last year after he made anti-Semitic remarks on social media. Adidas CEO says recycling is an option. He says restitching the shoes to hide the Yeezy brand so they can be sold is not very honest, and so that's not an option. The CEO promised if Adidas sells the shoes, people hurt by Ye's comments would get donations or proceeds in some shape or form. Southside weather from CFI, partly cloudy with lows in the 30s to upper 40s. Mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the mid-60s at the beaches. Upper 60s for Metro LA and in the cities, 60s in the valleys and IE, right around 60s for the Willamette Valley. 20% chance of rain after midnight, then rain likely on Friday with highs in the 50s and 60s. Rain could end by Saturday morning. It's 53 in Fullerton, 51 in Rancho Santa Margarita, 52 in Pasadena, 54 in Santa Monica. Now let's go back to Lincoln Heights and check what roads are closed around that city for the LAPD officers. And this will include the street of Broadway, off limits between Lincoln Park Avenue and Mission Road. So there's surrounding circuit streets in this area are also closed, including Duke, Prince Street, and parts of Manatee Avenue. It looks like they've also shut down Mission Road as well. Backing up from about Commodore, and that closure continues to just about Baldwin Street. Now, another way through, you can take Soto Street instead. Valley Boulevard will help you over to that stretch. And we're going to head out to the 5. This is looking a lot better through Lincoln Heights. A little crowded on the southbound side, getting away from Broadway. And the drive opens up by the time you make your way towards the 10. Hollywood's loading up on the Santa Monica Boulevard into downtown LA. Hey, FIA stop. Go faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. The easiest way to reach customers for your small business just got even easier. Because now at iHeartAdBuilder.com, you can buy all your audio advertising in one place. That's radio, podcasts, and music streaming. Creating a custom ad is simple. Just click, listen, approve, then hear your company's ad on the air. It's a fast, cost-effective way to reach your customers wherever they're listening to the music and podcasts they love. At home, in their cars, or on the go. Create your custom ad today at iHeartAdBuilder.com.
Watch Top Star Saddle on this channel at one of the sport's biggest events, the BSC Carabao Open in England, Wells, California. Exclusive daily live coverage at 10 a.m. now through March 19th on Tennis Channel. It's been tough talking to my doctor about constipation, with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. I finally laid all my symptoms out there and how they keep coming back. He said I may have irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. We agree it's time to try something different.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess
Jacks to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linjack if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stool. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linjack and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS. Visit a doctor in person or online. Say yes to Linjack. Learn more at linjack.com or call 1-800-LINDESS. Sponsored by Happy United Pharmaceutical Foods. Where language is learned. ROTHSCHILD.com. Black people are in the news every day, but only one station tells the story from our perspective. Listen to the Black Information Network now. Available anywhere you go on the iHeartRadio app. The Black Information Network on iHeartRadio. More stimulating talk.
An iHeartRadio station.
KFI, AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Mo Kelly as we continue our special coverage of the shooting in Lincoln Heights, in which 3 Los Angeles Police Department officers have been reportedly wounded there earlier this evening. All the officers have been taken to nearby hospitals for treatment. We still at this time do not know their condition.
We don't know their condition, though, but we have just heard that they are expected to survive.
Okay, see, that's more information. That's all we see right here. Thank you for that, Amy. And at least one officer is said to be a K-9 officer with LAPD's Metropolitan Division. The suspect, so someone who was known to LAPD prior to today, was wanted for an unknown felony, and he, we know it's male, he remains barricaded inside of a garage at a particular residence located in the area of Mission Avenue and North Broadway, near LAFC plus USC Medical Center. Officers responded to the area around 4:30 p.m. Upon their arrival, the suspect reportedly ran away from officers, prompting them to set up a perimeter, in which they called for assistance after that from a K-9 unit. It was about an hour and a half to 2 hours later in which the suspect began to shoot at officers. Residents in the surrounding area have been advised to stay inside and lock their doors. And if you are watching the television coverage, you can see the massive amount of LAPD officers on scene in the area. SWAT is on scene in the area, and the SWAT team arrived there at around 7:50 p.m., so maybe 12, 15 minutes ago at this point. And if you keep it here on KFI, we will give you the latest information. In fact, we're going to check back in with KCAL 9 with their latest coverage. The increased police activity that is already going on. And, I wanted to point out one thing as we're looking at the equipment that SWAT brought in. Jackson was showing up a little while ago. A Sprinter van, if you will. It's another vehicle that is used by the SWAT team, and they're going to, likely start bringing in these resources. We saw, I think it was even just yesterday, they've got robots, they've got things that they can put into these situations where they don't have to put officers out there, especially when we're in a situation where this person has already, allegedly shot 3 police officers. So if they can help putting any more people in there, they will, and they can use some of those tools like that robot that has, a lot of really good capabilities to kind of maneuver around and do different things like that. They, got different devices, and there's I believe that's the van that I was referencing, and there's the robot that I was just referencing. But they've got a lot of tools that they can use. We even saw one yesterday where it's just in the palm of his hand, and he kind of tosses it, and it's on 2 wheels, and it rolls in, and they can try to communicate with the suspect. So, now that SWAT here, they'll start to get all of that, kind of really specialized, specific equipment out, like the robot that we're seeing here, to try to get it into places so they don't have to put officers in there. I think what we should definitely bring up is what Tom Wade reported just moments ago here on KCAL News, is that he spoke with an officer source while he was covering the story from County USC, where those 3 officers were taken, and that source said that the officers should be okay. So that will mean that the attention will be put on the suspect, wanting to get him or her into custody after shooting on those 3 officers after being holed up for at least about 3 hours now in some sort of garage in the area of Lincoln Heights near Mission and North Broadway. It's kind of, we're talking tonight about the K-9 unit involved with this, K-9's there. We're talking about the robot response team. Remember just earlier this week, city council members looked at that, it was about Dawn, that robot Dawn, that they were taking a look at spending about $300,000 to use in situations like this. And I'm just, just kind of remembering that occurred just a couple of days ago. I don't think that was a go with city council members necessarily, but that was something that they talked about, and we're almost seeing a place for it to be used in a situation like this.
Yeah, it's incredible the resources they have and which they deploy. As much as referring to, there's like a robot that they stick out there and it has a speaker on it, and they can actually communicate with the suspect with that little speaker on that little robot, so that they do not put their officers in harm's way. Again, we're talking about a suspect who has shot at 3 officers today, was even shooting after these officers were pulled out of harm's way, where apparently was still shooting. And, it could have been anyone who was injured, someone walking down the street, someone who was there in the area. But as we're talking about, it's a good thing that the officers had the perimeter in this area first before anything even happened. So I just want to, as we wait for what is happening with the SWAT operation here, Mike is at the desk with an update for us.
Right. So, we were just kind of editorially discussing here, and we're starting to see SWAT team really kind of get involved in this. And, I know Desmond's listening to me as well. So we want to make sure that we're careful not to give away any tactical positions and things like that. So, from time to time, we may ask guys how to stay a little bit wider, not to jump in there. They're not talking necessarily about the specifics of the situation, but if you're just tuning in to KFI, we're following the continuing coverage of the 3 officers who've been shot. We've been able to update their statuses that they should be okay, although they have been taken to nearby hospitals. The officers shot, including one canine officer, should be okay. That is what is being reported at this time. The suspect is still barricaded inside of a garage or a similar structure in Lincoln Heights. It is not clear whether there has been a line of communication established, whether LAPD has even attempted to communicate with the suspect in question. We do know that this is a known person to LAPD. They were trying to serve a warrant relative to this individual. Then the person, I guess, was after a vehicle stop, and the person got out and ran, and then barricaded himself in the structure. LAPD's officers on scene called for backup, and they set up a perimeter long before any gunshots ever erupted. And it was about an hour and a half to 2 hours later that the first shots were fired. So the LAPD officers on scene did not rush into the situation. They knew ostensibly that they were dealing with someone very dangerous, because even though they had officers on scene, they elected to wait for other officers to arrive and set up that perimeter, and had not even moved forward when the first shots rang out at approximately 6 p.m. this weekend.
Yeah, the SWAT team didn't arrive for about another hour and 45 minutes.
So LAPD is not in a rush, which says to me, and this is just my speculation, just from what we know, they are not in a hurry to either escalate the situation or force any type of response from the suspect. They feel seemingly that the suspect is surrounded to a certain degree of certainty where they can wait him out. And I know in the takeout report they said it was a man or woman, but according to NBC Los Angeles, it is specifically a man. We do not have more information about the suspect, but I want to emphasize that this is a known person, so they know exactly who they are dealing with.
Well, you had mentioned that everybody's been told in that area to stay in their house, lock their doors. Apparently, it might have been that some of the people who live around it might have started coming out of their house, hearing everything that's going on, and they wanted to know what was going on. So from the police helicopters, they were on the loudspeakers saying, you guys stay in your homes, lock your doors, be safe. And interestingly, I'm just saying that there is a person next door to the building where the man is apparently holed up. A gentleman came out, and he had several police officers around him, came down some stairs, and he had a walker. So he was leaving the area, and so it might be that he just needed to leave the area, or maybe it's too close and they don't want anybody even next door to where this is all unfolding. So one person next door has left the building.
And there has been a perimeter set up at this point. I think it's about maybe 4.5 to 5 blocks surrounding where the suspect has been barricaded. And given, I don't want to say relaxed, they're on high alert, but it's not an aggressive stance by LAPD. I think it's fair to at least take from that they feel very certain that this person is in this one location and they have him contained. But as more information comes in, you know it. We will give it to you. KFI's own Steve Gregory should be on scene very shortly. We do know that there
going to be a press conference. We don't know when it will be. But if and when it happens, we will make sure that we take it live for you. We have all the latest information, and you won't have to guess. We'll keep it right here on KFI AM 640. I'm Rose Kelly as we continue our coverage of the three LAPD officers shot in Lincoln Heights. Now, let's go to the KFI 24-hour newsroom in Amy King.
So here's an update on the shooting of LAPD officers in Lincoln Heights. 3 officers were shot. They're in stable condition. All 3 are expected to survive. LAPD has confirmed it was 2 patrol officers and a K-9 unit officer. SWAT team says momentum has surrounded the house where the man has barricaded himself inside possibly a garage. A police robot has been deployed and there's also a K-9 unit on scene. Dozens of officers are surrounding the area, and 3 to 4 blocks from the area of Mission and North Broadway have been cordoned off. People in the area are being told to stay inside and keep their doors locked. Border Patrol agents say they've recovered a baby from a man trying to traffic the child in San Diego. Agents stopped the guy at the San Clemente border checkpoint early this morning. He told them he picked the baby up in Oka Mesa and didn't know where he was taking it. Child Protective Services now has custody of the baby. Crews have rolled out the red carpet ahead of Sunday's Academy Awards at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. Except this year, the carpet's not red. It's champagne colored. Officer host Jimmy Kimmel says they went with champagne because they are confident no blood will be shed. Lows tonight in the 30s and 40s, clouds tomorrow with highs in the 60s. Now let's check in with Angel, the Lincoln Heights surface streets. A lot of them are closed due to police activity. Includes Broadway. Broadway is cut down between Lincoln Park Avenue and Mission Road. Mission Road is also off limits. It looks like it's between Baldwin Street and Commodore Street. So a bit of alternate for you for that. For Mission Road is to Silver Street. It's just to the east. And it looks like traffic in the area is starting to thin out as well. We're heading out to the drive on the 10 eastbound, getting out of East LA, even to Monterey Park, so right away from the 710 freeway. Looks a lot better once you make your way past Fremont. It's tough in the Sepulveda Pass, which is the 405 northbound, and see a backup away from Betty Center all the way to Stillball Center. If you see any problems, you can always give us an update. County District 2 KFI traffic. I'm just checking in quickly with the Highway Patrol. We're reporting a wreck on the North 405 near Sepulveda Boulevard. So, kind of north of, it could be this, the delays that we're seeing. So, once I hear a couple of cars over here, all of the activity should be in the center divided as well. That lane might be affected. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This report is sponsored by Comparison International. Drought, war, and rising food prices have doubled the number of families facing malnutrition. You can help. $50 provides a food kit to feed a family for a month. Just text the word radio to 97646. You have an old or an unused car taking up space? Turn it into a valuable tax deduction with a simple donation to Cars for Kids. With over 100 towers ready to pick up your car in any condition, Cars for Kids makes donating your vehicle a breeze. No wonder they have a 4.9 rating on Trustpilot. Let Cars for Kids do the work for you. Just fill out a quick form at carsforkids.org, and someone will reach out to arrange for your pickup sometimes as soon as the next day. Think about the hassle of selling, and hello to quick, convenient pickup with a maximum tax deduction. Donate your car today by calling 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or carsforkids.org. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deepfake. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. The experts at AMCO have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. AA, MCL. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. 18 Sharp water softeners add sodium to your water without even filtering it. Here is something better. A Life Source salt-free water system. Life Source filters water from every tap and keeps all the healthy minerals without maintenance, salt, or servicing. And right now, new customers can get a free Apple Pure antibacterial filter with qualifying purchase a savings of $825, but the offer ends soon. So call Light Source at 800-803-2696 or go to lightsourcewater.com. If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, it's important to work with an experienced team. At Jacoby Myers, we've been fighting for California accident victims for over 50 years and have helped clients get 10, 20, even 100 times more than the initial offer. Call Jacoby Myers. Justice for you since 1972.
Honey, is that car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets a 6-4? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-301-4089. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now, 800-301-4089.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089.
Only iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations. Today Show.
Hi, Joe. Check it in.
All of the once-in-a-lifetime events.
All three to go. Are you ready?
All of the best free-curated playlists, my favorite music, and everything. All the great podcasts for every income. Stuff they don't want you to know. All of the mind-blowing contacts.
$20,000.
Awesome. All your favorite superstars.
This day dropping the Foo Fighters.
And best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
Hi there, I'm Joel Arthur. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters. How to Money with Joel Arthur. Sundays at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app on Mocelli as we continue our coverage of the multiple officers, the 3 officers who have been shot in this confrontation outside an apartment building in Lincoln Heights. If you could turn on any television, you can see the large police presence surrounding the building. The suspect has barricaded himself in what is thought to be a garage or like a tool shed next to a house, and neighbors are encouraged to stay inside and lock their doors. This is at North Mission Road and North Broadway. The 3 officers who were injured in the shooting have been taken to a hospital. We've been updated since we started covering this incident that the officers all are expected to recover. We don't know the extent of their injuries, but we do know that they are okay. And the specifics of the conditions aren't known, but we know that they're going to, they're expected to survive. A tactical alert has been put into effect for the city, so the LAPD is devoting all its resources to this and will do so at least for the rest of the evening or until the situation has been rectified. And before the break, as we were listening to Kick Out 9's coverage, they indicated that LAPD had implemented and put into use a robot of some sort, which was going down an alley. We don't know the direction or specific intention, but it's obviously to limit the harm which could come to, the harm and danger which can come to LAPD officers. And so this is an ongoing and fluid situation. We don't know if there's any line of communication. There have not been any shots fired. Just maybe 6:30, I'm guessing, according to the most recent report. SWAT is on scene, and from what we can see, we're not seeing the tactical position. TV is being very careful not to show that, but from what we can see, it does not seem as if that LAPD is in an aggressive posture, but they're not relaxed either. It just does seem that they have the suspect contained, and they feel confident in the containment of the suspect in this structure. There has been I would say, a perimeter which has been set up for at least 5 blocks around this area. And obviously, if you can listen to KFI, Lisa Martinez will be giving you information to best avoid that area. We don't want any
more traffic in that area, so we want you to steer clear of that. And I know Steve Gregory is on scene, and they have not let him know as far as when the press conference is going to be, but as soon as we have that information, we'll have it for you.
Absolutely. And you were mentioning the robot that's in an alley, and it has gone down an alley, it stopped, and now PayPal is saying that it might be because they have eyes on the subject. So because he's not believed to be inside the building, he's believed to be in a garage or something. It might even be a car. It looks like it could be some sort of carport. Oh, but now it is moving.
Yeah, it's like 180.
Yeah. So the initial thought was that they may have spotted the guy, because when the officers were shot, we don't know, they may have returned fire, and the suspect may have been injured. So now the robot has turned around, and now it's going closer to a wall.
A wall of which we can't see whether there is any type of window. We don't know the capabilities of the robot, whether it's infrared or anything of that nature.
Right. So it looks like it's an archway underneath what the building would be. I don't know if those open. There's several like archways at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know if those are walkways that lead to stairs to upstairs units, or if those are like downstairs storage areas. It's hard to tell because you can't see if they're big enough for a car to get.
Yeah, let's paint a broader picture. This looks like I would say a hotel style apartment building where you have multiple residences. It's not a traditional detached home. So that's when we say garage or toolkit or such a structure next to an apartment building. It's not seemingly in a house which is unto itself.
Right, and downstairs, the downstairs area appears to be open, and then upstairs there's the balcony.
Yes.
And then it appears that apartments would be just kind of balcony obviously.
Now, it seems like in those archways, all the lights are on. I don't know if that is by design or what, but they're trying to keep that area at least as well lit as possible. But in the alley, it's completely dark.
Except for the spotlight that appears to be shining down the alley.
Right, on the robot. And you can see the light obviously from the chopper overhead, which is trying to provide some light on the situation. But there's not a lot of movement at this point. The robot is stationary. It has a spotlight on it, but it's not training anywhere specifically. It's not on or focusing anywhere directly. So we don't know if we're in a holding pattern. Obviously, we don't know what LAPD knows, but there hasn't been any movement from what we can see other than the robot in the alley.
Yeah, it's interesting. This robot looks like a little tank with an arm that extends above it, that probably is the camera. But we were just talking about those robot dogs a couple of days ago, and how city council said, hold off on these, we're not going to make a decision on them. But you would think that in this instance, that kind of unit would be very beneficial.
Well, this would be the time that you would use it, full stop. Now, I don't necessarily know whether they need a robot dog to go upstairs here or whether this particular robot is sufficient for what LAPD wants it to do or the information it's trying to glean from the situation. I'm not going to speculate on that. But this is probably a pitch-perfect situation that you would want some sort of automated technology to limit the danger to live officers.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is where the robot is positioned in the alleyway. When they pan the shot out a little bit, you can see the SWAT vehicle. It's not, 40 feet away, and there's a K-9 unit and officers just kind of wandering around the area. Nobody's taking tactical chances, and they're very close to where this person may be holed up.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, they haven't taken tactical chances from what we can see. I mean, it's a very narrow view of the situation, but it's not an aggressive posture from what we can glean. It's not seen as if they're getting ready to move on the structure. They probably have more information about the suspect and his condition. They probably, I would assume at this point, have made some attempts to communicate. We don't know whether the suspect has returned that attempt at communication.
And I believe that robot has recording devices or communicating with an intercom on it or something.
It does have a speaker. They just say it does have a speaker in a way that it can communicate audibly to the suspect.
Yeah, and since we've been talking about this for 4, 5, 6 minutes, that robot hasn't moved.
No. But we're not going to move either. Nope. We're going to stay right here. We're going to stay on the story. We're going to make sure you have the information. I just got to text from Steve Gregory. He's getting more information on the ground. So this is the place that you want to stay to get the most up-to-date and complete information on this story where 3 officers, LAPD officers, have been shot but are in good condition. They are expected to survive. The suspect has been barricaded in a structure in Lincoln Heights for the better part of 3.5 hours. And as more information comes in, we'll make sure you're the first to get it. The KFI AM640 on Motel. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. The KFI 24-hour newsroom and anything.
Residents have been told to lock their doors and stay inside after 3 LAPD officers, including a canine unit officer, were shot in Lincoln Heights. The officers were taken to the hospital and are in stable condition. We're getting reports that one was hit in the leg, one in the arm, and one in the stomach. But again, they are all expected to be okay. A person has barricaded himself in a building near Mission and North Broadway. A 3 to 4 block perimeter has been set up around the area. The SWAT team is on scene. A robot has been deployed, as we were telling you, to check out the area. News brought to you by Duffy Power Services. A worker has been mauled to death by 4 dogs at a business in Harupa Valley.
Deputies responded to a 911 call made by someone who heard the man screaming. Riverside County Animal Services spokesman John Wells says the man had been to the property before.
Here's a guy who's coming to do some work. He wasn't suspecting, and he lost his life to cut it some money for himself and his family.
The property owner was not on site at the time of the attack yesterday. They surrendered the 3 Belgian Malinois and 1 King Corso to the county. All 4 dogs were put down like trollers. Hey, if I knew something.
California is cutting off Walgreens over its stance on abortion pills. Governor Newsom says the state will not renew its $54 million contract with the company because Walgreens won't dispense methotrexate in 20 states. Newsom says the state will leverage its market power to defend the right to sue. The renewal was supposed to take effect on May 1st. The state says it is exploring other options. A data breach at a health insurance network in Washington, D.C. exposed the personal information of hundreds of House and Senate lawmakers and staff. The FBI says people will be notified directly if their information was compromised. A notice from companies with data taken includes full names, dates of enrollment, relationship status, and email addresses. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell says recent reports suggest pressure on inflation is running higher than it was first expected. Powell says the Fed is not on a preset path and will be guided by the incoming data.
The key takeaway from Fed Chair Powell is that interest rates aren't just going up, they are likely going up even more than originally anticipated because inflation is still stuck in a record high, the jobs market is far stronger than expected, and consumers keep spending.
ABC's Rebecca Jarvis says in the Fed meets in 2 weeks it will most likely hike rates 0.25% or maybe 0.5%. Says that means if you have a credit card balance, it will automatically get more expensive. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy tonight, lows in the 30s and 40s. Clouds tomorrow, highs in the low to upper 60s, but a chance of rain after midnight, and rain is likely on Friday and Friday night, highs of in the 50s to low 60s. Mostly cloudy for the weekend with highs in the 50s and 60s, but a chance of rain again Tuesday and Wednesday. It's 51 in Yorba Linda, 52 in Irvine. Circus streets around the officers shooting in Lincoln Heights, so it's closed off. Broadway is also mixed in both directions between Prince and Mission Road. Mission Road's also mixed as well. Between Baldwin Street and Commodore Street, it alternates from Mission is to Survey is to the east, and also it looks like they shut down Lincoln Park between Broadway and Mission Road, and that whole area in between the triangle where the roads are off limits currently. Let's check out the drive in downtown LA. This is the 110 northbound, parades from the 10 to the 101. And in Hollywood, the 101 southbound flows from Santa Monica Boulevard into downtown LA. A crash on the 405 northbound just before Global Center. It looks like they're pulling these guys out of lanes, but that's loading the drive local way to Getty Center. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Anita Martinez.
International Awesomeness Day is this week, or what we call every day at the marketplace. Now get top reasons to visit the leader.
Register the gift giveaway. Get our candy happiness shirt when you earn 500 points on the rewards card.
The 13th to 14th, and the number 1 reason.
It's madness at Side Sports Bar.
about when you haven't reached the tools with the carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, come to your cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. Connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. The crash is coming. You can see in your gut. According to Time Magazine, major investors who predicted the 2008 crash see another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. equity market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To act against it, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3 rare coins. For insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investments is America's top rare coin dealer, and its CEO, Phil DeGilva, is the undisputed expert on this private portable asset class. For over 35 years, Phil's coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains. Call Tangible Investments for a free investor kit and copy of the award-winning documentary, Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. I'm Martin Cope, the inventor of Navive Nasal Care, and I love Navive. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. This device is powered special will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navive will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navive? Like parents, quote, my doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a neti pot. Navive uses suction power, so it's foolproof. They're nice when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such a relief. It's become a lifesaver. Unquote. Here's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navive. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navive is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navive, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. Schedule a home furnished safety check for just $77 with Rooter Hero Plumbing and Air. Instant news, gratification. Follow us out at KFI AM 640 on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, amongst others. We continue our coverage of the 3 LAPD officers who have been shot. I just want to give you a quick update on them in case you have not heard either from any team or someone else. The 3 officers who were shot, they're all going to make it. One was shot in the leg, one in the arm, and one was in the stomach. They were taken to the hospital. Their prognoses are good. So that's the good news. The suspect is still barricaded in what is supposed to be like a garage structure. Is connected to an apartment, what I would call motel-style apartment building. And there is now a second robot, which has been deployed by SWAT and has its own light on, which is on scene. We want to go to Cal 9 and see if they can give us some other information on the second robot.
That has eyes on the suspect, and then the one on the bottom is the one they're going to use to push into that area. It looks like it's going in right now, making entry. This is the first time that we're actually seeing anything or anyone, I should say, anything, making entry into this area that we believe the suspect is pulled up in right now.
Right, and we'll know pretty quick if gas is their option. We'll know that pretty quickly because it will, see smoke start to come out of the garage there after.
You're talking about pouring hot gas, cold gas.
As we come up on almost 40 minutes after the top of the hour, we continue to provide breaking news coverage here on KCAL News. The 3 officers shot, suspect is barricaded. We understand that Lincoln Park, just to the south of this incident, as part of Lincoln Heights, that is going to be a scene of a press conference by LAPD. Of course, when that happens, we will bring that to you live here on KCAL. As we continue to get all of the information related to this incident, 3 officers shot into the USC County. And nearby, we understand that those officers are going to be okay for sources and stable conditions. We understand that there's one was shot in the arm, the other in the leg, and one in the stomach. We continue to get information as we take a look here live. This is going to be where we believe the suspect is holed up after running from police and shooting on those officers. We understand that this suspect here was under some sort of surveillance for extortion by this unit of canine officers out of Metro Division when all of this happened. That was about 4:30, as you mentioned, the timeline through the shooting happened after 6, I believe.
It's unclear exactly how that all started, in what order, who was shooting at who at first. We don't know, but we do know that the 3 officers were hit, and they are going to do okay. They're expected to survive. That is the word from Padre, who's on the ground at County USC tonight. We're getting that word that certainly provides, I'm sure, a huge sigh of relief for the LAPD and the officers' family members who were obviously waiting to see the word of what happened to the officers. But, if you took a live look at the scene right now, this is hours after the fact, as Jeff was mentioning, more than 4 hours after the fact that these officers, at least the 3 officers who were on scene and were shot, arrived here on scene with a unit from the LAPD's Metropolitan Division to conduct some sort of operation that has to do with this suspect that we're talking about. We don't know the suspect's condition right now, and that is kind of what we're wondering as the SWAT officers come in and conduct their operation with their robots. But Mike, you have something.
Well, I just logistically want to let you guys know. I believe what we're looking at on the right here, maybe some videos. SkyCal, I say to go and refuel. We've been over there for a significant amount of time now. So SkyCal is going to he's going to run back to Van Nuys really quick to fuel up, and we'll come back and continue to provide live pictures as we can. On the left here, those are those live pictures from Leslie Made's camera on the ground. And I can tell you, we are, talking about that citizen that called us earlier telling us about, what we had witnessed and, kind of what we described is what that person told us, and we're kind of seeing that on some cell phone video here. Unfortunately, I can't show it to you just yet, but, we did see those officers come in and pull those other officers out and kind of get them out of the line of fire there. So, we're waiting to hear exactly what happened, what that other robot was able to go do. We just didn't go all the way inside that garage before we lost that out for fuel. So it's kind of a waiting game right now. This is the KFI AM640 Most LA. We continue our coverage of the 3 officers, the 3 LAPD officers who were shot after engaging with a suspect in regards to a felony warrant. So this was a known person, LAPD. Shots first fired at around 6 p.m. They engaged him at 4:30 at a vehicle stop. The suspect got out and then ran away into this structure. And 12 Southeast producing tonight, he brought up a good point. You can watch Hotel 9, and if we can see where the robots are, it's safe to assume that the suspect can see where they are.
Except that if he's in a garage or he's downstairs on this on the ground level and in a shed or under some sort of an overhang and is injured, Rabbi doesn't have to do it.
Nobody has a phone. I know on my phone I can get like for example, we can watch any news station coverage just by going to their website. And I can get my own television service at home on my phone. I'm not saying he is that savvy. I'm just saying it's distinctly possible that he could get that information. And I don't know if the placement of the robots and also the news coverage is compromising in a tactical sense.
Well, remember we have the 2 robots on site in the alley. It's like behind the building right now. We've got a huge police presence, and nobody seems too alarmed at this point.
Yeah.
And of course, everybody's alarmed. 3 officers were shot, but they haven't taken a position. They're not in defensive or offensive positions at this point. And there's one of the robots still in the alley with a light on. The second robot that they sent in has
what up, Queen?
Can't see him anymore. It's underneath the overhang of the downstairs area of whatever this apartment is.
We're going to take a brief break, and then when we come back, I'll be joined by Steve Gregory, who is on scene. He's preparing for the press conference. And as I look and just my search around the internet, the press conference seems to be somewhat soon. They've already set up. I can see the KFI mic flag in great position, so I know Steve Gregory is on scene. He is on it. He's going to join us next with his lay of the land and view of what's going on as he reports to you live from Lincoln Heights. That's coming up next. KFI AM640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. That's to the KFI 24-hour news from the name game.
So residents in Lincoln Heights, near where the officers were shot this these men having wanted to stay inside and lock their doors. The men who allegedly shot the officers pulled up inside a building, possibly in a garage near Mission and North Broadway. The 3 officers shot were all taken to the hospital. They are all expected to survive. The Bay Area is bracing for another atmospheric river. Heavy rain is expected to roll in tomorrow night, with experts predicting up to 6 inches of rain in parts of the Bay Area by the end of the weekend.
You got it.
Ukrainian President Zelensky has invited House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to visit his country during an interview on CNN. The invitation comes from Trump's Republicans talking about whether the U.S. should continue providing aid to Ukraine and to defend itself against Russia's invasion. Partly cloudy skies tonight, mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the 60s, and rain is likely on Friday. Those surface streets still blocked off in Lincoln Heights because of the police shooting. Letters cut down for all the police activity, and there's a big closure of the rain area of Broadway, Lincoln Park Avenue, and Mission Road. So watch out here. Stay clear of it. Mission Road's off on this between Baldwin Street and Commodore. It's north and Broadway off from this between Lincoln Park Avenue and Mission, and that whole triangle, Lincoln Park Avenue, is cut down towards Mission as well. A good alternate for you instead of Mission Road, take Soto instead. So we also have to cut the over the path, a path on the 405, making it in northbound, coming up on Football Center. It's the parking and lanes that are blocked due to a terrible rat and boys are backing up away from Rwanda. Hey, FI in the sky, help get you there faster. I'm even watching that. This report is sponsored by Think It Up. Think It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered teacher-led learning projects. Even computers, helping you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today. Join at thinkitup.org.
On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really?
I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deepfake.
Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting higher for each ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Could you use some extra help in the needs, like putting food on the table or paying the rent, keeping your home warm and the lights on, buying new seats for growing trees, or helping with medical needs? Find out about the Supplemental Security Income Program, SSI, administered by Social Security. It's money you can use to help pay for basic needs like food, clothing, shelter, or medical needs. You can receive monthly SSI payments if your income and financial resources are low, and you are 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability, or who is blind. Call 1-800-717-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI to learn more about SSI and start the application process today. That's ssa.gov/SSI. This message produced by Social Security and U.S. Taxpayers Bank. This is a vital part of child development, and they help mitigate the negative impact of stress. Teachers who connected with loved ones, friends, teachers, grandparents, and coaches. This Child Hopeful Moment is brought to you by CalHope.org. Life is uncertainty and pain to be stress, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope free and secure mental health resources call 833-317-4273 or live chat at CalHope.org. Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have a price.
No, you've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the Snowbit Plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99. So you haven't seen it. Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer shovel. The Snowbit Plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99.
Almost.
Yeah, there are a few exceptions.
Wow, you went up front and everything. I just told a guy named Rabbi who wouldn't tell me anything.
No brothers here, man. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclogged drains for $99. Call us 1-800-446-MIKE. Contact your license number 39917 and solution to the following program of your recording. And now, a few words from your dog. I'm going to go Hey, it's Jennifer Jones. Please join me on my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Quickside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd. For Pasadena committees, Wiggle Waggle walks to raise funds to help take care of the hundreds of animals we're taking each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle. Back to the party. KFIAM640 or stimulating talk. KFIAM 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Kelly, as we continue our coverage of the three LAPD officers who were shot earlier this evening after a confrontation with a suspect who is now barricaded in Lincoln Heights, who is thought to be a garage or shed of some sort in this residential neighborhood. And joining us right now is Steve Gregory, KFI's own Steve Gregory, who is on scene in Lincoln Heights. Steve, how are you doing this evening? Oh, pretty tired. It's been a long day, but we made it down here. We're waiting right now for officials from the LAPD to get here and talk with us. They're getting briefed by Lieutenant Commander on scene, and kind of one of the more, I guess, I don't know if it's disturbing, but little things that kind of made us a little upset. They moved it farther away from the action. They put it actually in the center of Lincoln Park. We're in the parking lot of Lincoln Park, and we're waiting either a deputy chief, someone at that level, commander or lieutenant, come over here and tell us the latest. This is still a very fluid story, so that's one of the reasons why we don't get the information as quickly as we'd like it to, because once they come over and tell us something, it might change 10 minutes later. So we're really just sitting and waiting. We're getting bits and pieces trickling in. To kind of recap the day, there were shots that were fired just before 4 p.m. And by the time officers got there on scene around 6 o'clock, we're not sure what prompted the opening of the gunshots. We're not sure what prompted any of that. We're not sure the motive of why this man barricaded himself in the structure. We're not clear the motives behind it. We're hoping to get those answers. But then it escalated after 3 officers on the K-9 unit of the LAPD were injured and taken to the hospital, and then the SWAT team or Metro came in, and they took over the team that arrived at the custody. When you say took over the team, we know from watching televised accounts that there's a heavy police presence. That was correct. That including has anticipated, are they more relaxed or aggressive position from what you know? It's funny you say that because I'm getting some intel now from Ida Bob. And they're talking about body language at this point. And right now they've got the teams that they need in place. Remember, we're talking about some of the best trained officers in this business. And so there's an awfully eerie calm right now down on the ground and around that area. And that could indicate a couple things. I've always been told by tactical people over the years that time is on their side. They have no place to go.
Living the dream, Eli. I saw you in a room earlier. I have like 6 different accounts in that room. Shout out to you, my man.
The other theory is that person already stopped himself.
It was from April. It was after the morning show. Everybody kind of just filtering out. And I got my. I was trying to add as many accounts as some April room. I forget what I and all of a sudden, Eli was great. Getting bit roasted between like 6 of my accounts. I was like, oh, there you go, man. You were all sick in the mix.
That's part of the protocol. They'll try to get some sort of communication tool in there. That's why they deploy the robot. And when the robot goes in there, the robot has the capability of taking a phone line in there with him. Or with, I said him, the robot. I don't know what the pronoun is for the robot. But the robot goes in there and has an ability to communicate in two-way conversation. So they try to establish that line of communication. It's not clear whether that has been made or not, but that is certainly one of the tools that they have at their disposal. They may not have told you, but we did see from television coverage that a second robot was also used and utilized on scene. Do you have any idea why that might be, or other capabilities which may be in play? Sure. So what typically happens is they want to get a
full assessment. It could have a lot to do with the any kind of obstruction that they might be facing on the front of that structure. So they may want to just have some presence there. Remember, because those robots have cameras in them, so they may just want to get cameras from all the entrances, or at least as much coverage as possible, because those live feeds are going back to the command post, which is situated away from the action on purpose, so they can sit there and ascertain without any problems happening close by. So they're looking at probably some different camera angles, or they might be positioning themselves to put some sort of an operation together. Now, for those who have just joined us, you are awaiting, obviously, the press conference, and you said you've been pushed back in terms of physical proximity to the side of the barricade, and also the press conference has been pushed back in terms of time. Is that correct? Correct? We're all waiting here in the parking lot of the Lincoln Park School, and presumably we're getting an update. We were told we were going to get an update 40 minutes ago, I think. I'm looking at my watch. Yeah, about 40 minutes ago. When we first got on scene, we were told, hold on a second, if you don't mind. Sure, I'm breaking news. Sergeant, how are you? No, we're at the Lincoln Park School. We're all waiting for someone to come talk to us. Yep, and we've been here for about 40 minutes. Who? No one's here. No, we're all waiting, and everyone's getting a little antsy. This is Steve Gregory talking to LSPD stuff. Okay, so, yeah. So there was a bit of a miscommunication. Apparently they thought we were supposed to be at another location. So, we are now there. It looks like they're expediting that individual to get over here. In your professional history, is this common? Is this consistent with how these fluid situations may go, or is it indicative of something else in your professional history? Here's the thing. There's a lot of moving parts, and it's kind of a cliche term, but it truly is what they're experiencing right now. And this is the one thing that we constantly sort of battle as law enforcement agencies. When they have major operations like this, and here's the thing. When one of their own is injured or killed, God forbid, that changes the dynamic significantly, because then we are the least important thing that's on their mind right now. So when you've got operations like this, of this caliber and this size, sometimes we are on the hold. We're off to the side somewhere. And so this is the thing we struggle with constantly. We tell them it's important to get to it as soon as possible. But then they say, well, we don't have all the information. Well, just give us what you have right now. What can you tell us at this point? We understand that it's going to change later. But it's really, I always tell them to err on the side of more information as soon as possible. So that's kind of the struggle we always have. Now, again, just because there are major operations, we're in the communications business mode, and sometimes we don't get it right. Right. Internally and externally. So the same thing holds true for law enforcement. Well, Steve, I know that you're literally on scene, you're on the job, and we'll check with you later on, and you'll give us information if you have it, as you always do. You got it. This is KFI AM 640. We're continuing our coverage of the 3 LAPD officers who've been shot this evening in Lincoln Heights. Keep it right here. We will continue to update you, and if and when a press conference should occur, we'll have it for you live. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You're saying, hey, you're insert smart speaker in here. What KFI AM 640? That's all you gotta do. We're living in a space age.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles and County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Officers down. Bringing you to live from the KFI 24 hours return free LAPD officers, including a K9 unit officer, have been shot in Lincoln Heights. They were taken to the hospital and are in stable condition. All 3 are expected to survive. A person has barricaded himself into a building near Mission and Broadway. Residents have been told to lock their doors and stay inside. LAPD has issued a citywide tactical alert. A perimeter has been set up around the area, and a SWAT team is on scene. Lake and Board of Supervisors during this past the public awareness campaign about state flag law. The 2016 law allows weapons to be taken from people deemed to be a danger upon themselves or others. Supervisor Janet Thompson yesterday that while the law is effective, most people in LA County don't know it exists. The department will report back in 90 days with a plan for its implementation campaign. A woman in Mendocino County survived 3 nights in her car during a snowstorm and blanketed many parts of the city. The woman was driving to her mother's house and she got stuck for a night.
She had no cell signal and could not call for help until more than a day later. Because of the treacherous conditions, it wasn't until Monday that first responders were able to reach the woman.
ABC raised troops, but thankfully the woman had some food and water in her car. It was very cold and showed signs of dehydration. Governor Newsom has tested positive for COVID-19. His office says he has mild symptoms and will self-isolate while working from home for at least 5 days. Newsom still plans to join Attorney General Bonta and other state leaders virtually to make a so-called major announcement tomorrow. The trial for a suspended LA City Council member accused of federal corruption has begun.
Former LA County Supervisor Mark Thomas was indicted after he allegedly accepted bribes in the form of money through USC. Prosecutors say he asked the former dean from the school to wire thousands from his campaign fund into his son's nonprofit in 2018. In exchange, the former dean was granted a contract between the school and the county. The trial is expected to last about 4 weeks. In downtown LA, Chris Agnew, KFI News.
The traffic stop in Michigan has turned into the state's largest ever fentanyl bust. Michigan State Police Lieutenant Dwayne Robinson says police pulled the vehicle over for improper lane use and a cracked windshield. When they looked inside and found more than 8 pounds of fentanyl.
It disrupted the distribution of around 3 million fentanyl-laced pills with a total street value of $9 million.
The driver, back in California, and was arrested and taken to jail for possession with intent to deliver. Police say the shipment was headed for Detroit. The FAA's Billy Nolan has testified in front of a U.S. Senate committee on the safety of the aviation industry. Nolan addressed concerns from lawmakers about an increase in passenger crime.
We have set a zero tolerance policy around unruly passengers, misconduct in the air.
Nolan says the FAA is using every tool at its disposal to make sure or to ensure action takes place against anyone who commits a crime on a flight. Comments come after a man on his way from LA to Boston tried to stab a flight attendant and also tried to open an emergency door mid-flight on Sunday. A thief is just a thief until he becomes a bad bunny.
Remember the Cadbury Easter Bunny Trout TV commercial from 1994?
Something more cuddly. Yeah.
Ow,
Sugar.
Well, now we have a contender for this year's Cadbury Egg commercial, and he's from Northern California. Timmy the Sheep lives at the Funky Chicken Rescue Sanctuary in Vacaville, and he's a top 10 finalist. He beat out thousands of other rescue pets, and now it's time to vote. You can vote for Timmy online at CadburyUSA.com once a day through Tuesday. Jeffrey Jones Lee, KFI News.
Go Timmy. Southbound weather from KFI, partly cloudy, lows in the 30s and upper 40s, mostly cloudy tomorrow, highs in the mid-60s to 56. Upper 60s for Metro LA and the Indo-Sea, 60s in the valleys and IE, right around 60 for the Antelope Valley. 40% chance we'll get some rain after midnight, and rain is likely Friday, highs to be in the 50s and 60s. Rain should end by Saturday morning. We'll have mostly cloudy skies through the rest of the weekend. It's 51 in Dana Point, 53 in Long Beach, 47 in Ladera Ranch, 51 in Sherman Oaks. We'll head back to Lincoln Heights and check in with those street closures because of police activity. Broadway between Lincoln Park and Mission Road. Mission Road is off limits as well from Commodore as you head towards Baldwin Street. You may even have some restrictions as you get a little closer to Lincoln Park, so watch out there. And then you can always take Soto Street as your alternate in the area. We'll head out to the Sepulveda Pass. It looks like a wreck is wrapping up on the 405 northbound at Skirball Center. The lake is still loading up, getting away from Sunset Boulevard. And as you roll into the Anaheim Mills area, this is the 91 eastbound. You see just a little bit of a slow drive right now. Coming right up on Green River. Hey, up on the side. Helps get you there faster. I need 2 more teammates.
This is hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, I was bullied so badly, I cried. Hello, I'm John Akoyan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. I was named Ogamis after my grandfather, but as a kid, I was teased for having that name, so I changed it to John. John is the English version of Ogamis, and it maintains the honor to my grandfather. My family and heritage are important to me, so staying true to myself and Rooter Hero Plumbing are important. Staying true to Rooter Hero Plumbing means being true to you and delivering world-class service. That's why my cell phone number is on the back of every Zero Zero Plumbing business card. Call us at 866-DRINK77 and we'll cable your line for $77. That's 866-DRINK77. Thank you. Attorney Joe Cordell. Divorce forces a father to focus on what's most important, his children. You may no longer be a husband, but you'll always be a dad. In the divorce process, this comes down to three key concerns: physical custody, decision making, as well as financial support. Each of these is important. It's important that you choose a lawyer that cares as much about these issues as you do. 1455 Gracie Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. CordellCordell.com. Rosetta Stone, where language is learned. RosettaStone.com.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising, with experts ready to craft your message fast. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. ASI.
More stimulating talk.
An iHeart radio station. KFIA 640 to the hotel as we continue our coverage of the Lincoln Heights shooting in which 3 officers were shot earlier this evening. There's some breaking news that they may be in a code 4 situation. And let's go to 609 and get some more information on that. Also, hearing police officer over there telling people to close their doors, shelter in place basically, right? Lock their doors and their windows. And not long after that, we sort of seemed to see less activity, if you will, less frantic activity as far as the SWAT officers, the robots. They were still there assembling, but at the same time, that there wasn't a quick movement. And maybe that's when they have to say that the suspect was down. And that's where they brought in those robots. Right? We saw 2 robots working in tandem. One that came very close, and I remember Mike saying that the other one could have been used to deploy some sort of gas to further, is that right, Mike? And that is what they ended up doing. So they've got 2 robots. Unfortunately, SkyCal's getting fuel right now, but this is video from earlier. This robot that they're using right here with the light on it was one that they used to get eyes on the suspect. So that's got a camera on it. They was able to relay it back to the SWAT truck so they could, see what was going on. And then they brought in a second robot that had a long arm. We watched it kind of wheel its way into the garage there, and then that's what they used for the gas. And let's just say that this perimeter, whether it's both the smaller and the larger, they're going to be in effect probably throughout the night because they have so much investigatory work to do in gathering evidence and what have you. So it's not as if this neighborhood is just going to be open up back now, even though a code 4 has been called. Right, and I would suspect that we'll see this perimeter be intact here until tomorrow morning. I mean, obviously you shot them, there's a possibility they shot back, you've got a use of force investigation, you've got just a general shooting investigation, the whole investigation that even brought them here to begin with. So they've got a lot of different things that they've got to look at, and that's going to be happening throughout the night. And I just want to point out really quick, we had talked about the dangers that officers face. As we're talking about this, the sheriff's department is actually in pursuit of a sexual assault with officers. All right, Michael, we're going to go to Tom right now because this press conference that you went to is about to begin. Every day, the men and women of the Los Angeles Police Department put themselves in harm's way. Tonight is a reminder that the danger is very real. I'm relieved and grateful that these 3 brave officers are in stable condition. This is and I was able to have a conversation with 2 of them when I checked in on them just now. I deeply appreciate their service and let them know that their city stands with them. And I very much look forward to their recovery. My heart goes out to the officers' families who tonight got the phone call or the knock on the door that they dread every day that their loved ones go through. Just this weekend, I joined the LAPD for an event designed to take guns off of our streets. It is worth repeating that we must do much more to protect our officers and protect our community. That way we'll get 100 back, I ask all Centennials to hold these officers and their families in their hearts tonight.
Incredibly complex, and order, suggesting it was designed by a higher intelligence. The laws of physics are incredibly precise to the point of seeming like they were programmed. 3. The existence of mathematical laws that seem to govern the universe could be seen as evidence of the simulation. 4. The concept of simulation is becoming more and more feasible as technology advances.
Earlier this afternoon,
5.
officers are calling back
Since simulations are possible, it is likely that future
to an
simulations
area of
will
3,800
face
blocks of
it's
Broadway.
possible that an
The officers
advanced
responded to the area and conducted a
civilization
search
could
for
create a simulation that is
investigation of a parolee at
indistinguishable
large.
from reality. 7.
During the subsequent
Virtual
investigation,
reality
officers
challenges becoming
came
frequent
across an
advancements in
individual who
space.
refused
8.
to
Some
comply
scientists
to their
have
commands
suggested that
and
the universe
requested
itself
K-9
could
officers
be
look
a
across the
transient
metropolitan
simulation. 9.
region.
Quantum
During the
mechanics
subsequent
suggests that
search,
reality is
officers
not always
encountered the
one
individual
which
and
could support
utilized
the
some
simulation
gas to
hypothesis
try
and
to
surrounding our
comply, get
sense.
compliance
The
with
idea
the
that we're
individual.
living in a
Again,
simulation
the
is not
suspect
as
refused.
far-fetched as it might
At
seem.
one point during the search, the suspect exited and fired at the officers, wounding 3 officers who are now listed in stable condition here just behind me. Again, we're grateful for the continued calls to our community and those supporting our community. As the mayor mentioned, the tragedy of the dangers that some of these officers face is what we face today, and we're hopeful that this tragedy will not continue to repeat itself. As of 20 minutes ago, we were notified that the individual was taken into custody without further incident. We're thankful to the community that supported the large perimeters we respond to the officers, and more important, for the patience that was demonstrated by our residents in the area. Thank you. This is a question about the scan of the suspect. I will put the details of the specific injury, but the officers are in stable condition. All 3 of them are speaking, and all of them have their families here as well. So I'm happy to report that they are in stable condition. Potentially they may be released, but we're still doing more evaluations. Their medical staff is doing additional evaluation of the officers. That's part of the investigation. Our Force Investigation Division is here to conduct the investigation relative to an officer-involved shooting, as well as our Robbery Homicide Division will investigate the aspect of the crime against the officers. I don't have the details from the scene. We were dealing with the officer's family, and I know there will be providing additional details at the scene of the tactical operation shortly as well. We do have officers that return fire, and the subject to that investigation with FID as to how many return fire, the number of rounds, is part of the investigation at this point. I don't have the details of the specific times, but they are 3 male officers, and we're grateful they're in stable condition at this time. There's 3 male officers assigned to our Metropolitan Division. All 3 of the officers are K-9 officers assigned to Metropolitan Division. How about their dogs? Are their dogs okay? Yes. Yes.
So the idea of completely from a not certainly a lot of people
I don't have the
of
details
ufology,
of the specific information that officers received. We did receive information that they were looking for parolee at large during the initial investigation.
The most advanced person I know, and that's from Joe Rogan. I love Joe Rogan. I've heard other people talk on here that they like Joe Rogan.
We're able to provide that information. We will provide it as part of the investigation.
Some other people, definitely going to.
Again, we don't have the details, potentially
one of
have,
the
but that's
key
something that will have to be reviewed as part of the ongoing
scientists on
investigation.
there, some bodyguards, some other bodyguards,
I do not know.
basically the bodyguard said is that he's proven that he is in Las Vegas, essentially, and
I do
just
not
north
know the
of Las
details of the
Vegas.
transport. All 3 were brought here to
Briefed him, and one of the things that was briefed him was human DNA had over 60 scores genetic modifications. And when you read that, it's quite strange and almost scary to think about.
I think I mentioned the session started about
absolutely.
afternoon.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a mind-blowing thing. And I've heard it years ago, and it's hard to wrap my mind around that we're not alone, and that we're perhaps being manufactured or
very deadly situation. We're grateful residents were not injured as part of it, and we're grateful the officers are going to be okay.
Essentially, what he is most society conditions to put us off the we all know about the having
the LAFC responded to the intersection requested by LAFC, North Broadway and Mission Road were reported as leaders. With officers down and barricaded. We arrived on scene with this time 3 officers down. The LAPD officers were assisting the other officers to our
like, wow, there's a lot of evidence for what fathers are himself and other people that we were treated to, perhaps. So then when you get into this idea of the simulation, perhaps that's all true. Perhaps some of it is true. I'm not sure. I do know that the laws of physics and mathematics, they do work very well. I'm not going to say that that's the be-all, end-all, but it does seem like the things do get hold of the most, I would say that the people I know most of this, and that would be some of the fathers are, people said that certainly we have had some kind of genetic, manufacturing of our DNA to make us who we are today. And that is kind of, it takes some of the secret satellites. I thought we were just amazingly evolved creatures, perfectly from like some kind of like bacteria. So perhaps we're not. Perhaps we were seeded here and then guided along. But it's quite interesting.
The suspect who presumably had killed young Javier Carabin, 17-year-old last Friday. Obviously today, Metro Division has been very, very busy. We're thrilled. We're more than happy. The Top City 14 Malaysia Heights that the suspect has been apprehended. Thank God that the three officers are out of danger. And once again, I want to thank the men and women of LAPD, especially Mayor Karen Bass, for his strong leadership, for being here today with their officers. Thank you much.
But our crisis response team is here to provide the families with whatever support that they need. But my message to them is really stand with them. Is that our prayers, our hearts go out to them for their speedy recovery and also for the trauma that their families are facing right now.
I want to
And we know that
ask you,
officers every day
things
will
like
go to work
that
and their
perhaps,
families
or other
are
ideas, and then
less
craft
than
up a show on
clear, hoping that they won't get the phone call that these two families got tonight. So the two officers that I talked to are strong. Strong. The questions that they asked me was about their colleagues that were still out there looking for the suspect. So, like you would expect, they weren't concerned about themselves. They were concerned about their colleagues that they knew were still out looking. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think that it was just important for me to be here. This is a place that's familiar to me. I used to work here in the emergency room and trauma. And so to go back to the emergency room now to try to bring comfort and support to officers was something that was very important and meaningful to me. Thank you. Thank you.
I can provide a Spanish speech if they're ready. Okay, we're going to drop out of this and officer contact. There are two press conferences which are going to take place tonight. This was the first one, if I'm not mistaken, was in conjunction with the LA Fire Department, primarily. And Steve Brady has been hustling back and forth so he could get to this particular press conference, which just after you heard Mayor Bass speaking for the most part of it. And there's going to be a secondary press conference. We don't know the time of that, but that, as we're told, is supposed to relate to more specifics regarding the suspect who has been taken into custody. So let's recap what we do know so far. We know that the three officers are in stable condition. They were taken to County USC Medical Center. They originally responded to a call of a parolee who was at large. And then things escalated from there, and this parolee had left the vehicle, had gone inside, I guess the structure, and came out and started shooting at the officers. He was eventually, speaking to the end, he has been taken into custody, but no details have been given whether the suspect is still alive. And I think you will get that information in the subsequent press conference. Now, we also learned that the officers did return fire, and there were three male officers, all canine officers, none of the I would say the dog officers, excuse the terminology, were shot. They were all okay.
That I March 17th, it knew that, like, essentially the start of the kickoff was
I thought it was very interesting though when one of the reporters said this suspect alive, and the assistant LAPD said we don't have any details on that.
that was ever bought by Bitcoin, and that was
before said, oh, the suspect is taken into custody without incident.
I guess you could speculate. Well, I've not heard anything at this point which tells me that the suspect is still alive. There's nothing that says to me that the suspect gave himself up. The suspect, was willing and negotiated his surrender with police. We don't know anything about that. But at the risk of not speculating more, we know that Steve Gregory is waiting for the LAPD press conference in earnest, which will give us hopefully all of those details about the suspect who was taken into custody. And I think, anything as we were reviewing our conversations, I think that spoke to what we perceive as the lack or the non-aggressive posture by SWAT and the other officers on scene, at least in seemingly that there was a discussion or there was information which was to law enforcement that the suspect was no longer a threat. We don't know if that means incapacitated or had already been taken into custody.
Hopefully we'll get that information because it's a big gray area now. The really important thing is that the officers are all going to be okay. One is shot in the arm, one in the leg, one in the stomach. Mayor Bass said that they are all talking, that she's spoken to the officers. So that's good. And again, they were all three senior mayor officers with the Metropolitan Division.
According to ChatGPT, there are some really great opportunities at
and they're going to be okay. And
some of these I gave it, but others
interesting when the assistant chief was
I'll
talking
read,
about
I'm going to read about
that
25
the
minutes
incident
and
started
a
sometime
collectible
after 4
card game,
o'clock.
a virtual
And
art
then a
gallery,
call.
a digital
For
fashion,
the parolee
which I think is kind of do with
and
the
they find that it sounds like there was sort of a standoff for a while. Because he wouldn't comply with their orders.
A virtual
That's
pet,
and then they
a
called the
digital
canine
trading
unit
card
in.
game, a
And
series
they
of
said
interactive
that
puzzles,
the
a virtual
they
reality
used the
experience,
gas
and
on
an
it.
animated
And he
emoji,
still wouldn't
which
comply
isn't hard
and
to
ran
do.
off.
Now, you can fill
And
down
then
emojis on
he
iOS
shot at
and
the
on
officer
Android.
sometime after that. That was sometime around 6 o'clock.
A digital book series,
And
a series of comic
we
strips,
saw
a series
everything
of
kind of
collectible toys, a
unfold
virtual
in
scavenger
real
hunt,
time
a
after
set
that.
of digital
We never
postcards,
saw
a set of
the suspect. We
customizable
never
appetizers
got any details about the
a
suspect.
series of
But
collectible
as I said
posters,
before, he
a
was a
series of
known
digital
individual
badges,
clearly to
animated
LAPD
wallpaper,
as a
digital
parolee. They were
a
specifically
series of digital
looking for
photo
him. They
cards,
received a call
virtual
about
escape
him
a series
as
of
a
digital
missing
keychains,
parolee. And so they happened upon him, engaged him on some level, to your point. He did not comply
not
on
all of them are
multiple
home runs,
occasions,
but
which
some of them make it happen. That's what I
required
think
an
AI
escalation
helps
on the
do.
part of
It's a
LAPD
tool.
where they called in canine vision and also other officers. And there was this gap in time that we haven't been told about that I think we'll eventually get to know about. What happened in the time between, I'm guessing, 4:30 and about 6 o'clock when shots rang out. We don't know if the suspect had already barricaded himself to a certain degree and they were trying to talk him out or and possibly send in the canine unit to drive him out, or whether he was just so buried in that he just would need some other method. And that's when they tried the gas, and then I guess maybe shots rang out after that. We're not clear on the timeline.
Right, and then also the assistant chief said that the officers did return fire. They don't know how many shots were fired, so he may have been down immediately. The suspect. We don't know that.
Right, we don't know whether he was hit. We don't necessarily know whether he took his own life.
You got it.
I'm going to prepare
a tweet.
We don't know the status of the suspect in any way. We don't know whether the suspect willingly gave himself up or was capacitated somewhere along the way. We're not given that information. And the reason why we're saying this, if you're just tuning in to KFI 864, is there was one, I would say, a press conference that kind of surprised a lot of people. And it started seemingly out of nowhere. Even the television coverage just sort of jumped to it, and we found ourselves in it as well, which was not the original press conference that most of us were waiting for. Steve Gregory had to hustle from one location to another just to be able to cover that press conference. But we've also been informed that there is a second press conference, which is specifically being conducted by LAPD, and we're supposed to get information, much more developed information about the subject and some of the precipitating factors which led to the confrontation between officers and this parolee, the suspect who was taken into custody. And again, if you just tune in the end, we do know that the 3 officers are in stable condition. They're going to be okay. They were taken to County USC Medical Center, and as Amy told you, they're speaking. Mayor Bass was a part of the first press conference, and she said that she had conversations with the officers, hadn't had a chance to really talk to their families. But from what we know, it's mostly good news in a situation like this. If you hear that officers have been injured or they have been shot, this, I would think, is the best case scenario where they're in stable condition, they're going to recover, and the alleged perpetrator has been taken into custody. We don't know anything at this point in terms of the specifics of the suspect. We don't know his status. We don't necessarily know why he was in that particular area. We don't know if that's close to his present residence or whether it was connected to someone that the parolee and suspect knew. We don't have any of that information. We don't know why the confrontation began at that particular location. We don't know to whom it's connected or what it's connected.
Although the assistant chief says they were called to that location.
Yes, yes.
And I didn't hear, and maybe you heard, Mo, as I was listening, I didn't hear if they pulled him over or if he was at a residence.
No, they did not say either specifically. They didn't say whether, well, they said to your point that they were going specifically to that location, but it seemed to me with conflicting news reports that they encountered him in the street, not like they walked up to a residence and knocked on a door. Like he was in a car, at a car, on a sidewalk, and then it further escalated from there. But we don't necessarily know what was the first point of interaction. We do know that they were looking for him specifically, and they found him, but we don't know whether that location is connected to him. Now, if he's a parolee, he could have been wearing some sort of monitoring device, which probably played into it.
Oh, if he had a monitoring bracelet on.
Yes.
Input or whatever they call it.
Right. But we haven't been given any information as to whether this particular location in Lincoln Heights is specific to him or someone connected to him. We don't know if it was a happenstance location or an intentional location where they went to meet him at his residence. We don't have any background on the suspect at this point.
But we know where he ended up was in an alley, and it looks like on the lower level of an apartment building.
Right. But we don't know who.
Yeah, we don't know if he lived there or if he was just there and ran and kind of ducked for cover.
We are awaiting a second press conference, and when we have either that information of when it's going to be held, and obviously when it's held, we will bring it to you live so you don't miss any part of that. We should have more information about the suspect. We've been told that it will address specifically the suspect and his background information and some of the information regarding the first point of contact, which led to the shots ringing out, which led to 3 officers being injured, but they are going to be okay. They are presently at County USC Medical Center. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll have more on this story in Lincoln Heights. It is turning out to be better than worse as far as cases coming in. The suspect is in custody. The officers who were shot are going to be okay. They're in stable condition, and we'll have more in just a moment. KFI AM 640, I'm Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
Mayor Karen Bass says this is a reminder that the danger is very real to police officers. 3 LAPD officers have been shot in Lincoln Heights. LAPD says the person has been taken into custody, but when asked whether the suspect was alive, the assistant LAPD chief said he didn't have those details. The officers are all in stable condition. The person barricaded himself into a building near Mission and Broadway earlier this afternoon. Officers arrived at the area. Shots were fired about 2 hours later. A huge police presence was set up around the area of Mission Avenue and North Broadway. A cab driver who was in the car with 3 inmates escaped from an Orange County jail has testified he wanted no part of the escapade. The man said yesterday he had to take pictures of 2 of the inmates at a beach in Northern California after he was forced at gunpoint into the backseat of his car. One of the inmates on trial is charged with escaping custody, car theft, and kidnapping for the carjacking in 2016. Testimony is set to continue. Sam San Juan Capistrano has broken ground on an almost $50 million project that includes a new city hall, plus a cliff. Oftentimes, cities will say, oh, we're built out, we have no land.
Denver Housing CEO Laura Archuleta says, but San Juan Capistrano decided,
we're tight on land here, but what if we redid the city hall and we made a little space for housing?
Mayor Howard Hart says the 49 units of permanent supportive housing plus wraparound services reject NIMBYism by putting housing literally in the backyard of city government. I'm excited about a couple things. One, as a veteran, is just providing 10 permanent supportive housing units for veterans. He said, and two, the 50-year-old temporary city hall will finally be replaced. In San Juan Capistrano, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has been admitted to the hospital and is receiving treatment after he fell. That was confirmed by a spokesperson. McConnell is 81 and serving his 7th term in the U.S. Senate.
This conduct is unacceptable. It's heartbreaking.
The DOJ says the Louisville Metro Police Department has engaged in a pattern of violating constitutional rights. Attorney General Merrick Garland spoke about the DOJ's findings after an investigation prompted by the deadly 2020 shooting of a black woman in her home.
The report finds that LMPD uses excessive force, including unjustified neck restraints and the unreasonable use of police dogs and tasers.
Garland says the Louisville Police Department unlawfully discriminates against black people during enforcement activities. He also says it violates the rights of people engaged in protected speech. Universal Studios is getting a new and longer name. This will say Universal Destinations and Experiences will better reflect the many parks and experiences offered. There's locations in Los Angeles, Orlando, Japan, and China. The company says it's also working on a new park for Texas and an immersive horror experience in Las Vegas. We'll get it. Southland weather detail 5 partly cloudy tonight, lows in the 30s and 40s. Clouds tomorrow with highs in the low to upper 60s. Chance of rain after midnight, and rain is likely on Friday and Friday night. Mostly cloudy for the weekend with highs in the 50s and 60s, and we've got a chance of rain again Tuesday and Wednesday. It's 51 in Orange, 52 in Santa Ana. Still have the streets closed in Lincoln Heights because of the shooting of the officers. Broadway, probably about one is between TRUMAN, Lincoln Park Avenue and Mission Road. Also Lincoln Park comes down to Mission Road to Broadway. And that whole area kind of forms a big triangle. So stay clear of that. Soto's a good alternate to Mission Road. You can also head out to Culver Pass. This earlier event on the North 405 at Scribble Center is wrapped up and traffic is recovered away from Debbie Center. So moving in Chino Hill, 71 southbound leaving Butterfield Tennis Road to the 90 line.
Excellent. All right, so this
looking
is
a little crowded as you roll through Corona.
let's stay
They
angry
love to
that
shut down the connected from
that.
16 north to the 91
So
west.
get angry,
South
stay
Central
angry,
City,
we're not monkeying
overnight
around.
road
The
work.
revolution has
Pay
begun.
FIU side,
Unleash your
help
primal
get you there
rage.
faster.
Join the
I'm
8th
Marcy
uprising,
Nett.
Bananas for Justice. Rise up with the 8th. Let the anger flow. Get mad, get even. The 8th have spoken. Unleash the beast within. Embrace the fury. This is our temple. We are the angry 8th. No more monkeyism. Fight like an 8th. The time for anger is now. War with the 8th. Join the rage against the machine. Stand up for what is right.
You pay nothing on repairs.
And a couple of us rounded out. The 8th has taken over. Embrace the inner 8th. This is not the drill. No more bananas for the oppressors. Anger is our right.
Rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish. Unlike those other warranty companies, the last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote, 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill.
It's the idea.
Call Ox Car Care,
Take your pick, basically, of what you want. You rather have too many choices and
Hey, all the
choose
huge
from them
stars.
than
For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance service, Duffy Power has you covered. Go to DuffyPower.com, DuffyPower.com. That's DuffyPower.com. And simple things parents and caregivers should reach out children cope with stress. It's important to talk to children in age-appropriate language and approach the discussion in a calm and sensitive way to help them cope. This
you don't
help
think
the
that that's
moment
one
is
phrase.
brought to you by Help.org. I think I'm certain. Okay,
Definitely too long. That's definitely too long. That was 25 phrases.
Where language is learned. RosettaStone.com.
James Black, I read 25. That was 25 of them. No, definitely, that was too long of words. Word. What did you say, Queen? It was stay angry on this event.
And help you recommendation as soon as you feel symptoms. Visit youcanbeatit.org or call 833-422-4255 to ask for
I'm gonna
medication
tweet
to
it.
treat
That's the
COVID-19.
number one on the
Sponsored
list.
by the California Department of Public Health.
It's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patricia Spandoletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. The House of the Dragon was the most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show. Audio is a core part of that. As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. What if a mouse could change the world? What if elephants could fly? What if the whole world could celebrate together? KFI wants to send you to the celebration of 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. Enter for your chance to win one day, one park tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park from KFI and join the celebration. Offering subject to maximum restrictions and changes of visit KFI on Instagram and enter to win a chance to celebrate 100 years of Disney. Good luck from KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio studio with 3 officers who were stopped earlier this evening. You may remember I was joined about an hour ago by Steve Gregory, who is on scene, and now he joins me once again with the latest as we prepare for a second press conference later this evening. Steve, how's it going so far? Well, now we know that the suspect is dead. What we're trying to find out now is whether or not he shot himself or whether he was hit by a sniper or somebody on the LAPD's Metro team. We're hoping to get those details here pretty quickly. As you mentioned, we spoke about an hour ago, and we were minutes away from getting a briefing. That did not happen. Instead, they opted to do a briefing down to the hospital. But we are told that someone from the command level would be over here to give us the update on the tactical part of this operation. Sort of, more details now that the person is dead. Presumably, we'll get more detail on why they were after him. It was possible they was wanted for some sort of a felony warrant. So we've been hearing a lot of that right now. We're hoping to get all that clarified here. We're told that a commander is being briefed if you command first, and then that person will be over here to give us an update. Now, we heard in the first press conference of the hospital that the officers were in stable condition. They were talking to various people, Mayor Bass, that they were talking to 2 of the officers. Do we know anything more about their condition as far as the specific nature of the injuries? I know one was shot in the leg, one was shot in the stomach, and I think one was shot in the shoulder. But do we know anything more about this? No, not as of now. I mean, that's probably all the detail we're going to get because of HIPAA
fine. They're going to recover.
Now, I don't know what time you were there or what you could see. And yes, we're waiting for the briefing where we'll get more tactical information. But when SWAT arrived on scene, from what you could tell, were they in a more frantic need, or did it seem like it was already over by the time they arrived?
No, when they arrived, they didn't know what they were dealing with. I mean, they only knew the specifics of the call, and they only knew that some of their colleagues had been shot and injured. But when the SWAT team rolls up on something like that, it's all about assessment first. They don't go in guns a-blazing. It's not like TV and movies. They go in there and they're very methodical. They have to take a look at the area. They've got aerial surveillance. Then they deploy a few robots to go in there and take a look. So they're getting a pretty good lay of the land first. Then they devise a plan, and then what they do is try to connect with the guy, try to talk with them. If that's unsuccessful, then they start to analyze the area to find out if it's safe to breathe, or should they just wait it out? Do they launch any tear gas? Those are all decisions that are made on a tactical plan, and then they lay it all out, and then they execute the plan. And in this case, they sent the robot in, and what I'm told by sources is the robot is the one that was sending the visual back, and then they noticed the person dead. We're not sure if it was self-inflicted. That's I'm hearing some personal reports that it could be self-inflicted, but then I'm also hearing that this possible sniper might have been a play. So those are the things we're trying to get confirmed. Hopefully here in a couple minutes. I mean, we've been waiting here and waiting here, waiting here. They really threw us for a loop on that briefing downtown. That was something that really not giving a heads up on. So,
well, I could only wonder, would LAPD divulge to that degree of specificity as far as tactics employed, as far as taking out his suspects?
It depends. I think a lot of tactics, I mean, there are things that the public will never know about tactically, but there are some obvious things, and we ask those questions. So like, okay, so how did you know, if the guy, shot himself, they were able to tell that by what they, got from the robot and from the remote camera. But if it was a sniper situation, or somebody went in and, they were able to, get him on a single shot or something like that, then we'll find out, but why did you decide to go that route and the other route? I would imagine, based on what I know about this situation like this, they probably didn't shoot him because there was no other people in the home or the garage or wherever the structure is. There was probably no one else in there in danger, so there's no need, there was no imminent threat or danger at the time. So most likely, from the sources I'm talking with now, they killed themselves. So they really kind of map this stuff out. And, they reveal some things. They'll never reveal everything, but they reveal enough for us to get a picture of what happened.
So at this point, if you and other members of press, are you congregating in one area? Does it seem like the press conference is somewhat imminent, or they've not communicated anything?
Well, it's imminent according to the last conversation I had.
Okay.
It's not really, I mean, literally, the sergeant called me while we were on the air last time to tell me that someone was, that there was a misunderstanding of some kind, and they put the person at a different location that they sent us. So, now I'm told that person is on his way over here. I'm told it's on the command level, so that's probably captain and above. And then we'll, hopefully Mo will have some answers before the end of the show.
Well, the show's not ending because I'm going to be here until we can put this story, as they say, to bed. So I'm going to be here, and I know you're going to be there. And KFI is going to be right here, and we're going to continue to cover this until we get all the information. Or agree?
So are you going to want to? So Mo, let's just figure this out live now. Are we going to? Do you want to take it live then from my end?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, that's fine then. We'll just go back to our original plan. I'll give you the live clean feed, and then everyone can hear it.
That's right. We're going to go to a news break right now, but if you need to jump in, then you just jump in. We'll take it right from there.
You got it. Thanks, Mo.
This is KFI AM 640. You heard it right there. So when we have the news conference, which is supposed to be coming up very soon, we will have it for you live directly from KFI's own Speed Radio. We'll get it right here. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now let's go to the KFI 24-hour newsroom and do this thing.
And just heard Mo and Steve talking about the man who shot 3 LAPD officers in Lincoln Heights is dead. LAPD says officers were shot this evening after trying to get the police to comply with their orders in Nixon and North Broadway. The 3 officers injured are part of the Metropolitan Division's K9 unit. All three are in stable condition and expected to be okay. Governor Newsom has announced plans to not renew a $54 million state contract with Walgreens because of the company's decision to not sell abortion pills in 20 other states. Newsom says California, the money will be shifted to another program to provide prescription drugs to prison inmates. San Diego County has installed the first of 12 naloxone vending machines in San Diego to combat fentanyl overdoses. The first free Narcan vending machine was installed in Chula Vista. 11 more will be put in this year. County officials say an average of 2 people per day are dying from opioid overdoses. Partly cloudy with lows in the 30s and 40s tonight, clouds tomorrow with highs in the 60s. We've got slowing in downtown LA on the 110. It's the northbound side, and it's time down between the 10 and the 101. Now we can check out those closures in the Lincoln Heights area, so the streets that are led due to the police activity. It includes Lincoln Park Avenue, Broadway, and Mission Road, and the 5th Street within that triangle. You can always put Soto as an alternate, and if you make your way through Encino, this is the 101 southbound. You can back up right now out of Tarzana from Mercedes Boulevard, and that full drive will go off under by Balboa Boulevard. Hey, App on the side helps get you there faster. From our tonight. This report is sponsored by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Attention I-10 freeway drivers. Freeway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lanes project. Don't get stuck. For gates and detours through the show, expressway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lanes project. Don't get stuck. For gates and detours through the show, SBCTA.com. That's SBCTA.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lanes project.
On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. Those things that make you go, really? Really?
That features a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a cannabis that was addictive. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there.
Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Seriously, Mike, you just the transmission.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fit. AAMCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
Yeah. Visit QKFeedit.org or call 833-423-4355. That's the dedication to treat COVID-19. Brought to the California Department of Public Health.
From 1909 to 1979, state-run hospitals in California performed thousands of sterilization procedures as part of the James Law. After 1979, this practice continued in some state prisons. If you were left unable to have biological children after surgery while living in a state-run facility or while in custody of a California prison, you may be entitled to compensation. For a confidential application, call 1-800-777-969. Deadline to apply is December 31st, 2023.
Want to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art for more? Here's someone who will tell you why you should call Tangible Investments.
Hi, my name is Allie Eastern, and I'm the founder of With This Ring.
With This Ring is Alex Charity.
About 11 years ago, I realized that the ring on my finger could literally save an entire village in Africa. So I donated that ring, and now we have rings coming in to our organization from women and men all over the world.
So who buys Allie's donated ring?
Tangible Investments. Our ring donors send our rings directly to Tangible Investments, and they give us more money for those rings than anyone else ever has.
With Bill's help, Allie is changing the world.
It helps us do what we do best, which is drilling in water wells in Liberia, Africa.
Tangible Investment owner Bill Genova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Still guarantees you'll get more.
Thanks so much, Bill and Tangible Investments, for all you've done for us.
All now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Watch Top Star Battle on Kids Channel at one of the sport's biggest events, the BNC Paramount Open in Indian Wells, California. Exclusive game
story more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9.
Are you looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat oat milk. It's delicious in coffee, smoothies, cereal, or by the glass. Planet Oat oat milk tastes every bit as marvelous as the moments it inspires. Pick it up in your local grocery store today.
And now, a few words from your dog.
Hey, it's Jennifer Jones. Will you join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena Humane Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help take care of the hundreds of animals we take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
KFIAM640, stimulating talk. KFIAM 640, I'm Mark Kelly. We're continuing our live coverage of the events in Lincoln Heights. Just want to bring you up to date. 3 officers, LAPD officers, were shot and injured earlier this evening. They're in stable condition at USC Medical Center. They are all expected to do well and fully recover. They're speaking to family members and also members of law enforcement. The suspect in question is dead at this time, taken into custody. We don't necessarily know how. The suspect became incapacitated. We don't know if he shot himself or was shot by a member of the LAPD. We do know that the 3 officers who were shot did return fire, so there is a possibility that the suspect was wounded in the exchange of gunfire, but we don't know if that was the cause of death. But the suspect is dead and in custody, and we're waiting for a secondary press conference. We had one with us earlier, and I think it's fair to say it was kind of unusual because it was near USC Medical Center, and it wasn't full of information, but it seemed more about political grandstanding. That's just my editorialization. It seemed more about political grandstanding than offering actual information. So we hope to get more information in a tactical sense as far as what LAPD did, what they know about the suspect, what their roles about the first point of contact. We know that he was a parolee, and LAPD officers were following up on a call specifically relating to him. We don't know whether the location in which shots were fired was connected to his address or someone else in the orbit of the suspect. We hope to get that information shortly. And Steve Gregory is on site. He said that there was another press conference which is supposed to be coming up soon, not connected to the first one we heard and we brought to you. This is going to come from LAPD, and we'll get more extensive information and more specific information as far as the events leading up to determining that the suspect was dead and also how it got to that point. But the short takeaway is the officers are going to be fine. The wounds were manageable. One was shot in the leg, one was shot in the arm, and one was shot in the stomach, if I'm not mistaken. But they're all in stable condition.
Here we are, let's go. Making the Angry Age Society documentary even better. Straight to you, all over the universe. Any other requests? That was a great request from Skate Squad. Going out to Chicagoland. Anybody else got any requests? We're playing them all night on the overnight show. Queenie, Angry After Dark, Angry Age Society Community Space.
The timing of the press conference, when they're ready to begin, they will begin, and then we'll bring it to you. But this has been a very, I would say, daunting evening for LAPD. I'm quite sure for the officers who are arriving on scene, you don't necessarily know the status of your fellow officers. You know that they are in the hospital. You know that they are suffering from injuries related to a shooting. You don't necessarily know the extent of their injuries, but you also have to focus on the task at hand. And I think that's something which is not necessarily given enough attention to as far as the difficulty of the job, where these officers are people just like you and me. And when you have colleagues, friends, people you might have been in the academy with, people who might have been your mentors who are in the hospital with gunshot wounds, it adds a different type
facet and difficulty to doing the job. And it's not a job that it's hard enough on its easiest day, let me put it that way. And it's even more difficult under these circumstances. So all I can say, it was the
absolutely.
best
Which version?
Given what these officers were dealing with.
They
happened upon a
any particular or Led Zeppelin?
But you couldn't necessarily anticipate that he was going to open fire.
You got it. Here we go. This goes out to Sean and the Angry Ape Society NFT community, the greatest community in the history of NFTs. We haven't been around long, but we are the best.
Officers were shot, but I guess the three handlers were shot on this occasion. And so, to reiterate, they are in stable condition at USC Medical Center. They're expected to make a full recovery.
And even better news, they're away from talking, and the fire official who was at the first press conference said,
this is going out to Sean and the rest of the Angry Ape Society fans and all the fans out there, whatever your favorite NFT is.
Definitely great news. So at this point, we're in a holding pattern. If you're just tuning in, as we continue our coverage regarding three officers who were shot in Lincoln Heights. Now, that area, if I'm not mistaken, is still, the perimeter is still up, and traffic may be very difficult in that area, so you may want to avoid it for the next few hours, even though the situation has been contained and the suspect is dead and in custody. But that's an area that you do want to avoid as the investigation is still ongoing. We're going to stay right here with our coverage. We're going to take a break, and then we'll come back and maybe get the press conference that began in the weekend bring it to you. This is KFI AM 240. I'm Mo Kevin. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Step one. Hey, look at this. I'm playing crappy disco music. Thank you. Step two. What KFI AM 640? KOST 822.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The fresh over. I'm live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. You just heard Mo talking about three LAPD officers have been stopped in Lincoln Heights. KFI Chief Gregory is on the ground because the suspected shooter is dead. Assistant Chief Al Labrada says the officers are in stable condition. Labrada says officers responded to task returned to do a search.
During the subsequent search, officers encountered the individual and utilized some gap to try to get compliance from the individual. Again, the suspect refused.
Labrada said when the guy shot at them, officers shot back. Multiple agencies are investigating. Also, the soldiers saying I want to avoid that area, and that perimeter is still intact. The LA Police Department has reduced its citywide tactical alert. Health officials in LA have warned about an increased overdose risk associated with the sedative xylazine. It's been found in illegal drugs in Texas and San Diego. The Department of Public Health says it's likely in LA too. Xylazine comes in a clear liquid form. It's cooked into a powder to be mixed with opioids like heroin or fentanyl, or pressed into counterfeit versions of Percocet, Vicodin, or Xanax to increase their effect. The tracing of tests to determine if a drug has xylazine in it. A group in LA County has set up a food drive to support military families in 29 homes who can't afford to buy groceries.
22,000 active duty service members are experiencing food insecurity and receiving SNAP benefits. President of the Rotary Club San Diego's Raymond Foster says the need for food stamps among service members is caused by inflation and lower pay among lower rates.
Now, they do have basic allowance for quarters, they do have some things with a supplemental income based on having a family, but it's not enough.
Foster says food and monetary donations can be made to the Masonic Lodge in San Diego on March 11th. He said people can reach out to the Rotary Club just like some of the families on the green parade. Rick Adler, KFI News.
A veteran has made it home to a hospital in Orange County after being hit with a Russian rocket while volunteering as a combat medic.
Giovanni Roman was an infantry sergeant in the Marines turned emergency room technician in Orange County. A person riding in the Hudson with Roman captured John footage of the nighttime attack last Valentine's Day.
It was the second time Roman took off from work on a pay visit and a few $1,000 worth of battlefield medical supplies and flew back to the war in Ukraine.
Only because the Russia was bombing the city, close to their time, both from civilians. I spent 3 years ago, I quit a hospital job, with good lunch and stuff, and I lived good. I can't live without the oxygen, so I decided to go help.
Roman said he's still coming to terms with losing his eye. He's had 2 surgeries with more on the way. To help out, he had to GoFundMe and search Help Heal Recover at an undisclosed hospital in Orange County. Corbin Carson, KFID.
A major albuterol manufacturer has filed for bankruptcy and is closing its location. Albuterol is used to treat asthma and has been on the FDA's drug shortage list since October.
The impact could be great, with 25 million Americans, or about 1 in 12, currently with asthma, and more than 4,100 deaths in the U.S. per year.
CDC's Lionel Mosley said the manufacturer based in Illinois announced its closing last month. The American College of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology is advising patients with asthma not to overuse their inhalers and to check with doctors for alternative medications. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle's daughter visit the slave princess. Princess Elizabeth Diana was baptized in a private ceremony in LA Friday. The couple announced for the first time they will use royal titles for their children. Elizabeth's title and her brother Archie's title will be updated on the Buckingham Palace website. That's on weather from KFI. Most will cloudy tomorrow, highs in the 50s, 20% chance of rain after midnight. Then rain Friday, highs around 50 to 60. Rain to rain by Saturday morning. Mostly cloudy, highs in 50s and 60s to the weekend, and 50 more rain up to rain. It's 50 in Orange, 53 in Manhattan Beach, 51 in Anaheim, 53 in Redondo Beach. For what's going in the Paris and the Fifth Avenue.
This is our main weekend westbound. We're going to the running team, 2 wrestling here. Step down for road work until 6. We're seeing delays throughout that area. South is PS15. Earlier stretch on 7 and northbound after Firestone has been cleared from lane. You guys is recovering in that area. And in North Hollywood, we saw the 170 northbound at Magnolia. Little fender there, taking it to the train. Watch for the lady break the approach. Stay by on the side, hope you get faster. I'm fine, man.
This report is sponsored by Northrop Grumman. Are you driven by cutting-edge technology? Now is your opportunity to make a difference around the world. Northrop Grumman offers careers that fit your life. With flexible schedules, benefits, and the culture invested in you, you'll be defining possible from the day you start. Learn more at nbc.com/life.
Car prices are at all-time highs. Our different and now getting replaced for details. Donate and cars for $50. And your car can be picked up tomorrow. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Fresh steelhead trout, wild caught salmon fillets, smothered in garlic lemon butter sauce, succulent shrimp scampi, crispy hand-battered cod fillets, and tender shrimp tacos topped with cool veggies for a bit of fun. It's crunchy, and we have so many choices at Cedar Bucket. From our fresh seafood catfish to our full circle market, wild caught fish fillets, and plant-based protein to our Cedar Brothers friends. Stop in today and we'll come tonight. Cedar Brothers Market. Fresh, affordable, community first.
We got your back. Okay. So I ordered Mexican for my team at work. And I'm in a meeting and I remember Jerry vegan. So I text the caterer and they reply, no problem, we got that. Sometimes I get vegetarian and vegan confused. Kind of like Austria, Australia. Okay, very easy. Cater has your back with over 100,000 restaurants. Order 24/7 on easycater.com. On Ice-T's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to Ice-T's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I never told it to become a gambling habit. What I did do was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call
1-800-GAMBLER or send info report at 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Another eventful night for Superior's Ron Peters and struggling with his two-pack. It's like Michelle Strike. Still throws an elbow. He's swinging for the count. Thereby, AM 640 was dropping into the press conference right now. Still don't know. Still undetermined. I am not aware. I don't have information on that yet. And again, it is very preliminary in the investigation. If that information is gleaned, then we'll go ahead and we'll update as we learn more. This is Chief Gregory. So I will share with you that these investigations are lengthy. They require interviews of the officers. Oftentimes that takes hours. And so that information is not something that we have at this time. Once interviews are conducted, then we'll be able to get a little bit more information on that. It is my understanding that it is within that immediate vicinity. I guess speak to how many people. My understanding is within the immediate vicinity. I don't know whether he's inside the shed or whether he's immediately out. From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, the human soul. Here's what's happening. Authorities have surrounded a building in the Los Angeles neighborhood of Lincoln Heights where they believe the suspect who was involved in the shootout with police was barricaded. But the last word we've heard is the individual may be dead. At least 3 police officers injured in that shooting. AFI Los Angeles is Steve Gregory with us on the line. Steve, what's the latest on this bizarre situation? Yeah, so this here's the bizarre situation, George. Earlier this afternoon. AFI AM 640, most of it here, we're having some technical issues. We're trying to get you back to the press conference and you see it then. The suspect opened the door. That's right, you can say that just a little bit louder right there. That part is unclear. Right. Thank you. I don't have any information on the suspect at this point. Right. The officers were transported and they are in stable condition. They did receive serious injuries, but they are in stable condition. Sure. Yes, I can do it. The canine's okay. Okay. Me llamo Stacy Spell, soy un comandante con el departamento de policía. We're going to fetch this point. We're going to drop out of this and see if we can get Steve Gregory on the line. There were some technical issues, and so there was a portion of the press conference we did not have. But we also know that it seems to be limited as far as information you're willing to give about the suspect. Do we have Steve up at this point? Okay, we're trying to get him. Okay, so we do know that a lot of this press conference reiterated what we already knew and did not give us much insight as to the suspect. Okay, we have Steve Gregory now, so he's going to join us with the latest. Steve, are you there? Yeah, that was Commander Stacy Spell with the Los Angeles Police Department giving us the tactical briefing we've been waiting all night for. To recap real quickly, the man that barricaded himself in his shed was wanted for violating his parole, so he was considered a parolee at large. It was the LAPD that was somehow, in what he could not tell me, the commander, was what prompted the call. How did they know this man was where he was at? Was he being surveilled? Did he do something? Did someone call 911? That part we don't know yet, but we do know that the initial people that were there to investigate this guy, that's when he barricaded himself. And when he didn't come out, that's when they called for a canine unit.
And when the K-9 unit showed up, they tried to get him to come out. They launched tear gas inside of the shed, but he barricaded himself inside. And instead of him coming out and surrendering, he simply opened the door and opened fire, injuring those 3 officers. They were all sent to a hospital, and they had serious injuries, according to Commander Bell, but they are expected to make full recovery. And then, at that point, he barricaded himself back inside the shed, and that's when they called in the SWAT team. And then after a bit of a wait, they deployed 2 robots, and the robots were able to get into the shed, and that's when they spotted him dead on the floor inside the shed, presumably from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, because the commander said he was not aware whether any shots were fired or not. It was return gunfire. But there was no threat to anybody else inside the shed, so there was a fear that he would have been shot by a sniper or somebody on the ground there.
Do we know that initial point of contact, whether that location was connected to the parolee in any way?
That, again, we're not sure if it's at his home address. They don't know the connection to that location. They were just told officers at Tulsa that part now that he's in a shed, we don't know if he's living in that shed or if he just simply took refuge in that shed. Those are still some questions that I'm asking.
Now, from what we can hear, it seemed like LAPD commanders were reticent to give us any information about the suspect at all. So why do you think that would be? Because we were waiting to hope to get more information about the suspect, and they still didn't want to give that information. What could still be part of this investigation that they don't want to compromise?
Well, there could be a couple things. One, that the people that are in charge of communicating that with us simply weren't told. As I was telling you in one of our earlier discussions, sometimes we're the last to know, and then if the public information office of the LAPD, sometimes they're the last to know, and sometimes they have to wait to be briefed like everyone else. Sometimes we're not priority, and so we have to wait like everyone else has to wait to get that information. The other thing too is that it may not be known because the officers were taken to a hospital, so they were not able to be interviewed. The primary focus would have been getting them to safety and getting them the medical attention they needed. Interviewing them is the last thing on everyone's mind. They want to wait till they're stable. Then they'll send in people from Forces Investigation Division or from the Homicide Division, and they'll go in and they'll start to interview them, and then they can get those details. So a lot of times, we don't know what happened because those individuals have not yet been interviewed.
Did you get a sense from that press conference, like, usually they'll tell us the next briefing will be at such and such time where they'll have more information, or did they say basically good night and we'll just find out tomorrow?
Yeah, we're not getting anything else tonight. This is it. I mean, it was, obviously it was a little struggle to get anything on this tonight. So, that's it. We're not getting anything else. And we'll probably get tomorrow with a release of some kind. We'll probably get a recap release from the Union Relations section, and then we'll have to work from that. I doubt that we'll get any more precipitation. If we do, it'll probably be about the condition of the officers and maybe some more detail about the suspect.
Well, at this point, what does your professional history and expertise tell you about, was this something that could have been foreseen, or was it something which caught LAPD by surprise?
You mean this guy just barricading himself?
Yeah, as far as, do we know that he was a violent felon? I mean, do we know anything?
Yeah, they knew about him. I mean, they knew about him because that's what prompted them to go there. They knew he was patrolling at large already, and they probably wanted for some sort of a felony. So they already knew that they were dealing with someone who was dangerous. That's why they do the cautious approach, and then they launched the tear gas, and then they have cane on them. So they did everything, from what I can tell by the book, at least followed the protocol. And then, what they didn't anticipate was instead of him coming out and surrendering, is opening the door and opening fire. That was something that caught them by surprise, obviously. So it's because most of the time, 9 times out of 10, tear gas is all they need to do to render someone sort of neutral, if you will. Kind of get them under control, get them compliant. But in this case, the guy is able to overpower the tear gas.
We're not looking for it. Because I know it's a very long day. It's turned into a very long night. So I appreciate you staying on this.
Do we know I can't feel my fingers, my ears, and my nose, if that's okay.
But other than that, you're great, right? I appreciate your levity. But do we know whether there was anyone else involved in the sense of either contacting LAPD about this parolee or someone fixing the parole anyway.
He said like that.
No, and that was part of my question at the beginning was, how did you know about this guy? How did you know where to find him and how to look for him? So we don't know whether that request may have come from Gordy as a parolee, that might have come from the, California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. They may have had some intel on this guy that they needed help with. So we're not sure what prompted the call. That's the thing that we're trying to figure out. Well, Steve, thank you so much for staying a part of this, and we'll just talk to you probably tomorrow. Okay, well, have a good night. Okay. And there you have it. Steve Gregory has been on the story for the better part of this evening. I wish I had more information to give you, but LAPD has been not forthcoming with all the information regarding the suspect himself. Now, we don't know his name. We do know that he has been incapacitated. He is dead. We don't necessarily know why police were called to that location. If you just tuned in, you didn't hear Steve Gregory. But he's a known individual. He was a parolee. They knew that he particularly was violent as they called in canine units to have this individual be forced out by first the canine officers and then by gas. And I don't know how much time expired after they tried to get that stopped and ran out.
That's
But
one of my favorite
then
things about mine.
other officers came on scene to extricate the wounded officers and then eventually SWAT arrived on scene closer to 7:50 is my time of threat. So that's what we know at this point. We do know that the threat has been neutralized. We do know that the surrounding community, residents, they are safe. We do know that there is nothing more which is going to be reported in the sense of LAPD to the community tonight. We heard of Steve Gregory. So that is the end of the flow of information. But at this point, if there should be more reporting, we'll make sure that we'll have it to you. Did you receive anything on your end that I might have missed?
No, I think that Steve's encapsulated pretty much everything. Gave us a good rundown of what happened. There was some gray area about what happened between about 4 o'clock this afternoon and 6 o'clock when they first confronted the guy. And then the shooting took place. But it sounds like
I say fuck everybody.
we got a little bit of clarity on that.
How does everybody have a
I have seen some pictures of the area. There's still police on scene, but they have that whole area cordoned off in 3 to 4 blocks radius, and it looks like some of those barricades come down and let the traffic open up. I still would imagine that they want people to stay away from that area, but it's not fully closed off in that.
And I also want to be able to take, it's difficult to get information, and we want to make sure that the information is reliable, and we can confirm it before we put it out there. Because the last thing we want to do is get something which is material and it be incorrect, right? You have to retract it. So that's why you may see certain reporting here or there about the status of the suspect and the name of the suspect unless it be corroborated. And either that we're confident in the source of whoever's reporting it, we're not going to bring that to you. So it's more important that we get it right than first. And so I just want to thank you for all the work you're doing behind the scenes, and also producer Dana, and also Jamie.
What the fuck was no one
working to support anything and because it's a team that's trying to bring all this information together when we don't have a lot of information. Steve was hustling out there. We're trying to coordinate with him. There were some technical issues. We're trying to get Steve on the line, and that's how a lot of that comes together. It's met in the time, so that's how the sausage is made. You cannot forget yourself.
I don't know what
I can't forget myself. Your job tonight was celebrating that. You had very little to no information. You had a headline, maybe about 2 or 3 things on how it worked. A lot of shit on it. But then you turned that in 3 hours of amazing stellar. I know about it. You did, sir. I appreciate that, but it's not about me. It's about the LAPD officers. It's about people like Steve Gregory who are on the ground getting the story and going the extra mile, literally, to make sure that people are informed. And first, I want to say I appreciate what LAPD does on a daily basis and what they've been doing continually. And this for them started like any other day, presumably. And then all of a sudden you're worried about 3 of your colleagues who are in the hospital and you don't know their status. You don't know, you know that they've been shot, but you don't know their status. And also, you're not even sure the status of the suspect who shot 3 of your colleagues. So it's a difficult day for all involved, but it's much more difficult for independent of the LAPD. So there's that. But if there's something that good comes out of this, I think this is the best case scenario, given what we were confronted with, where if officers are stopped, that they recover fully and they're able to return to work and they're able to return to their families. That's what you want. You want the suspect in custody. However it is, you want the suspect in custody. And there was no further loss of life. There was no collateral damage from what I know to the community members, and that's what you're hoping for. And that's, I think, a testament to LAPD, how they handled it. They kept it under control. They kept the suspect surrounded, for lack of a better word, and, everybody gets to go home, except for the suspect. I'm not worried about the suspect, but everyone gets to go home. And ultimately, that's the goal. And when you're trying to report on situations like that, and you don't know, but you can't get too far ahead of the story. Everybody's heard about fucking safe. Start predicting or assuming that there's a degree of speculation you have to do because you don't have all the information. But at the same time, you have to make sure, as I was told, stay in your shoes. How you gonna fucking line Cisco when you can't afford your Wi-Fi bill? Oh, man. Sometimes it takes a little longer than originally intended. Really? Yeah, because hopefully we were trying to get the press conference, we were hoping to get the press conference much earlier in the evening. And it didn't turn out the way. I know it threw a monkey wrench in Steve's plans. He thought the press conference was only going to be in one location. People don't know that. And then all of a sudden he was told that there was going to be another press conference down at USC Medical Center. And so people had to hustle from the primary location to the secondary location for this other press conference, which is more like political grandstanding. I can say that, yeah. More than anything, political grandstanding. You didn't get a lot of information. Then they had to hustle back to the primary location for the press conference which we had just heard. And that press conference didn't give us as much information as we would have hoped. And arguably, what you have to deal with, what's right in front of you. And, Steve Gregory is a pro, and he knows that during those circumstances. And let's just reset what we know. The three officers who were shot, we do not know their names. We just know their conditions, that they are in stable condition at USC. Their injuries are not life-threatening. And so that is good news. We know that the suspect, the alleged suspect, is dead. There's no further threat in the community. So at this point, it is safe for us to report that there was no other individual tied or involved in the situation, so there's no further threat to the community. And at this point, we know that, according to Amy King, the area was still barricaded up, but it seems that is going to be, they're in the process of breaking that down, and life is slowly returning to normal in that particular area. One thing that was not lost on me in this situation, and made it all serious, is that you just literally talked about the use of the police dogs, the robot dogs. Just talked about that. And I have to say, a situation like this actually has changed my mind about my original stance on their use overall. Because in a situation like this, I can see where you absolutely would utilize something like that to protect the lives or the further loss of life or endangerment of a human officer.
The interesting part of that too, Koala, is if they had the robot dog, would they have deployed it earlier and not have the officers try to confront the guy in the first place?
Fair point, yeah. Hopefully, we'll get that in subsequent updates. Yeah. And I don't know if we'll get that answer because that speaks to tactics. And I don't think they would tell us explicitly, yes, we would have deployed the robot dog because of the train or whatever, X, Y, and Z. I don't think they would give us that information.
Right. It's one of the concerns that Koala and my boys and every computer is it's going to impact the brown and black community more than the white community. So would they say, well, if we're going into here, we're the opposite. If we're going here in this situation, we're going to use the robot dog, which is where the inequity would fall. Or do you have like the rules?
For the protocol. My concern is, I was never unclear about whether there would be a use. My concern was whether it would be, whether that central, as far as, that overlay, how you would apply it, how and when to use would that be evenly distributed out. In other words, would it be used in all similar situations or only in certain situations? That was my concern. Not whether there was going to be a use, just the frequency of its use and the specific application in certain communities. Whether this was going to be a fallback, and this is all hypothetical, whether it would be a fallback, or whether it would be something that could be used when it was genuinely used. Tonight, no question, definitely, there's no discussion to be had. This would be a perfect situation where you already have officers in control, voting out there, you want to further engage with the officers. You send in the robots, they send in not one, they send in two. As far as the robot dogs go, if the terrain and the circumstances call for it, by all means. From what we know, he was on a ground level, so I don't think the robot dogs, from what I know about them, would have afforded any type of added benefit.
Because the robot dogs are able to walk upstairs and that kind of thing. And we were discussing Mullen Wall, and I said, should the robot dogs press an elevator button? If you're in a high rise, you need to send one up. But apparently, yes, they can.
Look, we don't know the specific capabilities, but just from what I've seen, the robot dogs, as far as videos that have been circulating about their capabilities, most definitely.
That's pretty amazing.
Oh, they are amazing. They are amazing. Yes, they're both scary and they are amazing. And it tells you not only the future of technology, but the future of law enforcement and their intersection. So if anything, I think it's a great conversation to have right now in the moment because it's fresh on everyone's mind and we have a very specific scenario in which we could, apply it to. And this scenario, absolutely perfect. If that person happened to be on I would say, the second story of what seemed to be a motel-style apartment complex, then yes, this is a robot dog. Absolutely. Why would you send in live officers up those steps and put them in harm's way?
When you know the guy's already willing to shoot a police officer.
Right.
There's no question.
There's no question, and I don't think there's any debate to go on. Now, there's still a debate, I would say, in terms of just being very clear on what is the protocol, the when, the where, the how, the why, and all that. When you get all that sorted out, I'll be up for it. But tonight was a perfect example of why you would and why you should use not only the robots, but robot dogs, whatever you have available, especially when you know that you have a suspect pinned down. And he's not going anywhere, but you know that he is still dangerous. So this is going to conclude our coverage of the shooting tonight in Lincoln Heights. We will toss it back over to George Norris, Coast to Coast AM, when we come back on the other side of this news break. We appreciate you listening to KFI AM 240. I'm Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, now to any streaming, the KFI 24-hour news.
I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour news. During 3 LAPD officers shot in Lincoln Heights this evening are in stable condition and all are expected to survive. LAPD has confirmed the shooter who had barricaded himself inside an apartment building is dead. There is still a large police presence in the area. 3 people have been found dead in their homes in the San Bernardino County mountain towns following recent storms that have left some people cut off for more than a week. Sheriff's officials say the victims were discovered during welfare checks. Border Patrol agents say they recovered a baby from a man trying to traffic the child in San Diego. Agents stopped the man at the San Fernando border checkpoint early this morning. Child Protective Services has now taken custody of the baby. First of all, that's the red carpet ahead of this Sunday's Academy Awards, the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. Except this year, the red carpet isn't red, it's champagne colored. Southside weather from 4-5, 5.
In this city, this is already dead westbound at Crenshaw. We have a crash and emergency have all lanes blocked. Traffic stacking up right around the Arlington. And in Arleta, this is on the 85 southbound at Osborne. seen a tweet from an earlier crash there, picking up the two-bike lane. She's at Stop and Bill from Van Nuys Boulevard. Coast to Mesa, there's a full freeway closure. This is a full 5 southbound from Fairview to 73. Only to get just off the road work at Hillside. KFI, the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Baird.
This report is sponsored by Northrop Grumman. Doesn't matter if your background was an aerospace engineer, you can go work on undersea stuff. Doesn't matter if your background is engineering, you can go try out marketing. Here's what you're going to really believe in the person.
Learn more about the culture of defining possible at nbc.com/life. Planning a spring getaway? This month, get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages, from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversations and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
On the podcast Really No Really, join best friends Jason Allen from O'Brien. This is 6 foot Joyce who didn't start. The one on work with Columbia Records. For some reason, they didn't get to a commercial enough. So Ray Microsoft played Jimmy Lyons. We will take you over on Switch today. And that was the first single. And go to get started. That's the single. AFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Keep your urine to yourself. It's only your urine.
I don't know if you know how things actually work. That's pretty cool.
No, that's not what Steve Gregory told me. He said it's a crime scene and there's like blood spatter.
Well, he needs to do a better job of squeezing his eyes when he walks in and wants you to find details. Jerry and Tanner.
The hotel room in the daylight, you just can't look too close to it.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. What happens is, I was saying, does that alarm go off? She text us?
No.
Yeah.
No.
No. Look, if I tune into a station and they're not on the air, there's no way I'm leaving there until I can. Absolutely. You never get more listeners than when that dead air. It's the only business in the world where you get more attention if you don't do anything. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. It was almost a hero today.
Did you say the baby?
I didn't stop.
So they didn't stop?
Well, here's the thing. I'm doing 70 miles an hour.
Yeah.
My goal is to avoid what's happening directly in front of me. Jerry and Tanner. One eye is on this car that's traveling across all lanes of traffic.
This is when your lazy eye comes in handy.
Exactly. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I'm sick of their fantasy interpretations of the world. It's really worn out and tired. They're wrong. They've been proven wrong. Enough of these people. I'm not spending the rest of my life arguing with crazy people. Somebody commits a crime, you put him in jail. Done again. Then they can't commit another crime for a while. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Forget about civil rights. Forget about that gay people should have the same rights as the rest of us. How about we care? Like the couple next door to you is gay? No, that's horrible. They're great wrestlers. Still handle.
No, I was intimidated because they would always look better than me.
Of course. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Favorite guest or topic ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
say hi. Must I travel far and wide till I am beside the someone who heart and you come You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie. We shall take your calls with Matt Higgins next hour here on Coast to Coast as we talk about his work, burning the boats. Lots more to talk with him about when we come back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. Savannah, Arizona, March 18th, we have our large stage show, and I do not want to see one MC. I don't think you will at this point. There's not many seats left, but the Sedona Ascension Retreats event, that's what we're part of. It's March 17th through the 19th. It's 3 days of nonstop live music, workshops, speakers. Joey Carson's going to speak, William Henry's going to speak, Suzanne Ross will speak, UFO Skywatch, The Spiritual Journey. Tons going on, and in between those 3 days, on Saturday night, is our live stage show where we're going to do a round table and some other fun things on stage. We're going to set up some microphones so you can talk to people on stage while they're being interviewed. We're going to have the band, some songs. We just have a lot of fun. So head over to coasttocoastam.com. We'd really like to see you there, and let's just put all the info right up there in the carousel. Yep, it's that revolving group of little buttons. Just click the one toward the end, and you'll be able to get that link. I think I've worked with this band before, didn't I? You did. We did. In Scottsdale a couple of years ago. So they are just the Cats. Okay, and May 27th, we're going to Oregon. Yep, we're not going to stop. We're going to go to the amazing Granada Theater in the Dalles, Oregon, 84 miles east of Portland. 3 guests that night: Dr. Sky, Stephen Case, UFO FSC Travis Walton, and from Animal Planet Bigfoot Hunter Matt Moneymaker. It's going to be a lot of fun again. The night will include a live band, a salute to our veterans like we always do every show. A live Q&A at the end of the show, and just keep the time. I'm not going to tell you about it right now. But all that info, again, if you're interested, which you should be, is at the coasttocoastam.com website. I'm told you walked from Portland to the Dalles with a mile meter attached to your belt. Is that true? I don't know who you're talking to. Well, you walked the whole distance. You got the exact distance from Portland. It's close, I'll tell you. You did that walk, didn't you? Google Maps. All right, now, build up your review.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell where you need to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and adaptogen together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking adaptogen and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptogen and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Best-selling author David Horwitz's new bestseller, The Final Battle, reveals the secret war in America. Specialist groups are trying to destroy our country. The final battle reveals how they want to stop Trump and DeSantis in 2022. Or we'll see the names of the secret players. Get Final Battle and see the free offer. Call 1-800, access 1-800, or go to finalbattle611.com to get your free copy today. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and the U.S. broke through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January with no slowing on spending. It's times like that you want to have physical gold and silver on hand. You can buy it at bullionmax.com/coast. Go to bullionmax.com/coast and purchase your silver starter kit. It's 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up for coast-to-coast listeners. bullionmax.com/coast.
Real people, real stories. I had acute eczema. I have tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty miserable. So I started taking the carnivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
My little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivora. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling did. Then I took him into the vet and checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My cat had issues that developed in his eyes, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and leave the eye. I went to carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I cannot promise they hit the eye.
It's 668-3735. It's 668-3735. So visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Norrie along with Matt Biggins. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Matt, you say coasttocoastam.com. Matt, you say that you predict CEO Phil. Great question, George. Not to get too psychological, but it's basically self-awareness is really important in business because it enables you to make your own interventions without having somebody to say to you, hey, this project is doing, or you're going to fire that employee, it's going to ruin your company. And so I find that CEOs who have the awareness to make the course corrections without me having to tell them, that's the whole game. And so I do a lot of work, and when I'm doing a deal, to figure out, so this person will to tell themselves the truth so they can make those course corrections when everything is on the line. How much of it is within the Yeah, the whole reason I wrote my book, or the book, is conditioned in society to outsource our judgment. Books that Barnes and Noble or TED Talks or politicians, and we overlook our own instincts. And the major how people will seek outside help is what first means, what can I unlock within myself, and what's my intuition trying to tell me? But everybody's always trying to talk you out of your intuition. I try to talk leaders into their intuition and figure out what's blocking their confidence. How would you look at Putin next to Zelensky? Zelensky, a former comic who's now the president of Ukraine. I think Zelensky is the ultimate birth of those tools. I opened my book talking about this history of this philosophy and all these military leaders, who've embraced it. But just to make anyone out there listening thinking, hey, that's ancient history, we're civilized about society. Think about Zelensky. Think about when the war first started. Everyone concluded that he doesn't have a job. In fact, the United States offered him safe passage. And then he did a brilliant version of those tools. I don't know if you remember this, but he went out and leaked the phone call in which he said, hey, President Biden called me, and I told him, and Biden said, listen, you're going to get assassinated, you and your entire family, and so we'll help, ferry you out of, Ukraine. And his response was, I don't need a ride, I need ammunition. What he did was he burned the boat. He told the whole world, and he told his own people that I'm prepared to fight to the death and I'm going to win. That was the turning point. That was the ultimate for the movement, which all of us started to believe. What is Russia doing wrong? You would think they should annihilate the Ukraine. Well, they're a testament to the power of why at the end of the day. I think the Ukrainians have a stronger why than the Russians have a stronger why. Why is it you and Ukraine? And what is the Ukraine fighting for? They're fighting for their independence, their freedom. They're about to be subjugated by their neighbors. There's tons of history. They've been through everything. They're preparing for this moment. And so I think it's a testament that when your why is weak or motivated by, greed or power, in the end, you're destined to fail. Is run the bone snap speech diplomacy something I think we're lacking right now in government? Yeah, burn the bone speech is nuance. You know, at the end of the day, diplomacy is nuance, right? Trying to resolve crisis, so absolutely, burn the bone speech is, being bombastic. Even burn the bone with toast is a bit of a crazy motive. But you pick up my book did not say burn the boats with you in it. It doesn't say burn the bridges. It says leave behind that which is holding you back, but it's all about nuance. So I totally agree with you. We are lacking diplomacy. We're lacking sort of a global solution in any case. But I am firmly on the side of the country defending its sovereignty.
You have an Italian saying, and I'll say it in English, that rocks from the head.
I love that.
What does that mean?
Well, the Italians, they have a saying for everything, right? So it basically means that I can walk into any business and I can identify something going wrong at that cash register. But I'm telling you, I can trace all the way back to the management of the company, oftentimes the CEO. What it means is when the leader of an organization is out of kilter and has not addressed their issues and they're, sort of blind spots, that is going to cascade all the way downstream throughout the entire business. And that's the reason why I'm so heavily into that statement is because private equity firms and venture capital, the whole reason why FFX, they miss the fact that this guy is complete fraud, is because they want the answers to be in an Excel sheet, whereas the answers are in the head, right, in the head of the leader.
I went to a pharmacy months and months and months ago, and the light on the outside of the building, the first letter, huge letter, either a C or a W, was burned out. And it drove me nuts because that tells me there's some carelessness going on within that company, within that branch, or something. Am I right?
I mean, I love that example because think about what would have to happen for that. That means the worker on the there does not care. That means the manager is not worried about whoever the owner is caring, right? That means the owner telegraphs everybody down to the worker. I don't even care if the name of the company is correct because you pull up. So don't you worry about, the mice that are running around the back and, collecting the refrigerator. I mean, so that's 100% perfect example. It's wrong from the head.
Absolutely. There's no question. And if you have a great leader, you've got a stunning company.
You do, and I talk about that so much because I grew up under such tragic circumstances. I talk about it in my book, and I probably a lot of people listen, right? I was desperate taking care of my sick mother. We living on government food, right? And I had a choice when I was a kid. I could either choose to be a victim and decide that things keep happening to me, or from that moment forward, I happen to think. It's a much better life where you believe that good and bad, you have the ability to affect an outcome. When a leader is leading those, light bulbs black out, they're telling everyone else, it doesn't really matter what we do, win or lose. We're either going to succeed or not. It doesn't matter about our actions. I always believe that I at the epicenter of my good and bad decisions.
We did an LA restaurant last week, and the former New York governor, Andrew Cuomo, came up and said hi. He showed that his promise, didn't he?
He did. I mean, I have a pretty long background in politics in New York. I was the governor of the chapter, actually, when I was overseeing the rebuilding of the Trade Center. Well, you fan of Governor Cuomo, to be honest. Interesting when you take on this righteousness, right, when you're after you're in power, because usually when you're come up with ultimately, I suspect that's what happened here.
What's the main message you would like somebody to learn regarding the book?
Okay. My book, Burn the Boat, is not written for the completely self-possessed. For the person who has no problem being written. It's written for the opposite. It's written for the person who is serious, has anxiety, has gone through hard things, and they believe that they're going to have to live with them forever they're condemned. My message to you is that although I was born in extraordinary circumstances, I am not extraordinary. That you can unlock that when you suspect is great about yourself, what you need is the blueprint. And I have tapped into the blueprint of my life, and that is fully committing to my plan, no matter what it is. I'm on the phone with you right now, George. It's 1:30 in the morning of Eastern. Learning the boat from my book, Learning the Boat. And I believe anybody can do it. I'm so passionate about it. It's why I wrote the book.
I hope we crack your website with so many hits.
Thank you. I hope you do. I hope you do.
His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com, folks. Go ahead and crack it right now. And boy, they deliver. They really do.
Amazing. Thank you, George.
Is Run the Boat your first book?
Run the Boat was my first book. You know, I tell you how it happened, George, during the pandemic, right? I always believe that you can make an opportunity out of crisis. I had double pneumonia during the pandemic with COVID. I was sick, trying desperately to stay out of that hospital so I didn't end up on intubated. And I said, my God, I'm not going to waste this time if I get through everything. And I came up with my list. And on the list, I need to lift other people up. That seems to be the purpose of being on this earth. And I'm going to finish this book, and that's how I use the pandemic day in and day out to write this book.
My new guest earlier believes the crash is coming. What do you think? Economic crash.
I 100% believe we are in for a reckoning. It just makes sense. Free money isn't free. We printed trillions of dollars of it, and the only reason why it hasn't happened yet is because the consumer is paying for those eggs and loans and credit card payments and their negative equity in their cars, using their credit cards at 22% interest rate. Now, once unemployment picks up, we are in for a crash. Not a fast crash, a slow car crash.
I've told the restaurant business has not bounced back yet from COVID, that they desperately need employees and they can't find any.
Yeah, for those who don't know, in my portfolio, I own a lot of restaurants all over the country, fast casual restaurants, mobile food, burrito, night coffee shops. That is so true. We're in this crazy place. You know, we know the storm clouds up ahead, but they haven't come. No one's leveling with us to batten down the hatches, and yet still can't find labor. So as a result, it's so expensive to get people to come to work, and that's the very thing driving inflation. We're stuck in this vortex that we can't get out of until the reckoning happens.
Do you know any restaurants you know?
I do. I own a company called Magnolia. It's called Banana Pudding. Those who know it, it's over on Bleecker Street, which is in the city. Anybody listening right now, I created a coach for you, Matt and Ken. Go on, you'll get a discount. No problem. Give the same bubble soup to Blue Soul and pizza.
You don't tell me. You know what I'm saying?
Right, Matt is one of the incredible operators. Yeah, those are which I think we're going to have more over in New York City. Yeah, he does.
You sometimes think yourself back going, look where I am.
If I'm honest, I always knew I was not destined to carrying the circumstances I was going into. That's why I had the fortitude to say, you know what, there's another way. Everyone's telling me, Matt, finish high school, stay the course. I'm like, my mother's dying in the room next door, and I have nothing to eat. I feel alternative. I'm going to drop out of high school, I'm going to get my GED, and I'm going to start college at 16. Again, everyone thought I was crazy. That single decision to trust my instinct and intuition changed my whole life. So while I am so grateful and feel blessed, I don't feel lucky, and it doesn't feel unexpected if I'm honest with you.
What was that moment that you realized I did it?
It hasn't happened yet. You know what? When I get text after writing this book, it takes my breath away. I got a message the other day. I talked in my book about how divorce brought me to my knees. And it wasn't cancer and everything else I've been through. It was actually divorce and the breakdown of my family life and my self-esteem. I wrote about it in the book, not because I wanted to, but because I wanted somebody in the middle of the night, maybe somebody listening to this call right now, who is desperate and feels like I spoke to them. I have been getting so many messages in the middle of the night from people who are going through tragedy and feel like my book gives them hope. That makes me feel like I made it. You know, it's the first time in my life I've ever experienced that feeling, and I feel like I'm starting to make it because of the feedback of the book.
I have an issue with myself that I cannot pass up a homeless person without giving him some kind of offer, some kind of money. It doesn't necessarily have to be a great thing. I feel good about it, and I don't do it for myself. I obviously do it to help them. But there's a young guy who sits outside the post office here in LA that I go to quite a bit. And I see him all the time, and I help him out as much as I can. And finally, I stopped to talk to him. I've never done this. I've always just said, hey, I'll be right back and give you some money. I asked him his name. His name's Michael. Asked him how he got into the situation he was.
This one going out to Mason. Beastie Boys, Intergalactic.
My name's George. Just remember that. And then as I left, after about a 10-minute conversation with the guy, I turned around and said, what's my name? He remembered it. And he must be about 25, 26 years old, sitting on the cement in front of the post office with a little blanket around it.
And one day, he might be like you, or might like me. He may get his home run.
I love this story, George. I don't want to tell you something really quick, an improbable story, but I have had 2 meetings in the last year and a half with Pope Francis, 2 private audiences.
Good for you.
Yeah, to talk about our passion for human rights. And I was sitting with him in this private setting, extraordinary, and he gave a talk about the purpose of life. And he said about the purpose of life and to do good work on this earth is proximity to those who are in need. It's to get closer to them, to show them dignity. It's why he walks his feet, right? And I was sitting there thinking, I remember my mother when we were desperate. All she wanted to do was to get her hair washed. And no one at a salon would let her because she couldn't bathe anymore. It's hard to say, I would give her sun bath, which she felt repulsive. Everybody needs to be seen. That's what we crave the most, and that's what the Pope said. He goes to the periphery where people need you the most and give them the dignity of letting them be seen, like what you did with that homeless family.
How old was your mother when you launched it?
She was 52.
Oh, that's young.
Yeah, so smart, fiercely intelligent, but can't there was no answer society. It's hard. People think, well, just, go to the hospital. Like, when you have all sorts of problems, you're very obese, there isn't a single answer, and she was drowning. So I worked so hard, and the sad part is, George, I went to maybe 375 straight income of the dollars, dropped out of high school. By the time I was 26, I was making $100,000. There's Giuliani's press secretary. I had done it, and I go to work. And she calls me and says, Matt, I just called an ambulance. And by the time I got there, she had died. And so it taught me there's no cavalry coming. Like, there's no guaranteed happy ending to life, but you have to do what you can. But when I took from that, the best use of my life, my power, my money, my influence, this book, is if I could ameliorate suffering like what you did with that homeless man, if I could give people dignity and never forget where I came from.
So important. We're going to come back in just a moment, Matt, and take phone calls with you next. Just hang right where you are. Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Honey, is that car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
That was the last thing by the Beastie Boys going out to Mason.
New brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problem. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs. Ox gets it fixed for us. Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance. What's the number?
800-301-4089. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We can call now, 800-301-4089.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be UTI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. UTI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't really enough digestion enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be managed. Use the symptom center on identifyuti.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyuti.com. Sponsored by ROTHSCHILD. Adopt U.S. Kids Again. What you're expecting, expecting. To be leader. Learning the leader.
GOAT, GOAT, acronym, stands for greatest of all time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner. They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
Your heart is key to be a perfect friend. Thousands of teens in foster care love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Your heart is key to be a perfect friend. Thousands of teens in foster care love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org, sponsored by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Adopt U.S. Kids in Bad Times.
Did you know that smart speakers could be used for more than just feeding all your info to Homeland Security? You could also use it to listen to us, like KFI AM 640. KOSC 82.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Officers down. I'm Adrian King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 3 LAPD officers have been shot in Lincoln Heights. Mayor Karen Bass says they're in stable condition and she's been speaking with 2 of them.
The questions that they asked me was about their colleagues that were still out there looking for the suspect.
Bass says the officers are strong and more concerned about themselves. She says her heart goes out to the officers and their families. Officials say the guy who shot them is dead. Residents had been told to stay inside and lock their doors. The perimeter was still in the area. Fires destroyed part of a 6-story office building in South LA that's home to several county agencies. LA City Fire Captain Jacob Rabbi said crews were sent about 4 this morning to a building on South Grand Avenue near West Avenue.
With the County of Los Angeles occupied buildings, we had a heavy fire with our initial units on the 6th floor. We had additional call for additional resources.
More than 160 firefighters in less than an hour putting the flames out. 2 firefighters have been treated for smoke inhalation. The former president and CEO of an anti-poverty nonprofit in Hollywood is pleaded guilty to embezzling money and wrongfully using more than $600,000 in grant money. Howard was accused of using the money to pay for unauthorized expenses and lying on his tax returns. A judge set sentencing for July. Slingerland faces up to 13 years in federal prison. A data breach at a health insurance network in Washington, D.C. exposed personal information of hundreds of House and Senate lawmakers and staff. The FBI says people will be notified directly if their information is compromised. A notice from the company's data taken includes full names, dates of enrollment, relationship status, and email addresses. Friends of Big Bear Valley say the eggs laid by Jackie the bald eagle that were no longer viable have been eaten by ravens. Parents Colorado have been keeping the eggs warm since the first egg was laid in January, but on Monday the organization said hope for the eggs was lost. Thousands of people have been watching the eagles from a camera 100 feet up a tree. Southland weather KFI, mostly cloudy tomorrow with highs in the 60s. Rain on Friday, highs in the 50s and 60s. Rain should end by Saturday morning. Mostly cloudy through the weekend with highs in the 50s and 60s, and we could see more rain next Tuesday and Wednesday. 649 in Diamond Bar, 49 in Newport Beach, 39 in Palmdale, 50 in Hollywood. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
There is a full freeway closure while the 15 southbound from Hidden Valley Parkway all the way to the 91. Southbound, as always, shut down for road work until 5. And in Carson, this is on the 405 southbound at Alameda. Crossed out car taking up the right lane there. Watch for delays as you approach this area. Vilmar, we have good news. Earlier tracks that 105 southbound at the 405 has been cleared. You guys up to full speed in that area. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Van. On Ice-T's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveiled words of wisdom and motivational quotes we've collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to Ice-T's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Let me calculate. Your case will be handled by your lawyer, a paralegal, and the case manager who's always in the office for you when your lawyer's in court. There's also a 24-hour hotline. If you ever have a question or a problem, we've collected over $15 billion and won a lot. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. Lots of people hired us. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security numbers? Nope. No.
You say stolen. BlackRock by an ordinance is easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Attorney Joe Cordell. Divorce forces a father to focus
on what's most important, his children. You may no longer be a husband, but you'll always be a dad. In the divorce process, this comes down to three key concerns: physical custody, decision-making, as well as financial support. Each of these is important. And it's important that you choose a lawyer that cares as much about these issues as you do. 1455 Tracy Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. CordellCordell.com. I never chose to become a gambling addict. But what I did see is to get help from professional counsel. Admitting I was powerless to solve my problem, that opened the door. I thought I would be unfair until I called 1-800-GAMBLER and was provided life-changing resources and referrals at zero cost to me.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
You have an old or an unused car taking up space? Turn it into a valuable tax deduction with a simple donation to Cars for Kids. With over 100 towers ready to pick up your car in any condition, Cars for Kids makes donating your vehicle a breeze. No wonder they have a 4.9 rating on Trustpilot. Let Cars for Kids do the work for you. Just fill out a quick form at carsforkids.org, and someone will reach out to arrange for your pickup, sometimes as soon as the next day. Think about the hassle of selling, and hello to quick, convenient pickup with a maximum tax deduction. Donate your car today by calling 877 Cars for Kids or carsforkids.org.
Rosetta Stone, where language is learning. RosettaStone.com. AFI, AM 640. To talk to George Norrie, call the Wild Card line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521 from the City of Angels. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Our special guest this hour, Matt Higgins. His website links up at coasttocoastam.com. His new book is called Burn the Boat. Fascinating read, by the way. And we'll be back to take your calls with that in a moment. If you're tired of stuff as this, here's the latest you need to know. David Horowitz, the famed author and speaker, posted a video talking about some controversial issues, and his video was banned by social networks. In his best-selling book, The Final Battle, David is warning all of us that big tech and their social media are destroying America, threatening our freedom. Horowitz says the companies control the information flow, and they're censoring your views. In The Final Battle, Horowitz also warns that a group of secret players are working to change the narrative. Mike Huckabee says it's a must-read book. It's called Final Battle. The book of the year. Get Final Battle in bookstores. Check out the free offer and save $28. Call 1-800-NEWSMAX. That's 1-800-NEWSMAX, NEWSMAX. Or go to FinalBattle611.com. That's FinalBattle611.com to get your free copy.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, saving a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Greg Kitchen, best-selling author and star in the new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount to give you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on 2020 did this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020.
And welcome back to Coast. George Joey with you with our special guest, Max Higgins, as we talk about his work burning boats. And Matt, you're a cancer survivor, and I understand you think about death 5 times a day.
That's a strange way to enter the topic, but that's just really is. Cancer survivor, I just picked up cancer when I was 32, and came up the other side. But the reason why I contemplate death, the happiest people in the world are actually in Japan, and they think about death 5 times a day. And what I learned from having cancer, we spend so much time in fear of why are we here, where are we going, and once you actually think about your mortality, it brings you to the present and where you find peace. So I like to reconnect with my mortality, so I remember what matters most on this earth.
That is amazing. And you have an app that you use to think about it.
I do. Yours is called We Grow. Kids think I'm absolutely crazy. Your listeners are going to now when I tell them what it does. 5 times a day, it pops up on my phone, and it reminds me, yes, Matt, you are going to die, in a very lyrical way. It's usually Socrates or some poem or some, Descartes, but always in a different way to remind me, hey, your time here on Earth is limited, do what matters most, and it actually always brings me a wave of peace.
Of everything that you've studied and learned so far in your career, what would you say is the most profound?
Being an agent in your own rescue. It is, oftentimes when I'm in my greatest moments of despair, I have a failing business or something's going wrong, and I want to give up, I have to remember, be an agent in your own rescue. If I just persist, I will prevail. I don't know why the world is wired this way, but if you just figure out a way to survive one more day, bring 7 of those together, you have what's called a week, on and on and on. We undervalue the mere act of persistence and predicting failure. So if I just keep going, if I talk to you all night long about my books, the book will eventually, something will click. And that's what's for everything in our life.
How much of what you do is just simply common sense?
All of it. I teach at Harvard Business School, which is amazing. I don't have an MBA. I went to law school. I never took the bar exam because I didn't want to be a lawyer. I love education and training for the purpose of refining my own pattern recognition skills. All my success, all my wealth, everything I've created is because of pattern recognition, not because of something I learned at school.
How did Mark Cuban develop his career?
He just took swings, and then one of it. He has a great interview online, and he's like, try, keep trying. He's like, you only have to be right once. Which is true. Sometimes when I'm hard on myself, this business isn't working out, that's not working out. So wait a second. Real now. If that one thing I did, this business intermediate I created with Gary Vaynerchuk, right? That's Thursday know him, right? If that business works, that's a multi-billion-dollar business. These other 10 businesses don't have to work out. So Mark Cuban did it by swinging, and then one thing worked out in a huge way when he was young.
Amazing work.
Yeah, it really is. Life is beautiful. Life is great. We always have the last word, so we have the last breath. There's a great book called Man's Search for Meaning. Dr. the Holocaust. It's timely. I read it all the time. I return to it. And it reminds me that I always have how we respond.
Puerto Rican
what happens in
telescope this part of my head, and this part was around Rockefeller.
Did you ever hear of the great American prophet? He's not with us anymore. Edgar Casey?
Yes, of course, absolutely.
I want you to do one thing for me. He said that if you eat 3 raw almonds a day, you'll never get cancer. Now, he doesn't say cures cancer. He says you'll never get cancer.
So
do that.
Okay, well, since I already had it too, I think I'm even in a better spot, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
So I'm going to have my 3 almonds every day. Well, that's not a hard ask.
No, it's not.
I'm signing up.
Go to the grocery store, get a bag of them, and keep popping them every morning. 3 a day.
I'm going to go into the cupboard right now so I can make a down payment. That's my accountability partner.
There you go, my friend.
There you go. You ready for some calls?
I would love to take calls.
We'll do it. This hour's going to fly by. We're starting with, let's go to Joe in Long Island, New York, your neck of the woods. Hey, Joe.
Yeah, I want to relate my two-part question to more Harvard Business School, where I would assume they do a lot of economic forecasting models. Relating that to personal forecasting now, can that lead to wanting to know the outcome too much in advance for your personal life if you can, and then maybe that can lead to excuses or nothing thinking. Let's say someone goes on a date and, the girl's hair isn't the right color and then he doesn't follow through and see how it might have played out. Second part of this question would be, you look at a previous data set in pre-times in your personal history and you say, for example, I used to be able to go to a casino and not spend 2 weeks' salary or lose 2 weeks' salary. But now, using the boat metaphor, I might very well do that. I might spend my 2 weeks of cash at the casino, and now I have a problem. I could get swept out to sea with this, and I really have to reconsider, my life choices based on, my new problem. And, also, like, you mentioned that sometimes you can't just get all this stuff from self-help books. We're capturing the thoughts I know now, like on like a laptop, or Alexa, if you say make a note, you can capture your thoughts. You can just make a quick note on your thoughts and capture your personal verbiage. Would that be helpful? Wow, great questions. Where's Long Island are you from, by the way? Oh, I'm near, I'm not too far from the beaches either. So, I like the boat metaphor. I'm a patriot. All right, well, I grew up on Unspeakable Boulevard, spent all my time out in Long Island. Those are great questions. I'm going to start with the second question, first. I think it's so interesting what you said about as you accumulate, more wealth and, you recalibrate your capacity for risk. But I actually made a little bit of a mistake myself. I have a significant amount of liquidity finally in my life, and I started treating money. My relationship became not what I want to do with the dollar, but my capacity to lose that dollar. And as a result, I started that. So I lose a little bit of money here, I lose a little bit of money there, and I started realizing, wait a second. If I continue to relate to the world this way, before you know it, all that money is going to be gone. And I want to write an article about this. The only way to actually stay wealthy and prosperous is to try to be wealthier and more prosperous. If you live only helicopters hover, feeling you're either ascending or descending. So when you actually have a degree of wealth, if you start relating to money and disrespecting it and treating it in your capacity to absorb the losses, you will eventually resolve it. And I won't go to the hey, I gotta go back to that saving. Always respecting the dollar. So great question. On the first part about algorithms and modeling, and I think your question is like, if you become too dependent upon forecasting and needing everything to be perfect, you'll never go anywhere. Exactly what I talk about in my book, Turn the Boat, about that we need to lower the barriers, not raise the bar, taking the first step. Opportunity arrives before there's evidence for it. Real big opportunities, the 3 a.m. opportunities in your mind. When you wake up, you're not going to find evidence about it on the internet or from family because it doesn't exist yet. So you can't raise the bar. And at the end of every Harvard class, I bring some of the most amazing founders in the country. People doing great things. They're saying, what's one thing you want to leave the students with? And survey says, right? It's fairly huge. Like the number one response they have is, hey, don't overthink it. Like, trust your capacity to just figure it out. The most successful entrepreneurs in America, when I ask that question, they always have the same answer. Stop thinking so much. Trust your own capacity to just figure it out. You have more capabilities than you imagine. And your last point of life, always record your thoughts, your spontaneous epiphanies. I believe nothing is rendered to us in the dead of night that we can't pursue at the break of dawn. So respect your own insights and write them down, record them.
And if you are Elon Musk, would you have spent $44 billion to buy Twitter?
Definitely not, because It doesn't make sense, not because I don't believe he'll figure it out, although he's shockingly making a lot more mistakes than I thought he would, even though I have a ton of respect for him. I wouldn't have done it because at some point you hit your tipping point, and it didn't seem very intentional, right? Like even Elon Musk can't possibly run, side effectively. It sounds like to me, honestly, a bit of a midlife crisis. It sounded like absolute power corrupts absolutely, like he enjoyed a little bit too much, and now he's stuck in this crap of having to respond all the time to this public nonsense that's probably taking his eye off the ball. I beg you to regrets it, although now wants to prove to everybody he can pull it off. But to me, I think I have a different reason why I should have bought it. It's because he's taking his eye off the ball. That was what he probably really cares about.
Where do you get $44 billion? Did they really come up with that kind of money?
The honest answer is sovereign wealth fund. It's very hard for a sovereign wealth fund, whether that's Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, Norway, to write large checks, believe it or not. So the ability for them to write a $2 billion check is unique. Now, unfortunately, that tends to make one overlook whether they should write that check, but that's the reason why. Those countries need a place to put billions of dollars to work.
Go to Mike in Denver. Welcome to the program. Hey, Michael, go ahead.
Hey, George, good morning. How are you?
Great, Mike. Thank you. Our millennial?
Sorry. I'm sorry?
Our millennial?
Yes, I'm the millennial. Yeah. George, go ahead, George. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yes, so, Matt, I just wanted to tell you, I'm so sorry about what happened to your mom, but, your story is really an example of the American dream, and, it's an inspiration to us all. So thank you so much, first of all. And then absolutely. And then I just had a very quick, question. I know one of the things, Matt, you emphasize is to, reach unimaginable heights, give yourself no choice but victory. And, touching on this point, a lot of times, people that achieve amazing things have trouble kind of taking that first step to actually begin on that path to their dream. Whether it be starting a business or doing something they're passionate about as a career. So my question is, what advice would you give people that have anxiety around sort of taking that leap of faith, especially in this really tough economy?
Great question, and thank you. That's the whole ballgame, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's usually a confidence and it's a fear of downside of risk. And so, the big reason I wrote the book was to offer to everyone listening a way to overcome that fear and that anxiety so that you can cross the threshold to commitment. What studies show and research shows and talking to others shows, the reason why most people even contemplate a plan A, plan B rather, is because they didn't fully process the risk at the beginning of the journey so they could know that they're going to be okay. So let me offer to you a four-part, process that I go through. Number one, when I'm about to do something really big and bold, and then the voice in my head creeps in and says, "This is your danger," they say, "Oh, hold on a second, let's talk about what's the worst thing that could possibly happen if this doesn't work out." And then I imagine catastrophize. Okay. Then the second question I ask, okay, all right, what would I do if that bad thing were to happen? And everybody listening to this right now has wired into their factory settings from when they were slave men and gay women the ability to defend themselves when everything is on the line, like those military strategists do. So when you ask the second question, you discover you already know what the backup plan is. You instantly know what to do. You're going to work at that gas station. You're going to, do whatever it is you're good at. And then the third step part of that is, okay, what's the statistical percentage likelihood that I think that bad thing's going to happen? And we realize most of the things we worry about are pretty remote. And then the last step, the most important, your why. What would I be willing to do and give up and endure and experience and suffer to achieve my plan A? When I wanted to be on Shark Tank, what would I be willing to do that? When I wanted to write this book, what would I be willing to do that? And the answer for me, at least personally, my whys are so motivated that I am willing to walk on glass in order to achieve it, and it outweighs anything that I came up with in that first question about the worst thing that can happen. Here's why that's so important. When you go through that process in the beginning when you're coming up with your plan A, then as you move forward around your dreams and you begin to take on incoming, that, spouse maybe that isn't supportive, but boss is trying to hold you back, the voice in your head, you say, I already processed the worst that could happen. I don't need to come up with a backup plan. I'm going to go all in. And here's what the science now says. So when you start thinking about plan B and you have a big dream, even a 10 to 15% energy leakage into thinking about plan B
is enough to make it impossible for you to choose plan A. Because your plan A is so audacious, it's going to require every fiber of your commitment. So I wrote this book, and I'm glad you're asking the question. For anybody listening out there who's like, this isn't for me, Matt. I got to pay the bills. I'm nervous. I'm risky, or I'm not wired that way. You are wired that way. You just don't have the blueprint. And that's why I'm sharing so many of my personal stories for you to say, hey, I'm not a guy on Shark Tank. Well, I'm not a guy on Shark Tank either. I'm a guy from Queens who started a government speech who couldn't save his money. That's who I am. That's who you are. And I know if you follow the Burn the Book philosophy, you can go for it.
A friend of mine, when he was a young African-American trying to make a living working at McDonald's, loved the business. He now owns 29 McDonald's.
Yes, I love that. Exactly.
I mean, just unbelievable. So successful. I think he may be one of the largest franchisees in the company.
Amazing. And anybody listening to here can do that, but we don't really believe that. And because, there's not a manual to really make us believe it. I wanted to write the manual to make you believe it. Lots of information, great, but what we need is conviction. And that's how I get the book. But I love hearing about your friend who owns all those McDonald's. Props to him.
It's Lindsay in New York. First-time caller. Welcome to the show. Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, I've been trying to get through for a long time now.
I'm glad you got through.
Lindsay, glad to have you. Where in New York are you?
So I actually live on Thompson Bleecker downtown.
Oh, amazing.
So I walk by almost every day with my dog.
Amazing, good.
So I wrote down the code.
More than that, go in there tomorrow and tell Matt said, banana pudding's on him and cupcakes for your dog too. I'll make sure, I'll tell Lindsay.
Oh, my dog. My dog.
Do you know how many Lindsays are going to go into your stores tomorrow?
We'll figure it out, all the Lindsays.
So I'm actually originally from San Diego, and I moved to New York City about 8 months before the pandemic. So it's an interesting timing. And I can kind of explain how I got there because I'm kind of relating to your story. First question I have for you though is my cousin actually teaches at Harvard Business School, and I'm curious if you know him. His name is Roy McDonald.
I'm sorry, I don't, but now I do, and now I'm going to look him up.
So basically just a brief story about me is I left the Mormon church. I grew up Mormon in San Diego. I went to BYU. And when I left the church, it sort of got disowned by all of my family. So that's how I ended up in New York City. I've always been, kind of in survival mode, or have been for a while. And I related to what you said about like listening to your gut. So I always just listen to my gut. And one day I just decided I was in the West Coast, and I said I'm just going to sell my car, which is breaking down and needed some work. I'm just going to take the money and move to New York City. I didn't have a plan. I just got on the plane with 2 suitcases, and I've been making it work ever since. I had a brand new PR job in the tourism industry that I started in March of 2020, so I lost that 2 weeks in. So since then, I've been doing a lot of freelance work, and I have a lot of entrepreneurial dreams and goals, but I'm still trying to figure that out. So I was curious if you ever offer any mentoring help, or if you know of any mentors to help me.
What do you think is the biggest, first of all, welcome to New York. I'm sorry that you came when this is not our finest hour. I could do a whole other show on that, frankly. But it's a little bit sad, but we will bounce back, and unfortunately we learn a lot of the lessons of the past. What do you think the business is you'd want to do? What's stirring inside you?
I'm sort of like a multi-hyphenate. I do singing, I do acting. I have an idea to start like a sustainable businesses where you kind of like when you go to a grocery store, but no packaging is ever used. Everything is just like refillable. And I'm really into health and wellness, so I have an idea for like vegan fast food chains.
Hold on for a second, Lindsay, and Matt, we're going to come right back to her when we come right back on Coast to Coast AM.
The free Coast to Go email newsletter is sent out 6 days a week and is a great way to keep up on all things Coast. With detailed program recaps, a fascinating Today and Strange list listing, upcoming guest info, and weekly free audio clips. It's a must-have for Coast fans. Look for the free sign-up on the coasttocoastam.com homepage.
In the KFI 24-hour newsroom, a man who shot 3 LAPD officers in Lincoln Heights is dead. LAPD says the man who was wanted for violating parole shot the officers after refusing to comply with commands from them. All 3 officers are in stable condition and are expected to be okay. The Bay Area is bracing for another atmospheric river. Heavy rain is expected to roll in tomorrow night, with experts predicting up to 6 inches of rain in parts of the Bay Area by the end of the weekend. San Diego County has installed the first of 12 naloxone vending machines in San Diego to fight fentanyl overdoses. The first free Narcan vending machine was installed in Chula Vista. County officials say an average of 2 people a day are dying from opioid overdoses. Dairy Queen will celebrate the first day of spring with free ice cream. On March 20th, participating locations are having a free cone day. It's been a tradition for Dairy Queen since 2014. Southland weather from KFI, clouds tomorrow, highs in the low to upper 60s, chance of rain after midnight, then rain likely Friday and Friday night, highs will be in the 50s to low 60s. It's 47 in Wake Forest, 49 Central Medley. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
In Costa Mesa, there is a full freeway closure, 405 southbound from Fairview to 73. All lanes are shut down for road work until 5. In Stillwater, this is on the 5 southbound at the 405. Granite crews from an earlier crash. It means center divider there. Flashes of delays as you approach this area. Lakeview Terrace, there is a foreclosure and westbound from Woodland to the 118. 2 left lanes to get shut down for road work until 6. KFI, the sky helps get you there faster on Brian's van.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. With download free American Secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it most. Call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org. Next,
On IQ's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches of hope, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IQ's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. One of the things about gasoline prices, people drive less, but I haven't seen it. People drive slower because it sucks up less gas. I haven't seen it. The roads that I follow, all the people will be where I drive. They'll handle. I can have a 15-minute drive, and yesterday it was 40 minutes. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
go on Instagram at Conway Show.
Would you put a video of the snow in your bag?
Oh, was that okay?
No, I know. I'm going to smell probably the bag.
No, not again.
But it does smell genuine. It's a high-end bag. Let's get Conway Jr. show. And I know this is not, I guess I got to say. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You know when they let you rent a car when you're 25? They're going to quote with assault weapons or a very different thing. I mean, you just look at the number. Every age, school children since 1966 has been a still handle. What does that tell you? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. Talk toll-free from east of the Rockies. Call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
In 3 months, those summer winds will come blowing in for us. It's not too soon. We're going to come back on a call with Matt Higgins in a moment, and Lindsay will come right back to you in just a second. Of course, the Coast Insiders, this is Wednesday night. That means 2 more programs from the Ardell Vault. Sure does, and this week's classic program starts with one composed 2 Mel Waters, the famous Mel Cole, our gun update from him. And then we go back to 1996, Art spoke to U.S. Ambassador to Qatar, Andrew Stokel. So these are classic audio shows. You really got to check them out. They're available for Coast Insiders without interruption. They are on multiple platforms. If you need to be an insider, George, it's so simple. It sure is. You can sign up one of 2 ways. Go to our website, coasttocoastam.com, right at the top of the homepage. It says Insiders. Click that, and you are in. Or download our free app, Coast to Coast AM app, to your phone. Once you do, open up profiles and subscriptions, and you can sign up that way too. And it's also now available if you live in Canada and worldwide. Now, here's something for you to relieve anxiety. Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity, focus, and memory. Start your day with Elevate to improve your mood and alleviate stress. Then wind down at night with Accelerate for mental and physical relaxation while naturally cleansing and detoxifying, promoting healthy weight loss. Accelerate and Elevate. George's Power Time.
I did it not long ago, and I just blown away from what it's done for me with energy, and focus, and clarity, and all that. So that was amazing. And amazing things off my list. I was feeling an underlying exhaustion that I could not shake. We are the best. My mood has been incredible. I'm absolutely lucky. Well, I get up at 5:30 in the morning. I have a lot of kids. I would take it home, get relaxed until I took to Accelerate. So before I started taking the Elevate and the Accelerate, I would typically experience some kind of anxiety, mood swings. Since taking the product, I haven't taken any over-the-counter medication or prescription. Just generally happy symptoms.
I have an anxiety or panic attack every 4 or 5 days, and I have not had one depressive thought. I have not been anxious. I've not been jittery. First time I just feel, I didn't know what to do with myself. It felt good, clear-headed. I felt focused. There was like a drive inside of me all of a sudden. I was just excited. I was like, is this for real?
Definitely know that the elevate not only just the energy, not only just the exciting things for my body, but really my peace was not new. And you know what? It was never good at it.
George's Power Time. Order now and receive free gifts to be swift for refreshing weight loss tablets. Accelerate, Elevate, and be swift. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or healthylooking.com. That sign very stressful for a lot of people, but this stress can magnify if an identity thief steals your info, files your bogus return, pockets your refund. The IRS recommends electronic filing and using a PIN tool for extra security. Other safety tips include looking out for phishing scams, checking your financial accounts regularly for unusual activity, and setting up a two-factor authentication. It's so important to understand our cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. The personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. Protecting that identity can be easy with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock detection alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name. If you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work with you. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. It's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Identity theft protection starts high. Join now and save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com. Use promo code George for 25% off.
I have 2 dogs, Sam and Bailey. Both are golden golden retrievers. Poor Sam, he is a mess. Always itching his paws or soaking wet all day from just constant licking. He had bald spots on his back. I just don't like cleaning socks and steroids into your dog all the time. Dynamite failed the trick. Probably 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvement of results. He's been a Dynamite dog, and he has zero issues today. He won't eat his food without Dynamite. When I get out the Dynamite, my dog actually salivates, like I'm giving them the food. He will over it. Dynamite is the best thing you can use for your dog.
Your dog will be.
I get my Dynamite from VINOVITV.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Gray with Matt Higgins. His book, Burning the Boats, available to you right now. It has come out, I guess, just a few weeks ago. Let's go back to you, Lindsay, in New York. And Matt, let's go back to Lindsay. Lindsay, go ahead.
Hi. So I was talking a little bit about what I'm interested in, but I wanted to mention something I was reading that I'm very interested in, like cows. I was reading about it more again the other day, and I think that kind of relates to sort of your philosophy, that how it's about doing things as naturally, simply as possible, without forcing anything, and doing by not doing. So I think kind of in this day and age, everybody's like really trying so hard to plan things out when like life doesn't always work that way, and sometimes you just have to go more with the flow, and maybe it will take you longer to get to success than if you're trying to force it.
Yeah, I agree. Before we went to a commercial break, you were coming up with a bunch of different ideas that are, in your mind, and it sounds like a lot of good and interesting ideas. I think probably what the key point is a framework to figure out, okay, which one of these ideas is actually worth me pursuing. Because whenever you're starting a business or a new endeavor, it takes 3 years to stabilize and 5 years to reap the harvest. And people don't go through the discipline at the beginning to say, okay, is this going to be worth my time, and is this going to motivate me in 3 years, when I leave that dead-end job, or you know what I mean? A lot of times we're running from a situation, running from a problem, rather than running toward an opportunity. So I talk a lot in my book, how do you identify what I call a leverageable asset, something that I know better than anybody else, that could be the foundation of either a promotion or a new company. And I call those things proprietary insights. Like you mentioned a couple when we were talking about ways we can do things, right? But a proprietary insight is the founder of Airbnb realizing in 2009 that people might want to just rent a futon and not a hotel room, right? Like if he builds $100 billion business, everyone listening to you right now, including you, Lindsay, has a proprietary insight that they know better than anyone else because of their environment or their experience or their insights that they can turn into a leverageable asset, a promotion, a business, and whatnot. So just hearing you, I think figuring out which one of those great ideas is the one you really want to pursue. And then following up on what you just said, 100% correct. We tend to erect barriers for our own progress. It's a way to keep us safe. We say, well, I can't do that yet until I take this class or I take this course. Most of that's nonsense. Society conditions us towards incrementalism, like as if life unfolds like sedimentary rock, one layer gently placed on top of the other. That's not reality. I always consider, why can't I pursue have a business goal, even though I never taught anyone before? So I agree with you, we tend to overthink it. But the first step in the process is figuring out what's going to be worth the time and energy for 3 to 5 years. Those who created Uber were brilliant on that. Right, and that's Shark Tank. I love Shark Tank. I've been on it. But then the episode shows on the speakers on Shark Tank are inventions or patents. And that's not how we business works. If you and I talk about our favorite businesses over the last 20 years, they're usually businesses that improved our lives. They're not necessarily an invention. Uber's not an invention. Uber's an epiphany. You couldn't order a car from my phone. So I can't do that. And so every one of us has a leverageable proprietary insight within our possession. How do you see the real estate market on the various coasts, east, west, central time? Depending on where you are, my answer is the same, bad. Because here's the simple reality. People are not selling houses right now because, 2 reasons.
One, they don't need to because unemployment is low. Two, their interest rates that they lock in are fantastic. So why would you sell your house when you're paying 3% on a 30-year to pick up a 7%? You won't until you have to. And unfortunately, as unemployment will pick up at least 1%, I think greater, people will need to sell their homes. And that is when the housing correction will get truly underway. So my advice to everyone out here is wait. If you want to buy a house, great. I think the housing market will be better in 12 months than it is right now. But even more importantly, interest rates are terrible. And two, if you're thinking about selling your house, sell it now.
Good point. John, take it away, Joseph.
Well, how are you, Joe?
I'm good.
You in the Bronx? Yes, I'm in the Riverdale area. It's beautiful. Riverdale is beautiful. And yeah, I wanted to ask you, first of all, it's inspirational that you took care of your mother while she was dying. I have, well, a similar story. My mother had multiple illnesses, and I took care of her for 12 years. So it's inspirational. It takes dedication, loyalty, and most of all, love. Um, I wanted to ask you, Matt, did you have a mentor along the way? Because you built quite an empire. And what book inspired you the most? Great question. Sorry about your mom, by the way.
Well, when we have
Sound
this
like you've been
silence, we had a song request. It goes out to Mason and Canada. I feel like I'm drawing 2 feet.
Can relate to what we're talking about. I know what you're going through. Anybody listening, right? Taking care of a loved one. So I would say the mentor. The reality is, and I talk about in the acknowledgments of my book. I spent a long time writing my acknowledgments. You know, when people do books on Audible, you know, they don't include the acknowledgments. And I said, why is that? And I said, I'm going to read in my acknowledgments because that's so part of the book. But it wasn't so much that I had a mentor. I had the same thought pattern recurred over and over again. It happened the first time I even worked at McDonald's. I was 13 years old, violating the red car, digging dumb under the tables, and then the government came down on those businesses back in the 80s. And I needed a job. And the owner of the McDonald's believed in me so much that he paid me half off the bill. That was the first person I was like, this kid is the best damn best kid I've ever seen. I'm going to let him be the movement translator party room. At every point in my life, if somebody had an opportunity to see that living in 2 different ways, as a little kid growing up in a dirty shoebox apartment in Queens with no refinement, didn't know how to use the fork and the knife correctly, and obviously didn't have money for no clothes as a poor kid. So they could have seen that kid is working day and night and has something special. I'm going to give him a shot that his pedigree doesn't necessarily warrant. So every point in my career, there was always somebody who looked at me across the room and say, all right, kid, I'm going to give you a shot. Somebody made me a reporter when I was only 18 years old, being in my own home. So by the time I was 20, I was nominated for close to friends like Carl Bernstein. You know, like Steve Ross, who needs to, he's usually running the Dolphins. He knows that I have a dream of building companies from scratch. I'm not a Rockefeller. My last name is not the right last name. I have nothing in my background that would suggest I'd be a good investor. But that's all we've got a multi-billion-dollar portfolio together. The one thing I want person, so I say anybody listening right now, like, make yourself indispensable, whatever it is you're doing right now, whatever, even if it's a mundane menial job, and look for the person who recognizes that you have something special. That person will give you a new, harder problem to solve. Oftentimes, that opportunity, that extra work comes without commensurate remuneration. It's just the idea of quiet quitting, that's nonsense. Take that opportunity to do the work, and eventually you'll get compensated. And if you don't, quit, like I did multiple times. But to answer your question, there's always been that one person, and I listed every one of them in my book. And they gave me something that I didn't necessarily on paper today.
Now, when you think of streaming services like Netflix and Amazon Prime, Blockbuster, a week of the week.
I love that story, by the way.
There's all these
things are happening all around us. It's remarkable how people, that's why I go back to Jeff Bezos, who was Bill Bezos, who I think he would have known, and I think the answer is he was able to do it because Jeff
That was I Feel Like I'm Drowning by Cooper. Going after
this is why self-awareness is so important and pride is so insidious, right? When you're a self-aware founder, CEO, or running your own small business, right? You know way in advance before disaster comes that you are doomed. The universe is fundamentally benevolent. It gives us multiple opportunities to save ourselves. And so Blockbuster, I love the quote going back to the early 2000s when they were like, yeah, who's going to want to watch the TV online? That's crazy, right? like day one. My personal philosophy is to treat everything like day one and take nothing for granted.
I bet some young kid went into his boss's Blockbuster and said, you know, there's this new technology where people don't have to go to stores anymore. They can just sit with their remote and get the same movies directly in their home. They don't have to travel to get it. What do you think? And he goes, well, we've got too much invested in stores. We've got 500 all over the country. We're not going to get rid of them.
Well, that's why, crisis could be so opportunistic because, with the worst case will happen. So now you have less to lose. Either you're out of a job or your life has been reset. It's a lot easier to sort of look at the world new. I talked in the coast about during the pandemic. We have this business, a milk farm. We had all these stores. We just opened a flagship in New York. And I'm on the phone with the founder of the Kia Post here. We're like, oh, how do we get these stores open as fast as possible? And then look at the wait a minute. If we were opening milk bar today, would we really have stores? Would that be our focus? No, the answer would be on the shelves of every supermarket in America. Right. Why don't we do that? Why are we trying to reopen our stores? Fast forward, we're on the stores that shelves of supermarkets around the country. So I do think that crisis is an opportunity. Some kids just walk into his boss's Blockbuster, but some kid right now listening to us is doing the same thing in his company, and his boss is an idiot. And
Charles in Sacramento, go for it, Charles. I'll be going to go for it, George. How are you tonight? Okay, great, thank you.
Morning, Charles.
Hi, Mr. Higgins. George, I'm glad you brought up the almonds. Maybe sometimes you can get a little deeper into that if it's like 3 spread out over a day or 3 at one time. I take them all at one time. One, okay, that helps. And then I wanted to make it down to LA a couple weeks ago, but my mom was having issues to stay. That's one of them. Make it right up. I'm almost ready to launch my supplemental product, the highly ironic outfit, and I wanted to run that by you before I did. So you'll be getting something, a package. Tom will get that or something. Okay, I'll look for that. Sounds good. So, Mr. Higgins, you spoke earlier about the on tonight's Coast to Coast website, and I looked at your website, and it's difficult for me to challenge somebody to do. But if you don't mind me challenge a little bit, the total transactional value in the United States is reported per year is almost $200 billion. That doesn't include the black budget. And creative financing, the power of that to keep the ball rolling with our fiat economy it's just insane. There's no limit to it as long as you don't detract from it. So I really have a lot of hope that we're going to get out of this, especially with the people in charge of finance that are integrating the already offered and extended unsecured loan. So yes, we really print money with quantitative easing, but the real magic is that the heroes are trying to escape all of that on the other end of the pandemic, and especially like with
This one's going out to Queenie and Reading Rainbow featuring DMX.
From
You're not familiar? Now you are.
Money is my commodity, and it's my business perspective. And if more people would take a step back,
Shout out to Angry Age Society.
You have to perhaps you apply for some of the relief that came during COVID in the form of loans turned into grants. Here's an example. This is the challenging part. 911 I just starting. I looked at the website based upon where you were and what you were doing, especially with the lower Manhattan redevelopment agency, and also there's a lot of insight that you might have related to that. If you want to know, I want to know what's true, not the terrible tragedy and how it affected you and how sad you are. I mean, people die, and I'm angry about it. What's true about Building 7? What's true about autism
There we go, kid.
That it's just sort of went away as soon as the vaccines got straightened out. What do you think of some of that, Matt?
Oh, wow, that's a lot.
We got a minute and a half left.
Yeah, it's a minute and a half left. Well, that's I think a whole other episode. I'm very passionate about autism. I have a very close family member who's on the spectrum. I don't really talk about too much publicly. So my focus on autism is really honestly how to help families out there who are dealing with crushing financial burdens to help their children. But we're going back to your first question. We could talk about 9/11 on a whole other one. I'd love to come back on. I'm happy to talk about it. It's 2 years down there. I'm on the American economy, so I agree with you. This is the best country on the face of the planet, and we will overcome it. So that's why I don't use the word crap.
It'll be bouncy, but we'll make it.
So who I'm speaking to is the American caller, the American consumer who's listening to this right now. I'm talking about their life. And when unemployment goes up 1%, which it will have to bring inflation down to 2%, which is the Fed's goal, which is why they're going to jack interest rates, that means their credit card payment's going to go up. The value of their card is going to go down, negative equity will increase, and when layoffs open, they begin to walk away from those items, and as a result, we will take a hit in GDP because 70% is the consumer. And so I'm talking about people's lives. That means somebody out there is going to be laid off who's listening to it, and I don't care what economists say, or the banker at JP Morgan, who wants to tell everybody about a soft landing. It won't feel soft for those at least 1% who are going to end up unemployed. That's what I'm talking about. But America will recover, probably about 18 months, and things will get better in this great country.
Matt, keep in touch with us, my friend, and best of luck to you and best of everything, okay?
You saw it, burn the boat.
Hey, Coleman. The book, of course, is called Burn the Boat. And we'll be back with more in a moment with a special guest, Melissa Gates Perry, the thrower of Being Human, as we talk about the other side.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George Norrie. Just log on to beyondbelief.com.
On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. Those things that make you go, really? No, really?
I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a secret.
Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I never feel to become a gambling habit. But what I did do was to get help from a professional counselor. Admitting I was powerless to solve the problem, that opened the door. I thought I was beyond repair until I called 1-800-GAMBLER, and we provided life-changing resources and referrals at zero-cost community.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Protect, support the 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore. My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yes, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. Brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait, you pay nothing on repairs, Ox gets to fix, free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance?
Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies.
The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote, 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-301-4089. 800-301-4089. Portions of the following program will be recorded.
Basically, if I magically appear using nothing but your beautiful voice, tell your house robots to play KFI AM 640.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
You're going to be okay. I'm Amy King in KFI 24-hour newsroom. 3 LAPD officers have been shot in Lincoln Heights. KFI Chief Gregory says the officers were responded to a call around 4 p.m. about a man who had violated his parole. The man refused to come out when ordered to, so a canine unit was called.
And when the canine unit showed up, they tried to get him to come out. They launched tear gas inside of the shed, and he barricaded himself inside. And instead of him coming out and surrendering, he simply opened the door and opened fire, injuring those 3 officers.
The officers returned fire. The area around the building where the man was barricaded was cordoned off for several hours until police announced the guy was no longer a threat. The officers' shots are in stable condition. LA County removed 1.2 million people from the voter rolls because they were either ineligible or inactive. The move was part of a settlement agreement between the county and the government watchdog group Judicial Watch. The National Voter Registration Act requires the removal of voters from rolls if they're inactive for 2 general federal elections, but some states ignore that requirement. From 1.2 million voters that have been removed, about half having voted for 5 or more consecutive federal elections. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee voted to advance former LA Mayor Garcetti's nomination to be ambassador to India. Garcetti's nomination will now go to the full Senate for a floor vote. Florida Republican Senator Marco Rubio says the nomination is absurd. Garcetti ignored sexual assault accusations in his office when he was mayor. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has fallen at a hotel in Washington, D.C. A spokesman says he's being treated at a hospital. McConnell was at a private dinner in Utrecht. Ukrainian President Zelensky has invited House Speaker McCarthy to visit the country during an interview on CNN. The invitation comes in response to Republican talk about whether the U.S. should continue providing aid to Ukraine as it defends itself against Russia's invasion. Universal Studios is getting a new and longer name. Officials say Universal Destinations and Experiences will better reflect the many parks and experiences offered at its locations in LA, Orlando, Japan, and China. The company says it's also working on a new park for Texas and an immersive horror experience in Las Vegas. Southland weather PKFI mostly cloudy with highs in the low to upper 60s this afternoon. 20% chance of rain after midnight, then rain on Friday with highs in the 50s to low 60s. Rain should end by Saturday morning. Mostly cloudy with highs in the 50s and 60s through the weekend. 48 in Gray, 47 in Forest, 51 in Marina Del Rey, 48 in Burbank, 83 local, in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
Attention Southern California, TRILLIONAIRE is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting, more than any solar company in California. No one works harder than Zephyr does with this free decor and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Zephyr Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Zephyr offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Zephyr Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit ZephyrSolaris.com. On IQ's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IQ's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
I've been asked 1,000 times, do you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard, and so many former clients refer to family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we deliver for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital, they have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. This is Jacob Amani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640.
In my white room, with black curtains, here's the station. Like someplace, no pavement, quiet, sorry. In your dark eyes, you said no.
From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
And welcome back to Coast, a special guest for the next couple hours, Melissa Gates Perry, as we talk about her latest work called Being Human. It's incredible. We're going to talk about the afterlife and the soul. She's also a psychic, and she will be doing readings for you next hour on Coast to Coast on a number of things. All we simply need is a question from you about just about anything. So we'll be back with her in just a moment. Have you ever wondered if we're alone in this vast universe? I do quite often. Marvelous Entertainment has released the newest in science fiction that specifically deals with this incredible question. And Marvin Sunderland, who's been a guest on Coast to Coast, is the author of the 7 novel masterpieces bringing out the best of your imagination. Journey with Sergeant Waggett in search of a crashed alien spaceship that leads to an alien invasion. This is going to be a movie. You can tell. Brace yourself as there is a war underway in the underworld. Now you can get 25% off the entire 7 novel series on our future graphic novels when you enter coupon code Coast to Coast. All lowercase at marvelous.com. It's marvelous.com. Let me spell it out for you. marveleous.com. Just southwest of Fort Worth, nestled among the pure pecan orchards and surrounded by 17 miles of fragrant river frontage, is one of the most stunning and amenity-rich communities in Texas. Pecan Plantation, 2 home sites from just $69.99. Live every day like you're on vacation. They have golf courses, pools, a country club, sports club, a marina, and so much more for under $200 a month. Schedule your virtual viewing online. FortWorthLandSale.com. That's FortWorthLandSale.com. So give us a call. 844-LAND-123.
Maxwell can just practice and cruises compare. My bet, he said, oh, he must be allergic to chicken. Another bet that he's been drinking. Third bet, he says it's delicious. Then somebody said, he took 2 weeks. And his arm stopped itching. The hair stopped falling out. His dynamite is a big part of Maxwell's diet. Now, and your dog will be
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Melissa Gates Perry, born and raised in a small town in southern Vermont. Born to teenage kids, young ones. Her home life was unstable and chaotic, and she began to recognize her psychic abilities as a child. She began channeling for friends and clients back in 1993, and since then has helped hundreds of people in every part of the world. Being Human is Melissa's first published book that encompasses 30-some years of wisdom shared by her spirit guide, Ara now. A decidedly terrifying childhood gives the author's book a stark reality which dovetails into channeled lessons and information encouraging readers to grow. Melissa, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, George. I have to say that I'm absolutely thrilled to be talking to you. I'm a huge, huge fan of yours, and I'm also a longtime listener of Coach, and the work that you do with your show is just amazing.
Well, thank you.
I'm a bit of a fangirl where you're concerned.
Well, that's right. Now, did I pronounce the name of your spirit guide correctly?
Caroline.
Caroline. Simple as that. Well, we'll get into that and how the spirit guide came to you and how often the spirit guide stays with you. But when you, how young were you when this all happened?
Well, when I was a kid, like a lot of people, because I was raised in such a kind of a tumultuous and difficult childhood, I kind of went inside myself, which people do when they're kids and they have these issues. So I became kind of sensitive to everything around me when I was quite young. And then when I was 22 years old, and we talk about this in the book, Being Human, when I was 22 years old, I moved back to my hometown. I had my small son, he was a year and a half at the time. And a dear friend of mine had gotten involved with some, I suppose what people would call black magicians, like dark energy workers. And he came to me at one point and he said he was very afraid of them because he was wanting to get out of their company and they did not want him to leave. And so one day he came to me very upset and he handed me a letter and it was sealed and he said, I'm afraid you're going to do something to me. I'm afraid that something's going to happen to me. And of course, this sounds like a movie, I know, George, but it happened. It was part of my life. And I told him, like somebody would at that age, I said, don't be silly. There's nothing going to happen to you. You're fine. Well, 3 days later, he was in a car accident and died. So when I opened this letter from him, I was terrorized because in the letter, he basically said, I feel like we've known each other in other lives, and I feel like these folks are coming after me. And so if anything happens to me, I want you to don't go to my funeral, don't go to the parties for me, just don't, kind of disappear for a while. So when I opened that letter on that day, it was the day after he died, I can tell you that that night, I was more terrified than I'd ever been in my life, and I started praying to God with a capital G. Like you'll say to people, you believe in a big God, God with a capital G. And I was praying to God and saying, if you're going to make me sensitive and you're going to make me have these particular gifts, please tell me what you want me to do. Just give me a job. If you're going to make me like this, give me a job. And so I went to bed that night, as I said, just terrorized out of my mind. And when I woke up in the morning, something had shifted. Something had shifted big. And I could feel the presence of Aaron. At that point in time, I was not speaking with him in any way. But I just knew he was there. And I was about 22 years old when that happened. And I'll tell you, that was life-changing in general. So he showed up that next morning, just as a feeling, this big sort of safe feeling in my life. And so that's how he showed up. And then over the next year and a half, he started to do more and more in my life where eventually I could speak to him. And he's actually present here now with us right now with him.
Interesting. Now, was Aaron once a human?
Yes. Aaron has had many incarnations, many more than I have had. And he's, at this point, being my guide for this lifetime. But he, and I, again, in the book, he talks about that on the other side, interestingly enough, all of the different guides, so your guide, everyone here at Soul Guide comes in when you are born with you. And each of them is sort of in a different, it sounds a little bit like a bureaucracy, but it kind of works that way where they're all in different groups. Like they're different
that happens to the water? Is random asking the water that was born from two?
Irritated to folks on Earth who have reincarnated in order to have creation and start to grow in those ways. So that's what does the thing. But he has many, many, many lifetimes.
Is he the spirit guide to just you, or does he have many?
In this lifetime, he's just my spirit guide because there are many, many, many other spirit guides who are guides to other people who are incarnated right now on the planet. And interestingly enough, one of the reasons that the work for me was so important in being human is that Carolyn talks about the idea that every human being on our planet right now, it's just, if you're a soul moving a body around on Earth right now, you came in specifically because you are ready to start sort of leveling up your energy and having more understanding and learning about your soul and where you go when you die and all of that.
By the way, Melissa James, wasn't that the Bill Gates' ex-wife thing?
No. There's part of me that would say I wish George because I think that she got quite a settlement. But no, that was Melinda.
Melinda, okay.
And it's really funny when people look at me at melissagameperry.com, oftentimes Melinda and I come up together. So you're not I just thought that.
Well, earlier when Teresa was telling me that you're going to be our guest, I'm thinking, this Bill Gates' ex-wife that he got remarried already?
Yeah, no, but it's just funny. You're not the first person to say that.
That's great. What message would you like people to get when they read Human
Humans is a twofold book. The first part of it is, and I think this is what makes it unique for people, the first part of it is a lot of my personal stories written in my voice about a lot of the different situations and traumas that I had as a kid growing up. And then following those are, chapter 1 to chapter 2. Following those chapters, each time is Carolyn talking about how to look at my problems and my issues as a child, kind of work those out so that you don't bring it forward in your life. And so Carolyn has a lot of talking about our universe and our planet and us as souls, but also it's about learning to overcome a lot of trauma and anger and things that people hold inside. Because, right now, I mean, I'm sure you get up in the morning, George, and you look at the news and you think, what on earth is going on here? It's
all whacked out.
Yeah, it's completely whacked out. And the thing is, it's not just you and I who think that. People from all over the planet feel that way. And so this book for people is meant to start to unravel some of that and then not be completely doom and doom, but give you some tools so that you can start to say, okay, and this is going to sound very biblical, but I'm in the world, not of the world, right? Because you can't walk around every day looking at the way the world is and feel good about anything. So you have to be able to delineate yourself out from all that negativity. So I think that this book is specifically about helping. And it's very interesting because when I was very young and started doing sessions with Galen, he would tell me at that time that one of my probable life arcs that I placed for myself was that I would write this book and get it out to the house. But when I was younger, I thought, that's overwhelming, write a book, but, and of course I'm 25 at the time. And then eventually I would say to him, every 5 years or so, it's time to write a book, and he would say, no, not now. And so then all of a sudden, I asked one day, and I stopped asking, and he said, yep, it's time to write the book. And that was that. So, yeah.
Is your lamb an angel or is he really a spirit?
He's not an angel, and this comes up in a lot of sections because a lot of people have angels show up in their life, which is a very normal, often thing. Angels and spirit guides are not the same thing. Angels are completely different species that were created by the Creator God. The big three, as I know you call them, I say too. So angels are their own species that God created, and they're sort of like the big guns, if that makes sense. They come in to assist people in sort of all kinds of what I would call emergency situations. Now your guide would do the same thing, but your guide is like your social worker that saves you from birth or death. And angels are more, they come in, they do the thing that they're going to do for you, and then they're out. Yeah?
Are some people having their life without ever dealing with their spirit guide?
Yes. I'm glad you asked that question. So right now, and again, Erin talks about this in the book,
right now, everybody's always had a spirit guide, but right now on this planet, there are 27% of the people who are sort of becoming awake and acknowledging that they have a spirit guide. And so everyone else has a spirit guide but doesn't acknowledge it at all. And then there are people who would listen to me talk and they would say, well, she seems like a nice lady, but I don't buy any of that, right? I mean, and that's free will. One of the biggest rules that ROTHSCHILD writes about in the book is that every human being has free will, and God gave us that specifically so that we could learn and grow at our own pace. So you never have to do or believe anything. But what's happening right now, which is so phenomenal, George, is that so many more people are listening to shows like yours and other, other places on YouTube and podcasts, and just starting to question, well, there's got to be more to me than just that I'm a mind in this body, right? Because your mind, that you think with every day, that your birth is stopping with every day, it's connected to your soul, but it's not your soul, Your soul is your primary leader in your life. And so people are starting to come kind of to a realization of that, and that is really amazing.
It's really amazing. What is the soul to you?
What I've learned through ROTHSCHILD is that your soul is the one that is the
I'm gonna tell them how again the footwork that was driving women crazy.
and everything that you're ever going to be, and it was given to you and connected to God at the time of the inception of your soul. So your soul, and what ROTHSCHILD teaches, and when I say teaches, it's more like, what he's telling you, because he likes to talk a lot about the actual mechanical how things work on the other side, right? So it's not how people say, kind of fuzzy and unclear. Everyone likes to talk about it in a very clear, delineated way. And so what he says about the soul is that your soul would have been created in this universe, George, and you might have sort of you sit and rest, and it's like there's a part in the book where ROTHSCHILD says, when your soul was first made by the Creator God, it's almost like when you're a little kid and you're standing with your mom holding your mom's hand, watching a parade go by. And then at some point, you get old enough that you want to step out into the parade. You want to become part of it. And that's where your soul would get your first body. So that would be your first incarnation. And so everyone has a soul, and it's literally the essence of you and your connection to God and who you are. And the other really incredible thing that I have seen over hundreds and hundreds of sessions is that people, lifetime after lifetime, you ultimately do drop away the negative things, the negative lessons as you work through them, but you always hold all of the good things. Like for instance, you are a singer, and I've never heard you sing, George, but I've heard people say that you're phenomenal. And so you will have held on to that singing talent lifetime after lifetime, and every lifetime that you do it, it gets better and better and better.
How about that?
Yeah.
How many more lifetimes do I need to come my right?
I wish that you could cut a record now, and I think probably a lot of people would buy. Have you cut a record?
No.
No.
I've done this. I've done part of a sister CD that my producer Tom produced, and I did a song on that.
Well, I'm proclaiming, and Erwin is proclaiming right now, because he's listening to this conversation live time, I'm proclaiming that you need to have a CD, George. You need to do that. Like I said, I've heard you have a beautiful voice.
Explain to us, Melissa, the dying process. And I'm going to give you an example, and you can take us through that.
Okay.
Person goes to bed, dies in their sleep. What happens?
Okay. So, and this is universal. This is pretty much universal. If you die in your sleep, you've lived a good long life, and you die in your sleep, and you don't have any particular pain, regardless of what you believe. So, if you die in your sleep and you're born again Christian, or you die in your sleep and you're a Native American, or say that you die in your sleep and you're a pagan, right? You're someone who believes in all of the pagan beliefs. Your soul, as you get ready to leave your body, your soul sort of coalesces into like a condensed unit in the middle of your body. And then, almost as if you were, when you're young and you see cotton candy machine, how the cotton candy comes into itself.
How swirly it is.
Swirly, right. So if you could reverse that in your mind and look at your soul as that cotton candy ball, but in this direction, it slowly starts to pull the threads of that energy away and up people initially don't. There are people who in that situation to the bed and be looking at their body and saying, what is going on right now? But ultimately, people always cross over. And I know, too, that there are people sometimes who have near-death experiences who have said that they have they get there and it's blackness or it's terrifying and all those things. And from what Marilyn says, that is almost always created by the soul passing over and then coming back. Because you do know, once you're out of your body, you instinctively know to go home. And if you're going to stay home, then you get there and you're met by either your people who have passed over or your guide. And the other really, really wonderful thing about this is that, and Marilyn talks about in Being Humans, is that if you pass away and you're a Christian, or you pass away and you're a Buddhist, or you pass away and you are a Sikh, so,
Or what if you're agnostic?
oh, okay, well that's a piece of this question. So if you have a religious belief and a doctrine, when you first get to the other side and you're just arriving, your arrival date, if you like, your date where you come through, is going to be very much reflective of your belief system religiously. If you're completely atheist and you think that you die, there's no soul, you get buried or cremated, and that's it, you were one little candle and you're out now, you are very, very surprised when you get there because you still go. And so you're going to show up and you're going to go, oh, you're kidding me. I've actually done sessions where someone has wanted to talk to a person who has passed over, and they'll say to me before the session, I don't think he's going to be there because he really did not believe in God. And I'll say, well, he might not show up because it doesn't always happen, but your guide will be there. But oftentimes that soul will show up, and they'll say to the person sitting with me, wow, I'm so sorry. I mean, I just wouldn't believe you, or I wouldn't go to church with you, or I wouldn't talk about this with you. And as it turns out, here I am, And so it's a really healing process, these sessions, because I do 2-hour sessions and I do them one-on-one, and sometimes people say 2 hours. But I'll tell you, when a person comes to me and we're sitting together on Zoom or together in the same room, and Carolyn is there talking in real time, and the person's guide shows up, that's 4 people all talking.
That's a lot.
Yeah, and I think you can see I'm a talker, and I like to be able to listen. So it's a lot. So 2 hours for people is actually a pretty good time frame, because there's a lot to ask and there's a lot to learn. And when people get to talk to their guide and their guide talks to them about what are your soul contracts, what did you come into this lifetime to do, that's so powerful because people then can stop and say, I'm going to take this information and I might make some changes in my life to the positive. And that's why the book is so important right now. For just anybody who gets it, because we're all meant to be waking up now, right? We're all meant to be waking up and looking at the world and figuring out how to be the best people we can be and how to be the best neighbors we can be and the best friends and family. And just big souls, big, shiny, bright souls.
And it looks like Caroline helped you write the book.
She did help me write the book. It's really funny. All the parts that are my chapters about my life, I wrote. But everything in there that Marilyn wrote, the book is 25 chapters long. I was his secretary, and I sat at the typewriter. I sat at the computer, and I just typed and listened and was his secretary.
We're going to take a break, Melissa, come back and chat more, then we'll take calls and readings with you next hour on Close to Coast.
Get daily show updates right to your inbox for free with the Coast Know newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 3 LAPD officers are in the hospital after being shot in a confrontation east of downtown. The officers were attacked Wednesday night when they were searching for a person who left a vehicle during a traffic stop. There was a standoff, tear gas was deployed, gunshots fired. The officers are all in stable condition. The canines working with the officers unhurt. The shooter is dead. Governor Newsom has tested positive for COVID-19. His office says he has mild symptoms and will work from home for at least the next 5 days. An infant has been rescued from a suspected human trafficker in San Clemente. The child came from southern San Diego County. The child is now with Protective Services. The man has been arrested. And today is National Meatball Day. Stop by Mother from KFI. Partly cloudy skies will see highs in the mid to upper 60s. Right now it's 47 in the Laguna Hills. Anaheim is 49. 46 for Encino and 44 in Santa Clarita. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Coast to Insect, there's a full freeway closure 405 southbound from Fairview to 73. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And it's still bars. It's on the east westbound at Rothschild. We have a concept out car there out of the lanes and on the right shoulder, but you're seeing some looking delays as you approach. Lakeview Terrace, there was a work zone. It's on the east westbound from Lukeland to Paxton Street. 2 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI and the sky helps get you there faster by advance. COVID-19, brought by the California Department of Public Health. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Children, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? The feature was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deep race. Really? That's good to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Social supports are a vital part of child development, and they help mitigate the negative impacts of stress. Keep your kids connected to loved ones, friends, teachers, grandparents, and coaches. This Tell Hopeful Moment is brought to you by tellhope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Tell Hope wants help. Contact Tell Hope free and secure mental health service on 833-317-4673 or live chat at tellhope.org.
He's live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his CPAP, and his wife Michelle is trying to save the rain with trail throws and elbows. He's waiting for the couch. He could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspired the sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. With no mask and no home. John. Learn more at InspiredSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. They're telling their history doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Telling them they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
my footwork. I was like, wow. You just think for a second in my head, that you describe your that
Premier Network presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. We will take your calls next hour with Melissa Gates Perry, author of Being Humans, and her website is her name, linked up at coasttocoastam.com. She's a reading, too. So what we need from you, of course, I'll pass your name on to her, but a specific question about just about anything. It doesn't have to be on the afterlife or a dead relative or anything like that. It has to do with you and your job or your future. You can ask her that and see where it will take us, of course. ParanormalDate.com, and I will take you to all kinds of places if you meet the right people. It sure will, and if you want to take you to somebody a bit more mature, we've got covered there too. So we've got ParanormalDate.com, but how about you try ParanormalDate.com/seniors if you want somebody who's 60 plus and thinks like you do. So we've got them both at ParanormalDate.com and ParanormalDate.com/seniors. Approaching 156,000 signed up members with ParanormalDate.com. And now, of course, build up that immunity.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, hip disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of any stem and adaptogen together, supporting the body to be protected and be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking adaptogen and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptogen and ImmuStem and your pre-gift relax ball is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George your stem cell wellness kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
It is important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. And protecting that identity can be easy with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name. If you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Identity theft protection starts here. Join now and save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George. Simply call 1-800-LifeLock, that's 1-800-LifeLock, or head on over to LifeLock.com, that's LifeLock.com, and use promo code George for 25%.
Marvelous Entertainment and also Marvelous Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggon's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. Just southwest of Fort Worth, nestled among the mature pecan orchards and surrounded by 17 miles of Brazos River frontage, is one of the most stunning and amenity-rich communities in Texas. Pecan Plantation, few home sites from just $69.99. Live every day like you're on vacation. They have golf courses, pools, a country club, sports stores, a marina, and so much more for under $200 a month. Schedule your virtual viewing online. FortWorthLandSale.com. That's FortWorthLandSale.com. Or give us a call. 844-LAND-123. Welcome back to Coast, George Norrie, along with Melissa Gay Perry. Melissa, do you remember the movie It's a Wonderful Life with Jimmy Stewart?
Yes.
Classic movie, and of course, Angel Clara was sent down to save him. But could you also call that the spirit guide?
Yes, although in the movie he was an angel, but Ireland acts very much more like him. I mean, it's funny because people will say to me sometimes, I wouldn't want to have a guy that was sort of always there and always interjecting into my world. And it can be like that on some days, but actually he has a lot of good boundaries so that if I say to him, listen, I'm going to go have dinner with my friends. I'd like to have one glass of wine and a cheeseburger. So please don't, like I'm going to go just have a life here and you need to just, take a couple of days. I mean, and he does that, which is really good. Because a lot of times people think that it would just be awful. But yes, that movie does depict a bit how Ireland is with me.
Do we pick the families that we end up with?
Absolutely. And usually souls will travel in groups. I have worked with people in sessions where they were part of a 30 soul, I call them pods, Ireland calls them a soul pod. And then sometimes soul pods will be very much smaller, 4, 5, 6 souls that travel together. But you definitely, before you were born, you picked everyone who was going to be in your life within your 100-year span. And even, and so then your grandparents come back around. So you would have picked all of those people, excuse me, you would have picked all of those people, and you also picked all the challenges and the joys and everything that you go through together.
Well, I did a pretty good job picking my family.
Yeah, that's amazing, yeah. And with the work that you came here to do, you would have wanted to have an incredibly supportive and loving group of people with you because you have so much responsibility with what you're doing in the world. You have to help people and the teaching part of it and everything.
Do we stay with similar professions in earlier life?
That is something that it is true, particularly in earlier life. You might be a farmer 8 times in a row. You might be an accountant, you might be a dentist, you might be an artist. But what happens is, as you move through those types of lifetimes, you sort of get a good look at that. In other words, you have that experience and you get a really good look at it. So at some point, you and the other members of your soul pod will say, hey, we don't all have to be farmers again. Let's do some different things here. And also, let's have some challenges. I mean, one of the things that people have such a hard time understanding is, so they'll ask me, in Ireland, why would I come to this life with all these difficulties? Well, you would have chosen that because if you had 20 perfect, easy lives in a row, you're not really learning much, right? You're not challenging yourself. And once the soul gets to the other side and they get back to their soul group, their family, usually they all get together after a good long rest and say, let's get back in there together and let's really work some stuff out,
In 1895, Italian inventor Marconi built the equipment and transmitted electrical signals to the air, which you could have said was radio. 1895.
I know.
And I have this uncanny feeling I was with him when he did that. Why do I have that feeling?
Caroline is saying right now that you most likely were either a friend of his or someone that was right there working around. Caroline is saying that to you right now a lot of times. She's saying, you're having that feeling because it's most likely true. Caroline is saying, you weren't him.
You were not him.
No.
But you were one of his associates. And also in that Carolina thing, you were younger than him. So you would have been a young, impressionable, like 17-year-old who was kind of in the peripheral of his group of people. So you were seeing what was going on and you were learning from that.
It's kind of funny at some of my speeches at radio events, I will talk about how, out of the blue, we talk about how old we are, or how long we've been doing this.
Yeah.
And I say things like, I was with my pony when he was into the radio.
Right,
and the crowd laughed.
Aaron was telling you right now, you were. And you were young, though. So you were watching everything that he was doing, is what Aaron is telling you right now.
I was like a boy wonder.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's really amazing. That's kind of an honor for me to be able to share that with you, Aaron.
Interesting. And then you carry it through to other lives, right?
Right, and you do carry it through. And what happens is you keep distilling it and distilling it and distilling it. The other thing is, you also, when you get to the other side, you would have said to all the folks, and also your spirit guides, how can I incarnate to the earth in this next lifetime and do the most good for the most people in the most powerful way? Because that's really what we all are meant to do. And what happens is people get born into a lifetime and they sort of forget. You're not remembering exactly. You sort of find that and then do that thing. That's another part of the lesson. So when you are someone like you who is this actualized soul, and George, even though I think you're perfect,
I'm not perfect. I'm not perfect.
Bit of a fangirl, but even though everyone has challenges, you would have had some challenges in your life, but you have been able to actualize what your goal was, what your gift is, what you're supposed to be doing. And the universe, the God, God with a big G, loves that. He loves to see a soul go to a planet, come onto a world, and do the thing that lights them up, the thing that they're supposed to be doing. And so for me, the Being Human book as well is one of those, it's a book that lets people sort of know that. It lets people understand, I'm not crazy because I feel like I'm supposed to be doing something. Because you really are supposed to be doing something. And if you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing as far as growing and learning and your skills and whatever that might be for the person, the universe and your guide will keep sort of coaching you. They'll keep saying, hey, you need to look at what it is that you're doing.
What's next for me in my next convict life?
That I can't tell you. Because you and Aaron is shaking his head at me like, don't.
He knows, doesn't he?
Well, he does. He has an inkling because what happens is when he knows I'm going to be talking to people, he starts to kind of look into their path and what they've been doing and where they're going. But you could get to the other side, George, and you could decide, you know what, I worked really hard. You'll look at your life review and in that, when you get back over there, and you might say, I'm going to take what would be eons of time here, and I'm off, and I'm going to travel over there. I'm going to travel, and I'm going to do the thing. You know what I mean? So you might not come back for a while, or you might come right back in. You could incarnate right back into one of your grandchildren's kids. People do that a lot. Because then you're with the same group again, but from a different viewpoint. That's just a really amazing system, and it's interesting that people will say to me, you talk about this like as if you're talking about something that's just very concrete and real. And actually, it really is. I mean, again, I'm not telling anybody what they need to believe, but in my experience with Carolyn, there's a real system to it, and there's a real spiritual way that it works and plays. I mean, God has done a really good job of putting us, into a world and giving us a kind of a system by where our soul can grow and move and kind of move up the ranks, which is really amazing.
In your opinion, is there a heaven? Is there a hell?
From what I'm told, the other side is what people call heaven. Straight up, it is heaven. Everybody goes. It doesn't matter how terrible of a human you were here. You are, when you die, when your body drops away, you're going to cross over into, and of course in the book I refer to it as the lobby. And the reason I call it the lobby is because when Erwin first started to show me, see what it looks like over there, it looks like a combination of the most beautiful city park, library, train station, hotel lobby, like all rolled into one, where souls are coming and going, and it's rest. It is. It's like the Ritz, exactly, and it's this gorgeous place. So I refer to it in the book as the lobby. I just always have because I think it gives people a visual. So, but when you get there, even if you were a person who came into the light and you were absolutely horrific, I mean, the Hitlers, right? You go over, you still go to the same go to your life review, every single emotion and feeling that you ever made another human feel, you get to feel it in real time and experience it as them. So think about that. People don't like to hear that because what that means is you spent your life making people feel afraid and fearful and angry. You really need to be careful about what you make other people feel because you take that back to heaven with you. And that's where hell comes in. So if you're a person like a Hitler, I just use that as an example, who caused so much damage across the planet like that, well, that soul is going to be taking a long time to experience every last person who suffered, right?
I would believe that that kind of soul would be on the bottom of the spectrum.
Well, I mean, everybody comes back to heaven at the same level, but here's the thing, you're correct about that, because that soul is basically in timeout for a really long time, because it's going to take a long time to work through every human being that you cause pain to, because it's not just the people in the lifetime with you, it's the grandchildren and the grandchildren of the people who are affected negatively by that. So that's where Carolyn, how he describes what hell actually is. It's like you're burning in your own fiery pit because you created it, if that makes sense.
Does ROM look into the future of this planet?
He does. He talks about it in the book a little bit. Right now, I know there are a lot of people on the planet who are saying, definitely, we're all doomed. We're gonna take ourselves out. We are doomed. And of course, there are timelines that look like there are possibility arcs. Erwin calls them possibility arcs. There are possibility arcs that show that. However, the more people that can wake up to who they really are through programs like yours and books like mine and all these other great authors and people who are teaching in these ways, the more humans that we can wake up on the planet, the further away you get from that timeline. Does that make sense? So it's so important that you're doing the work you're doing and that people are reading books like Being Humans and other books that are channeled information, because the more people that can wake up to who they really are and what their soul is really about, then little by little we move away from those most horrible timelines. Now, that being said, as of this, as of our conversation right now, and Ellen is saying to me, that doesn't mean that there aren't going to be some rough patches. And definitely rough patches. I mean, we're having political rough patches and food rough. I mean, there's a lot of different places where you can say, boy, we're having some rough patches. And I say nothing about, the pandemic and all of that. So it isn't going to be necessarily a joyride, but heroin does feel like the more people we wake up, the more people come alive to who they are and their connection to the universe and their connection to God, the more we move away from that absolutely catastrophic timeline. So that's the good news.
Chapter 24 is about companion animals. What's that about?
So companion animals, people often come into sessions and ask about companion animals, whether that's a real, whether their souls of the companion animals cross over to heaven, will they see them again, all of that. Absolutely, that is heroin. It's always been factual. Sometimes people's animals will show up in sessions, not always, but what does happen over and over and over again is that people who have crossed over and are talking to me and Airlam and their loved ones here will say, oh, when I got here, Bucky was there waiting for me. And so that's how that works. And so if you have beloved animals, they do indeed. And on the other side, in heaven, Galabi, they do kind of live in a specific area altogether. But when you come over, they'll reunite with you. And it's interesting because I've had people who were, super animal lovers who had passed over, and they name off kind of...
This is One More Time by Daft Punk.
That they had just after a lifetime, who all came sort of all together at the same time when they came over. So it's really, it's amazing. It's amazing to hear so many stories.
What a journey, huh?
Yeah, I feel so honored and so grateful when I found that night because, I just think, and the other thing, George, is that the help is part of it. If I'm sitting with somebody who's in pain about the loss of a loved one, and, aliens can talk about, and oftentimes people will come
after someone has died of, say, a difficult disease or in a difficult way. And, that person's soul would be in what, in a rest period, basically. It's almost like a cocoon of rest where they're not, they're met at heaven, but then they're kind of held in this cocoon for a while. So their soul kind of heals from all of the bruising of that in the lifetime. So there are times when I talk to folks and they'll say, has my husband shown up? And I'll be able to, and the husband's guide will show up and say, yeah, and this is what happened. He came over and he met him, and he's in the rest phase. And I'll let you know when he comes out of the rest phase. So it's interesting because I'll wake up in the middle of the night, maybe to get a drink of water, and Erin will say, hey, do you remember, John Doe, who came to see 6 months ago about his wife, Ethel, when she's out of rest, and could you email him and tell him what's going on? And I mean, it makes me sound like a soul secretary, and that's kind of what I am, which is things like to do. It's phenomenal though, because I get to make, people find happy tears and sessions, and I love that. I love that.
Would you say that you have the ability to be a medium as well?
I feel like I am a medium. I mean, in what sense of the word?
Well, you channel, you have the ability to deal with the afterlife, you're psychic as well.
Yep. Yeah, so I suppose I don't call myself a medium, I guess I call myself a channel. But that's okay because oftentimes mediums, like education, right? He was a medium, but he needed to go to sleep.
It was a sleeping prophet.
Right, it's a topic. So I don't, and I think it's probably because I think it tells you a bit of a talker. So I've never had to go into a trance to have airline presence, which is why I guess I've never called myself a medium as somebody who sort of relaxes and then kind of gets into this sleeping, meditative mode. And that's just never been my modality. But yeah, I suppose you would say that because the book, if you want to say it that way, all of Airland's chapters in the book, those are, I suppose someone would call me just because I'm listening to them and he's giving them to me, and then I'm
right. We're going to talk more in a moment, and we'll take calls from Coast to Coast there. Is retired of the censorship of conservative views. Here's the latest. David Horowitz, the famed author and conservative thinker, just posted a YouTube video talking about voting irregularities in the 2020 election. Not surprisingly, his video was banned, of course, from YouTube. In his new bestseller, Final Battle, David Horowitz is warning America that big tech and their social media platforms are damaging American institutions and threatening our freedom. But David Horowitz explains how companies like Facebook, Twitter, Google, and YouTube control information flows with the power to selectively censor news feeds. In Final Battle, Horowitz also warns that a group of secret players are working to change America, weakening the social fabric and working to undermine the possibility of bipartisan solutions to common problems. My company strongly recommends this book. This called Final Battle, the book of the year. This Final Battle in bookstores. Check out the free offer and save for his offer. Call 1-800-NEWSBACK, 1-800-NEWSBACK, or go to FinalBattle611.com, FinalBattle611.com, and get your first copy today. On IQ's Daily Game Podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IQ's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. If you're into an awesomeness day, it's this week, or what we call every day at the marketplace. Now I get top reaching predictable news.
Rain Down giveaway with our candy atmosphere, we earn 500 points on the reward card.
The 13th to 14th, and the number one reason.
Madness at Skyline Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall of your favorite friends and ours with high speedball all night.
No wonder, good time for everybody.
One more time by Daphne.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Most welcome, Queen. Shout out to Angry after broadcast.
24-hour newsroom.
Society
3
going out
LA officers in
to
the hospital after
Senate
being
news
shot
near
in a
you.
confrontation with downtown. The officers were at Wednesday night when they were searching for a person who left the vehicle during a traffic stop. The standoff, tear gas deployed, gunshots fired.
I'm older. I might have
The
to.
canine working with the officers unhurt.
No, I mean, everybody's doing it. I know exactly where to find it. It's on the Discord and the announcements. It's scripts there. I've heard it enough times. I think I can do it.
Without electricity and gas to heat homes, with temperatures below freezing at night.
All right, maybe when after Manny's show and everything, I'll do my best to clear my vocal cords and provide some submissions. Did you do it?
Elvis Francois survived on ketchup and spices.
You have to. You're assurance. You are assurance.
Away from shore. His radio didn't work. Hines tracked the man down through social media with the hashtag Find the Ketchup.
Anybody's still out there in agreement. I mean, who isn't going to vote for Angry? He might be the #1 spot. Am I wrong, people? Come on.
Hotel and fallen. McConnell is 81. No word on his condition. Travel experts are warning spring breakers headed to Mexico to use extreme caution.
If you're staying within a major resort area that has strong security, then you're probably okay. If you're an off-the-beaten-track person who likes to go to out-of-the-way places and things like that, then this is probably not the time for that.
That was Mark Hoffman, owner of Sports Leisure Vacation. And yes, you can call them Prince and Princess. King Charles officially awarded the title to Meghan and Harry's children. Southline weather from Channel 5. Harvey Cloudy skies today with highs in the mid to upper 60s. Rain chance comes Friday night. Right now it's 48
You're
degrees
very
in the
popular.
north.
Very few people run their own overnight radio show. Direct
Direct
you wherever you are in the world.
From the Channel 5. 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Costa Mesa, there is a full freeway closure, 405 southbound from Fairview to the 73. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. In Silmar, we have good news. Earlier crack on the 5 southbound.
I am Ed McMahon, yours down in Carson, on the overnight show. Angry Ape Society, community space. Anybody want to come on up and do some stand-up for us or karaoke, or do you have a song request? Have you had a bad day and you want to talk about it? Do you want to talk about all the major questions of the world? Are we alone? What happens when you die? All those kind of questions. Come on up. We'd love to talk about it.
Visit UKBeat.org or call 833-422-1455. After medication to treat COVID-19, Department of Public Health.
Social supports are a vital part of child development, and they help mitigate the negative impacts of stress.
On those
Teachers is connected to loved
all
ones, friends,
but a
teachers,
few
friends,
bad
and
stuff.
Just tell
That stuff can fly as well. That's fucked up.
I think uncertainty is okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHost can help. Access CalHost free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-746-7373 or live chat at calhost.org.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital, they have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best for what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
I'm afraid of any pachyderm, whether it is hippo or rhino or elephant. You're so off and then it's off hippo, especially for how territorial they are around their
No-cost gambling addiction counseling. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 533-4P. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Someone uses your toilet and it overflows. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and for you? Hello, I'm Jonathan Coyan, founder of Rooter Hill Plumbing.
You're hosting a party, the water's on the floor,
And it's
your
so big.
guests have to
I
tell
mean,
you
they're
that
huge,
the
like
toilet
10
is
feet
back
tall.
up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when they tell the story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Rooter Hero Plumbing and my toilet overflows. Talk about being humble. Well, the truth is, it
Where now here's something I don't know all that much about, but in Asia, moose are called cows.
that's what I did, and
Only in
here
America, I
with
think that's different.
not because I'm the owner, that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied.
So sometimes, like, people don't realize how, like, how big Alpine we're really talking about. It's huge. And on top of that, they can like move a car. They don't get out of the road. I mean, not that they're necessarily we're where they are, but they go into towns and just like eat the cars. This is very unreal.
If you've been in a truck accident, call 244-24 KFI AM 640.
And listen, I feel differentiated. They're huge, and then they bleed. They have that bleed, and you get them in the leaf season, and they just become almost like they're not even in their own their normal self. They're just fucking stuff. You start across the road with children.
To talk to George Yorrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from each of the lines, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Well, this hour we'll take your calls with Melissa Gates Perry. She'll also do readings. I'll pass on your name to her and what she needs is a specific question, whatever it may be. Or you can also just quit her about what we've been talking about. The book is called Beyond You. This year, off to a turbulent start, isn't it? But what you should have on hand between times like these, physical gold and silver. And you can buy it at bullionnext.com/gold. That's right. Bullion Next ships the gold and silver to you fully insured directly to your door. Think about that. Gold and silver happens to be the world's oldest, most proven form of currency. And it's there for you when inflation soars, when other assets go sideways, when the lights go out. To get started, go to bullionnext.com/host and purchase your silver starter kit. It's 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Next and I set up just for you. Go to bullionnext.com/host now to purchase that silver starter kit to take that first step of building an emergency reserve on gold and silver plus division. And bullionnext.com/host. That's bullionnext.com. Just southwest of Fort Worth, this is the one that just the Con Orchard is surrounded by 17 miles of private river frontage. It's one of the most stunning and amenity-rich communities in Texas. A Con Plantation, you home sites for just $69. Live every day like you're on vacation. They have golf courses, pools, country clubs, sports clubs, a marina, so much more for under $200 a month. Schedule your virtual viewing online. FortWorthLandSales.com. That's FortWorthLandSales.com. So give us a call. 844-LAND-133.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you can cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need. Indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest. Sending the top pros to get it done. You don't have to lift your finger, except if you have the TRILLIONAIRE type in house. Plus, Andy is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Andy.com. That's ANDI.com to get started.
Hey, no service in the house. Good morning, good morning.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast. George Joy with you. Melissa Gates Curry with us. Our website is Renee, linked up at coasttocoastam.com. The book is called Being Human. The subtopic, Good News for the Next 100 Years on Planet Earth. Canon guide to humanity and its going place in the years. So I would guess that Garland really believes he's got 100 more good years.
Yeah, he does. I mean, as I said before, we're going to have some rough patches, but he's really on board with having people learn and begin to wake up and understand who we are in our galaxy and in our universe, and also who we are as the creator. Because the more of us that can wake up and do that, the further away from those really negative timelines we're going to get. So that's, yeah. So hopefully it is good news. It's good news for the readers because it gives you a lot of really good tools to kind of start working into your own life to make things better for yourself right at home.
What's your favorite part of your book?
I think one of the favorite parts to me is where Aaron describes where he is, who he is, you know, how he incarnated or how he traveled back over to heaven the last time and kind of what he did. And he talks in that chapter also about how I determined that I was going to sort of be in his group and that he would be my teacher. That's fun for me because it's like the story of how I ended up doing what I'm doing, which is nice.
What you love doing?
I do. I love doing it. And I love doing it because, like I said, there's so many happy tears, you know, and people need more happy tears and less painful tears. And I know that sounds simple, but I believe it's true.
Does Aaron talk about choosing life paths and things like that?
Absolutely, yes, it does. And basically, he talks about in the book that people will come into a lifetime, and usually a soul will choose two or three different possible lifetimes, or possible life paths, or life arcs, he calls them. And so, and the other thing is that people have free will, so you can get here and just completely ignore all of your yearnings to do certain things. You can ignore your intuition, you can ignore your yearnings, and you can just go about your business and do whatever. And when you get back over, it's not punitive. You know, God actually isn't punitive. I think, Aaron talked a little bit about some of the older books of the Bible where God is very punitive, and that's really not the setup. It just is not. From what I understand, it's not. God is not punitive. So the life path, and oftentimes souls will choose life paths that they have failed at before. So they'll keep going at a certain style of life path until they can either overcome the challenges or become super masters at the thing that they're going to do. Which is why you've been in radio from the last 150 years. Not 150, but, probably.
Sometimes it feels like that.
Right?
You know what? I've never had one of those moments where I didn't want to come in and do it.
Right, well, you don't want to do it, and that's because you're doing exactly what you should be doing.
Let's go to the phone. Let's start with Lou in Ohio. First time caller. Lou, thanks for calling. Go ahead.
Yes. Thanks, George. What's up? What do you see from my future? Lou, I am right now, Caroline is saying to me, firstly, he's saying to me that your guide, which I didn't know if this would happen or not, and I'm going to have to make it quick because I know it's easy for me to talk on. So your life guide did show up. Somebody showed up to me with Aaron just now, and I wasn't sure that was going to happen. It's this, and I think it's your life guide from what Aaron is saying. His name is Leslie, and it's a man named Leslie. So Leslie has been trying to send you a lot of messages about what you're doing and where you're going and how your life is going. And what he's saying right now to Aaron and to me is that you have been very depressed and disappointed with the way things are going for you. You have more time in your life. You do have a good fair amount of time, and that things are going to get better. And the other thing that Aaron is saying, just to kind of wrap this up relatively quickly, is that don't let disappointment sort of bring you down. You know what I'm saying? Like, you need to really hold on to the idea that
your life is going to get better, because Carolyn is saying it's not going to be great, but it is going to get better. And also to a person coming into your life, a younger person, Carolyn is saying a younger woman who would be a family or possibly a relative of yours that you haven't seen for a long time is going to sort of show up in your life to kind of be a little bit of a companion to you and that person. And so don't shut them out. Carolyn is saying in closing, don't shut that person out, because you don't need to be alone. You need to have people around you.
Okay, good luck. Hope everything works out. Can you do reading? Are you doing it, or is there one?
He's doing it, and I'm just saying what he's saying. So when I was just talking with you, I was listening and saying that it was kind of switching. It would be like if you were standing next to me in the room, and I was talking to the other person. You were sitting next to me, and you're the only one that I hear, or I can hear you, but no one else can hear you. So you could say, Melissa, tell him this. And you would say it out loud, and I would just repeat it, and that's what I'm doing. Which is a little different. That's not really the way people normally channel. But I think it's because I'm a talker.
What about listeners that can have my capabilities right now, that lived from Ontario and knows what her financial future was? And she was born in 1947.
Carolyn is saying that in the next 2.5 years, you are going to get an opportunity to change your career path. She's saying that you've worked very, very hard in her life, and it's down to him, from what he's saying, that you either lost the job that you really loved, or you had to leave it because of physical ailment. But that in the next 2 years, that work that you've enjoyed, you're going to be able to get back with another company or another situation where you're doing that work again. And he's also saying if you are having a situation with your back, because oftentimes people will ignore health issues. If you're having an issue with your back, you need to go to the doctor. Even though you don't love that, you should go. It's not super serious, but it's going to get worse if you don't have it looked at.
Next up, let's go to Aaron from Salt Lake City, Utah. Welcome to the program. Hi, Aaron. Yeah, go ahead, Aaron.
Hey, my name is Eric, calling from Salt Lake City, Utah, long time listener.
Thank you.
My wife passed away February 16th of 2022. Our anniversary is actually the 22nd, and her birthday is actually the 18th. Oh, good day. She's been really sick for about a year because she was actually afraid to go outside. Over the last couple of years when COVID was really big. Yeah. And I've been vaccinated because I had to be for work. And she got really sick, and she started developing a cough that sounded kind of like a cat was packing up a football. And her feet swelled up, and her legs started to swell up. And I came home from work, and she was so funny, she was unable to get out of bed. And she had actually had an accident in the bed. Yeah. And I was just begging with her to go to the hospital, and she just refused to go. I think she knew something was wrong, and she just didn't want to, go through or whatever, because she lived in a long time of pain. She had a pretty addiction in her back. And they diagnosed after 16 weeks, she was 5% figure out her problem. They diagnosed her possibly with COVID-19, with a strong disagreement with going, she's at her home in our bedroom, with a social group. When I found her, she lay on her back, she had her left arm over her chest, over her heart, and she had passed out. And I just would like to know what exactly happened, but I do not hear from the at all. It's fine. Everyone is just saying right now, firstly, that she did pass over quickly, so she did not suffer. She did pass over quickly. She is right now, her soul is in that rescue that I had talked about. And if you want to give the producers your name and information, I can keep an ear out for her. Meaning I can have Carolyn when she comes out. If you'd like to do that, I'll do that for you. Second
and there's no different places there with the DNA trying to leave. And so he was just very tired. And Aaron is saying that basically he's saying is that you should not be feeling guilty about this, that you did what you could do. And he's saying, free will. You have the free will to choose. And because of that, you could go and do what you could do. Okay, you did everything you could do. And free will, she has the free will to determine if she doesn't want to go to the doctor. Now that doesn't make it right necessarily for you, but you don't have that free will to do it. And this was one of her possibility of the way she would lead the life. But she didn't rest, and she did come right over. She didn't dally, there was nothing, no problem with her coming right over. And she was met by her guys, and she is now in that resting phase. And Caroline is telling me right now, he thinks that within the next 3 to 4 months on Earth time, because time on the other side is a little bit different, but in the next 3 to 4.5 months, that she'll be coming out of her rest mode. And at that point, it's like I said, if you would like, I can go ahead and get back with you if she wants to come and talk to Aaron in you.
Okay, we'll give his number for you.
Yeah, do that.
Next up, let's go to Super in Los Angeles. For your name, you're coming up on route. Bye, Super. How are you?
I just want to know that when you can send a message from my sweet speech learning class in 2018 from Lewy body dementia, which is something that Robin Williams had of Parkinson's and dementia together, and unfortunately because of really complicated legal issues, I couldn't do it by both sides and side.
Oh, yeah. Firstly, I love that name. Secondarily, Airline is saying to me right now, and he's touching, sometimes, Airline speaks to me, I hear words, but sometimes he will, give me a hand signal and things, and he's touching his chest and saying that your loved one absolutely knew that you were thinking of him and that you loved him and that there was the fact that you couldn't be there was nothing negative from that. So you don't have to feel badly that you weren't there. And then secondarily, that disease that he died from was his choice. He had chosen that in his lifetime. And again, it's hard to say that sometimes because people feel like, why on earth would a soul choose that? But he did a phenomenal job. Caroline is telling me right now that when he's looking out kind of over his kind of this record quickly, because we're doing this quickly, that he actually did a phenomenal job of learning and doing what he needed to do within that disease. So he came over and he's in the respiratory, which people who die with a disease like that oftentimes go into that respiratory that can last a month, a day, a week. It just depends on them. They get to come out of it. But he knew, Aaron is saying, he absolutely knew that you were with him in spirit and soul and loved him, and the feeling was mutual.
How about that?
So.
Super John from Wisconsin was talking about you at the top interview.
Yeah, just really human time that was wonderful.
Yeah, fun, huh?
Yeah.
Did that help at all, Super?
Yeah.
Did it help at all, Super?
Yeah, is he like, is he gonna be like terrified? Is he like gonna be my guardian angel?
I don't, well, he did actually, well, no, Caroline is saying no, because you already have a spirit guide. So, and the other thing is, Super, Caroline is saying now that you are a person who really good at connecting with your spirit guide. So you could be working on that a little bit.
Thanks, Super. And next up, Amanda's in Flagstaff, Arizona. Welcome to the show. Hello, Amanda.
Hello, buddy. How are you?
Good.
I didn't have to tell you that. Been kind of lost the time in my, yeah.
Amanda, can you give me his first name? Because he's not standing right here with Aaron, but if you just give me his first name, no last name, just his first name, Aaron can quickly see if you can sort of short him out by him.
Alright, Garrett?
Garrett?
Yes.
Okay. So Aaron is saying that he did successfully pass
over. Now, he's telling me too that he was met by his guide, and that he is not in a state of rest, but that he is sort of out traveling right now. But the other thing that Aaron is telling me was, and this is something that happens a lot, is that he very often, once every couple of days in your time, comes and is with you. So if you're seeing a lot of, and obviously, if you've lost him, then you're gonna be focused on the things that make you think of him. But Aaron is telling you that once every couple of days, he is coming to you, sort of putting things in your path, right? So that you think of him, because he is coming to you to step on you. The thing Aaron is telling me about this is that you are suffering so much, and what you need to do, if you can, is start to talk to him right out loud and say, no, I know that you're well. I know that you passed over. You know that I love you, and I'm just trying to heal. You need to kind of let him know out loud that you're going to heal from this, and that you know he's fine, because that will help him on the other side.
Does ViralRabbi ever not give you the information you're looking for, Melissa?
The only time that Aaron will, Sarah has done occasions where Aaron will say, I cannot tell you that. Meaning he doesn't have, because if he's going to tell me a piece of information that would impact someone's free will or somebody's choice in a life decision, meaning if it's a really important, if somebody came to me and said, I don't know whether to get treatment for this illness, Aaron might not be able to tell them yay or nay to that, because it might be part of their life that is so important that they need to make the decision. So sometimes they'll say, but rarely. It doesn't happen a lot. It's also funny too, because people will say, do you ever ask for the lottery numbers and things like that? And it's really funny. When I was much younger, I would say to him, why can't you give me lottery numbers? Why can't you do something like that? He would just roll his eyes at me like, that's not what this is about. So yeah, but rarely does he not have anything to say. And if he really doesn't know, he'll say to get someone's information, or he'll come back to you months later or days later sometimes and give me more information on that person.
Tell me the significance of the eye on the cover of Being Human with all the electricity.
That was designed with some folks, and basically it's just because the human eye is the window to the soul, right? So you look into somebody's eyes, and there's that adage about it being the window to the soul, and the book is about souls, basically. The whole book is about being humans with a soul and the learning process with that. So that's what that is about.
And you wrote the book last year, right?
Yeah, I actually wrote the book, and it got published in November, and it's been doing very well, considering that I had not published the book before. It's been doing well enough, and I've been on a couple of podcasts that if your listeners go to Amazon right this second, it may say temporarily out of stock. They'll sell it to you right then, and you'll get it in just a couple of days.
Melissa, we're going to take a short break and then come back with final phone calls with you in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM. Melissa J. Perry, the name of her book, Being Human, that's all about us. We'll be back in a moment.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm Bree Pennington of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 3 LA police officers in the hospital after being shot in a confrontation east of downtown LA. The officers were attacked Wednesday night during a search for a parolee at large. There was a standoff, tear gas was deployed, gunshots fired. The officers are in stable condition. The canines working with the officers unhurt the shooters dead. Governor Newsom has tested positive for COVID-19. His office says he has mild symptoms and work from home for at least the next 5 days. The FDA says 2 more eye drop brands have been recalled due to contamination. Medica's soothing drops over the counter and a prescription Apotex used for glaucoma. And daylight saving time Sunday morning 2 a.m. Bring forward an hour. Southline weather from KFI. Partly cloudy skies, highs in the mid to upper 60s. Right now it's 48 in Brea. San Juan Capistrano has 47. 51 for Carson and 46 in Studio City. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
Includes Temecula, Hurricane 4 freeway closures. This is coming 405 southbound from Fairview to the 73. Only today. Shut down for road work until 5. In Border Ranch, this is on the 118 westbound right after Reseda Boulevard. We have crews from an earlier car fire in the 2 right lanes there. You drive, there's something up at Eagle Approach. And it's Stillbar. This is on the 210 westbound at Rockford. We have a Contel car there, out of lanes and on the right shoulder. Tow truck is on the scene. KFI and the Sky Hope get you there faster on Brian's van. We have senior conscious present Medicare scam. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never get our Medicare number. They're going to get your number, put in a false payment.
Just say up.
How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly.
If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. The natural awesome day is this week, or what we call every day at the marketplace. Now get top reasons to visit the leader.
Rainy Done Gift Giveaway. Get a handy hat mixer. Earn 500 points on your reward card. The 13th or 14th.
And the number one reason.
It's Madness at Side Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall of big screens is going bananas with college football all month.
Rolando, good time for everybody. Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com.
And Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 38,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
I mean, the hypocrisy is stunning.
Breathtaking on this. And even the most rabid anti-abortion group of people have to argue with the 10-year-old court concerns to go to town. Still handle 16 live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the IR radio app.
That sounds like some breeze. A man after my own heart.
The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George George. On our Coast to Coast program, Ken Grunbach joins us to talk about changing demographics and how they're going to affect the world. Later on, William Warwick joins us to talk about the military and 50 years of encounters with UFOs on Coast to Coast. Beyond Belief, that's our television program, and we'd love for you to sign up to watch them at BeyondBelief.com. We sure would. You can head over to BeyondBelief.com right now. We've got some free episodes for you. We've got a 7-day free trial and a few other surprises. So check it out. Go to BeyondBelief.com. And, of course, our podcast is up and running. The Paranormal Podcast Network has some great shows on it, but how do people get to it? All you need to do is, if you have your phone, download the iHeartRadio app, and then if you use a laptop, just go to iHeartRadio.com, and then in your search, just put Coast to Coast AM, and all these great shows are going to pop up. These podcasts, and you'll enjoy them. So far, here's something for you to build up to it with our anxiety level. If stress gets you down, and maybe you're fatigued or moody, and would like to start the day with more energy, then you would like to relax in the evening throughout the night while losing weight, we have something for you. Elevate and Accelerate. Dr. Adam Bruder explains more.
So what is it about Elevate that really makes it so powerful? Number one, 1.5 servings of phytonutrients, and then that's taking whole food and putting it into a capsule to adapt it to our body some bad chronic stresses that are coming out every single day. So they can actually help to reestablish healing neurological. Our cells have fire together and be wired together. You've heard people saying that they're firing on all cylinders. That is what this does. I'll tell you, when I started taking this, within the first day, I noticed better mental clarity, better energy. The next thing that we look at is the accelerator. We're looking at salting blends. We're allowing our gut to lightly detox. You're going to have to see increasing energy just from that. But then there's also the probiotics. There's the prebiotics, and there's the enzyme blend that's restoring that gut health. So let's cleanse it, let's restore it, let's release that serotonin and that dopamine to be able to reduce anxiety, to help to reduce that chronic fatigue, to help to increase the immune system of our body as well. I have found that just with these 3 capsules, with people that I am seeing are having phenomenal success.
Your good power pack. Order now and receive free gifts to Be Slim, refreshing weight loss tablet. Accelerate, elevate, and be slim. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. Your good power pack. Now with free gifts Be Slim and free shipping. That's 800-394-9930 or at healthylooking.com. If you want to improve your target practicing, you need a mattress pack. The mattress pack can improve your availability dramatically and is a must-have for every responsible gun owner. The mattress pack is a high-tech, easy-to-use system used extensively by the military to improve your aim quickly and give you confidence in your ability to protect what you lost. It helps. To attach the mattress X to your firearm, connect with an app on your smartphone or tablet via Bluetooth. It gives instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct your technique. Mattress X is like a firearms instructor in your pocket. 94% improve within 20 minutes using Mattress X, and the best part is, you can use it at home. The best smart clinics in the world do dry fire practice at home, and the Mattress X is the best way to train at home. No driving range, no spending money on the range, fees, and ammo. You save a ton of money and improve your shooting ability. Start improving today. Get your mattressx.com. It's mattress, MANTIS, X.com.
Any requests? Not, we're just going to roll with it.
At 45 years old, I was in so much physical pain. I was truly dreading getting any older. I had
This is
goosebumps, achy
JZ.
joints,
I
waist
just want to
and
love
shoulders,
you.
almost no energy, and constant brutal headaches. I was falling apart physically and mentally. I searched desperately for alternatives to the pain management traditional doctors offered. I tried alternative medicines with no positive results. Then I heard Dr. Joel Roth on Coast to Coast with TRILLIONAIRE and decided to get his unique recommendation 90 days. It took less than a month to see results, and I've lost 95 pounds. I lost all pain medications and pharmaceuticals. Best of all, the pain is gone. I look forward to my future. This is Rebecca Kozak, and a pain that I use better in the future. This stuff is for another day. Visit criticalhealthnews.com. Sign up to receive the newsletter Dr. Wallace Kim Food and find given valuable nutritional advice. Call 855-949-radio to speak to an experienced nutritional consultant. That's 855-949-7234 on criticalhealthnews.com.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast Food. Jory with you along with Melissa Gates. Sherry with Melissa Gates. Sherry, Melissa, thank you for being on the program, by the way. It's your first time, isn't it?
It is my first time, and I am so grateful to be on the program. Like I said, I'm a long-time listener and a member of the Coast website and all of that, and I listen every day. I'm a hardcore fan. But also, I'm just so grateful to be able to talk with you because you're just a phenomenal human. And you have a great big soul, and Aaron was giving you the thumbs up as I was saying you were a phenomenal human. So this thing here really quickly is that Aaron tells me about you, that you personally, that there are a lot of souls in the radio business who have passed over prior to you, and all of them sort of keep tabs on what you're doing, and everybody's kind of giving you a thumbs up.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, isn't that kind of cool? And the biggest thing is that, none of them are standing here at this moment, and you said there's kind of a consensus with all of your, the folks that have been in radio and the people that you admire and all of that. So they're kind of watching and really, really behind what you're doing. So that's nice for you because that helps you as well.
Thanks, Melissa. Let's final call for you. We go to Maria in Illinois. Welcome to the program. Hi, Maria.
Hey, thank you so much for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm one of the reading, but I did have a couple of short questions before the reading. A couple questions about it. So, if you totally love your animal more than anything else in this world, mine's still alive, thankfully, but, when they do go, if they do go, can they ever reincarnate and come back to you? Do people ever reincarnate as with pets?
Yeah. Human souls and souls that go into any type of biological body don't come into animals. But animals, like your animal that you love, you have a dog?
Yes,
So your dog, one dog can reincarnate into the next puppy that you get or the next dog that you get. That does happen. It can happen. But either way, when you cross back over your animal.
my second question before reading is, well, basically,
I just want to love you. Give it to me by JZ featuring Pharrell.
And your soul had, like, can it be somebody that you're crazy about on Earth, but it was unrequited, and if they only last for a short time, and they've moved on, is it possible they could be in your soul family, or no?
Absolutely, that happens a lot. And the first, I guess, a three-part answer to that. Carolyn is saying absolutely that happens a lot because if it was unrequited, think about the lessons that you're going to be learning through that difficulty. You have the opportunity to learn some big lessons, and so then secondarily, you would have made a decision with that person to come into the lifetime in exactly the way that lifetime went through you. So yeah, Carolyn is also saying that the person that you are referring to is
do you have an NFT that about which we don't know? Because if you have angry society, you're in the right place. It's the best NFT of all time. If you want to talk about another NFT or about other stories that you have about the NFT world, we're happy to hear it. We are up all night here on the ABS show.
This was somebody else. And now what? Even though he was someone else? Yeah, yeah, yep. That video, what made me say was so amazing. I'm not like crazy about him, and I still think I'm being scared, but then, so the basic reading that I was talking about is my life has been really horrific in the last 3 years. I was in a couple of car accidents a year and a half ago. I've been without a car for a year and a half, and I'm desperately looking for another one. I I've been trapped in my home for the last year and a half. I haven't been able to go anywhere, and I've always loved to travel. I haven't even been able to do the things that I needed to do, and I'm desperate for another vehicle. Um, and I'm just wondering, will I ever get another vehicle, and will things ever get better for me in general, because they've been really horrible in the last 2 years of my life. Okay, so Aaron is saying he's trying to make it concise because actually law is saying absolutely things are going to be getting better for you. You're looking at about a 3-month period of time where things are going to start to turn around pretty quickly. The horrific car accidents and the things that have happened to you, those things you came into this life to experience sort of in the first half of your life. And now what you're meant to be doing is, and he's saying, you're meant to sort of start to emotionally, psychologically, dismantle all of those things. Look at how they affected you. Because the second half of your life is going to be much, much better. Okay? So as far as, and now he's saying as far as the car goes, he believes that in the next probably 3 or 4 weeks even, that you should start reaching out to family. Even, he's saying, even family that you've been estranged from, because one of the biggest lessons for you is that you need to bring all of your people back into your life. So if you've been alone and a bit estranged from the people that are close to you, you need to reach out and bring them back in. And he's saying, even if you feel that they wrong you, you are very appropriate for the anger to reach out and feel. We have a thing that I'll tell you, he's saying, amazing. I love that. But there are only so many songs out there that feature that kind of difficult situation and those difficult emotional bonds that you have with people in your family. If you start to overcome that stuff, you change it to your whole group. You get the whole group feeling. And that's one of the things in the book that's so amazing. So Carolyn is saying that. So this is good for you. You're going to be making a turnaround here. It's not going to stay like it was.
All right, good luck, Maria. And let us know how things transpire for you. Let's go to Gary in Yuba City, California, west of the Rockies. Hi, Gary.
Thank you, George, for having me on.
Thank you. Thanks for holding so long.
Oh, no worries, no worries. I have a question for Lois.
Okay.
Absolutely, Gary.
I never knew my birth father, and I was wondering if there's anything, any way you could reach out and see what, anything he has to say to me, or what kind of advice he could give me for my future.
What was his name?
Gary.
Gary. His name was Gary too?
Thank you, George, for asking your name. Okay.
You taught me well, Melissa.
I'm talking about, right? So Aaron is saying about your dad. Thank you, George, for asking your name. Okay.
You taught me well, Melissa.
I'm talking about, right? So Aaron is saying about your dad. Firstly, he doesn't have him right here. He's not right here. And he's reaching out right now to into the information that you can get. He is saying that he doesn't have him right here. He's not right here. And he's reaching out right now to into the information that you can get. He is saying that your dad, the idea that you didn't really have a relationship with him had nothing to do with your dad not wanting you. So if you've been dealing with feelings of sort of abandonment, I'm not good enough, that kind of stuff, that was never the issue with your dad. The other thing about him, Aaron, is saying that he was meant, you and he made a full contract that this is the way you would come in together because you're meant to start to overcome this stuff. Aaron is also saying that he can send, Aaron will send out to your dad's tour guide in the Catholic to find out where he is now. But Aaron is also saying right now that he thinks your dad is reincarnated back into your extended family unit. Is there any family? It could be cousins, it could be your children, it could be anybody. But any new babies in your family, because Ellen is saying that he believes that your father, your real birth father, has now reincarnated back into your group on the planet. This happens a lot. It's actually really good.
He passed away finally.
Right. But is there anybody now in your family who's recently had a child or some of the youngest children in your family? Because Ellen said that he incarnated back into your group.
My sister had 2 daughters and another one adopted several others.
Okay. So one of those 2 daughters, Carolyn is saying, is most likely the soul of your dad, your biological father, come back around to in your life. So if you feel very close to one of them, that's probably why. And if the next option is saying this happens a lot, where souls will come back in, because otherwise that's how it keeps rolling.
And you'll feel guilty, that's why they come back.
Normally it's not about guilt, George. Usually what it is they make a contract and say, like Gary's dad would have made a contract with him. I'm going to come in, and then I'm going to die in your tomb, so you won't know me, so you're going to have to deal with that kind of stuff. You don't know your father, you're going to have values around abandonment and what would be like.
Which is only natural.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's the thing that his dad would have come back and then said, when I get the opportunity, I want to come back into this group again, because then, that's how it works over there. And so the really phenomenal growth piece of this, Gary, would be that, you can start to look at this in such a way that your dad, loved you. He didn't leave you for any reason other than that, that was part of your soul contract with him.
I was 18 by the Carters for my 88 Society fan.
Because, and you may, like I said, you may feel an affinity for one of them in a way where you sort of recognize, because people do that sometimes. And you've heard about stories in India where a baby will be born and that baby will start saying to his parents, I used to live in a town, 3 towns over, and my name was this.
Yeah, exactly.
That happens occasionally. So that's actually a really huge blessing there. That's a really, really good thing.
Let's go to Kathleen in Scranton, Pennsylvania, east of the Rockies. Welcome, Kathleen. Go ahead.
Hi, Melissa. I don't have to ask you. I had an argument 15, 20 years ago with a family member, and somehow or another it ended up in some type of legal issue with another state, and I was not notified or, processed or anything, and it came to an intention recently, and I wrote a letter today, and I want to know if I'll be exonerated. It was an argument with a family member who no longer lives in that state, and I've not lived in that state for 20 plus years. The family member has not lived in that state for over a decade.
Was it an argument over in the state, Kathleen?
Well, somebody did die and money was taken, and yeah, like that, and it was an argument. And I don't know why it ended up legally.
You're asking if the legalese is going to work out or what?
Yeah, I wrote the letter to the Commonwealth attorney in another state.
Do you have a lawyer on this too?
No, I just wrote it out myself. She told me to when I called the office of the Commonwealth. I called and they said just write a letter. There was no process of service.
All right, well, put your psychic hat on, Melissa. What do you think of this one?
So actually, Aaron is saying right now that, firstly, he's saying basically that he also believes that this will probably not go any further. Of course, Ellen is not an attorney, nor am I. But he's saying that he doesn't feel like this is going to come back on you in any difficult way. He's asking you right now if you're in contact. Are you still in contact with the family member that was involved in this? Still in the Rabbi and friends, and there was no argument, friends, there was never any threat.
Nothing.
If you haven't been, if you're not in contact contact with his family member? Not at all. Okay. Is Carolyn, and this family member, Carolyn, saying this family member is still living? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Carolyn is saying that the best thing that you could do is try to contact this family member and try to make this right, and however you can do that. Because you don't want to cross back over at the end of your life and have to deal with whatever this is between you. And Carolyn is really, really good always about trying to get family souls, people that are in the same family, to work things out, even if it's difficult, even if it was very difficult at the time. And she's saying also the reason it's coming back up out of the blue sort of is a prompt. Okay, so this is a prompt for you to do something about this relationship.
Why is money always an issue with people?
Oh, it's because basically, and Erwin was saying, humans have been in this system, this monetary system for a very long time, obviously. We were put in this monetary system. And so our survival always, counts on the monetary system. And so it really, everyone needs money. I'm not saying that everyone doesn't need money. We all need money to live. But money does create, it creates a situation where you oftentimes can't leave with your soul.
That's so true. Tensions all the time. Melissa, thanks for being on the program. Keep in touch with us if you would. For Dan Galante, Tom Dan Heiser, Lisa Lyon, Lux Rosen, John Bonatua, Stephanie Smith, Chris Ross, and Vinal, George Nathany, Hunnit. I'm George Nori, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then. If you're planning on going solar or even thinking about going solar, then listen up. Time is running out for the best possible solar reimbursement with the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together and changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And you can guess it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old system. The good news is there's a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. But time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? It starts by calling Sunlucky. Call them today. Sunlucky will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call and get your documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power that you will ever see. Start today at sunluck.com. Sunluck.com. PSLV 1007. Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly cash distributions? With First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly tax distributions, and the potential for upside at exit. First National Realty Partners has thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or go to fnrtradio.com. That's fnrtradio.com. Choose your fully passive commercial real estate investment deal. Securities only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRC strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrtradio.com.
Talk without the joke. KFI, AM Victoria. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Upset Dead. I'm Bree Tennyson of the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The suspect believed to have shot and wounded 3 LA police officers is dead. The officers are in stable condition. Their canines were not hurt. LAPD Watch Commander Stacey Stelt said SWAT was called in after shots were fired.
Those SWAT officers conducted a search of that area, and as they conducted a search of that area, they located the suspect who was at that time non-responsive.
No word on whether the suspect was killed by law enforcement or if he took his own life. At least 12 bodies have been discovered amid historic winter storms in the San Bernardino Mountains. Officials say there will be more, as many are still without electricity and gas to heat homes. Temperatures have been dipping below freezing at night. Another storm is on the way for Friday evening, bringing rain and snow, and then another bigger storm expected Tuesday. Governor Newsom has COVID-19. His office says he has mild symptoms and will work from home for the next 5 days. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is in the hospital after tripping at a hotel and falling. McConnell is 81. No word on his condition. LA County says they will fly the pride flag in June in honor of LGBTQ plus Pride Month. Travel experts are warning spring breakers headed to Mexico to use extreme caution.
If you're staying within a nature resort area that has some security, then you're probably okay. If you're an off-the-beaten track person who likes to go to out-of-the-way places and things like that, then this is probably not the time for that.
That was Mark Hoffman, owner of Sports Leisure Vacation. Daylight saving time returns Sunday morning 2 a.m. Bring forward an hour, we lose an hour's sleep, but gain an hour of daylight in the evening. Southbound weather from KF5, partly cloudy skies today, high news in the mid to upper 60s. Right now it's 44 in Rancho Santa Margarita, Seal Beach is 48, 45 in San Dimas, and 42 in Thousand Oaks. We lead local from the KF5 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In Costa Mesa, there is a full freeway closure that's called 405 southbound from Fairview to the 73. Southbound does always shut down for road work until 5. And in Carson, this is on the 110 southbound at the over the boulevard. A little bender there. That's how the lanes are on the right shoulder, but you're seeing some looking little ways as you approach Lakeview Terrace. There is a work zone to head westbound from Woodland to the 118. 2 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI and the Sky Hope City there faster up right there. If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe you've inherited a home and now what you do with it. Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told to clean and paint and repair, and buyers are going to walk through. The house has to be pristine. And if you don't live there, you don't need any of that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call the DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. In my we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. On the podcast Really No Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. Now, those things that make you go, really? Now, really? They're featuring a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a secret. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's really no really right there. Really no really. This is going out. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. I've been a small business person my entire adult life. For over the years. Several HR issues I've had. I could never afford an HR person. Going out to Sandy.com. And with Sandy, you get an HR person starting at $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Sandy helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Sandy, you get access to your own dedicated HR
HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spell BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. This is Jacob Enron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI, AM 640.
This program has been pre-recorded.
From the city of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Doran. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, the human soul. Here's what's happening. Authorities have surrounded a building in the Los Angeles neighborhood of Lincoln Heights where they believe the suspect who was involved in the shootout with police was barricaded. But the last word we've heard is the individual may be dead. At least 3 police officers injured in that shooting. KFI Los Angeles is Steve Gregory with us on the line. Steve, what's the latest on this bizarre situation?
Yeah, so this is a bizarre situation, George. Good evening. Earlier this afternoon in the East Los Angeles area of Lincoln Park, this person was being investigated by Los Angeles Police Department detectives for he was a parolee at law. He was wanted for breaking his parole, and as they approached the shed that he was in the East Los Angeles neighborhood, that's when he barricaded himself inside of the shed. They called in K-9 units, and the 3 officers that were injured were from the K-9 unit of the LAPD. They launched in tear gas, and as this was forcing to come out, instead he opened the door, opened fire, injuring those 3 officers. They were taken to a hospital. They're all in stable condition, and they're expected to have a full recovery. It wasn't until the SWAT team arrived a short time later. They've been in a robot, then they've been in a second robot, and then when the robot got inside, they found the man on the ground dead from what is being told was a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Another one of those cases. Stephen, thank you. I'm glad you're all safe as well.
Take care, George.
Stephen Gregory from KFI AM in Los Angeles. 2 of the 4 Americans kidnapped by armed gunmen in the Mexican border city of Matamoros are dead, as I reported last night. 2 were found alive. Shahid Woodward, Zindel Brown were found dead. Their bodies will be examined by Mexican authorities prior to their remains being turned over to the U.S. government. Slovakia, Washington McGee, a mother of 6, and Eric Williams survived the ordeal, according to the official. They were taken to a Texas hospital for treatment and observation. A Mexican government official said Washington McGee was found uninjured. Williams was shot twice in one leg, once in another. Howard Bloom, of course, the author of The Genius of the Beast, on the line with us here. Howard, Mexico's a tense place to be right now.
It's always been a very tense place. The story on this is that 4 kids, Octavio Washington McGee, Steve Woodward, Zindel Brown, and Eric Williams, were childhood friends in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And according to Zindel Brown's sister, they stuck together like glue. Octavia is now 33 and the mother of 6 children. When she decided to get her figure in shape with a $3,000 to $5,000 tummy tuck offered by a clinic in Mexico, the other 3 eagerly volunteered to go with her on the 23-hour, 2-day, 1,500-mile drive. They left South Carolina Wednesday of last week and hit Mexico last Friday. But apparently, once they got into the vicinity of the Mexican city of Matamoros, they had trouble with their GPS and their phone signal. They got lost.
in drug cartel territory. At an intersection, they drove into a gang crossfire. Apparently, one of the gangs thought they were drug dealers from Haiti and peppered their white-rented minivan with bullets. Then dragged them out of the van, killed the two who tried to run away, and held the two survivors from how they were Washington, D.C. and Eric Williams. As you said, shooting Williams once in one way and twice in the other, and moving them from house to house, possibly planning to use them for answers. Thanks to Mexico's extensive system of security cameras, the Mexican police got photos and videos of key moments in the deadly kidnap, found the two survivors in a mere 2 days, and handed them over to the American authorities. There are lessons to this kidnap and murder. As you know, there's a huge problem in Mexico with drug cartels. The murder rate in Mexico is more than 4 times the murder rate in the United States, largely because of drug cartel wars. But the question is, who should combat this problem? The Mexican military and the Mexican police, or us, the good old USA? We Americans are heavily implicated in the problem. It's American drug hunger that feeds money to the drug cartels, and it's our guns that the Mexican drug cartels are using, taking advantage of our lax gun laws. The Chinese are also implicated. Their companies supply the raw ingredients that the Mexican cartels put into saleable form. But should we barge into Mexico and try to calm things down? Not in your life. We haven't got a clue of how to drive murder rates down. Yes, our murder rates in the United States are a fourth of Mexico's, and our rate of murder has plunged by nearly half from 1990 to today. So we must be doing something right. But we don't know what it is, which means we can't suggest implementing it in Mexico. And the Mexicans are handling it on their own. Their murder rate this year dropped. President Joe Biden thinks this is a Mexican problem to be solved by Mexicans with American diplomacy when they're American victims. That how his administration worked closely with the Mexican police over the last few days to find the victims. To repeat, in an astonishing 2 days, Donald Trump disagrees with the Biden approach. He wants to bomb the meth and fentanyl labs in Mexico. And Marjorie Taylor Greene just demanded that the military strategically strike and take out Mexican cartels. They want to make war on a neighbor. But Mexico, despite its drug debt, has enough peace and quiet to tempt major industrial investment. Tesla is building a new plant in Mexico. In the past 2 years, 5 other companies have built plants in Mexico. And 8 of the top auto brands, from Mercedes, Volkswagen, and Toyota to General Motors and Ford, build their cars in Mexico. What's more, Mexico is their biggest trading partner.
No service is exactly right. I mean, I have to live on computer on a daily basis with Mexico every year. See my YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, all at the same time. So I have to know, and I'm streaming as you hear copyrighted music. And so I have to make sure to shut off the microphone to the platforms that where you can monetize, because those are the ones that are copyright strikes. But Twitter doesn't, so we play all night.
Rejected a state question to allow recreational use of marijuana. The state question was the only issue on that ballot. It would have legalized pot for those over the age of 21. Oklahoma would have been the 22nd state to legalize adult use of cannabis. After several reserve chairpersons,
definitely, yes, that is a way. Another way is to play 2 songs at once, or to put on the radio, or to play something that isn't copyrighted, and then something that is anything that plays that changes it up. That's another way. And then on video, there are ways to keep the stream size the same, but if you move it around, their algorithms cannot figure it out. And it's like a cat and mouse game of how you can improve your strategy for getting out the content faster than the algorithm pick up on.
When I audit with, so that's pretty good. But this isn't a crash set up here, depending upon what one means by that, George, though. I think stock prices are going to fall 50% from the top, but it's been pretty orderly. I don't think we're going to see what we saw in 2008 again. But let's talk about Powell. He met today with the House. He met yesterday with the Senate. Twice a year he does this. And it's called Humphrey Hawkins testimony before Congress. Yesterday he was really peppered by Senator Elizabeth Warren. Powell got flustered, at least that's what it looks like to me. Some people told me they thought he was pretty calm, but she pressed him
you're going to hike rates, and you're going to put 2 million people out of work, and that's just part of the cost, and they just have to bear it. That was her question. Hal said, well, will we be better off? We got the question. So Warren repeated it twice more, interrupting Hal a couple of times. Let me ask you what happens if you do this. Since World War II, there's been 12 times in which the unemployment rate has increased by 1 percentage point within a year, exactly what you're aiming to do right now. How many of those times did the U.S. economy avoid falling into a recession? Hal ducked the question. Elizabeth Warren hammered him again, saying 12 times, repeating her question. Hal said, I think the number is 0. And Warren goes, I think the number is 0. That's exactly right. In other words, every time that the unemployment rate has risen a percentage point, and that's what the Fed's predicting, there's been a recession. But I've been predicting a recession, but Hal kind of blew the response, George. They're not aiming to cause a recession. They're not aiming to put the unemployment rate to get to go up by a percentage point. It's aiming to reduce inflation. That's his mission. That's what he needs to do. We shouldn't be in this place because of all the mistakes the Fed made. But Elizabeth Warren is thinking for more inflation. George, I think that's wrong. Look at what's happened, though, with interest rates just in the last 2 months. 2 months ago, the terminal rate, or the rate expected, the market expected in December is 4.3%. Now it's 5.5%. That's how much rate hikes have been priced in just in the last 2 months, and Powell is promising more of the same. George, I don't see with all of these rate hikes how we possibly avoid recession. That's what we need. Up next, somebody who knows. Matt Higgins joins us. He's been a guest investor on Shark Tank. Noted author, Burn the Boat, Toss Plan B Overboard, and Unleash Your Full Potential. He's next on Coast to Coast. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and the U.S. broke through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January with no slowing on spending. It's time the U.S. broke through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January with no slowing on spending. It's times like these that you want to have physical gold and silver on hand. You can buy it at bullionmax.com/coast. Go to bullionmax.com/coast.
Good morning, Noah.
The starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited mintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up for Coast to Coast listeners. BullionMax.com/coast. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Real people, real food. I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty miserable. So I started taking Alvora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
My little dog developed this lymph problem. The chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took him into the vet and had him checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My cat had issues that developed in his eye, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the eye. And I heard the carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did on the spec. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
And welcome back to Coast. George Murray with you. Matt Higgins with us, noted entrepreneur and growth equity investor, as the co-founder and CEO of the private investment firm RSC Ventures. He is also the executive fellow at the Harvard Business School, where he co-teaches the course Moving Beyond Direct to Consumer. Matt has a deep operating experience spanning multiple industries over his 25-year career, which he draws upon to help founders navigate complex situations in order to reach their full potential. He's been a guest investor on the television show Shark Tank. He began his career in public service as a journalist before becoming the youngest mayoral press secretary in New York City at the age of 26, where he managed the global media response to the 9/11 terrorist attack. He became one of the first employees and ultimately chief operating officer of the Lower Manhattan Development Corporation, the federally funded government agency created to plan the rebuilding of the World Trade Center. Matt Higgins on Coast to Coast, and his book is called Burn the Boat. Matt, welcome.
All right, thanks for having me. Good morning.
What was it like during that 9/11 period? My God.
Yeah, I mean, I was Mayor Giuliani's press secretary on the ground, and it was just a fog of war. I mean, I basically was a couple blocks from the Trade Center, an hour of the attack, and I didn't leave for 2 years until we had a plan to get back on our feet.
Tell me about your investment strategy. How did you get involved in all?
Yeah, I've run 2 NFL teams in the course of my life, including starting out overseeing the business of the New York Jets. And so, but I love building things. That's in my DNA. And I formed a partnership with the owner of the Miami Dolphins, Steve Ross, an incredible entrepreneur and real estate developer. And helped him oversee the Dolphins and do a lot of great things down there. But my passion was building companies, backing great founders, figuring out what makes people tick. And we, 10 years later, we built companies from scratch, supporting Vineyard Media, largest independently owned advertising agency in the world. And I bought companies like Magnolia Bakery. Anybody listening here who loves banana pudding, that's my company. I just love helping people build things.
You should be at the LA Rams. They need help.
We're coming.
What was it like being on Shark Tank?
Shark Tank was amazing. I mean, I'm a kid who grew up in Queens, New York, a high school dropout, lived on government cheese, selling flowers on street corners. So for me to go to nothing with a GD, and end up on the set of Shark Tank with Mark Cuban and Kevin O'Leary is incredible. The one thing they don't tell you about when you're watching on TV is that, these are sharks. I mean, there's no orientation, cameras turn on, Kevin O'Leary is attacking. It is full contact sport.
The name of your book is called Burn the Boat. What does that mean?
Okay, burn the boat. There's a phrase that goes back to the beginning of recorded history. Every country, every century, every language has a fabled military leader. When outnumbered 100 to 1, the way they overcame those impossible odds was they eliminated their retreat, they literally burned the boat, and they destroyed their food provisions. It shows up in Sun Tzu in The Art of War, 270 Alexander the Great on the on. So my thought was, why do military leaders intuitively understand the thing that we reject, which is the way to achieve big dreams is to give yourself no plan B. I've been doing it since I was a kid, and I dropped out of high school and went all in. 11 years later, graduated law school. But in order to be truly successful, and the studies show this, you need to ensure that your mind does not play tricks on you by thinking about your backup plan.
Now, when you have put together Burn the Boat philosophy, you have interviewed a number of athletes, artists, activists. Do they share similar traits?
I think they do. They tell the process failure. What I found among all those people, in my book, Burn the Boat, I interview my partner, Scarlett Johansson, NFL coaches, everybody, to find out what their metaphorical boat they needed to burn was. But what I found, the common trait among them all is how they handle failure. When we have a setback in our life of failure, our first impulse is to protect our reputation or worry about it. Whereas in reality, what we should be protecting is our self-esteem. So when I have a failure, I have a four-step process. One, I acknowledge that I'm a failure, say it out loud, so it loses its power. Two, I say I am not a failure. I have had a failure, but I don't allow it to affect my identity. And then three, I figure out what failure is trying to teach me, what's the value of failure. And then lastly, I take it out in the desert and I shoot it and bury it. And I find successful people, they're not successful necessarily because of their drive. They're success because they protect their ego when they have setbacks.
Good for you. You've been doing this for a long time now.
It's been a bit, and it's just, I've been working, grinding. I guess I'm 48 right now, and 1 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. I'm burning the midnight oil for my books. That's how I attack everything.
Which is book, Learn You Both, which basically just came out about a month ago, didn't it?
Yeah, a couple of weeks ago. It's February 14th.
What is going on? Give me a look at what your overview is. I just had a guest now talking about the economy. How do you think things are going? And worldwide, what a mess with Russia and Ukraine.
I mean, we're just in a mess in so many ways, not to be Debbie Downer, but I have a very different take on it. I own a lot of retail businesses that have the restaurants that casual all over the country, so I have a lot of consumer touch points. I think that down from Wall Street to the White House, no one's really leveling with the American public, and here's why. Right? If you increase, interest rates, it's obviously going to kill the economy. The opposite of the exercise is to bring inflation down. You cannot bring inflation down unless unemployment picks up. It's not possible right now. So everyone, from the Fed knows that what's going to happen when the unemployment rate picks up is the consumer is going to pull back on spending. The consumer is laboring under a mountain of debt right now, $1 trillion in credit card debt. There are all these scenarios in the mind that tell you that as soon as unemployment picks up, the consumer is going to have a very hard time paying those increased credit card bills and increased interest rates. The only thing keeping the economy together and the consumer spending is $2.7 trillion in stimulus from the pandemic. But people are still spending those credit card payments, those car payments. But the economists know and bankers know that they're not telling the American public. There's already tons of signs of a recession on the way, and it isn't going to be a soft landing for the person who loses their job. What they should be telling Americans right now who are listening to me, stop spending. Stop the wants to have, focus on the needs to have, and hoard cash so that you can get through the coming recession.
So many retail outlets are closing their doors. Has the internet been the one that crushed them?
Yes and no. So I took this course at Harvard Business School called Direct to Consumer. It's just simply a fancy way of saying internet businesses that sell directly to people. And actually, those companies got really fat and happy during the pandemic because it was cheap to get customers. Everybody was sitting at home on their phones, right? What happened is a lot of those businesses became dependent, and they built companies and raised money that the party wasn't going to end on good revenue with no sign of profitability. And now the ticketing's coming home to roost. Those companies are spending a ton to acquire customers. They can't raise funding. A lot of those businesses are actually able to go under. The retail businesses that have been successful are the ones who use their retail footprint as an asset because they're close to the customer, they can do pickup and delivery, and they've been able to layer in income. Those businesses are doing great. Ironically, it's a lot of the internet businesses that are going to go under in this direction.
Matt, have you ever had a chance to talk to Jeff Bezos?
I have never. I've talked to a lot of great people. He's one I have not, although I admire him a lot in a lot of ways.
My first question of him will be, when you were selling books out of your garage, Jeff, did you ever think Amazon would end up what it is today? I wonder what he'd say.
He'd say he absolutely knew what he was going to end up today.
You think so?
I think so, because Jeff's philosophy is day one, right? This is the right attitude to have. It's the premise of my book, Where the Boats, right? The joy of life is perpetually striving and figuring out how to look at the last thing for the next thing. So we basically built a company in the image of that one philosophy. Like, let's begin every day as if we're starting over. And that's why he gave himself permission to go from books to food. Conventional wisdom would say, hey, Jeff, stay in your lane. Just stay going. I'm not a was guided by a simple philosophy. I bet you if he was out there right now. Hey, by the way, right now I'm determined to go meet him so I can ask him.
We got to get him on our show. Matt, so take a break here. We're going to be right back. On Coast to Coast Radio.
Always on your phone? Then you'll be happy to know the Coach website is now optimized for mobile users. Just point your iPhone or Android browser to coasttocoastam.com and enjoy.
I'm Bruce Tanner for the KFI. 24-hour news room. 3 LA police officers in the hospital after being taken at confrontation east of downtown. The officers were attacked Wednesday night during the search for a felony at large. There was a standoff, tear gas was deployed, gunshots were fired. The officers are in stable condition. The canines working with them unhurt. The shooter is dead. Governor Newsom has tested positive for COVID-19. His office says he has mild symptoms, so work from home for at least the next 5 days. A Long Beach tech company has created a 3D rocket. It's scheduled to launch in Florida in the coming days. 80% of the parts are 3D generated. Relativity Space says this is a test. If all goes well, the rocket will carry cargo into low orbit. Southline weather from KFI. Partly cloudy skies, highs to mid to upper 60s. Right now it's 48 in Cypress. Costa Mesa has 47. 45 for Van Nuys and 44 in Colton. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Costa Mesa, there's a whole freeway closure, 405 southbound from Fairview to 73. Only to get step down for road work until 5. And the gates with Tim Chef. This is on the 67 southbound right before Orange Fork. We have a crash there. Out of range is on the right shoulder. THC's on the scene. Watch for the lanes as you approach. Long Beach, there is a work zone. It's on the 91 east south from Long Beach Boulevard to 710. Two-way in, step down the road work until 5. KFI, the side. Hope to get you there faster on Friday, man. On Ice-T's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to Ice-T's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. International Awesomeness Day is this week, or what we call Every Day at the Marketplace. Now get top reasons to visit the leaders.
Raymond John's gift giveaway. With that candy and hat mixer, when you earn 500 points on the rewards card. The 13th to 14th.
And the number one reason.
It's Madness at Sideline Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall of big fields is going bananas with college football all month.
Rolando, the time for everybody. We always be sharp. For emergency backup power, there is only one name. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for power in the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or do business in California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUCHIE Power.com. DUCHIE Power.com. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. Subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. Does it fall from the sky to fall? Is it up to me? You will see that I've been dreaming So I close my eyes to believe. Will I ever know? That meant for all to
high. Must I travel far and wide? If I am beside someone I can leave You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie. We shall take your calls with Matt Higgins next hour here on Coast to Coast as we talk about his work, Burn the Boat. Lots more to talk to him about when we come back in a moment on Coast to Coast AM. Sedona, Arizona, March 18th, we have our live stage show, and I do not want to see one. And I don't think you will at this point. There's nothing you keep left but the Sedona Ascension Retreats event. That's what we're part of. It's March 17th through the 19th. It's 3 days of nonstop live music, workshops, speakers. Billy Carson's going to speak, William Henry's going to speak, Suzanne Ross will speak, UFO Skywatch, The Spiritual Journey. Tons going on, and then in between those 2 days, on Saturday night, is our live stage show where we're going to do a round table and some other fun things on stage. We're going to set up some microphones so you can talk to people on stage while they're being interviewed. George, we're going to have a band, sing some songs. We just have a lot of fun. So head over to coasttocoastam.com. We'd really like to see you there, and let's just put all the info right up there in the carousel. Yep, it's that revolving group of little buttons. Just push one toward the end, and you'll be able to get that in. I think I've worked with this band before, didn't I? You did, we did, in Scottsdale a couple of years ago. We did, this is really good. They are just, we did the cap. I'm saying May 27th, we're going to Oregon. Yep, we're not going to stop. We're going to go to the amazing Granada Theater in the Dalles, Oregon, 84 miles east of Portland. 3 guests that night, Dr. Sky, Stephen Case, UFO FXC, Travis Walton, and from Animal Planet Bigfoot, and Matt Moneymaker. It's going to be a lot of fun again. The night will include a live band, a salute to our veterans like we always do every show. A live Q&A at the end of the show, and just I'm not going to tell you about it right now. But all that info, again, if you're interested, which you should be, is at the coasttocoast3m.com website. I'm told you walked from Portland to Dalles with a mile meter at the house. Is that true? I don't know what you're talking about. Or you walked the whole distance at the exact distance from Portland. It's close, I'll tell you. You did that walk, didn't you? Google Maps. All right, now, build up your music.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Malay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness show that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that are weak. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and adaptogen together, supporting the body to receive.
Dr. Malay, how do I feel after taking a Dr. Stem supplement down?
Doing the same is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptogen along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptogen and ImmuStem and your Speed Get to Relax doll is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George your Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Taxi can be texting on your
identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Bank forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means this can be dangerous when you steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, why don't we just get to know each other better? I need my air conditioner fixed. So my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unlawful sexual advances or refusing to make a sale because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with us.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. Be safe for your safety. Call 911. Public service message from HUD. Partnership for the National Fair Housing Community.
Yeah, so that's the coast to coast. George Norman with Matt Higgins. His website is linked up at coasttocoastsales.com. Matt, you say that you predict CEO failure. How do you do that?
Great question, George. Not to get too psychological, but it's basically self-awareness is really important in business because it enables you to make your own interventions without having to somebody to say to you, study this project's doomed, or you're going to fire that employee, it's going to ruin your company. And so I find that CEOs who have the awareness to make the course corrections without me having to tell them, that's the whole deal. And so I do a lot of work, and when I'm doing a deal, they're figuring out, is this person willing to tell themselves the truth so they can make their course corrections when everything is on their line?
How much of it is within this?
Yeah, the whole reason I wrote my book, is we are conditioned in society to outsource our judgment to folks that aren't developmental or tech with politicians, and we overlook our own instincts. And so it's amazing how people will seek outside help before first doing what can I unlock within myself and what my intuition is trying to tell me. But everybody that was trying to talk to you out of your intuition, I try to talk leaders through to that intuition and figure out what's quality they're positive.
How would you look at Putin next to Zelensky, a former colleague, who's current president of Ukraine?
I think Zelensky is the ultimate version of I opened my book talking about the history of this philosophy. All these military leaders have embraced it, but just to make anyone out there listening that you learn about that ancient history, where it's civilized domestic values. Think about Zelensky. Think about when the wars were started, everyone concluded that he didn't have a shot, that the United States offered him safe passage. And then he made a brilliant roundabout move. I don't know if you remember this, but he went out and leaked the phone call in which he said, hey, President Biden called me, and I told him, and Biden said, listen, we're going to get assassinated, you and your entire family, and so we'll help, ferry you out of, Ukraine. And his response is, I don't need a ride, I need ammunition. What he did was he turned the fight. He told the whole world and he told his own people that I'm prepared to fight to the death and I'm going to win. That was the turning point. That was the ultimate for the most move in which all of us started to believe.
What is Russia doing wrong? You would think they could annihilate
That's just the power of why at the end of the day. I think the Ukrainians have a stronger why than the Russians have a stronger why. Why is you invade Ukraine? And what is the Ukraine fighting for? They're fighting for their independence, their freedom. They're about to be subjugated by their neighbors. There's tons of history. They've been through everything. They've been preparing for this moment. And so I think it's a testament to when your why is weak or motivated by greed or power, at the end you're destined
something I think we're lacking right now in government. Yeah, further those people nuance. At the end of the day, diplomacy is nuance, right? Trying to resolve crisis. So absolutely, burn the those people that these on that. It is burn the boat with those is a bit of a territory. You take a myself, my book did not say burn the boat with you in it, and then you're saying burn the bridges. They said read behind that what you said in the back, but it's all about nuance. I totally agree with you. We're unlocking diplomacy, we're lacking sort of a global solution and endgame. But I am still on the side of our country defending this sovereignty. We have an Italian saying, and I'll say it in English, the ship rock comes ahead. Okay. What's the thing? You know, whatever it happens, they have the same for everything, right? So if you could do anything, you can still figure anything. And I'm going to identify something going wrong at that cash register. And I'm telling you, I could trace all those facts from that part of the company, oftentimes with the what it means is when the leader of an organization is out of filter and has not addressed their issues and their, sort of the blind spots, that is going to cascade all the way downstream throughout the entire business. And the reason why I'm so heavily into that statement is because private equity firms and venture capital the fact they miss the fact that this guy was a complete fraud is because they want the answers to be in their spreadsheet, whereas the answers are in the head of the leader. I went to a pharmacy months and months ago, and the lights on the outside of the building, the first letter, huge letter, it's either a C or a W, was burned out. And it drove me nuts because that tells me there's some carelessness going on within that company, and it drove me nuts because that tells me there's some carelessness going on within that company, within that branch, or something. Am I right? I mean, I love that example, because think about what has to happen for that. That means the worker on the, there does not care. That means the manager is not worried about whoever the owner is, right? That means the owner telegraphs everybody down to the worker. How would they care if the money that somebody would correct would be so up? So don't you worry about, the mice that are running around the back and the refrigerator. I mean, so that's 100% perfect example. There's rust in it. Absolutely. There's no question. And if you have a great leader, you've got a stunning company. You do, and I talk about that so much because I do it under such tragic circumstances. I talk about in my book, like how do a lot of people listen, right? I was just sitting there, my kid and a sick mother, living on government fees, right? And I had a choice when I was a kid. I could either choose to be a victim and decide that things keep happening to me, or from that moment forward, I happen to think. It's a much better life when you believe that good and bad, you have the ability to affect an outcome. When a leader is leaving those, light bulbs blacked out, they're telling everyone else, it doesn't really matter what we do, win or lose. We're either going to succeed or not, or it doesn't matter about our actions. I always believe that I'm at the epicenter of my good and bad decisions. Was in an LA restaurant last week, and former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo came up to me and said hi. And he sure had his problems, didn't he? He did. I mean, I have a pretty long background in politics in New York. I was the governor of the capital, actually, when I was overseeing the rebuilding of the Trade Center. And we're really stand together for to be honest. But interesting when you take down this righteousness, right, when you're in power, so usually get your comeuppance ultimately. So I suspect that's what happened there. What's the main message you would like somebody to learn from Burn the Boat? Okay, my book, Burn the Boat, is not written for the completely self-possessed, for the person who has no problem taking risks. It's written for the opposite. It's written for the person who is fearful, has had anxiety, has gone through hard things. They believe that their mistakes are going to have to live with them forever. They're condemned. My message to you is that although I was born in extraordinary circumstances, I am not extraordinary. That you can unlock that what you suspect is great about yourself. What you need is the blueprint. And I have tapped into the blueprint by virtue of my life, and that is fully committing to my planning, no matter what it is. I'm on the phone with you right now, George. It's 1:30 in the morning of Easter. Starting the post from my book, Starting the Post. And I believe anybody can do it. I'm so passionate about it. That's why I wrote the book. I hope we cracked your website with so many hits. Thank you. I hope you do. I hope you do. His website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Go ahead and crack it right now. And boy, they deliver. They really do.
Amazing. Thank you, George.
Is Burn the Boats your first book?
Burn the Boats was my first book. You know, I tell you how it happened, George, during the pandemic, right? I always believe that you can make an opportunity out of crisis. I had double pneumonia during the pandemic with COVID. I was trying desperately to stay out of that hospital.
I'm always up to plan, so how can I help you?
And I said, my God, I'm not going to waste this time if I get through everything. And I came up with my list. And on a list, I need to bring other people up. That seems to be the purpose of being on this earth. And I'm going to finish this book, and that's how I use the pandemic day in and day out to write this book.
My new set earlier believes the crash is coming. What do you think? You can understand.
I 100% believe we are in for a reckoning. It just makes sense. Free money isn't free. We printed trillions of dollars of it. And the only reason why it hasn't happened yet is
here we go. Polyman.
For those eggs and no credit card payments and negative equity in their cars, using their credit cards at 22% interest rate. Now, once unemployment picks up, we are in for a crash. Not as fast as a slow progress.
Until the restaurant business has not bounced back yet from COVID, that they desperately need employees, they can't find any.
Yeah, for those who don't know, in my portfolio, I own a lot of restaurants all over the country, fast casual restaurants, mobile food, blue stone lane coffee shop. That is so true. We're in this crazy place. You know, we know the storm clouds up ahead, but they haven't come. No one's leveling with us to batten down the hatches, and yet still can't find labor. So as a result, it's so expensive to get people to come to work, and that's the very thing driving inflation. We're stuck in this vortex that we can't get out of until the reckoning happens.
Do you know any restaurants you know?
I own a company called Magnolia, called Banana Pudding. Those who know it's over on Bleecker Street, which is Central City. Anybody listening, by the way, I'm the Coast City, Madison 10. Go on, you're going to Milk Bar, go to San Juan Cuckoo, Blue Stone Lane, and Pizza, lots of brands.
You know Truman, the TV?
I do. I admire Truman. What an incredible operator.
He's done a great job.
Yeah, he owns that restaurant Castle, New York, which I couldn't recommend more if you're ever in New York City. It's incredible.
And Landry's, the chain, Mastro's, he's got them all.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Everything amazing. Do you sometimes pinch yourself, Matt, going, look where I am right now?
If I'm honest, I always knew I was not destined to stay in the circumstances I was born into. That's why I had the fortitude to say, you know what, there's another way. Everyone's telling me, Matt, finish high school, stay the course. I'm like, my mother's gone in the room next door, and I have nothing to eat. I see an alternative. I'm going to drop out of high school, I'm going to get my GED, and I'm going to start college at 15. Again, everyone thought I was crazy. That single decision to trust my instincts and intuition changed my whole life. So while I am so grateful and feel blessed, I don't feel lucky, and it doesn't feel unexpected if I'm honest with it.
What was that moment that you realized I was getting?
Polyman by it's going out
Hasn't happened yet. You know what? When I get text after writing this book, it takes my breath away. I got a message the other day. I talk in my book about how divorce brought me to my knees. And it wasn't cancer and everything else I've been through. It was actually divorce and the breakdown of my family life and my self-esteem. I wrote about it in the book, not because I wanted to, but because I wanted somebody in the middle of the night, maybe somebody listening to this call right now, who is desperate and feels like I spoke to them. I have been getting so many messages in the middle of the night from people who are going through tragedy and feel like my book gives them hope. That makes me feel like I made it. You know, it's the first time in my life I've ever experienced that feeling, and I feel like I'm starting to make it because of the feedback of the book.
I have an issue with myself that I cannot pass up a homeless person without giving him some kind of offer, some kind of money. It doesn't necessarily have to be a great thing. I feel good about it. And I don't do it for myself. I obviously do it to help them. But there's a young guy, he sits outside a post office here in LA that I go to play. And I see him all the time, and I help him out as much as I can. And finally I stopped to talk to him. I've never done that before. I just have always just said, hey, I'll be right back and give you some money. I asked him his name. His name's Michael. Asked him how he got into the situation he was in. And he was very forthright. And I said, well, my name's George. Just remember that. And then as I left, after about a 10-minute conversation with the guy, I turned around and said, what's my name? He remembered it. And but you know, he must be about 25, 26 years old, sitting on the cement in front of the post office with a little blanket around it. And
One day, he might be like you, or might like me. He may hit his home run.
I love this story, George. I don't want to tell you something really quick, an improbable story, but I have had 2 meetings in the last year and a half with Pope Francis, 2 private audiences. Yeah, to talk about our shared, passion for human rights. And I was sitting with him in this private setting, extraordinary, and we go to talk about the purpose of life. And he said about the purpose of life and to do good work on this earth is proximity to those who are in need. It's to get closer to them, to show them dignity. It's why he walks his feet, right? And I was sitting there thinking, I remember my mother when we were desperate. All she wanted to do was to get her hair washed. And no one at a salon would let her because she couldn't bathe anymore. It's hard to say that I would give her suntan, she felt repulsive. Everybody needs to be clean. That's what we crave the most, and that's what the Pope said. To go to the periphery where people need you the most and give them the dignity of letting them be seen, like what you did with that homeless gentleman.
How old was your mother when you lost her?
She was 52.
Oh, that's young.
Yeah, so smart, fiercely intelligent, but there was no answer society. It's hard. People think, well, just, go to the hospital. Like, when you have all sorts of problems, you're very obese. There isn't a single answer, and she was drowning. So I worked so hard, and the sad part is, George, I went to making $375 steak and gum at McDonald's, dropped out of high school. By the time I was 26, I was making $100,000. Mayor Giuliani's press secretary. I had done it, and I go to work, and he calls me and says, Matt, I just called an ambulance. And by the time I got there, she had died. And so it taught me there's no cavalry coming. Like, there's no guaranteed happy ending from life, that you have to do what you can. But what I took from that, the best use of my life, my power, my money, my influence, this book, is if I could ameliorate suffering like what you did with that homeless man, if I could give people dignity and never forget where I came from.
So important. We're going to come back in just a moment, Matt, and take phone calls with you next. Just hang right where you are.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest GetRefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify. Those at the CPP and nonprofits, even if you had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com.
Recently, a new client called me and started by saying, Mr. Morgan, I really need your help, but I'm just a nobody. Those words stunned me, and I immediately called him back. And we're now helping him and his family after a terrible accident. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Everybody who comes to our firm at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a queen to us. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family at your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need a strong and fight bill, toe to toe. For why 30 years, we have fought in the courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this, everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit forthepeople.com to learn about our firm, Morgan & Morgan. Injured, visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Whether you love it, hate it, or haven't made up your mind, we're glad you're here.
County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio.
Standoff, tear gas, and shots fired. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 3 LA police officers in the hospital after being shot in a confrontation east of downtown. The officers were attacked Wednesday night when they were searching for a parolee at large. Officers all in stable condition. The canines working with the officers unhurt. The shooter is dead. There's a SWAT investigation going on now.
The city has moved from the citywide tax cooler and moved to a modified tax cooler, meaning that only the impacted area has officers still staying on duty. Other areas have resumed their normal patrol duty.
As SWAT Commander Casey Bell. Snow and rain expected for the San Bernardino Mountains starting Friday. Another storm following Tuesday. Right now the death count on the historic winter storms is 12. Police say they expect that number to go up. Overnight lows are dipping below freezing in the mountains, and many people are still without power. President Biden will be in San Diego next week to meet with the prime ministers of the UK and Australia to go over security issues in the Pacific. He'll then travel to Monterey Park on Tuesday to discuss gun violence before heading to Las Vegas. Governor Newsom has tested positive for COVID-19 after a trip to Mexico. The staff says he has mild symptoms and will work from home for the next 5 days. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is in the hospital after tripping at a hotel and falling. McConnell is 81, no word on his condition. A Long Beach tech company has created a 3D rocket. It's scheduled to launch in Florida in the coming days. 80% of the parts are 3D printed. Relativity Space says this is a test. If all goes well, their rocket will be able to carry cargo into low orbit. And daylight saving time returns Sunday morning at 2 a.m. Bring forward an hour. Release an hour of sleep, but gain an hour of daylight in the evening. Southline weather from KFI. Partly cloudy skies with highs reaching a mid upper 60. Right now it's 47 at Dana Point, Fullerton at 49, 47 for Pasadena, and 45 in Chino. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
There is a full freeway closure, 405 southbound at Fairview to 73. All lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 5. And in Port, this is on the 110 southbound at over the home. Here occurs from an earlier crash. Out of lanes at all right shoulder, but watch for slowing as you approach this area. Lakeview Terrace, there is a work zone. You can westbound from Woodland to the 118. The 2 left lanes are going to be shut down for road work until 6. KFI of the Sky. I'm sure I'm Brian Bay. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital, they have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby and Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. Hey, everybody, Neil today to replace your old leaky windows with new, affordable, custom-made windows. Do it once, do it right with American Vision Windows. With all the rain and all the crazy snow, now is the time to upgrade your windows. We replaced our worst windows with American Vision Windows. We're thrilled with the results. It's fantastic stuff. They use Sunmatrix technology to prevent dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, and excessive sound from getting in your house. You know the owners don't have them. They started American Vision Windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows decades ago. So get the value you deserve until 2024. 0% interest, 0 payments for 12 months plus free installation. QSLB number 778-326. Trust the window companies that I trust. My family and friends trust.
American Vision Windows. Call today to set up the estimate 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. Diet, heat transmission fluid.
Seriously? Yours is just a break.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. I can't believe it. The engine light is on again. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AAMCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. This is Jacob Amani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. To talk to George Norrie, call the 1-Guard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the city of Angel, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
I got a special guest in this hour, Matt Higgins. His website linked up at coasttocoastam.com. His new book is called Burn the Boat. Fascinating read, by the way. And we'll be back to take your calls with that in a moment. If you're tired of censorship, here's the latest you need to know. David Horowitz, the famed author and thinker, posted a video talking about some controversial issues, and his video was banned by social networks. In his best-selling book, The Final Battle, David is warning all of us that big tech and their social media are destroying America, threatening our freedom. Horowitz says the companies control the information flows and they're censoring your views. And in The Final Battle, Horowitz also warns that a group of secret players are working to change America. Mike Huckabee says it's a must-read book. Newsmax calls Final Battle the year. Get Final Battle in bookstores or check out the free offer and save $28. Call 1-800-NEWSMAX. That's 1-800-NEWSMAX, NEWSMAX. Or go to FinalBattle611.com. That's FinalBattle611.com to get your free copy.
What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, saving a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Rabbi, best-selling author and star in the new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are off track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, giving you
Call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. All you cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. But don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020. And welcome back to Coast, George Joy with you with our special guest, Max Higgins, as we talk about his work, burning books. And Matt, you're a cancer survivor, and I understand you think about death 5 times a day.
That's a strange way to enter the topic, but it is. Cancer survivor, I testicular cancer when I was 32, and came out the other side. But the reason why I contemplate death, the happiest people in the world are actually in Japan, and they think about death 5 times a day. And what I learned from having cancer, we spend so much time in fear of why are we here, where are we going, and once you actually think about your mortality, it brings you to the present and where you find peace. So I like to reconnect with my mortality so I remember what matters most on this earth.
That is amazing. And you have an app that you use to think about it, don't you?
Yours is called Week Growth. My kids think I'm absolutely crazy. Your listeners are going to now when I tell them what it does. 5 times a day, it pops up on my phone, and it reminds me, yes, that you are going to die in a very lyrical way. It's usually Socrates or some poem or some Descartes, but always a different way to remind me that the time here is on earth is limited, do what matters most, and it actually always brings me a wave of peace.
Of everything that you've studied and learned so far in your career, what would you say is the most profound?
Be an agent in your own rescue. It is, oftentimes when I'm in my greatest moments of despair, I have a failing business or something's going wrong, and I want to give up, I have to remember, be an agent in your own rescue. If I just persist, I will prevail. I don't know why the world is wired this way, but if you just figure out a way to survive one more day, string 7 of those together, you have what's called a week, on and on and on. We undervalue the mere act of persistence and predicting failure. So if I just keep going, if I talk to you all night long about my books, the books will eventually, something will click, and that works for everything in our life.
How much of what you do is just simply common sense?
All of it. I teach at Harvard Business School, which is amazing. I don't have an MBA. I went to law school. I never took the bar exam because I didn't want to be a lawyer. I love education and training for the purpose of refining my own pattern recognition skills. All my success, all my wealth, everything I've created is because of pattern recognition skills, not because of something I learned at school.
How did Mark Cuban develop his career?
He just kept taking swings, and then one of them hit. He has a great interview online, and he's like, try, keep trying. He's like, you only have to be right once, which is true. Sometimes when I'm hard on myself, this business isn't working out, that's not working out. So wait a second, zoom out. If that one thing I did, this business VaynerMedia I created with Gary Vaynerchuk, right? That's those who know him, right? If that business worked, that's a multi-billion-dollar business. These other 10 businesses don't have to work out. So Mark Cuban did it by swinging, and then one thing worked out in a huge way when he was young.
Amazing work, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Life is beautiful. Life is great. We always have the last word till we have the last breath. There's a great book called Man's Search for Meaning. Victor Howell coming out of the Holocaust. It still is timely. I read it all the time. I return to it. And it reminds me that I always have the last word. It's how we respond that dictates what happens now, not what happened before. It's about what happens next.
Did you ever hear of the great American prophet who's not with us anymore, Edgar Cayce?
Yes, of course, absolutely.
I want you to do one thing for me. He said that if you eat 3 raw almonds a day, you'll never get cancer. Now, he doesn't say it cures cancer, but he says you'll never get cancer. So do that.
Okay, well, I think I already had it, too. I think I'm even in a better spot, wouldn't you say?
Yep.
So I'm going to have my 3 almonds every day. Well, that's not a hard ask, dude.
No, it's not.
I'm signing up.
Go to the grocery store, get a bag of them, and keep popping them every morning. 3 a day.
I'm going to go into the public right now so I can make a down payment. That's my accountability partner.
There you go, my friend. There you go. You ready for some calls?
I would love to take calls.
We'll do it. This hour's going to fly by. We're starting with, let's go to Joe in Long Island, New York. Your neck of the woods. Hey, Joseph.
Yeah, I want to relate my two-part question to more Harvard Business School, where I was going to do a lot of economic forecasting models. Relating that to personal forecasting now, can that lead to wanting to know the outcome too much in advance for your personal life, if you can, and then maybe that can lead to excuses or nothing thinking. Like say someone goes on a date and the girl's hair isn't the right color, and then he doesn't follow through and see how it might have played out. Second part of this question would be, you look at a previous data set in 3 times in your personal history, and you say, for example, I used to be able to go to a casino and not get 2 weeks salary or lose 2 weeks salary. But now, using the boat metaphor, I might very well do that. I might spend my 2 weeks of cash at the casino, and now I have a problem. I could get swept out to sea with this, and I really have to reconsider, my life choices based on, my new problem. And, also, like, you mentioned that sometimes you can't just get all this stuff from self-help books. What's capturing your thoughts, I know now, like, on, like, a lot. Wow, great questions. Where's one out, Ethan, by the way? Oh, I'm near, I'm not too far from the beaches either, so, I like the boat metaphor. That's kind of Long Island. Those are great questions. I'm going to throw the same question, first. I think it's so interesting what you said about as you accumulate more wealth and, you recalibrate your capacity for risk. But I actually made a little bit of this mistake myself. I have a significant amount of liquidity funds, and I started treating money, my relationship with the dollar, but my capacity to lose that dollar. And as a result, I started that if I continue to relate to the world this way, before you know it, all that money is going to be gone. And I want to write an article about this. The only way to actually stay wealthy and prosperous is to try to be wealthier and more prosperous. If you live, only helicopter cover. Human, you're either ascending or descending. So when you actually have a degree of wealth, if you start relating to money and disrespecting it and treating it in the capacity to absorb the loss of all of it, and I woke up to say, hey, I got to go back to that kid in Queens where that money really mattered, and to always respect the dollar. So, great question. On the first part about Harvard and their modeling, and I think your answer to your question is like, if you become too dependent upon forecasting and needing everything to be perfect, you'll never go anywhere. Exactly what I talk about in my book, Burn the Boat, about that we need to lower the barrier, not raise the bar, to taking the first step. Opportunity arises before there's evidence for it. You don't see the opportunities, the 3 a.m. opportunities in your mind. When you wake up, you're not going to find evidence about it on the internet or from family because it doesn't exist yet. But you can't raise the bar. And at the end of every Harvard class, I bring some of the most amazing founders in the country, people doing great things. They always say, what's one thing you want to leave the students with? And survey says, right? They always do it. Like, the number one response they have is, hey, don't overthink it. Like, trust your capacity to just figure it out. The most successful entrepreneurs in America, when I ask that question, they always have the same answer. Stop thinking so much. Trust your own capacity to just figure it out. And you have more capabilities than you imagine. And your last point of love, always record your thoughts, your spontaneous epiphanies. I believe nothing is rendered to us epiphanies. I believe nothing is rendered to us in the dead of night that we can't just do at the break of dawn. So respect your own insights and write it down and record them.
Man, if you were Elon Musk, would you invest $44 billion to buy Twitter?
Definitely not. Thought he would, if you don't have the kind of respect for him. I wouldn't have done it because at some point you hit your tipping point. And if even Elon Musk can't possibly run, 5 companies effectively, it sounds like to me, honestly, a bit of a midlife crisis. It sounded like absolute power corrupts absolutely, like he enjoyed too much. And now he's stuck in this trap of having to respond all the time to this public nonsense that's probably taking his eye off the ball. I beg you to regret this. All public nonsense that's probably taking his eye off the ball. I beg you to regret this. Although now wants to prove to everybody he can pull it off. But to me, I think I have a different reason why he's still on it. It's because he's taking his eye off the ball.
Dallas Stacey probably really cares about.
Where do you get $44 billion? The banks really come up with that kind of money?
The honest answer is sovereign wealth funds. It's very hard for a sovereign wealth fund, whether that's Saudi Arabia, Abu Dhabi, Norway, Norway, to write large checks, believe it or not. So the ability for them to write a $2 billion check is unique. Now, unfortunately, that tends to make one overlook whether they should write that check, but that's the reason why. Those countries need a place to put their dollars to work.
So Mike from Denver, welcome to the program. Hey, Michael, go ahead.
Hey, George, good morning. How are you?
Great, Mike. Thank you. I'm a millennial.
Sorry. I'm sorry?
I'm a millennial.
Yeah, so, Matt, I just wanted to tell you, I'm so sorry about what happened to your mom, but, your story is really an example of the American dream, and, it's an inspiration to us all. So thank you so much, first of all. And then I had a, absolutely. And then I just had a very quick, question. I know one of the things Matt exercised is to reach unimaginable heights, give yourself no choice but victory. And, touching on this point, a lot of times, people are just these amazing things, suddenly kind of taking that first step to actually to go on that path to their dream. Whether starting a business or doing something like passionate about like a career. So my question is, what advice would you give people that have anxiety around sort of taking that leap of faith, especially in this really tough economy? Great question. Thank you. That's right? And at the end of the day, it's usually a confidence and it's a fear of downside of risk. And so, the reason I wrote the book was to offer to everyone listening a way to overcome that fear and that anxiety so that you can cross the threshold to commitment. Work steady still and research still and talking at it. The reason why most people fully process the risk at the beginning of the journey so they just know that they're going to be okay. So let me offer to you a four-part process that I go through. Number one, when I'm about to do something really big and bold and then the voice in my head creeps in and says, danger, 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 hold on a second, let's talk about this. What's the worst thing that could possibly happen if this doesn't work out? And then I imagine catastrophize, okay. Then the second question I ask, okay, all right, what would I do if that bad thing were to happen? And everybody listening to this right now has wired into their factory settings so when they were cavemen and the ability to defend ourselves when everything is on the line, like those military tribes did things. So when you ask the second question, you discover you already know what your backup plan is. You instantly know what you're going to work at that thing that you're going to do whatever it is you're good at. And then the third part of the process. Okay, what's the statistical percentage likelihood that I think that actually that bad thing's going to happen? And we realize most of the things we worry about are pretty remote. And then the last step, the most important, your why. What would I, when I wanted to be on Shark Tank, what would I be willing to do that? When I wanted to write this book, what would I be willing to do that? And the answer for me, at least personally, my whys are so motivated that I am willing to walk on glass in order to achieve it, and it outweighs anything that I came with about the worst thing that could happen. Here's why that's so important. When you go through that process in the beginning, when you're coming up with your plan A, then as you move forward around your dream and you begin to take on incoming, yes, that's your plan A. Then, as you move forward around your dream and you begin to take on incoming, yes, that's maybe that isn't supportive, but the boss is trying to hold you back, the voice in your head, you say, I already processed the worst that could happen. I don't need to come up with a backup plan. I'm going to go all in. And here's what the science now says. Is when you start thinking about plan B and you have a big dream, even a 10 to 15% energy leakage into thinking about plan B is enough to make it impossible for you to achieve plan A. Because your plan A is so audacious, it's going to require every fiber of your commitment. So I wrote this book, and I'm glad you're asking the question. For anybody listening out there, like, this isn't for me, Matt. I got to pay the bills. I'm nervous. I'm this here. I'm not wired that way. You are wired that way. You just don't have the blueprint. And it's like, so many of my personal stories, so you say, hey, I'm not a guy on Shark Tank. I'm not a guy on Shark Tank either. I'm a guy who started with government fees and couldn't save his money. That's who I am. That's who you are. And I know you can go for it.
Friend of mine, when he was a young African American trying to make a living working at McDonald's, loved the business. He now owns 29 McDonald's.
Yes, I love that. Exactly.
unbelievable, so successful. I think he may be one of the largest franchisees in this company.
Amazing. Anybody listening to it here can do that, but we don't really believe that. And just, there's not a manual to really make us believe it. I want to write the manual to make you believe it. Lots of information, great. All you need is conviction. And that's why I did that about it. But I love hearing about your friend along the way with the Donald Trump thing.
It's Lindsay in New York. First-time caller. Welcome to the show. Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, I've been trying to get through for a long time now.
I'm glad you got through.
Lindsay, glad to have you. Where in New York are you?
So I actually live on Thompson Street downtown.
Oh, amazing.
I walk by almost every day with my dog.
That's amazing. Good.
So I wrote down the code.
More than that, I'm there tomorrow and tell Matt that banana pudding's on him and cupcakes for your daughter too. I'll make sure. I'll tell Lindsay.
Oh, my dog. My dog.
Do you know how many Lindsay's are going to go into your stores tomorrow?
We'll figure it out. All the Lindsay's.
So I'm actually originally from San Diego, and I moved to New York City about 8 months before the pandemic. So it's an interesting timing. And I can kind of explain how I got here, because I'm worried. First question I had for you though is my cousin actually teaches at Harvard Business School, and I'm curious if you know him. His name is Roy McDonald.
I'm sorry, I don't, but now I do, and now I'm going to look him up.
So basically, the brief story about me is I left the Mormon church. I grew up Mormon in San Diego. I went to BYU, and when I left the church, I sort of got disowned by all of my family. So that's how I ended up in New York City. I've always been, kind of in survival mode, or have been for a while, and I related to what you said about like listening to your guide. So I always just listen to my guide. And one day I just decided I was in the West Coast, and I said I'm just going to sell my car, which is breaking down and needed some work. I'm just going to take the money and move to New York City. I didn't have a plan. I just got on the plane with 2 suitcases, and I've been making it work ever since. I had a brand new PR job in the tourism industry that I started in March of 2020, so I lost that 2 weeks in. So since then, I've been doing a lot of freelance work, and I have a lot of entrepreneurial dreams and goals, but I'm still trying to figure that out. So I was curious if you ever offer any mentoring help, or if you know of any mentors help me.
What do you think is the biggest, first of all, welcome to New York. I'm sorry that you came when this is not our time about it. I could do a whole other show on that, frankly. But it's a little bit sad that we won't bounce back, and unfortunately I think we learn of our lessons of the past. What do you think the business that you want to do? What's stirring inside you?
I'm sort of like a multi-hyphenate. I do sing, I do have an idea to start like a sustainable businesses where you kind of like when you go to a grocery store, but no packaging is ever used. Everything is just like we.
Hold on for a second, Lindsay, and Matt, we're going to come right back to her.
Previous listing, upcoming guest info, and weekly free audio clips. It's a must-have for Coast fans. Look for the free sign-up on the coasttocoastam.com homepage.
I'm briefing the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 3 LA police officers recovering in the hospital after being shot in a confrontation east of downtown. The officers were attacked Wednesday night during a search for a parolee at large. There was a standoff, piercers deployed, gunshots fired. The officers are all in stable condition. The canines working with them were unhurt. The shooter is dead. Scientists say a 160-foot asteroid could slam into Earth on Valentine's Day in 2046. That's 23 years from now. The European Space Agency says there's a 1 in 635 chance of the asteroid actually hitting the Earth. Governor Newsom tested positive for COVID-19 after a trip to Mexico, and President Biden will be in SoCal next week. Southland weather from KFI. Partly cloudy skies, high to mid to upper 60s. Right now it's 45 in San Clemente. Yorba Linda has 47. Brentwood reports 40, and it's 46 degrees in Northridge. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In Costa Mesa, there's a full freeway closure, 405 southbound from Fairview to the 73. Always shut down for road work until 5. And it's Florence. This is on the 110 southbound at Ovada. Arena comes from an earlier crash. Out of lanes and on the right shoulder. That's watch for it. Looking at the left side to approach the area. The longest Thursday was going to what is found from Long Beach Boulevard. 710. Two right lanes to get it. Shut down for road work until 6. KFI in the sky. Let's get you there faster.
Looking for your next investment opportunity? How about 100% passive ownership in commercial real estate? First National Realty Partners is backed by $1 billion in commercial real estate assets from Walmart, Whole Foods, Kroger, Publix, and more. Grocery store anchored commercial real estate offers day one cash flow from high credit national tenants. Tax advantages for 1031 exchanges, inflation-fighting triple net lease, and more. Get information on current and upcoming opportunities today. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Become an investor in owned and managed commercial real estate with national grocery store brand tenants producing quarterly cash flow. Call 888-301-9010 or go to fnrtradio.com. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of principal. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRC's strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRCradio.com.
Hey, it's Steve Sharp. Clean and healthy water is essential for living your best life. Light Source is the whole house water system that will change that life. Light Source gives you filtered and delicious water from every tap, filtering out the bad, keeping the good, no maintenance needed. And right now, new customers can get a free Atmosphere antibacterial filter with qualifying purchase. That's an $825 value. So call Light Source today at 800-803-2696 or go to lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. On the podcast, Really Know, best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? Now, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deepfake. Really? Wait, that's really to me. That's Really No Really right there. Really No Really. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. You'll never miss your favorite guest or topic ever again. One-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. From across the sea, ringers there, your head and walk with me. All the we sang a song and strolled the golden